Welcome, one and all, to another week of Hearthstone Grandmasters. You may have missed us when we took our week off for Masters Tour Montreal online. Lots of exciting events there that I'm sure we'll be discussing over the course of today. But for now, we're back with GM Gia, and we're going to be seeing how our players stack up in our second week of round robin.
Indeed, entering week 5, we're really getting into the thick of things now. Of course, all of the points. Very important to decide who will be closer to getting to playoffs and who is potentially going to get relegated.
Indeed. And speaking of who is in those positions, let's take a look at the standings right out the gate to see where our players are right now. No surprise at all, obviously, to see Surrender in pole position right now in 2-0 in Division A. But even down in Division B, for all of our players who are there, you don't want to be there because you're more likely to be relegated come the end of the season. But for Alan in particular, it's still looking pretty good at 2-0.
Yes, because for the top 4 players of Division B, there's still a chance to make it to playoffs, whereas for 5th and 6th, it's a little bit scary because there's a chance to get relegated, but nothing scarier than 7th and 8th in Division B, which is automatic relegation once the 14 matches have been played out.
Indeed. Chonsu in 8th place down at 0-2 in Division A. He's gone for a very unconventional tactic to try and salvage his score, and we will be seeing him against the number 1 player in Division A in our third match of the day. You're definitely not going to want to miss that one with his very unique lineup. But then coming up first, Tiz, Flurry, Glory, Bank, Yugi, and then after Surrender Chonsu, Rivius Kin and Alutemu Alan. There's a couple of top versus bottom matches going on today.
I'm also very much excited to see Alutemu Alan because you mentioned, yes, top versus bottom in Division B, but Alutemu is one of those players who only had one match to play in the first week of round robin, and we've been talking about it. It's been discussed on Hot Takes. It feels like Alutemu has just not had the performance that we would have expected of him so far. So will this finally be the week that he turns it around?
We'll have to see. It's going to be a tall order to overcome the curse that has beset him at this point. Or maybe it's just something in the metagame that isn't working for him, because obviously Ali Temu has been one of our best performers here in APAC Grandmasters. But this particular metagame, something isn't clicking for him. Maybe as we take a look at the bring rates of the archetypes, we can see what isn't working for him. Because to be fair, as we look at some of the top archetypes, Soul Demon Hunter, Tempo Mage, Bomb Warrior taking a big hit this week, maybe they're not working.
Maybe not, but as you kind of threw a preview to a while ago, Chonsu is bringing some of the spicy stuff, which is why we have some extra archetypes there over at the end. Control Shaman, we just haven't seen Shaman at all in GM this season, but now we're going to get a little bit of a taste of it. Alongside an archetype I'd never thought I'd see tagged along to Druid, Fatigue Druid?
Yeah, it's been a while. I'm thinking back to like Tree of Life Malorn as the last time I've thought of Fatigue Druid as an actual archetype in Standard, whereas now obviously not something that we are especially used to seeing, but it does definitely have a unique spot in the metagame. We saw this exact lineup from a lot of the Japanese players, some of the Japanese casters actually, I believe, at Masters Tour Montreal, because Japanese casters apparently are good enough to compete, unlike English casters. And this is a 120 card copy that Chonsu has gone for here, clearly massively inspired by their lineup. And it is, for the most part, so far as I can tell, anti-Bomb Warrior tech.
Yep, it has 4 weapon removals, double ooze, double cobalt sticky finger, and on top of that, Archivist Elysiana to replace a deck full of bombs, or even Wormrest Purifier to replace all of these bombs and neutral cards into Druid cards. So this deck, I believe, does one thing and one thing only, but maybe it has a little bit of punch versus aggro decks as well because you're running a bunch of healing.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see it played out. We were play testing this a little bit yesterday. I played the unfortunate role of Bomb Warrior, trying to scrape together a single win, and my sole victory came with Wormrest Purifier turning Elysiana into a random Druid card, which we quickly realized is not something that you want to do with the deck. So I do think that for Chonsu's opponent, Surrender does not have the Bomb Warrior today, but in his second opponent in Tyler, which will be playing out sometime over the weekend, we'll get to see if he gets the point of his lineup shining through, because today against Surrender, I think it's going to be an uphill climb for Chonsu.
I would have to agree. But for the first match of the day, it will indeed be Tiz versus Flurry, which I'm pretty excited to see because Tiz, again, I feel like we've hardly scratched the surface with seeing what he can really bring to the table because he is one of the newcomer Grandmasters and maybe didn't quite have that many appearances on
Yeah.
stream yet, but I strongly believe that he is a good player.
I do as well, and I'll have his work cut out for him against Flurry. So without any further ado, let's get into the first game of the day. We'll be right back after this short break with the first match of Hearthstone Grandmasters Asia Pacific.
もし自分のハースストーンのプレイに、スローガンをつけるとしたら
아무래도 팔기 위해서라면은 장점을 더 부각을 해야 되니까 장점을 말씀드리면은
ハースストーンのスローガンとしては自分が楽しく勝つことをスローガンとしていきたいと思います。ちょっと歌はわからないです。
楽しさ第一かな。
그러니까 잘합니다.
ハーストーンのスローガンを考えるなら運が良ければ上手い人にも勝てる。
My slogan will be Town 60229 is the best. Okay?
제 하스스톤 슬로건 방식은 쉽고 빠르게 라고 하고 싶어요.
如果我的炉石的打法当成一个产品来卖我觉得还是不要，我觉得我会破产。
First match of the day here in Hearthstone Grandmasters Asia Pacific. Got a shift out of Masters Tour. I've been in the hosting role over there for a week. And it's nice to be back here in Grandmasters. It was a good weekend. We got to see some good display from a bit of APAC representation, getting to see who may be joining us next season. But Tiz is, of course, one of our newcomers that we have for this season after performing pretty well in the first half of the year in terms of Masters Tours. And although we haven't seen all too much of him, as you said, haven't really scratched the surface, I think we can say when we have seen Tiz, we've been fairly impressed for the most part. A couple of things I think we disagreed on, but we can call that teething problems as he settles into Grandmasters here.
Yes, indeed. And looking at the lineups for both of the players, one class that they are both rocking is the Soul Demon Hunter, left up after the bans. I feel like this is not a deck that you ever want to ban no matter what the strategy is, but it seems like it stocks up because it's pretty consistent all across the board, and I'm not surprised to see more players bringing it after the Montreal meta.
Yeah, it did perform fairly well overall. The single archetype I don't think was quite at the top, but the class as a total was pretty high up in terms of the win rates of all the different classes. This is, I think, a pretty steep learning curve for me over the course of Masters Tour Montreal, was to not compare too closely Demon Hunter and Bomb Warrior, because beforehand I was obviously saying, they're both classes that have control aspects, but generally you want to equip the weapon and kill your opponent with damage fairly quickly, be it Marrow Slicer or Wrench Caliber. But now we're seeing some players like Flurry, including Demon Hunter, but not Bomb Warrior, which is a very sharp diversion from what we've seen in previous weeks. What do you think is leading players to include the Demon Hunter but omit Bomb Warrior from their lineup?
I feel like Bomb Warrior is being a little bit more heavily targeted nowadays. We can also see it from the ban strategy that now rogues are kind of being prioritized for bans, even druids to a certain extent. Whereas in previous weeks, maybe before the nerfs hit, you would be seeing priest and warrior bans. And now people are a bit more comfortable, I suppose, including weapon removal in their decks to also possibly hit weapon rogue. And to look at Chonsu's lineup in particular, that's a hard target strategy that maybe they were trying to avoid.
Always something to bear in mind. This is what Monsanto was saying on Twitter, that he believes Bomb Warrior is one of the first truly targetable decks in quite a long while, with Hearthstone getting a lot more kind of mid-rangey over the last few months rather than these weird control/combo decks. But Bomb Warrior, obviously, with a full fatigue/weapon removal lineup, very, very counterable. So instead, this time we're going with a bit more of the standard stuff here from these players. Rogue starting things off with the Secret Rogue, I think, still being a very prime deck in the current metagame for Tiz.
And this first matchup is pretty symmetrical to look at because Flurry banned away the Druid from Tiz and Tiz banned away the Rogue from Flurry, so
Oh, yeah.
they're playing each of what they have remaining on those two classes. The opener for Flurry, though, is extremely minion heavy, and as is the eternal problem for Druid, if they don't get ramp online early enough, it can get pretty scary. The good thing for Flurry, though, is that his has not hit Questing Adventure.
Oh, I was just about to say that I really like this decision from Tiz to hold back on the Cult Neophyte on this turn, because you really want to go for the Cult Neophyte effect going into 4 mana or 7 mana, but Flurry top decks the perfect overgrowth to innovate out, which is the last thing that Tiz wanted to see here. It's gone from very good to pretty bad.
And while it looks a little bit weird to ramp towards 6 mana, Flurry's deck is probably not the standard of Guardian Animals Druids that we're seeing. He has the double Emerald Explorers and Breath of Dreams to kind of make his ramp a little bit more consistent without having to run Wild Growth. What he's cut from the list is 1 Teacher's Pet, but he still has the double Survival of the Fittest and King Faoris in there, so I would call this quite a greedy build if you would.
This Emerald Explorer here is obviously fairly vulnerable to a Blackjack Stunner, but I think with the low amount of power on board, I do like Flurry just getting down the big minion here, not worrying too much about the reactivity from Tiz's side of the board. And he is absolutely rewarded for his efforts with a Ysera Unleashed ready to come down in the next couple of turns. The only thing that's stopping him from just running away with the game is, as I said, that well-timed Cult Neophyte from Tiz to lock out the Guardian Animals.
It does, but Flurry can kind of put together a little Guardian Animals of his own with the Lake Thresher and Broom. The nice positioning from Tiz on the Miscreant, though, means that his Cult Neophyte would be protected, and also potentially the Secret could be a bit worrisome for Flurry because there is a 1 of Ambush in here for Tiz. So if you were to throw out Broomstick plus Lake Thresher, there is no actual way to get rid of the poison.
Yes, he knows at this point that it wasn't... Oh no, with that Secret, he knew what it was, right? Because the Secret was played a couple turns ago, and he played the Emerald Explorer last turn. Yeah, I mean, I was going to start talking about Ambush at that point, which would have been even wrongerer. So we'll both take the L on that one. But yeah, it was, I think, a fairly clean play. The only alternative being Lake Thresher, but that does look like it could be positioned a little bit better for when some of the bigger threats start coming down.
Yeah, I do like the Teacher's Pet play here. For Tiz, though, I was definitely thinking about going for a passage this turn to try and look for an Edwin at the end of everything with the double preps, but this is still a pretty powerful swing onto the board.
Tiz here going for...
Oh, it's still going to be passage.
Everything all at once, trying to have his cake and eat it as well. If he can find Edwin here, we're looking at a pretty much game-winning situation, but with the recent nerf to only drawing 4 cards, not especially likely to be found.
Yep. And that's why I, at first glance, didn't think it would end up being a secret passage turn, given the mana that he had spent before going for it, because I tended to think that you go passage and maybe try to hit either Questing or Edwin.
Right.
It's really difficult to optimize, but I do laud Tiz for making the decision really quickly, because these turns get complicated, and as you can see, it still came down to the rope before he got all the action.
Yeah, I think I like this line from Tiz, because it also had the first half of the turn. It wasn't like he was just spending mana for the sake of it. Playing Neophyte and stepping it is specifically, again, to make sure that even on 8 mana, Guardian Animals is unplayable on this turn. And he's just trying to buy himself that time, It had the upside of potentially hitting Edwin. Didn't work out. And so because of that, even with Guardian Animals unplayable, like we were saying, the budget animals can still come through here and sweep up everything on the board.
Pretty huge. I think Flurry will end up playing the Broomstick because he's not likely to get value out of it in the near future. The nearest is probably turn 10 with Ysera, and rushing out a 4/12 doesn't seem that great. I think what he's thinking about is whether he wants to hero power plus Broom into the Miscreant to allow the Teacher's Pet to push face, or if he wants to save the Broom on board.
I mean, I think there was some merit to thinking about saving the Broom, because you need to think at this point, how am I losing the game? And the answer is still, I think, most likely a huge Edwin if they're able to chain together something like that. In which case, you do potentially want to rush out your dragons after Ysera comes down. But even on balance, I do still like just getting down the Broomstick.
Flurry does run 2 copies as well. As for Tiz, though, it's no small deal that he's picked up the Broomstick Thresher of his own, and that's another reason for actually Flurry to think about, is it okay if I give both Broomstick and the Thresher if I position it well, or is it better to just give a Thresher in case of Plagiarize?
Well, it is good positioning, that's for sure.
Well, if you're Tiz, the fact that he leaves up a Thresher even if he goes for Thresher Broomstick is extremely annoying. I feel like he wants to save that combo for after he's dealt with the Teacher's Cut one way or another.
Yeah, going with a fairly low tempo play here, to which Flurry says, brilliant, that sounds like the perfect turn to get down the ultimate win condition in Ysera Unleashed. The bane of everyone facing a Druid, and now the game pretty much becomes, unless the Rogue can win very quickly, they will simply die to the onslaught of the dragons eventually.
It's a great time for Flurry to trade off the Broom now, because after you put the Teacher's Cut down to 1 HP, the Broom then becomes a liability because the Lake Thresher could have rushed into it and then caught some other minions in the crossfire. I mean, everything is awkward if he develops a minion and leaves the other Thresher up, so I feel like it's time to just cash in Thresher Broom and trade in both to deal with the Lake Thresher.
Right. I'm not seeing much other way that we can spend enough mana even as Tiz here. Like, he obviously needs to start thinking, about his actual win condition. How does he not just survive, but turn this into a win? Like, saving the secret is something to consider to try and pop off with Hanar should that roll around.
Actually, Rush Lackey's just better than the Broom here, isn't it? I've never done this before, but it's pretty clean.
Yeah, that is pretty clean.
Okay, Feroris for 2/7 drops. I think you take that.
Don't you just want to take the overflow here? Like, you can trade heal back up, probably draw a bunch of dragons at the same time. Keep your Ysera nice and healthy.
True. Both seem very powerful.
They do. I mean, even Guardian Animals, again, would probably just win the game on the spot here for Flurry.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
That's the goods. And for Flurry, okay, I was gonna say if he doesn't play Lightning Bloom, I like the idea of that because then he unlocks survival just for lethal next turn.
Right.
But now he has the other Lightning Bloom, so you can still play it and get an additional minion this turn.
I mean, I was saying you just play the Guardian Animals on this turn. That's where my head was at, but I think your logic is probably slightly more sound there in giving yourself the chance for lethal.
His does have this generated blizzard to survive 1 turn, but it seems like that is going to be far from enough.
Yeah, Blackjack Stunner does seem a more permanent, or at least the minions are gone for the moment if he goes for this play. The blizzard obviously just delays the inevitable for another turn. He's still praying for that miracle. He is not running Dragon's Horde in the deck, so he can't discover a legendary. It's going to have to be secret passage into some absolute nonsense, I think, here.
Well, when we talk about miracles, it's box generation generally, but turns out this is still enough damage that Flurry has with the 4 minions on board. Gonna close it out nice and easy, and this matchup does get very, very explosive if the Rogue can't put down their own questing early enough.
Yes, definitely an unfortunate way for that to go for Tiz. I think he did everything he could in the early game. I did think his line of going for the big turn, obviously with the swing of double Cult Neophyte with the Shadow Step, trying to find the Edwin, that was definitely his best chance of getting the victory. He smelt that the game was slipping out of his fingers and tried to just go for that one final ditch effort. Didn't work out, and so the Druid takes the win. Probably a lot of reason why Flurry is banning it away in his own right. He doesn't want to have to deal with that from Tiz's side.
It's true. And while I did say that the list from Flurry looks relatively greedy with the King Faoris in there, that card was highly debatable because it seemed like it got popular during MT Montreal, but I think that the card win rate is not actually that high. The core of the deck still remains very strong with the overgrowth, and perhaps the inclusion of Emerald Explorer for something to do before Guardian Animals is actually a plus side. I'm interested to see if this type of build will get more popular in the coming weeks because other druids in APAC are still bringing the exotic Mount Seller build.
They are indeed. Plenty of room, I think, to still explore with the Druid. But I do think Flurry's version with a little bit of extra dragon synergy is a pretty smart way to go. We won't get to see it again today, obviously, with it having taken a win now. But we'll have to see if he can take the win with the Mage and the Demon Hunter as one of the most highest rising archetypes in terms of popularity. We're going to see if he can take the wins to become the victor over Tiz after this short break. We'll be right back. Flurry is playing Tiz in our first match of the day. So if you're joining us now, perfectly timed. The day has just begun with plenty of APAC, Europe, and America's Hearthstone yet to come. So no matter what region you prefer, I'm sure you'll be able to see all your favorite players competing. But for now, with Tiz having taken a loss to the Druid there in somewhat unfortunate fashion, it's going to be an uphill climb for him to take the win now. Going with the Warrior up against the Demon Hunter now, which is, again, as I was saying at the start of the video, an interesting trend we're seeing with Demon Hunter being on the rise and Warrior stocks falling rapidly here. Do you think that in the head-to-head that is reflected? Does the Demon Hunter feel like in a good spot against the Warrior? Or is it still the Bomb Warrior that's king?
At first glance, I would tend to favor the Bomb Warrior. For Demon Hunter, though, they can put out the damage a little bit more consistently, and the mid-game curve gets very scary. Also worth noting that Flurry's build has the Magtherodon still included, which a couple people have been cutting lately. So I think that this version will be a little bit more difficult for Bomb Warrior to get through.
We shall have to see. Also, this is the most recent trend in Masters Tour, or in Hearthstone metagame, I should say, which was definitely shown drastically in Masters Tour Montreal, which is cutting the Pirate package. We're seeing no Anchor, no Risky Skipper, no Armor Smiths, none of that stuff that you usually saw in Bomb Warrior. And I will say that as we entered the top 8, it was mostly Pirate Bomb Warriors that were in the top 8. They were definitely the better performing version of Bomb Warrior, whereas Tiz here is going without the Pirate package, which definitely harms the amount of armor that he will be able to gain in terms of immediate burst with Risky Skipper Armor Smith, which could hurt his chances, I think.
That is very true. He does have the double evil Quartermasters in there to somewhat shore up the armor gain and give him some early plays, because the other downside, I suppose, of running the Pirate package is that a lot of the times you hold them in hand and they become dead cards until around 6-7 mana. Flurry's curve is starting to come together, though. He has the Lapidary for next turn. Tons of Soul Shards already charged up in the deck.
It's an interesting curve, isn't it? Because you have to think quite strongly here about Magtherodon. Warrior is one of the decks that can't transform the 1/3s, it can't step them back to hand, there's no kind of shenanigans that it can make. Eventually Magtherodon should be summoned, but Flurry just needs to think, how likely is that to happen soon? Is that even necessarily good for him to give his opponent the 1/3s here? Or should he just carry on with, like you said, coin Lapidary and ignore the skull for them?
Yeah, it's a really good question because, as you mentioned, coining out Lapidary means the skull is offline for another turn and you kind of get a dead turn in the middle. I would be much more partial to to Magtherodon if he had like the Blade Dance to follow it up, or Shattershard Mystic on the following turn. If he does just want to save the coin for Skull, there's also just Equip Eldrazi as a play this turn, but with Soul Shard and Glavebound, there's an opportunity to curve out, but just use Glavebound as a 6/4 body.
Whoa, you want to consider using the body. I mean, that's fair. There is definitely enough damage to win without having to use the 6/4 Battle Cry as well. And it does curve very, very cleanly into Skull on the following turn.
Really tough decision. Obviously, you get more overall damage by just saving the Glavebound and trying to stick to the curve here, but I think there's potentially so much upside for immediately getting a 6/4.
I actually kind of agree with you here. And
or
so does Flurry.
5/5 into 6/4.
Yeah. I mean, he can adapt, obviously, on the following turn. But right here, this is going into a Brawl turn. If Tiz wants to Brawl this, perfect. Then you follow up with the Glavebound, and it's very likely to be sticking, if or at least demanding some hard answer from you.
Do try to keep yourselves alive.
And it does indeed pull out one of the better answers from Tiz here. The 3/1 plus Death Rattle, very inconveniently for Flurry, does mess up just Glavebound on curve as a play.
Yeah, it really couldn't have gone much worse for Flurry in this particular instance. Much, much worse than any of the other clears, with Barrel's Death Rattle of deal 1 damage to all minions, clearing off the Glavebound. Probably going to have to be adapting here for Flurry, but that's not terrible. It could just be like hero power down the Barrel and then equip Warblades, right? It's a decent use of your mana.
Or, of course, if something better comes off the top here. For Tiz, it was a small decision whether he wanted to play the Faceless Lackey as well, because obviously Flurry can just hero power down the Barrow and you immediately lose the Lackey. But because Tiz's mana is spoken for the next couple turns, whether he wants to go Kronks or Wrench Caliber Cutting class, in the near future. I like that he just gets the Lackey on board for like probably a 3-1 or 2-2 body on average, remaining after the power up.
Yeah, I think it's the threats have been paced out fairly well for the most part by our competitors here, with obviously Tiz playing the Kronks going into turn 6. That's a rigid turn for Demon Hunter. They want to play Skull of Gul'dan here, and it forces Flurry to deviate. He's not terribly sad about it because he gets the Glaive Bound down, but it's a good turn for Tiz to disrupt.
Right. Well, if he wants to save the most health on his face, that is an immediate armor game to activate the shield slam, but it really hurts to not get Wrench Caliber online because at some point Tiz needs to go for his own win con as well.
I like this. He can do both, right? He has to sacrifice the 2-2 minion, but very, very worth it to get this damage through to face.
That's true.
Alas, poor warlock.
Things proceeding at a very APAC pace, which I always like to see.
Also pretty lucky there for Flurry, it's got to be said. There were plenty of Soul Shards in the deck with both the Jailers being played and a Soul Share, and didn't hit any of them off of the Skull of Gul'dan. So very, very happy to get the full discount, plenty of mana spent, and damage swinging thick and fast to the face now.
Yeah, the big deal for me here is that he hit a minion as well that was playable with the Skull discount, which was relatively likely because he had drawn both the Glaive Bounce and a Lapidary. It is a bit of a downside that he doesn't develop immediately a big Glaive Bound, but I think Flurry was thinking towards trying to put together a way to activate Magtheridon or hit his Marrow Slicers to just keep the damage coming through.
And it's kind of worth thinking about here that Magtheridon obviously is answerable in a couple of ways. Ideally Shield Slam, but one of the premium single target removal spells in Warrior at the moment is Blade Storm. So Flurry, if he's going to activate the Magtheridon, I think he's to try and find some kind of way of either just saying if you have it, you have it, and ignoring the Magtheridon, or ideally getting a smaller minion on board as well to distract from the damage of Blade Storm so that potentially it can even connect on this turn.
Pretty tough to set up, especially since Tiz has his own weapon to get through. Our draw extremely lacking for Flurry now.
Our enemies will fall.
And you can see here by deliberately floating 2 mana and not equipping the Eldraki that he's trying to squeeze out every point of damage he can possibly get. I think this is a great window for Tiz now to abuse the fact that Flurry has not hit much good minion development and start putting back the pressure the other way.
The dance really does begin now. It's about trying to get the damage to your opponent's face each turn, be it with Wrench Caliber and Galakrond's hero power, or obviously the myriad ways that Demon Hunter has, but also about trying to heal at the same time. You just want to offset your opponent's damage while squeezing your own in, and it's very difficult to find that balance.
Big draw for Flurry here off of the Mana Feeder Panthera. Exactly enough mana to activate the Outcast Skull as well. Fortunate not to get the last discount here, but between all the bombs and soul fragments in the deck, at some point you are not going to get full value out of the skull.
This has definitely been an above average outcome for Flurry with how much garbage is in his deck right now.
Deliberately choosing to hold on to the Consume Magic instead of not overdrawing the next turn, but there are quite a few cards he doesn't mind overdrawing, like the soul fragments.
Yeah, and obviously importantly, the bombs, which you never want to be drawing here. It's a decent way to try and save a little bit of health before he goes for the Eldraki and then heals up for a huge amount of damage on this turn, because if he doesn't have the heal, he's just straight up dead on this turn.
Yup. But with just 2 Twin Slices and hero power, the Eldraki doesn't heal for all that much.
What are you looking at? 7 on this turn? That's enough to survive the turn, very likely. He's not going to be able to put you to 5, which is the big difference here.
It's true. The help of our handy-dandy new tracker, which is moving at a slightly delayed pace I'm trying to figure out
Right.
just how many things are available. 4 soul fragments and 1 bomb, says the tracker. It hurts for Flurry to not be able to develop Militia here, but he is really just trying to survive at this point. Have the Eldraki equipped for the next turn of healing as well, and then try to put down Militia. Admittedly, I'm not liking his chances though.
Yeah, it's not looking great, is it? He's just taking that little bit too much damage right now. Tiz obviously sweeping away these minions. Weapon goes face every turn. Pretty classic stuff on Warrior.
And the Horde Villager with the buff from Galakrond is a threat in and of itself.
Alright, Soul Fragment. Pretty good. You take the loss on Sociologist Militia just to stay out of range of dying on the following turn, because now all of a sudden, not dying to that 6 damage swing.
Could still very well end up being a Militia turn. Trade into the Horde Pillager and just probably push the button to heal up for that little tiny bit more.
Oh, it's so tough because you could take the risk that Sociologist like has to stick and go Hero Power, Blade Dance, Sociologist, and say if you have any kind of removal, I'm losing the game anyway.
Demons.
True.
Because I'm not really seeing what these Blade Dances do right now. He's got plenty of removal in his hand.
Grows short.
Yeah, I don't mind it. Just use 1 Blade Dance plus 1 Rusher instead of 2 Rushers.
Sure, yeah, that works too.
Or go about it this way, also works. And he's actually holding on to the charge of the Eldraki for potential Twin Slice top deck.
Yep, Twin Slice, Lapidary, all the ways to juice up that damage. And it's a risky line, but again, he is very unlikely to die on this turn. Unless, obviously, the bomb comes through for the extra damage.
Yeah. It's risky because it does put Flurry within 1 bomb cutoff of dying this turn, whereas had he healed a little bit, I think it was... Oh wait, it would still be 1 bomb, right? If you account for the hero power from Galakrond. He is just dead.
Yep. Not going to be making it this time. The Bomb Warrior showing that it is still king in that particular matchup. Tis equalizing the series there with a pretty cool game. You know, I think a good demonstration of the average pan out of that matchup. Neither player drawing absolutely dead, getting a pretty decent hand on both sides for that matter. And the Warrior showing, even without the armor package of Armor Smith, it still just has the ability to play the aggressor that little bit more consistently in the matchup.
And I think from Flurry's game plan, you could see that he was trying to squeeze in minion damage where he could, you know, very readily coining out the Soul Shard Lapidary and being willing to play down possibly Glavebound off curve or just try to make sure that he gets on board as soon as possible for that mid-range advantage. But if you're not able to get over that hump as Soul Demon Hunter, I think it's very difficult to pull it back in the late game, because by the time you're playing Militia, oftentimes the Warrior has very easy answers to deal with your push on board.
Well, we have now seen the Rogue lose a game, we've seen the Demon Hunter lose a game, and we're now going to see Rogue versus Demon Hunter. Tis going to be lining up once again that secret Rogue, of which he banned away from his opponent. So he clearly has a high estimation of the deck, even if it didn't work out for him in the first game. And I think the Rogue versus Demon Hunter, for me, is one of the matchups I like most with respect to the Demon Hunter, because it has some super favorable matchups against the likes of Mage, where you can just go face every turn. It feels like you always get there. I think the Secret Rogue has a little bit more capability to fight back against the Demon Hunter, though.
Yeah. Worth noting, though, that Flurry does run the one of Consume Magic. We saw it just shrink the Horde Pillager back to a normal size, but it could be a lot more useful against Rogue, because previously, I think Rogue's best way of winning this matchup is creating one big threat very early on, similar to how Tempo Mage wants to get early mana giants that are out of range of the Blade Dances.
Yep, early tempo, very, very important before the Demon Hunter can unlock all their super powerful board clears with Blade Dance and whatever else that may be. Tiz looking like he may be gearing up for a game similar to what we saw in the first game of the day, where He's got Secret Passage, he's got Prep. We might just be digging for an Edwin here.
Could be. Flurry's got a pretty great curve though.
Mm.
I was willing to think about Wand Maker just to get it on board as well, but by that point you kind of get super punished by a backstab / shadow step game plan if there is either questing or Edwin available. So he's just taking a bit slower here.
Yeah, I've been hit with that one too many times. I think I like just clearing off the cap there. Because having something decent to step alongside questing is very, very big deal.
Philosophy, the worst one to get.
That's the bad one. I hate that it lights up as yellow when it's outcast as well. Like, it doesn't do anything, alright? Stop telling me it's yellow game. That means good.
Yeah, the 2 additional 1-cost spells for Demon Hunter from this expansion have made the Wand Maker / Cobalt Spellkin effects a little bit less consistent nowadays.
Yeah, quite a lot actually. I think Demon Hunter's been hit by far the hardest with that because Twin Slice was very, very likely to be found beforehand. Now, not so much.
Oh, Derek, I keep talking about boxes as the miracle outs. Tiz is not in that bad of a spot here.
Turn 7 though.
Just take it. Yeah,
Turn
I mean,
7 box.
That's like Dragon Castering it.
True.
Just taking the Brain Freeze though, because I think, as you mentioned, turn 1, that he was on the game plan of saving up for an early Secret Passage, so having another cheap card to go along with that possibly synergizes better.
And weirdly enough here, the hand has pretty much dried up for Flurry. He does, I think, want to be carrying on fighting for board for the near future. Weirdly enough, he gets
Jump
the other bad one.
can give you Skull on Demand, turn 7.
Yep.
But for now, Flurry's worries are just not having threats or even a Shatter Shard Mystic to equalize the board.
Ooh.
Whoa!
Okay. Now we're talking. Coin, Prep, Eviscerate, double 1-drop Edwin. Gotta be the line, right?
Tempo Blackjack looks great here for another +2/+2 on the Edwin. Yes, there's a Consume Magic, and yes, you've seen... Okay,
Oh, 2-1 makers.
you've seen double 1 maker, so maybe we're caster visioning a little bit too hard.
I
It's
think
so
you still
scary.
have to go for it, right? Like, when are you going to get a better opportunity than this?
You can go for it, but not all in, for example. You could like save prep for Secret Passage, but it looks like he is going all in here, which I still respect. There's
I still
also
think you just
saving
take
Coin Stunner.
I still think you just go all in. Like, the stunner isn't even that good in the matchup, right? You're stunning back a Soul Shard Lapidary or a, Glaive Bound Adept.
Magtheridon at best.
Right, yeah.
You're right. It needs to fulfill a lot of conditions before the stunner is all that good. But you have to understand the fear. Double 1 maker plus a natural Consume Magic in the deck.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. I do not fault his especially hard for this play. And it's very difficult to extract yourself from what you know. But I don't know, man. 12-12. If you have the chance to just instantly win the game, you always take that, in my opinion.
The 8/8 is still at a very, very tough range for Flurry to remove, though, if there isn't a Consume Magic, because he had not had a weapon equipped prior to this turn.
I grow impatient.
It's going to be tough. He can dig for the 1 Dispel Magic that is in his deck,
Right.
or start chipping away, or ignore it. Those are the options.
I go for the chip for now. And this does set up for a way to remove it next turn with the Chaos Strike and a significant amount of heal. But it is scary.
Tiz can now obviously just set up for finding Shadow Step off of the Secret Passage. Like, he can just play all the cards in his hand, and then anything he gets off the Secret Passage and pray he gets Shadow Step as well, because that will make an unkillable Edwin for sure.
Yes, he does have a strong read on no Consume Magic in hand right now. There's also Passage with Coin and pray you get something good with Questing instead. But on average, I don't think the Questing gets bigger than 4/4.
This is interesting. This does have the upside of getting Jandis as just a very, very powerful play
True.
to throw down on curve, which you always have to consider as how the mana works out. And
Ah,
there it is.
you got both.
Wow. This doesn't work out quite as cleanly as I think his was anticipating, because he can't play the secret passage first, right?
Can't, yeah. It does heal the Edwin for 5. I'm unsure because I feel like Jandis does put more stats on board on average, but he could be thinking about Blade Dance as the way he loses, which is very valid.
He gets the dirty tricks down, which is a pretty big deal to draw some extra cards. But Jandis and then Shadow Step to Jandis there, that was so much power you can throw on the board. Interesting line.
I mean, at first glance, just going all in on the Edwin makes a lot of sense because he has that read on no consume magic.
That's true. That is true again.
I think the problem with the Jandis line is like a couple of buffs plus Blade Dance, and your Edwin was at 5 if you didn't Shadow Step the Edwin there. Close, for sure.
It's really close, because then I'm accepting that the Jandis line was a little bit weaker there, but you have another Jandis in hand is the kicker. You can go again with the power play next turn. Very, very close.
Oh. Tiz can really push the initiative here. I think he just plays everything but the cat. And you probably are fine with bouncing a Mana Theater Panthera here.
Yeah, the one thing
and
obviously...
the Spirit Jailer.
Yeah, get them both down. The only thing you're considering here is, of course, Magtheridon as the out here for Flurry to try and wrestle things back. But at this point, you know, you're not playing around anything here. You just got to go all in with this game plan.
Flurry has been holding on to this double jump for a long time, which at some point gave him a 50-50 of hitting Consume Magic.
Right. And you just got it off the top anyway, but that is a good point. This is not a, in most lists, guaranteed Skull of Gul'dan off the double jump. That could have been just dig for the Consume Magic, which probably was quite a lot better on the early turns, right?
I definitely didn't catch that till Sottle asked about it.
As per. I mean, you know, when I'm playing this version, I do not play Consume Magic in my list, so double jump is always just draw Skull, which I was kind of tunnel visioning on.
That was where my head was at as well. And now he has the second Eldraki plus second Slice to try and stay alive, but questing is still such a big problem.
So you...
10 showing on board plus dagger if his plays one card at most. 11.
For now.
Just not gonna bother.
Could have healed out of range though on that turn, right?
Could, but just barely. And if you think that this is playing like 2 or 3 cards, I think he's still dead. But you probably still just go for it.
Pretty sure you just play that out there, because he only had one card in hand at that point, and you know, maybe you're able to get a Magtheridon and clear things up thereafter. It was unlikely, obviously, that he'd be able to turn things around, but a slightly weird game, all things considered, for Flurry. With, again, you know, like we were saying, not digging for the Consume Magic in his list as one of the outcast cards, and also just not going for the chance to win the game there. But on the other side, I think that while Flurry had the weird lines that we need to look at, Tiz had the interesting lines where I'm just genuinely not sure which way he was supposed to go. The Edwin kind of set up lethal, but there was lifesteal with the weapon already equipped on the other side. The Jandis was weaker immediately, but had stronger setup. It's a cool example, I think, of why Secret Rogue is such a cool deck right now. It's so versatile, so different every time you play it. And overall, I think Tiz has a good understanding of the matchup.
I'm glad that you brought that up because at first, when Secret Rogue was being played, it was not even the most popular archetype of Rogue. It was hardly ever getting banned. And as the weeks have gone on and more people have understood how to play it, casters included, the deck has gained a lot more respect and we're seeing bans on it a lot more often. For Tiz now, however, he just has to win with the one remaining deck and is in prime position to take a much-needed win.
Yep, just the Demon Hunter on the other side. Demon Hunter's lost 2 games in a row here, and Flurry, as the one who's lost both those games, is finally going to switch off and take a pretty miserable matchup first. The Mage up against the Demon Hunter. Definitely not the way you want to be going with potentially your last game of the series, because in my experience, this is one of the weaker matchups here for Tempo Mage. Not quite so dismal as I think people were first anticipating, but definitely not a good one.
I would have to agree. It often feels like the mage needs to come up with a way to generate some more health, whether it be through Ice Barrier or just box shenanigans, because they don't have any natural taunts in the deck. So the Demon Hunter is very free to swing all of these Marrow Slicers to the face. The opener for Tiz has been very awkward, though, to the point where he is playing out a River Croc.
I mean, I've been advocating for Tempo Panthera quite a few times, but I think this is the first time I've actually seen a player go for it. And in this instance, you know, you're expecting development on turn 2 here. You want to be proactively going for it here. I can respect it.
Yeah. Against Tempo Mage in particular, if you just see like one thief on that following turn, then okay, you can go Soul Shear Hero Power, and that is your turn 3 spoken for. Against something like Druid, I would find it a bit more weird because he didn't have a turn 3 play until he top decked things.
Arcane Breath on the other side, though, is a huge deal. Most importantly, 2 chances here for Flurry to discover Evocation with Magic Trick and the Arcane Breath. He can go again.
I'm thinking I want Bond of Power into Mana Cyclone right now.
Ooh.
Arcane Breath has to be the pick, right? It's the Discover.
I wonder.
Yeah, I mean, Devolving Missiles clears more of the damage off because... what?
What? Random versus Discover? Huh?
What?
I don't get it! I don't get it!
How is that better? It's strictly worse, right?
Yeah! Yes, the Dragon's Head!
What?
I don't know. I don't know.
And then Coin Ancient Mysteries with no...
I'm
What
lost.
is this turn?
He's doing this to cheapen the giant, but the
Right.
Discover, I mean, the random instead of Discover just feels strictly wrong. It is strictly wrong, right?
Yes, it has to be. I can't think of a single reason why you would go for it that way. I'm sure, well, actually, I'm not sure. It's possible that I'm just being a big dum-dum here, and Flurry sees something, but I don't think so. I am puzzled by that line.
Well, for Tiz's response, he has 2 choices of 4 drops to go for this turn. Problem is both of these minions look like they gotta be removed soon. Of course, the Apprentice, and also just getting rid of spell damage negates further threats of Raz in the future.
Right.
Doesn't feel great to sink all of the damage into it, but I think Tiz has to at least remove the Apprentice.
Yeah, he's going nice and aggressive where he can, which is what you want to do in the matchup. I've been criticized amongst our casting group of always saying you should go face when I'm watching the deck, but never doing it when I'm actually playing the deck. But I think you do want to be playing nice and aggressive in this matchup in particular. And while we are somewhat confused with Flurry's lines, the outcome is still the same here. Giant hits the board, which is a big old deal.
Also a big deal that Tiz gets to remove it. Obviously, it doesn't feel good, but the threat of Conjurer's Calling is far too large. And also just an 8/8 sticking, I feel like Tiz is not able to outpace that with the hand he has. Having drawn Sociologist Militia, he can just work towards a bit of a slower game plan and just trying to seize the board come turn 7.
Yeah, I will say I kind of disagree with this turn as well from Flurry. I think that should have just been Mana Giant. That's a 3-mana 8/8 he played instead of a 5-mana 3/5. And that could have been a lot more aggression on the board. Obviously, it can almost certainly cost 1 or 0 on this turn, but I would rather have it last turn and start hitting my opponent.
Especially given that Tiz had to commit quite a few resources to get rid of it. But now Flurry is on the defensive. Ice Barrier looks pretty premium, but Hard Draw does as well.
You got to start thinking here as Flurry, like, is Ice Barrier good because it complements the aggressive game plan? It allows him to ignore his health total and just start pushing face? Or should he go for the draw here? Because he definitely wants to go on the aggro here. That's the win con.
True. The fact that he has pseudo card draw effects, all of the cards on the left, make me like the Ice Barrier a little bit more. As long as he gets the Giant down this turn, then I'm good.
Time runs out on me.
I don't feel like the barrier needs to come down immediately. He could just play more minions with the Giant.
Yep, Astromancer, Ray of Frost, Mana Giant, I'd be perfectly okay with.
I don't even think he has to commit the Ray of Frost.
Either order.
Okay.
Great mana utilization this way, Flurry, good job. You don't want to be floating the one here. And that Soul Fragment Draw does obviously weaken the Militia quite a lot.
Yep, 3 fragments in the deck. Just enough to take out the Giant here, but it is quite slow.
Yep, that's another Giant that didn't get to connect face, whereas if it was played on the previous turn, that would have been, you know, much more likely to be able to connect going into turn 6 rather than 7, of course. And with another Ice Barrier, this one looks a lot less enticing.
I mean, this potentially lets Flurry just go for a control game plan here if he feels like his hand is running short on
Sure.
removals. I mean, on threats. It's really strange. Flurry's hand just doesn't have anything good. It's just generation that supports when you have Apprentice in hand.
Right. It's a very weak hand at the moment. Like, I mean, it's not the worst hand you can have because very often at this point you've just run out of cards as Tempo Mage. He has threats that he can throw on the board, but he needs stuff to complement it. He needs good one-cost spells here. He needs a Flame Strike off of Steward.
Well, I'm thinking if you're taking one Ice Barrier another Ice Barrier that you would want to play the first one by this point. But technically the Demon Hunter doesn't run any burst damage, so as long as Flurry stays above 1 HP and puts down a barrier, Tiz has to attack to actually close out the game.
You really not want to get a 3-5 on the board here? Like, I guess the Ice Barrier is kind of nice to get down, like you said, to start running through both of them here, but you know, anytime you play Ice Barrier, you're very unlikely to die.
I mean, I was talking about Demon Hunter not having spell-based damage, so I was advocating for holding on a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Because obviously the Ice Barrier delays only work if you're on the condition of I get to clear the board at some point alongside that. Okay, Gladebound is the non-attack based damage, which can go face as long as hero can target something other than the face.
And I think very, very reasonable for Tiz here to go face. Even if he knew there was a second Ice Barrier in hand, which you definitely don't suspect, it's still probably correct to just go face. You still need to get through all this health no matter how much they have.
Second Ice Barrier is doing a whole lot of nothing against a board this wide, so I feel like we're in Cobalt Spellkin try to hit more Ray of Frost territory.
Yeah, he needs to consider the Steward of Scrolls very carefully here, because it completes half of his quest. It could discover him Frost Nova, obviously, another Ice Barrier, something else to delay a little bit longer. But he needs to time it correctly. Drawing 3 spells here could just be game-winning.
All of them hit the Glaive. Oh no!
Oh!
Disaster! Hello?
1 mana, make your opponent's board better.
Oh my goodness. I mean, he has to freeze the 2 on the left now, but he can't even get through the 12-year ward. So sad.
So 4, 8, 9 damage I'm counting coming through on this turn.
And Skull active.
4, 8, 9, 11 damage on this turn, right?
Yep. So I think he goes Skull.
Do you ever go Chaos Strike first?
That's
try and just
true.
like Lapidary?
Lapidary, Glavebound.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Ooh.
Such a beautiful
7. Attack. Lethal. Oh no, 1 off because of the
One
mana
off, one
restrictions.
off.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh.
But it's alright.
Yep.
You'll heal very much out of range of anything Flurry can do. And there's still the board. Oh!
Oh my god. Oh, Gia, please, please no.
I don't know why you're implying that I have any control over the outcome of this prime. But
I'm
I
just
agree.
praying
Please
to
no.
anything. Please let decisions matter.
Okay. Nothing good so far. That is another prime. Is there space? There's no space.
There's no hand space!
There's
no hand space! No!
I mean, this is what you asked for, Derek. Please no. And
Yeah,
the hand
this
space
is what I
said
asked
no.
for. And Flurry can at least see the funny side of this situation, as Tiz does end up being our first victor of the day, 3-1 over Flurry. And without wanting to put too fine of a point on it, I definitely think that Tiz was the third victor there, just playing a little bit more solidly overall, with some pretty shaky decisions, especially in that last game for Flurry.
Indeed. I think that very last turn from Tiz is also very interesting. I didn't even think about what you were suggesting of Chaos Strike immediately, but that did present some, I think, discrete and calculatable outs, but definitely not by a person in 90 seconds without additional calculators on hand. It's very cool to see from Demon Hunter in particular do these situations come up.
Yeah, indeed. Cool to see. I think that's one of the things that people like most about Demon Hunter as well, with little generation in the deck. It's one of the kind of feels more akin to the old school face decks where you can just calculate how much damage do I have in the deck, what are my outs to try and close out the game, and it feels like the kind of deck that Tiz is pretty on point with. Takes up another win there in Division B, does Tiz, trying to wrestle his way back up to the top of the league there in order to avoid relegation, whereas Flurry looking that little bit scarier in terms of his overall chances. But now, in our second match of the day, Gia, we're taking a slightly different turn here, moving back up over to Division A here with Glory and Bank Yugi. And this time, Gia, Bank Yugi has finally caved. I messaged him about it, asking what on earth is going on. He's not bringing Reno Mage. This is bedlam.
What did he say was going on? I don't know. My entire world's upside down.
He said, as I scroll back up, he's just telling me how handsome I am, how great of a caster I am. He said, I still
My
miss
world
him.
is definitely
Maybe
upside down.
Yeah, I still miss him. Maybe I submitted the wrong list. And next week I'll try Chonsu's lineup just to tease me. So I think for the most part here, it's probably the case of him being persuaded by practice partners, because friends don't let friends submit Reno Mage to Conquest lineups in Grandmasters. He still clearly is a fan of the deck, but I think the data clearly indicates that Tempo Mage is the superior version.
I mean, the wording you were stating is I miss him, as in Reno. So you can clearly see that Bank Yugi is very devoted to playing the good old Reno cards. But I think that this Tempo Mage will definitely give him a better shot overall. I think Bank Yugi is a very strong player when it comes to decision making in-game, and I very possibly think that his lineup choices have been hurting him in previous weeks. So now I'm excited to see how he'll deal with the more cookie cutter set of decks, and Glory is definitely a tough opponent to test him with.
Yeah, I will fully admit, I underestimated Bank Yugi. I was thinking, you know what, we don't know all too much about him. Obviously, there aren't too many strong players to have come out of Thailand at all, really, with their best performances being in global games so far. But I've been very pleasantly surprised by his gameplay. I think the decks, like you said, they've been a bit weird, but he clearly has a game plan, and the decks that he has been bringing, I think, have been, for the most part, piloted very well. This time, however, as we can see, much more standard stuff from both players, actually. Mage, Priest, Druid, and Warrior banned away from Bank Yugi. Warrior banned away on the other side with Druid, Mage, Demon Hunter from Glory. Just very standard stuff across the board here from our players, and I hope to see a very high-level game of Hearthstone, especially as we all expect from Glory, with our representative currently going to the World Championship later this year.
It is indeed a lineup on both sides that is more reminiscent of what we were seeing in the earlier weeks, which is just bring decks that are not, tech with weapon removal, and you get rid of the Bomb Warrior and try to win from there. It is just that fourth class that's quite different here. Glory with the Soul Demon Hunter, whereas Bank Yugi has Priest, which in APAC has really fallen out of favor quite recently, I would say, which has helped Soul Demon Hunter rise up as a more common fourth deck inclusion. So this could be the series to actually prove one side or another, whether it should be Priest taking up that last slot.
Yeah, I mean, Priest only brought 5 times total with 2 Galakron, 2 Dragon, 1 Highlander. Only 1 Highlander Priest in the whole of APAC. It really does show how volatile the current metagame is, with the 2 most popular individual archetypes being Tempo Mage and Soul Demon Hunter being brought by a lot of the players. And I think, for the most part here, it's a good bring here from Glory. I think it'll have a good spot against the Tempo Mage, as we were saying, a very nice matchup there. And even against the Priest from Bank Yugi, the 2 of Galakron Priest, I think that matchup can be close, but when you've omitted all the weapon destruction and removal from your lineup, I think the Demon Hunter, in my estimation, moves very slightly into the lead against Priest.
Yes, I would agree as well. We were testing that matchup quite a bit. By that point, the only big thing that Demon Hunter has to worry about is Apotheosis, which, to be fair, because the Priest is trimming a lot of the fat and going for this more streamlined deck list, I feel like they're more able to stick minions consistently, and Apotheosis does become a bigger threat. Not to mention, they also have Cleric of Scales to draw into Apotheosis a lot more consistently. But for now, we are going to start off with the good old Druid Mirror.
Indeed. We've been seeing a lot of discussion recently on Twitter about Lightning Bloom in particular, as I believe Pocket Train was the player who hit rank 1 while cutting Lightning Bloom from his Mali Druid entirely, which caused huge uproar, justifiably so. But it does mean here that for Bank Yugi, he is holding on to it still. Do you like the keep of that alongside Overgrowth, or do you think he should be looking for the payoff in the form of, obviously, Guardian Animals?
And mull it over on this video. I asked 3 pro players, and they were like not giving hard rules. It's more like it's more likely to keep Lightning Bloom when you have Overgrowth to go along with it. And I think overall, I just cannot come up with a hard rule on this. It just seems like a matter of preference, and I don't fault players either way at this point.
I mean, it's like the Pirates Code, right? They're more guidelines than hard rules in this situation. That's the soft versus hard ramp argument on Druid. Well, in terms of this turns, I'm seeing a pretty clear play out here. You have the option to go Bloom Overgrowth into Coin Overgrowth, right?
Time waits for no one.
It feels a little bit sad to waste the discount from Nature Studies, but
Indeed,
the upside of just getting ramp into ramp and you have a whole turn earlier to actually get your payoff is far too big to give up here.
And speaking of the sadness of losing the reduction from Nature Studies, Glory may be looking at the exact same situation, because Nature Studies is tempting here. If you hit exactly Overgrowth, then you're very happy, or even Wild Growth, and it's not too bad at all. But instead, he's just holding it back here, trying to find something a little bit later on when he knows what he needs.
It's reasonable because he does just guaranteed have Guardian Animals next turn anyway, with the Lightning Bloom and Innervate.
But the question is, does he want to play Guardian Animals here? Because we very often see animals being held back unless you have something to immediately attack into because of the threat of Thresher. If the Lake Thresher comes down, it can sweep away your Stealth Twilight runners. And obviously, Glory, I think it does have to anticipate a Guardian Animals on the other side of the board.
Very true. I think before he knew what Bank Yugi's turn this turn would be, which is another Overgrowth, then he would have been happy to go for Guardian Animals first on board here. But now that Bank Yugi is able to respond the other way, I think it is very reasonable to just hold back. But this is a brave man we're talking about here. Because if there isn't Guardian Animals into Thresher, then Glory is so far ahead.
Whoa!
Hello?
Okay, there's 2 of each beast in the deck for Bank Yugi. And he hits the dream. This is the exact punish that Glory was praying would not come down.
Even has Iron Bark to make his Twilight Runner survive.
It's true. Is that worth it? Or do you just take the draw right now? I guess it's probably worth it, huh? Oh, man.
Oh my gosh, he even has nature survival next turn because of this nature study.
That's true. Oh, that was insane. I wasn't even thinking about the survival. I was just like, oh, these are some bad spells. But he doesn't care what he gets there.
Okay, well, Glory's save nature studies lets him go for second GA next turn. But it
True.
definitely does not feel like it's gonna be good enough because Bank Yugi gets this buff. That's disgusting.
I mean, this whole game was absolutely disgusting from Bank Yugi. Double overgrowth, perfectly played out in time. You struggle to beat this for Glory, even with second Guardian Animals ready to come down.
So if he gets Thresher and Teacher's Pet? Because he already got one Thresher.
How many is he running? One Teacher's Pet gone, so he has one of each left in the deck.
I'm just trying to find ways to survive here.
I mean, if he gets Poisonous on the Death Rattle here, he could bait out the Broom. Or if he gets King Mukla, actually, that could have been a kill on the Thresher
Close
there.
second.
Yeah.
Bank Yugi's one off lethal by my count.
12, 13, 14. I concur.
So just play two more big boys?
Sounds good to me. You obviously need to kind of think about...
he could even play four big boys. He could just lightning bloom
Oh my
out
god.
the brooms.
Oh, you just do it right. There's no way you lose after that.
Yeah. Glory just does not have an answer.
Yep.
Best is Mount Seller, but on 7 mana, even with all the Griffins in the world.
It's possible, and that is definitely the benefit of Glory's play, right? He has the top deck of exactly Mount Seller, and then he still has Bait Broom to rush out all the beasts. So I think actually from Glory, because of how dire the situation is for him, I like his slightly more reserved line here for the potential top deck. Yeah. Yeah.
Go for it.
Get him. Play the other one. Can't hear me. Oh, I saw a purpley background. I thought that was the Mount Seller, but it's just not gonna do it here, right? Even with double Bulk Beam Iron Bark.
Yeah. Just not enough attack.
Yeah. Bulk Beam, nah, he just can't stay alive. It just doesn't even get there.
Even if you Iron Bark up to 9 health, it just takes 1 trade plus hero power, then the 9 attack guy can go face. So he is just digging for nothing at all. And that's going to be game 1 to Bank Yugi. No surprise whatsoever, given that Guardian Animals top deck.
What's happened? Last season, Japan were the king of these Druid matchups. Be it Druid mirrors, Druid against anything at all. But now, Thailand and obviously Bank Yugi in particular, clearly coming and stealing their spot on the throne here, as the Druid does end up taking the first loss here for Glory. Demon Hunter, Mage, and Druid all needing to get a win for Glory, whereas for Bank Yugi, only the Priest and the Mage on the other side. I was going to say the weak spot here for Bank Yugi is the Mage, but I think even then it's got a decent spot against a couple of the matchups.
It's true. Mage, I think, has just become so popular of a bring because people have figured out that it's one of the most flexible decks. I'm thinking maybe the Priest could be a weak spot here, but now that it's been streamlined as well, I feel like Priest has a lot of lasting power. Definitely not liking Glory's chances.
Me neither. But as Bank Yugi just comes into Grandmasters, wins the first week, already 1-0 against our representative, already going to the World Championships. He's clearly making quite the name for himself and quite the splash here as well in Grandmasters. And we're going to see if he can go all the way 3-0 sweep against Glory, or if our World Championship representative has something to say about it. We'll be right back after this break.
Magic school of your legacy of glory shines. May they stand forevermore. Take your place where magic bends to your will, but you'll have to study hard. So many clubs and cults. Excuse me, I misspoke. Take your pick out in the yard. Test your brains or put their spells for a vault. Double major honor roll. Just be sure to stay upstairs in the hall. Else Countless will steal your soul.
They're kidding, of course.
Dear Magic School, we vow to stay right and true. Us always. We love you. Hey, hey, USA!
The second match of our second game of the day, we have Bank Yugi up against Glory. Again, the newcomer in Bank Yugi has been making quite a splash up against the true, tried and tested and very much verified Glory. Going to the World Championships, Bank Yugi is up 1-0, but in a Druid Mirror, anything can happen. Glory still, of course, has many ways to try and turn this around. And he's going to be going first year for the Mage up against the Priest. A very close matchup in my estimation.
Yeah, it honestly still feels like a 50-50 to me. And similar to how the big problem for Soul Demon Hunter going up against the Priest is playing around Apotheosis, I feel that Mage has to juggle with that problem as well. Can I finally start ignoring their minions? Can I start
Right.
going face? But the difference with Mage is that they have access to freeze effects, which can be quite backbreaking if the Priest needs to heal back up with that apple.
Blistering start, though, here for Glory. That is an insta-full keep, in my estimation. And then on the other side for Bank Yugi, I really just want stuff I can throw down in the early game. Again, this is 2 of Galakron's Priest, as opposed to the Highlander Priest, which has definitely fallen out of favor somewhat. And with this version of the deck, again, it's all just about locking down that early board for me. I don't want to let them get any chip damage, and I want to make sure that once the big threats do come down, I have the board ready to isolate it and try and steal that minion with Wave of Apathy.
And that's why I wouldn't be surprised to see even Sethek just kept here as a
Yeah.
play on 2. But Glory is actually going, Bank Yugi rather, is going for the Murazon keep, which is obviously a card that is very threatening if Mage wants to pop off with their Sorcerer's Apprentice turn. But it doesn't so much lend itself to that lock down the early board game plan you're talking about.
Right, and it's kind of weird because I think if I'd seen this play be made like 3 weeks ago, maybe a little bit earlier, I'd be like, okay, I can understand. Tempo Mage is a deck that stores up a lot of cards, then explodes onto the board, and Murazon can capitalize on that because it's a fairly slow tempo deck. The modern theory, however, with Tempo Mage is it's going quicker and quicker. Like, people are just tempoing out their cards, they're killing you really quickly. People even cutting Mana Cyclone, we're seeing with Jambray's most recent iteration of the deck. And as you can see here, Tempo Apprentice, what is Murazon doing against this?
Nothing at all is the answer, and I really love the decision from Glory there. You can see his first instinct was just to play Lab Partner and set up for a bigger cram session, but I think the problem with that is you can still just go Lab Partner cram session on the next turn. Why not just get more attack on the board right now and possibly save more mana in the process?
Yeah, I really, really like this line from Glory.
Ooh. Okay, Azure Explorer, the cheapest option. And I don't think he's very much concerned with getting the dragon.
I mean, just look at this. The mana that he is cheating on this turn. Even if Apprentice dies, which it does kind of look like will happen here, I think you're just still a very happy chappy, and you probably even soak up a Frostbolt here. I don't think the Nova's or the Intellect is even necessary, to be honest.
It's true. I mean, he just has generation effects for the next 3 turns. If he wants to go Wand Maker plus the Cobalt Spellkin and the Azure Explorer. The only problem I see with Glory's hand is him actually overdrawing in the near future.
Yeah.
He wants to go for all of that on curve because the Apprentice is going to die.
Yeah.
I'm a bit surprised to see the AI, actually.
I mean, the AI is interesting because you have to realize in this deck that draw and generation are 2 extremely different things. Generation is obviously valuable because it gets you cards to spend your mana on, but AI finds giants. That's the difference here, I think. He's already played quite a few spells that didn't start in his deck, and he really wants to start tempoing out that giant as soon as he can.
That's true. Oh, second Apprentice drawn.
Big deal.
Make this turn backbreaking. If he finds Brain Freeze or Ray of Frost off of these, that's a dead set.
Ooh. Yeah, I think I can respect the twin spell here.
Holding on to the Apprentice for a bit later, also fine with me. I think we're past the point where just having a 3-2 on board is scary for Bank Yugi. Can start going for AoE effect.
Mind Render Elucia here is a very interesting prospect. You're obviously giving your opponent Cabal plus Wave, so you probably don't play it yet. But you know your opponent's got a handful of cards. And some cheap spell damage minions. It's close. Definitely something to consider in the next few turns.
I mean, it is a handful of cards, but with the amount of mana available, I feel like Elucia won't be all that great in the near future. He can't have a hard read on second Apprentice already being there.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, when I first saw it, I was thinking that the spell damage reduction in cost transfers over to the Priest, which of course it does not. So it would be a lot harder to spend Bank Yugi for Glory.
Bank Yugi saving up for this big turn, which used to be a much bigger swing onto the board. And from here on out, he has access to the bigger AoE effect.
Yeah, the only thing you even consider about not popping off on this turn is because you literally have too many cards in hand. You maybe spend a turn dumping them, but here with Arcane Breath, you can get something cheap almost always, except for that, I suppose, and then try and make your hand small enough for evocation.
This is too good.
Yeah.
Oh, he's even going AI? I thought it's going to be a Cyclone turn here, but I mean, you were talking about Mana Giant before, so that must still be the #1 priority for Glory.
Interesting.
Can't even cram session. It's too good. Everything's too good.
It does kind of make me wonder if this was an Apprentice turn at all. Like, he could have played one less spell with this hand and saved an Apprentice for an evocation, but I guess it's a 3-2 on the board. He's playing a whole bunch of stuff. It's very consistent with his game plan, at least here from Glory.
Possible that he wanted to go in before Coin Mirrors on with the Apprentice turn.
I think you could go Coin and then renew.
Then renew the Pyro. Hopefully play something other than Wave to end the turn. Shadow Madness.
Shadow Madness to steal the Spellkin. Will it have anything to rush into?
I don't think so. I
Nothing
think everything else
impactful.
is dead.
Right, okay. Maybe just
You
take
can go-
Mind Games.
Yeah.
I wonder.
I will crush your delusions of grandeur.
Okay.
Pretty good.
Yeah. And now Glory has value for days, but because both apprentices have been used, the pace at which he can put everything down is significantly slowed. This might be the window for Bank Yugi to come back. But Conj on the 5-drop definitely looking like a strong proposition. The
No, it's
whiffs!
not. Yikes.
I will crush your delusions.
I agree. Yikes.
Yikes, indeed. It's still a little scary, you know, for Bank Yugi. Even though this is a massive low roll here for Glory, it's still 8 damage on the board. This does require some kind of action from Bank Yugi because he's just dying pretty quickly in the next couple of turns.
You're right. It all just is kind of the same in the face of a Soul Mirror, and
Yes.
if Bank Yugi doesn't Soul Mirror this, it's Illusia and Prey, but he's seen double Apprentice, so he hardly has any mana to work with. I think this still ends up being a Soul Mirror, primarily because he follows up with Mirrors on the next turn.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if you go for a Lucia here, no matter what you do, Glory will probably just do it right back with the Mirrors on his side of the board, which doesn't feel too good.
Soul Mirror also just gives him another Prime in the deck. Bank Yugi with more Solarian Primes right now with Glory Crit. So, possible good top deck.
Glory can just sit there pretending he got 2 Mortuary Machines off of the Conjurer's Calling there instead. It would have ended up with the same result. There's the Giant.
Hello.
That's what we've been talking about for a long while here. And with the second half of Conjurer's Calling, looks pretty prime to me.
And as for 8 drops, I don't think there are any whiffs quite as disastrous as Jandis. The worst one is the 4/4, I believe.
Right. I mean,
Yep, there it is.
bit of a whiff for sure. I think you're supposed to just start with Conjurer's Calling there because you can get Arcane Devourer, right? Which gets better with every
True.
Spell that you play. But on the other side, if we were looking for answers, obviously Bank Yugi could go with his own Murasant here. It gets him a Giant, draws him a couple of cards. He probably dies though, so he goes with the Solarian Prime that he mind games into his deck, and it is off to a stunning start. Whoa!
Oh my.
Whoa!
Oh my.
Ah!
You said last turn looked pretty prime to you. This turn looked very prime to me, and it is a demon, so it's dying to sacrifice.
Even when Bank Yugi isn't playing the Highlander Mage in his lineup, he still finds a way to cast Puzzle Bots with his Priest instead.
Of course. You know what? I'm not even surprised at this point. These are insane outcomes.
Oh,
but I am
Glory.
not surprised.
You poor man. Sure.
Oh, poor Glory.
Alright, are we back to the mage spells? There we go. Oh, no, not quite. Still Puzzle Bots.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, at the end there from Bank Yugi, he was probably just supposed to play Circle of Healing, and maybe the Cleric of Scales as well, just so he doesn't draw it. But I suppose you might kind of want to draw it at this point.
Yeah. Definitely not a big deal.
Not a big deal.
What is a big deal is Glory, you know, having to start from scratch on board. He does have a good way, at least with the Dragon plus Raz,
True.
to reset the board in his favor. And he's been sitting on this Pyroblast for quite some time now. He has Arcane Missiles, also possibly face damage. He's not out of it.
I mean, he's got Arcane Missiles, but Bank Yugi just has his own Raz plus the Explorer as well, and he can throw in a Missiles with bonus spell damage on this turn.
Yep.
Takes dedication.
Although it's kind of awkward the way it works out because the Raz goes off after the missile, so if all of the, or like a bunch of them hit the Azure Explorer, it's not convenient.
Yeah, not ideal there, but I think it's still worth it to go for the potential upside.
Absolutely. Okay.
I
I feel like we are discovering things.
Yeah,
Turn
no spell damage at all makes the Flame Strike a little awkward for sure.
Ollie. He can still go Magic Trick or One Thief. Testing first for Spellbender, or like testing with a base attack so he can decide the odds of it being Spellbender.
Yeah, I think he came to the
Another-
correct conclusion at the end that you don't attack face here. Like, Raz is too important to just have activating every turn.
I mean, the number one goal is to get rid of the other Raz and
Exactly.
the 8/8. So I'm thinking it's still Magic Trick here? Or even freeze the other Raz?
Flame Strike. Missiles. Okay. Yeah, he can just trade if it doesn't hit all three. Okay.
When did that get into
Yeah,
the
I
deck?
literally
I
have
don't even remember.
no idea.
Of destruction they come.
I feel like we're trying to piece together clues from a Bacchanalia the night before.
Yeah, that is what Puzzle Box does. Not the greatest mass dress I've ever seen.
All right, so we're clearly homing in on lethal here for Glory. That's where he's got his eyes set at the moment, is that Pyroblast. Just needs to get in the little bit of chip damage, find a little bit of extra burst damage to get there. And this is still very winnable.
Two evocations to try and hit Frostbolts and Fireballs, but
True.
not all the hand space to work with it. It's so difficult to optimize this, but I think Glory's gotten pretty close to optimal, if not optimal here. Pexus Blast, you take that.
So he needs to consider quite carefully here how he does this, because this could be a game where you don't attack face, because it could still be Ice Barrier, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So there's the thinking here of just going like a Pexus Blast face, trade, and mirror image. There's also the consideration for just Potion is not ridiculous on this turn to discover another missiles and another spell.
Yeah, there is some hand space issue with the Potion unless you go mirror image first. In the end, Glory is valuing his board, which is also a valid line of play. Because Evocation, the other one, can go so many different ways. If it doesn't hit your Fireball, Frostball,
Right.
but gives you a bunch of Flame Strikes or Power of Creation, then you kind of suddenly wish you prioritized board. Not sure what's better on average.
So I think here Bank Yugi can't go for Mind Render. His hand is still too good. You just go with Spellkin, get something on the board.
Those are nice. Radiance, Renew.
Yep. Very nice.
I feel like you kind of want to fit in the AI this turn because Bank Yugi's running out of proactive plays.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of wondering if it was just Kaj on that turn, literally just to get another body down, but I suppose you're a little bit light on actual threats, so you do want to space them out where possible.
I think the card is just a bait, potentially, because Bank Yugi can lose the game to not overall value, because obviously Glory's deeper in his deck, but if it's consecutive turns where Bank Yugi doesn't have any good threats or
That's fair.
answers left.
Just want cheap here, right? Like, Azure Explorer isn't the right kind of value here. Okay.
I mean, it depends on how he views his game plan. I'm not sure what the cheap spell damage minion achieves since he's already played Raz. I kind of like the Azure Explorer to maybe hit a big dragon as his next play.
I mean, my thinking was just I want to get anything cheap so I can actually play these evocations on this turn.
That's true.
So two real lines that I saw there from Bank Yugi as well. It was either Kaj, I think, was always happening on this turn just because of the huge tempo swing, but then it was either Wave plus Cabal Shadow Priest, sorry, or just go for the Galakrond. And honestly, I can respect the Galakrond here. I think getting that hero power online is pretty valuable at this point.
Ooh, spicy turn from Glory. He can set up the 2-3 and then go Solarian 5.
He's owed a real good prime on this turn, though, I will say. He's earned it.
Start. Oh!
No!
Oh, no! That is
No!
not a good prime. And now
Yikes.
you rip the Nova.
Oh, that feels so
It's starting to get scary if he just
Yeah.
tanks 9 the next turn.
You never prime your own Solarian here, right? Probably just is too weak. Your opponent can almost always clear it.
Actually, now that I'm looking at it again, there's potential to go for a really strong Shanvala turn if you hold on to the Frost Nova. But it is extremely risky. and also allowing any minion to attack means Apotheosis can immediately heal Bank Yugi to full. Of course.
Yeah. How did the second one even get in there? I swear he's only shuffled one into his deck.
No. So he mind games one prime and he soul mirrored another one.
Ah, right, of course. Off of the puzzle box from his first Solarian Prime, right.
Yep.
Yeah. And now he's just going to steal another one here. Even if he doesn't get the battle cry, that's still a 7/7 with spell damage. Things are looking very bad for Glory now.
Indeed. It is time to start discovering board freezes, and alongside freeze, you want development. So he's starting with Shanvala and praying. I can respect.
Rolling Fireball's expensive, but powerful.
I mean,
it clears off a couple of
Fireball,
minions. He's not dead with that card, at least, right?
He's not dead, but I feel like he needs to go for a much more impactful play, a winning play, like trying to hit Blizzard, or I mean, he had more mana available. Trying to hit Frost Nova, still has a chance. Still has a chance. Magic trick.
It's still there.
One time.
Missiles. Okay, you take missiles. That's pretty good. Sure, he's alive. Technically.
Okay. Oh. Okay.
Giant Conjure's calling.
Yeah, just holding on to it for Conj, I suppose.
Yeah, I think so.
11, 14, double Apotheosis, 8. If one missile in space, he has lethal.
Can he guarantee it? Holy Smite does 4. Can't, right? Why?
Just starting to see with this.
Okay, technically still in the game.
He could just prime here. If
just
he's
prime.
a gambling man.
Oh,
okay, that's lethal.
That's it. That's the exact card he needed. +2, +2, +2, +3, +2, +3. Plenty of buff cards to close this one out. And my heart goes out to Glory there. That was a rough way to go down against a nutty Solarian Prime. But it was an interesting game, I think, for sure there. Bank Yugi definitely not approaching it the way that I've seen most Priest players approach it, with holding on to the Murazon right from the start. But to be fair to him, most of his deck is early game. He was quite likely to be able to survive the early turns, and instead held on to a key late game card instead. It's a unique approach to the matchup, but the more I think about it, the more I can kind of respect it.
It's very true. And the other thing I want to note is the more I see Priest in action, the less I actually see Mindrender Illusia get played. It feels like this card is a tech card more than anything, rather than an auto-include. It's more of the threat of it being in hand makes your opponent play differently, but in practice, it feels like there are very niche situations when you actually get the full potential, because Priest is often filling their hand themselves with the value.
Yeah, I think there are certain clues you can get as a Priest player as well to when it will be very powerful. Like if the Mage goes Cram Session on 2, AI on 3, then you're starting to think, okay, something's brewing here. They're building up something powerful. Then you just let rip and hopefully steal the Apprentice and win the game. But I agree. It's looking a little bit dead in a lot of these matchups. And it's kind of indicative of Priest in general here. It's taking a big dip in terms of the representation, not looking quite so strong in terms of the win rates in the Masters Tour either. Maybe it will fall off the radar, or maybe players will find the build of the deck. We're seeing a little bit of experimentation. I think Tyler is one of the players who's gone for the Dragon build with Time Weaver, or Fate Weaver, sorry, thrown in there as well, which is one to look forward to later on in the week. But now, for Bank Yugi, only one class left to take a win with. Purely the Mage, the Tempo Mage, the scourge of ladder at the moment, that Bank Yugi needs to get a win with. And while he's definitely famed for Mage, it's not the Tempo Mage that he's known for.
Yes, indeed. For Glory, I am not entirely sure what you are supposed to lead with here. Of course, it doesn't really matter unless you care about momentum. In terms of the remaining decks, I would wager that the Demon Hunter has a better matchup against that Mage for Bank Yugi. But Druid these days, I feel like has been getting off to extremely quick starts that I struggle with it or rather against it, playing Tempo Mage.
Yeah, I definitely don't think that Mage has a fantastic matchup against Druid. I was, in my estimation, kind of falsely lumping together Tempo Mage and Secret Rogue, because there's definitely strong comparisons to be made. They play a lot of cards out at the start, they try and cheat out these big minions, and they have these huge turns where you get many, many cards played and make big swing turns. But I think against Druid specifically, I much prefer the Rogue than the Mage in that particular matchup. You're more consistently hitting big threats early on. You have ways to fight back against the big Druid minions a bit more effectively, whereas while Mage definitely has strong win conditions, they're a little bit too susceptible to early development from the Druid. But even having said that, I like the build of Bank Yugi. I like the build that Bank Yugi has here specifically for against Druid. He's got Conjurer's Calling, he's got Shenvala, he's got an AI to find those cards. And for me, at least, most of my wins that I get against Druid that feel super clean all come at the hands of Shenvala in the early game.
I completely agree with that. I also like that you brought up the Rogue comparison because Rogue is probably the most notable omission from both of these lineups. The fact that Bank Yugi is not bringing Rogue but running a Devolving Missiles in his Mage, I feel like he definitely has it in mind in the meta, but some players go even so far as to ban away Rogue, and there are other players that feel Rogue is one of their strongest decks from week to week. I wonder why these two players didn't feel like it made the cut for their lineups this week.
I agree. I think we'll be seeing it more and more as weeks go on. Still definitely one of the strongest, but most difficult to play archetypes in the current metagame. You can't just be putting it in your Conquest lineup and praying for the best. Definitely needs many, many reps to even start having a positive win percentage, let alone entering the 60s.
We're starting off with what we believe to be Glory's best chance against the Tempo Mage, and with a top deck of a 1-drop into Wandmaker, into Hero Power with Mana Feeder Panthera. This is the ideal opener for Soul Demon Hunter.
It is, but Bank Yugi's got himself a good draw, but also a conundrum here, because Lab Partner just played out here is extremely susceptible. You're looking at Chaos Strike, Twin Slice, or just going for what's even called Soul Shear here to clear it off very cleanly. So there is the potential of holding it back for Coin Cram Session on turn 2 with the Lab Partner.
True. I mean, of those options, I feel like you're relatively happy if Twin Slice comes down. Soul Shear also, that's one less of their single target removal that can go on a Sorcerer's Apprentice. I would lean towards playing it as well, but mostly just to spend your mana.
It's a fairly good reason whenever you need to be making a play. And it works out beautifully here for Bank Yugi. He can get the draw, get double Giant with a Cyclone as well. This is a hand that can do some stuff in the matchup.
And a few weeks ago, we were arguing back and forth with Alan and other people about what type of mulligan you're supposed to go for with Mage. The hand that Bank Yugi ended up with is more in line with what I believe Alan would want to keep rather than Apprentice, which is just early card to play plus Cram Session to build up for a big combo. But the type of payoff that Bank Yugi has very much depends on getting Apprentice in the near future because he wants to cheapen these giants and get value off of Mana Cycle.
Yeah, it's like it's not 100% dependent because there's still just pretty powerful lines of coin 2 spells plus Mana Cyclone, or coin 3 spells, next turn plus Mana Cyclone. But I agree, it would become a lot more amenable if you had an Apprentice or an Evocation. I like this. I like tempoing out the Wandmaker there.
Yeah, I think it would be kind of a trap to expend the ping there on a 2-1. Bank Yugi knows that while he can extract more value by going for that slow of a line, his priority is trying to cheapen the giants as soon as possible. So you kind of need to both create hand space so you can generate more stuff and just play out the stuff in the first place.
Forget about Soul Control Demon Hunter. This is Tempo Demon Hunter straight up. Look at this start. This is the nightmare for Bank Yugi.
Like old school Zoo.
Yeah.
Oh, so expensive.
Okay, I was going to say Stuart, but like Violet Warden is not terrible here, just for a bit of extra taunt to be able to play to get in the way of the damage.
And in the end, he goes for cheapest minion. I imagine just Azure Explorer plus Arcane Missiles is on Hyugi's mind here. It could clear up 1 or 2 minions if you're lucky.
Really? I mean, I'm kind of looking at trying to get a mana Cyclone down, because I would generally say that Cyclone is pretty greedy to go for here, but with 2 Giants in hand, you really want to start getting some spells that weren't in your deck.
Well, the missiles and the Azure are both not from Bank Yugi's deck.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
A decent amount of discounting as well. But if you do go for Azure plus missiles, that's the coin expended, which is kind of crucial for the Cyclone turn. This, however, feels extremely slow.
I think you got to play something here. You can't just be floating a mana at this point in the game and tanking all that damage.
And while I did say it feels extremely slow, the thinking, I believe, is just to juice up for a bigger mana Cyclone. It's just a question of whether he had the time to do so.
Well, we shall see. Obviously, this has the upside of potentially getting a apprentice before he has to go for it. But it's slim, of course.
Ray? Huge here.
Yeah, Ray is a very, very big deal.
This has got to be one of the worst Arcane Missiles board states I've ever seen.
Yeah, it really wasn't good here.
But just to get it out of hand, cheapen the Giants. He's setting up. He now has playable Giants for 0 next turn if he wants. Activation on Crimson Hothead and the second half of Ray of Frost to freeze the Lapidary once again. But he's quickly dying. Glory just has Hero Power Adept this turn.
Yeah.
Question of whether he wants to respect this Azure Explorer because of Raz.
It's such an interesting panel, because if this was the plan for Bank Yugi to go for this Explorer on this turn, my thinking all of a sudden becomes that maybe he should have just played Cyclone last turn for 2 spells. Even if you hold the coin, it's still very possibly better than a ping and just get a couple of spells in order to try and supplement your giant game plan.
Well, he definitely has to go in now. I want the Hothead in play just so it has taunt.
So that means you could go Magic Trick
What to do?
first,
What to do?
and you will still be able to get 2 0-mana Giants down.
Right. There's no way to get down the Cyclone as well, so Magic Trick first, I like.
Got me fired up.
It's pretty big. It's a very, very big push on the board, but the question is, will he just be dead before any of it matters?
Well, currently, no. Glory has a Blade Dance, but no... Oh, I was gonna say no Marrow Slicer to go along with it, but that's so backbreaking.
Yeah, it's just game. 100% able to clear off the Hothead, trade in one of the Jailers, push for lethal here. It was a tough game for Bank Yugi and a very interesting mid-game, but at the end of it all, Glory got the absolute dream. The Spirit Jailers came at the start of the game, and they did not stop attacking until it was done.
You could see Bank Yugi's game plan was very clear there. Had that not been Marrow Slicer off the top, he had a very strong chance to actually take it with some more generated freezes. He had 2-turn lethal set up on his other side, but the whole question with this deck is it 1 turn too late? And the more I played the matchup from the mage side, the more I just realized that as early as possible is the best time for Giant to come down.
Yeah. Such a technical, dense mid-game there from Bank Yugi. So many little decisions that you could be tweaking, and I'll be thinking back on that one for a while, because, again, it's like, do you get the earlier Cyclone down? Was he pinging too much? Maybe he wasn't even pinging enough, because he should have been trying to just avoid any damage that he gets through to the face whatsoever. Very, very interesting one, but it does mean, as you were saying, that Glory gets the expected win with the Demon Hunter. Now it's got to be the Druid and the Mage, however, so at the very least, if Glory wants to win this, he's got to take a Mirror, if we want to look at the other one with the Druid as a favorable.
And it's not a strict mirror in terms of the build of Tempo Mage. I think that Glory's list with the double Cobalt Falcons, double Arcane Breath that Orange popularized a few weeks ago has fallen out of fashion, whereas people are mostly running just Violet Spellwing and the Wand Makers in there and foregoing the Cobalt Falcons.
You asked for it.
It does seem that way. I mean, there's a lot of different theory. Like, it's 1 or 2 arcane intellects, no arcane intellects even. We're seeing Jambray with, again, his, as I said, 0 cyclone build of the deck, which I'm not necessarily such a fan of.
In the end, though, Glory starting off with the Druid, and this hand is all the ramp in the whole wide world. I
So you just
think you keep like
you throw away
everything
one
but
bloom.
one lightning bloom. Yeah.
Yeah. I agree.
It's the same curve that Bank Yugi used in the mirror against Glory a while ago.
Wow, but on the other side, this is a lightning fast curve from Bank Yugi.
It's a lightning fast start, but is it a bloomin' fast start? That's what you guys say, right? Sounds like bloom.
All the time. Can't Bloomin' stop us. I prefer the way you say it. It's adorable.
Coin lightning bloom overgrowth this turn.
Is that really the
means
play?
that you have nothing to do on the next turn. No, I'm just thinking aloud. Sorry, I'm
Right,
just trying
sorry,
to figure out the best way to spend your mana across the turns. And I was thinking it's pass into lightning bloom overgrowth into coin overgrowth, which is what we saw last time.
That was my plan. This allows him not hero power crystal power on this turn. So he's going to be a little bit less reactive. Obviously, he has the ability now with this line to kill off a 2-drop on 2 because his mana is freed up for these turns, which is worth a fair bit. Okay, a 6/6 next turn. I'm on board with that.
Thalnos cheapest option, but Bank Yugi has been taking explorers for days.
So going into turn 5, you're kind of expecting just a beast to come down on this turn. I think is the most likely play from your opponent. So Thalnos is fairly unlikely to die if you just throw it down here, and then you can draw more with Cram Session next turn.
I think no matter what he took, it was always going to be one maker this turn.
Okay.
And he can still go for the Cram Sash with the Thalnos, but of course the Lake Thresher is looking lightly threatening. Actually, the Mirror Image can mess with it a little bit.
Yeah, Mirror Image is a big deal. Obviously, Ray of Frost, if he could hit that, would be the dream. Whoa! Now we're talking.
And with a Raz in hand, Bank Yugi has some serious firepower lined up.
It really does.
Guardian Animals next turn for Glory is big.
So, Raz is obviously a bit awkward here because it's doing exactly 3, so there's no way to kill off the Thresher on this turn, and
Not that I can see.
therefore you probably have to deviate, right? This could just be an Apprentice turn.
I wonder.
Right. Apprentice with not that much payoff other than setting up the Apprentice, but if you can protect it behind Mirror Image, I
Right.
think that's kind of worth.
You could even potentially trade in the Thalnos if you don't find anything better off Magic Trick.
True. I mean, you can even start with the... Oh! Did we miscount? Or did Bank Yugi miscount?
3? No, because every spell damage you
Yeah.
trade in is 1 less.
Right. The Thresher just survives this turn.
Just survives.
Time runs out on me.
No draws can change that. This seems wrong.
It really does. I mean, with the way it ended up with the trades, obviously Bank Yugi was accounting for this possibility, and maybe he was just saying it's fine if the Thresher lives, but that feels extremely sketchy to me.
You can trade the Twilight Runner into Thalnos, yeah, and then go trade. Or even just trade Bog Beam. Looks pretty clean as well.
Trying to think if there was a better way to do this. Because you don't want to get the Threshers damaged by the Raz.
Yeah, so he can just trade into the one maker here with the rushing one, right? And then Bog Beam Raz is what I'm looking at.
Oh, you want to use Bog Beam. I was thinking if there was a way to not have to use Bog Beam as well.
Right. I think there was potentially. Yeah, maybe there was a better line. He could have saved Bog Beam and taken 1 damage on his other Thresher.
Yeah.
But he's overdrawing here
like,
anyway, so.
Obviously, this turn is straightforward for Bank Yugi, so I am gonna try and idealize that turn from Glory. I think it was something like the Twilight Runner on the leftmost minion, and then you deliberately take half cleaves on both of the Threshers.
Oh, right, okay. Maybe, yeah.
You don't get to push 4-face. Anyway, really small thing. What isn't small is Bank Yugi finally coming back onto the board here. Maybe it's not that small of a thing that the Bog Beam was used, because this Apprentice is going to be hiding behind the Mirror Images now.
Yeah, I do think as well there from Bank Yugi, because I believe that was a choice between AI and Font of Power on that turn from Bank Yugi. I do think you'd rather take another 5/5 there than draw 2 cards later on, especially as it gives you a mage minion, which often are pretty good. You know, you can get some really powerful options.
I agree, especially since he has a follow-up with Solarian Prime.
Yeah.
Very problematic now for Glory. And so load back up onto the board appears to be his first option.
I supply only the
Yeah.
finest creatures.
You can't go for Speak Ghidra plus Oasis yet, so you're probably saving up for that next turn. Ooh, okay. Not terrible.
And what do you taunt up for the other one?
That makes some amount of
Probably
sense for me.
most health.
Yeah.
Glory is most scared of an entire board freeze effect here, and then Bank Yugi just pushing all of his minion damage phase, so he wants to set up the tallest walls.
Well,
This is tough.
There's 2 options here for Bank Yugi, but there's kind of 1 option here for Bank Yugi. I think it's just, on average, way too clean, right? What are you getting off of Apprentice? Unless it's exactly Evocation, I think it has to be worse.
Yeah, I mean, he took longer than 5 seconds to start the turn, therefore it's gonna be Solarian Prime.
Yeah.
Okay. Hello? What? He has an Apprentice alive on board.
Oh
This is
my
insane.
lord.
Brain
can
Freeze, devolving missiles.
That's an activation,
Wait,
straight up.
Wait, you don't start with missiles here? Okay.
I guess he'd rather devolve what's left on the board because he had a clear on that anyway.
Okay. I can get behind it.
That was Doomsayer for a second there. That was Doomsayer.
And that was also the Thresher surviving as a taunt, which saved Glory a little bit of HP. But yeah, he got primed again.
He really did. Glory has ways to fight back on this turn though, right? He can get Ghidra to 7 and heal for 12 or summon a 6/6.
Like in the heal. Or not.
What more can I ask for?
Well, it's a big disruption at least.
Yep. Whoa!
Someone ask for value.
This.
Oh!
Every single time does he have
Oh my
this.
god, this is disgusting. It's only board space that's his concern. Oh my lord. This is disgusting. Just trade off as many minions as you can. It's actively bad to have these minions on board at this point. One Thief, hello? You can play that on this turn. And then get down no giants. Whatever. It's just lethal, I think, here. There we go.
Yep.
Easy peasy. Very nicely done there by Bank Yugi. It was a weird game in the mid game, but I think, as I'm often seeing here for Bank Yugi, I'm confused by his lines. I kind of disagree with them. But then as we see the game retrospectively from a top-down stance, we can see it kind of made sense. Going for the Raz there, it looked kind of weak. but it saved the Apprentice. It allowed for this huge turn with getting the Shenvala as well, and he was rewarded for it.
Not entirely convinced still. It did work out there, but I think all of that was off the back of having Prime on curve, which
Mm-hmm.
I suppose by the time he had drawn it, it was fair to assume that that was the game plan. But I still kind of think if you go for the delay Raz turn and set up a protected apprentice with the mirror images and maintain more spell damage on board, that you can possibly get a big enough swing with Raz to win the game that way. For Glory, though, I just have to say that's pretty bad beats. The primes have been extremely powerful this game. This whole series, rather.
Yeah, they have for sure. I think you brought up a really good point, however, with that turn where he played the Guardian Animals and was positioning his plays with the Thresher. There was probably a slightly better line where he could have saved the Bog Beam and instead played the Iron Bark, which then would have left him a Bog Beam in hand, which maybe could have killed the Apprentice, which maybe, we can go on and on and on about the different lines that can potentially have folded out there. But I do agree. It was a bit of a tough beat there for Glory. Bankyu, he does go up 2-1, though, defeating the current champion of the last season of APAC Grandmasters. It's no small feat, and he's looking in a very good spot over in Division A, being the only newcomer to be in Division A. But now, Gia, this is the match of the day for me here. We have Surrender at the top of Division A, doing his stuff, doing his thing, bringing standard decks, playing them very well, and having a lot of success with them. Whereas Chonsu, on the other side, he's bringing very, very weird decks, and we can only hope he's going to be playing them very well as well.
Yep, I do hope so, because Chonsu's strategy is very much hard targeting Bomb Warrior, which Surrender has not brought. And so Chonsu's, what is this, quadruple sticky finger lineup, maybe even more. No, sorry. There are 8 copies of Cobalt Sticky Finger in his lineup all in all. They barely have any targets to land on. I say barely and not at all, because Surrender does at least have Weapon Rogue.
Yes, this is where things get interesting, because obviously this is primarily the target warrior strategy, as you were saying, and it had a reasonable amount of success at Masters Tour Montreal, which is where Chonsu clearly got his inspiration here. We saw the Japanese approach, which is what Chonsu has gone for here, where it was Aojiru, Lojom, and a couple of others that also went for the strategy. I think Sombre as well, going for the full anti-warrior tech with this particular build. And then on the other side, there was ETC and Monsanto with a slightly different take, but still for the most part going with target warrior as their strategy. Surrender doesn't have it, and even though he has Weapon Rogue, which is obviously very dependent on weapons, in our experience, Weapon Rogue felt significantly more able to get the win, even against this lineup that has so much weapon destruction.
It's true, because Weapon Rogue does have other ways to generate damage with the more board-centric builds that have been coming out of the woodwork lately. Surrenders in particular also rocking the Infiltrator Lillian, but maybe the one of Steel Dancer a little bit in these matchups. Also have to shout out to Trahison, I hope I'm saying that right, who did talk to Lorinda about this lineup from Chonsu, and just taking credit where credit is due, I suppose, because it's not Chonsu who invented this. This is 120 cards what the Japanese casters / competitors were bringing to MT Montreal. And I do believe Aojiru made it to one of the later days. So it does have quite a lot of potential when your opponent is not preparing for it. Although Surrender has had a couple days to prep against this lineup, I feel like it's going to have, much less of a shot here.
Right. I mean, I think we were seeing with the players who brought it, like you said, Trahison messaging Lorinda, me, as in Trahison, Aojiru, and Oyatsu went 7-2, 6-3, 6-3 over the weekend at Masters Tour Montreal. So clearly, the archetype, even though it didn't go all the way, had a very positive win percentage at the start and ended up with a very strong idea. And I think opening the players' perception of how you can approach a conquest metagame, because it doesn't just have to be the standard decks, as Chonsu is showing here. He hasn't found what he wanted to, though, and this is where things get interesting. Banning away the Druid, which I guess makes sense. The Malagos Druid, with a pretty powerful combo win condition, should be able to take down all of these very slow anti-aggro, anti-weapon decks that Chonsu has. And then he's going to have to take down Demon Hunter, Mage, and Rogue. And if you had to kind of order the decks that Chonsu is most afraid to see here, how would you stack up Surrender's decks that he's got left?
I would say mage most frightening because they can just switch to a slower game plan and just stack up a lot of additional value that these control decks can't account for. And between the rogue and demon hunter, I actually think that the rogue is scarier because of
Okay.
the um speed at which they can put out minion threats. The secret passage in particular can take advantage of the 1 or 2 turns where the shaman has not hit the removal or the
Yeah.
druid has not hit the removal. The soul demon hunter has actually very finite amount of damage that they can put out. It is a whole lot throughout the course of the game, but you can just out heal this deck, which was one of the first philosophies of how to play against these slower demon hunters that was in practice in the previous meta. I'm not entirely sure though if Chonsu has a chance at all, looking at the lineup as a whole, because he has built a conquest lineup to hard target a deck. Which it's been such a long time that we've seen this, and I'm so surprised to see a strategy like this in APAC rather than from someone like Frozen for the first time in GM.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I think, a world first as well, not only with this weird lineup, but also it's the first time any player outside of Europe GM will be saying, boy, I wish I was in Europe Grandmasters here, because I believe Europe this week is at a 100% bring rate in terms of Bomb Warrior, with APAC being only at 56% in terms of Bomb Warrior being brought, so just over the halfway mark, which does represent itself fairly well here for Chonsu, I think. He got Tyler, who has got the Bomb Warrior, and he got Surrender, who does not have the Bomb Warrior. I will say, though, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Surrender was one of the players who was omitting Bomb Warrior in previous weeks. It definitely didn't feel like he was super all-in on that game plan. And so, I don't know, maybe Chonsu could have got a read. Either way, as we keep saying, it didn't work out for him here, and he's got an uphill climb.
And it does look like
Brother,
the players
you
are
have
starting
much to
off
answer
with
for.
Chonsu on the quest Fear of Sapiens double sticky finger double ooze
Right.
druid, which also features Wormrest Purifier and Archivist Elysiana.
So there's a little bit more to be worried about against Demon Hunter than there is against Warrior, which is why I was going to lead up to, I think you probably don't keep the Sticky Finger, because not only are there the weapons that you're afraid of, there's also just development, there's tempo in the early game that you really have to try and find an answer for.
Yep. The saving grace, I suppose, for Chonsu is the time that Demon Hunter starts putting out the big threats is around turn 5 with the Lapidaries and Glaive-bound Adepts, which by that point, Quest should be active, and then you have Oasis Surgers to counter. The threats leading up to that are a lot less scary. Mana Theater, Panthera, and Wand Makers just chipping away. The particular nuance with Surrender's deck is that he has double Battle Fiend in here, which is probably the scariest thing for Chonsu in the early game.
I will say, Chonsu, you are a coin quest gamer and not a quest coin gamer. You absolute heathen. I can't even look at him anymore. But outside of that one misplay aside, it's looking okay here in the start for Chonsu. He's got development in the form of a Saladris or Ooze, which, you don't hate to throw down. And the Sphere of Sapience, as I was saying, is likely to find him those cards that he can use to win the early game, sorry.
I think you do probably just take the Crystal Power here. There's the argument that you want to make sure you have Oasis Surger on 5 because he did go for Quest and Coin, which means you're lining up for big payoff on the 5 mana turn. And so you can just take every possible chance to hit the Surger. But I feel like Crystal Power is, going to be playable for the rest of the game and is a pretty flexible card that I would settle for it here.
There's also the argument of just... Well, there's a few things to consider here. There's obviously just skip the quest completion on this turn and just Crystal Power down the minion, which you could consider, of course. There's also the fact he has Groundskeeper, so you really do want to find an expensive spell, because that life heal would be a pretty big deal.
Time waits for no one.
It's really tough.
Man, I don't play decks like this. This type of decision. I just take what's up the top of my deck and believe in it. In the end, Chonsu going for what I expected of just taking the Crystal Power here. What I didn't expect is the tempo of Steladris rather than the Ooze. This Druid deck is very redundant with the weapon removal it runs, but for the time being, he does just have the one Ooze, so I suppose that makes sense.
Does make sense. You're not super happy about it because Crystal Power with Steladris is a really nice combo against Demon Hunter.
And as I was playing this Druid deck, I found that you have a lot of redundant heal effects that you can run into the trap of just playing them out because, oh, I have another Groundskeeper in my deck,
Yeah.
I have another Crystal Power, but suddenly, if you're playing them all out and your opponent, removes them with their Blade Dance, etc., and you don't hit all of that healing in time, you can lose in the window where you miss one turn of healing. So you can't be, too willy-nilly with how you close out all of these healing effects.
I think you can be fairly liberal, however, with your weapon destruction effects that ooze here. Even if it doesn't, takes out the Warblades and then they equip Marrow Slicer, you're really not all too sad. You can throw down the Groundskeeper to get in the way on the following turns.
I'm looking heavily at New Fate here because of the same reasons we mentioned last turn, but now he only has one more turn before he can, get down Oasis Surger on curve with quest completion.
It's close. Like, even this turn, do you ever consider going Ghidra Crystal Power? Like, you heal for 5, or I guess you it's pretty rough. It's not very clean, is it?
Yeah. I don't think he has to heal in the near future. I'm interested in trying to hit Oasis Surger, trying to hit even Nourish for eventual activation with Quest and also activation on the Groundskeeper. Wrath not the greatest here since he can't quite fit it in alongside the Ooze if he wants another kick on quest completion, and he is just gonna go for it because it makes some of the top deck a lot more powerful.
Yeah, also just Wrath next turn. Like you said, his health isn't the biggest concern right now. It's just making sure he doesn't lose to the development that Surrender throws down.
Speaking of development, can go for double minions here, but obviously Surrender will be very scared of Oasis Surger.
That's the thing, right? You're afraid of these development cards, be it Oasis Surger or I suppose Starfall to clear off the board as well. But when are those not good? The time when they're least likely to have it is always now.
Yep. There's... that makes me think you want to get down Kayn ASAP, but the question is whether you want to play Battle Fiend alongside it and trade off the 2-3, or just use Twin Slice. I'm thinking it's the latter option.
Yeah.
There's just no good usage of mana here that involves playing Battle Fiend.
Come to the same conclusion. You don't want to play Kayn here. You want to have it to get through whatever it may be in the late game, Lucent Bark or the Groundskeepers, but you take what you can get.
Oh,
That's
I'm taking the Nourish for a next turn play.
Absolutely.
And this turn can just be Wrath on the Kayn and go from whatever you get off the top.
I like it a lot.
If he's starting with Crystal Power, I'd have to assume it's going to be Groundskeeper over the Wrath here, which has its merit. It's mana spent more efficiently. You get the 4-5 on board, and also you can go Nourish Wrath on the next turn. Overall, I like it.
That's true. That's true, yeah.
Skull active for Surrender.
I can't get enough of Surrender's expression. Just the rapid blinking as he's trying to comprehend what on earth is going on is just so extremely relatable right now.
Okay, I did say Skull, but there is a clean way to get rid of the Groundskeeper with the Eldraki second size hero power, which also fits in Battle Fiend with the mana.
And I guess if you were ever afraid of weapon removal, like if you go for that play, it's a very poor sticky finger. There's still a lot of damage on the board that they would have to be tanking if they did go for the weapon destruction.
It's true. And I think he would have a read that if there were Oasis Surger on that turn from Chonsu, it would be a stronger play than what Chonsu went for of 10 healing but leaving up a board.
Time grows short.
I'm sold. 3 cards on the right, playing those. Now we've seen some versions of Demon Hunter that are running Altruist. Surrender's deck is not one of them, so Skull of Gul'dan probably a lot less threatening for Chonsu to see later on.
You probably don't want that quite yet. Oh.
Agreed.
Oh, alright, now we're talking.
And this brings me back to late 2019.
What a simple time it was.
A full year ago, this was the meta.
I mean, kind of. Playing Nourish was the meta in Quest Druid. Archivist Elysiana in Druid, maybe not quite so much.
Yeah. I mean, every time I see Quest Druid doing these things with Nourish and Wrath, cheating so much mana, it makes me wonder how it ever fell out of the meta.
Yeah, and
his hand is just insane from here on out. Oasis Surger, Groundskeeper.
I mean, it's good. Like, this is obviously powerful in cheating out the mana that he gets to go for here. But then, you know, you compare it against Sorcerer's Apprentice cheating 15 mana in a single turn, and it starts to put it back into perspective a little bit.
That's true. Against this particular matchup, though, where the minion damage is very limited from the Demon Hunter, and a lot of it comes from weapons, you run the removal, you run the healing, it feels very easily possible for Druid to outlast.
Steel Beetle, a very nice card in this matchup. You definitely do not want to substitute that just for a River Acropolis. You'll see a sharp downtick in your win percentage, I think.
First instinct is to play out the 5-drop and 4-drop, take full control of the board and heal up to a nice 21, but that is, I guess, semi-vulnerable to Shatter Shard Mystic, and the one thing that Chonsu has to be afraid of, I was gonna say, is the Magtheridon, but Surrender's not running that.
Yeah, you just have free reign to go as you wish on this turn. No real big threats that you need to be afraid of. So I think any way that you're clearing the board is a good deal here for Chonsu. Like, with this Fatigue deck, one thing you do have to consider is using Oasis Surges purely as removal cards, because you don't want to give your opponent good options with their Blade Dances. You kind of want to play as reactive as possible, I think, with this deck. Man, Steel Beetle is a nutty card.
Definitely better than River Crocs.
Yeah.
But Soddle couldn't be bothered to finish. What was it? Galakrond's Awakening?
Yeah.
Okay. Marrow Slicer is definitely happening this turn, but you have a lot of other mana to account for, so he's starting with the Skull.
Yeah, Skull First is really nice just because you have no Soul Fragments in your deck, so you're guaranteed to get the full discount here.
Yeah, big deal.
And then...
It's unfortunate that he can't both Marrow Slicer and Glavebound with the amount of mana remaining.
True. I mean, we're not just going Shard Shatter here. I think clearing off some of the board and getting something in play feels pretty clean to me.
And even the Ooze, why not?
Yeah.
Time grows short.
Okay. So the reasoning for holding on to Shard Shatter is not something I'm immediately thinking of, but maybe Surrender just didn't want to give up his 2-3 that easily, where he does still end up with a net board advantage.
Yes, yeah, I mean, it's kind of weaker right now because there's still something on the other side of the board, but maybe he's thinking it's nice to take out Oasis Surges, because that's very possibly the play you expect on the backswing from Chauncey here, is just Oasis Surges, swing, something else, and then pass, and you can clear up with the Shard Shatter.
So this looks like a very timely Sticky Finger. I'm so surprised how long Chonsu has been holding onto these Oasis Surgers and been willing to leave up minions.
I mean,
He can still clear the 2/3 with the swing though.
it's what I was talking about, right? He wants to save these for when they're necessary as the best removal spells, because he knows that Blade Dance, Shard Shatter, cards like that are going to be in hand. So save it for the Lapidaries, save it for the Glavebound Adepts. I think it's smart, honestly.
Very fair. Outside of the Oasis, he does just have the 1 Starfall, which isn't that clean.
Oh, speaking of.
Okay, this definitely smells like a Blade Dance turn for Surrender. We go second, Marrow Slicer, he can Chaos Strike.
Demons. Demons.
If he goes Marrow Slicer Hero Power, he can just go double Glavebound, right? Oh no, then you have to omit the Chaos Strike. The Blade Dance, sorry. Right, I'm on board with this.
There's actually a line where you don't Chaos Strike and just push the Hero Power, which allows you to play the expensive Glavebound and save the cheap one in hand, assuming Blade Dance is going to be the play.
Well, you don't have mana for Blade Dance then, right? Oh, if you'd saved the Chaos Strike originally, sorry.
Yeah, and just go Hero Power. But this line does allow Surrender to start the cycle immediately, play out an additional minion, and keep going from there. I think the goal for Surrender is just to make sure he puts down at least one of either Glavebound Adept and Soul Shard Lapidary for the next couple turns, just one after the other. So if you do force out an Oasis Surger, you're not committing both of them into dying immediately.
Well, Hidden Oasis is very nice, but I think you're probably looking at a more removal-heavy line here. It's just how afraid of dying you are, because there's 4 damage on the other side, so it probably has to just be Oasis Surger, Healing Touch, and Rising Winds on this turn, I
So
think.
we can start with the Rising.
Mm-hmm. If he gets
And I
Wrath...
think this is, looking back at Surrender's turn, it's very smart that he decided to not play both Glavebounds on the same turn, because he kind of wants to catch the Oasis Surgers and the Blade Dances.
Waits for no one.
Yeah, that's a very good point. You always want to have at least one thing that's unanswerable on the other side, as much as possible. Whoa!
So with this, it's gonna be leave up the
Wow!
Very interesting.
I guess... Is Oasis Surger for Militia then? But he has double Starfall for that, right? He can clear that off.
I'm unsure, but this does give
Wow.
Surrender a clean second Blade Dance with Chaos Strike if he wants.
Super powerful here. You can get a lot of damage through now.
But he has been making sure to not commit both Glavebounds the same turn to play around Oasis Surger. Is this the turn where he says, I'm done playing around it, I'm going all in?
8 cards left in deck, 2 have been pushed to the bottom, so it's really only like 6 cards that the Oasis Surgers could be in. I'd be hesitant to say that you can... you have to expect Oasis Surger by this point, I think.
For sure.
Time grows short.
I was expecting it like 7 turns ago.
True. Alright.
Okay. Well, Surrender is going for the big push now. No big surprise here, but this is finally the board state that I feel Chonsu will deem worthy of a Surger to remove. But
you have to here. It's just so clean. You have the Oasis Surger, you clear them both up, and then if Militia does come down, you have the plan. Double Starfall clears that up.
it's just annoying that he can't get minion development alongside this, because I assume he's going to go Healing Touch with the Surgers here.
Right.
And the Hidden Oasis is a card which has been highly problematic in the deck because it almost never pairs with anything else you do in a turn, even when you hit mana.
Yeah, exactly. You need like Wrath or something, or I guess Groundskeeper, both of which have gone down now to work with it.
Next wave of healing for Chonsu there. Surrender, not able to close out the game with the amount of damage left, but he has a draw for Militia. Not it.
That's still a big threat. There's a lot of damage coming through now. But you're right. It's not the card you want.
I mean, it's a 5/5 on board. You take those.
You do. What? Yeah. I mean, I think you play that. The question for me is just whether or not Spirit Jailer's coming down. Like, it's an extra body on board, but it also means that you're potentially drawing more soul fragments before Militia. You could just save that and play it on the same turn for maximum development.
True. There's even like you could go Shatter Shard just to replace your 2/3 with a 3/2.
I guess.
Maximum damage on board.
Yeah.
Short.
The expected line.
We were getting really deep down the rabbit hole there.
And now things get interesting, because obviously this is a reasonable Starfall on this turn to just clear up 5 damage, but Chonsu needs the heal, and most importantly again, Militia is the roadblock at the moment. That's the hump that he has to get over to take the win.
And this now is, I'd have to imagine the Shatter Shard turn. It's just super awkward how the taunt lines up with everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because ideally you would want to push the small minions to the face. But the only way to do that is either by investing Twin Slice, which should normally go face, or Soul Shear plus Shatter Shard, which kills off the minions.
Wow, this is maximum damage being saved for face here. I was looking very heavily at the Twin Slice there, but Surrender saying, let's convert this board into more damage and save the Twin Slice while we're at it.
Fashionably late is the Lucent Bark after Chonsu's healed for what feels like 30 HP throughout this whole game.
Whoa.
Maybe even more.
He's playing the Starfall though. That is a huge deal at this point in the game. Huge deal.
Big, but Chonsu needed to do it to survive.
Could have just gone Lucent Bark, right? It wasn't the only play that keeps him alive there.
It wasn't. Oh man,
now,
Surrender is running very dry on damage after this last push, but Chonsu is running dry on healing.
Oh man, it's going to be so close, because if the Militia doesn't come soon, there's just going to be no soul fragments in the deck. Even if Soul Shear is saved right for the end,
Yep.
it's only going to get 2. Is that even game winning at that point? Maybe he doesn't need it, he just wins on damage.
Yeah, he has the one Wand Maker remaining to try and hit another Twin Slice, or more importantly, now that there's a ton in the way, Consume Magic. That Wrath draw for Chonsu was enormous, so he could do something alongside Lucent Bark.
There's the Wand
Gonna be
Maker.
Consume Magic! No, that's the worst one!
That's not what you want.
Second worst to Philosophy, I suppose.
Right, yeah.
Just not there. The damage is just not there.
Oh, it's so close!
4 soul fragments in the deck. The other 3 cards are Militia, Shatter Shard Mystic, and Battle Fiend. Only Militia is a significant draw right now.
Right, so you set up for that, because Militia has to be in the next couple of cards, I think, for Surrender to have a chance here, so you play as if it is.
But as for Chonsu, he's out of healing in the deck as well. His last 2 cards are Speaker Gidra and Wormrest Purifier, so could be looking at Elysiana in the near future to try and close out the game. Or at least to not compete.
Yeah, or more importantly, just tempo, trying to close out the game as soon as possible. Even Shard Shatter off the top. I mean, it's most of a clear board. He can kill off the Lucent Bark here, right?
He can. But is that a way to win? It's so tough to say. Because you can't estimate how many soul fragments you get until you get Militia. Okay, from Surrender's perspective, he knows there's another Starfall in the deck, or in Chonsu's hand by this point, which on its own does not deal with all of the 3/3s. So you can somewhat reasonably expect that 3/3s sticking for a turn equals a twin slice use. So I don't mind using twin slice on a minion here just to stay alive.
Yeah, the question for me is just, like, I do want to kill the Lucent Bark here. It's just whether or not you want to kill the Oasis Surger with Soul Shear as well, because it's less damage right now. You stick a 3/2 on board, but it comes at the expense of guaranteed extra soul fragments for Militia.
I have
So
no
complicated.
idea. It's incredibly complicated. I think Surrender is all in now on the game plan of trying to stick the Militia board if
Yep.
the Militia comes soon enough off the top.
Out of cards.
He's holding on to this Soul Shear
Here it
for
is.
Militia. Okay. Wolf Rider, let's
Wolf
go.
Rider, yep, that's removal. We take that.
Steladris, hello?
Steladris? Or Garden Gnome? I guess you're probably going to play the spell. Probably just Steladris.
Terragard is like a mini Magtheridon, which you used to run. No, never mind. It's got to be Steladris, right? If he just holds on to the Rising Winds, that's immediate cycle with Steladris.
Yeah, that's true.
Double cycle. Right?
I mean, it's super low cost, which is kind of awkward. Okay, Ogre.
Can't activate Panthera.
That's funny.
Ogre man. Alar, insane.
Yep. Probably a lot, typically. Blatant decoy! Just get the Militia out of hand! The nuts!
Imagine Surrender not immediately ripping it when he draws it. Imagine.
Oh!
Oh, that's it!
Oh,
that's it!
the
He
draw!
actually hit
That's
it! Off
the
the
draw!
top.
What is this, 5 soul fragments as well?
Yes. Last card in deck is Battlefield.
Oh! That might just be it!
Yeah, the Starfall just doesn't do enough here. With Gidra, how many can he deal with?
Gidra, Starfall, he can obviously draw a card as well first, but he is just dead, exactly,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, at most he can deal with 2 of the 3/3s, which leaves 6 on board for Surrender plus hero power. That's GG. There's no taunts or healing effect from the Elysiana in the deck. But he can Worm Rest to transform the neutral cards in his deck to look for healing?
I wonder.
I mean, that's the only line, right? He's just dead on
Yeah.
board otherwise.
Yup. I can't believe it's come down to this, but Chansu hardly has any time left. He has to go for it. The Starfall is just not enough.
Gotta go. He's just got to go. He can play
It's a
Gidra
desperation
first,
play.
is the thinking.
Yeah.
I concede.
That is not one of the neutral cards. Surrender gets there in the end. I can't believe this. Surrender is ecstatic.
Oh my god, that was such a surrender win. How do you possibly wrestle that one back? And again, it comes down to, for the entire game, clearly Chonsu had the Militia in mind. That's the big development onto the board that you need to have an answer for. He was holding onto the Starfalls for as long as he could, but he just had to throw it down in his estimation. He did not have to play it to survive on board. It was probably still the best play because going for the Lucent Buck probably just left him dead over a couple of turns. But man, was that a tough game to end up with there. And even at the end for Surrender, it had to be exactly Militia. If it was a Soul Fragment first, Chonsu would have been able to survive.
Yeah. Just, it was exactly still on board. If Surrender drew one single Soul Fragment, it would have been down to 4 HP that Surrender was threatening. And then Chonsu just had it all the time in the world to try and come back on the board. And man, that was so sick, I have to say. And, you know, between this game and me not being able to deal the one last damage to Sottle on Tempo Mage using this deck last night, I feel like this Druid, if you know it well enough, you can, you know, abuse the amount of things that it can do every single turn.
For sure. It's a deck with one purpose in mind. Everything apart from Bomb Warrior, it's honestly just trying to piece together some kind of a ragtag win condition because it's not meant for those matchups at all. But it's a big loss there for Chonsu. He really needed, I think, to get the Druid past and very possibly try and target the Demon Hunter. That was, I think, probably his best chance of trying to lock out one of the decks from Surrender, which means when we come back from this break, we are going to see if Chonsu can do the unthinkable and wrestle this one back against 2-0, the god of Apex Surrender. We'll see if he can do it after this.
「もし自分のハースストーンのプレイに、スローガンをつけるとしたら、
아무래도 팔기 위해서라면은 장점을 더 부각을 해야 되니까 장점을 말씀드리면은
ハースストーンのスローガンとしては自分が楽しく勝つことをスローガンとしていきたいと思います。ちょっと歌はわからないです。
楽しさ第一かな。
잘합니다.
ハーストーンのスローガンを考えるなら運が良ければ上手い人にも勝てる。
My slogan will be Town 60229 is the best. Okay?
제 하스스톤 슬로건 방식은 쉽고 빠르게 라고 하고 싶어요.
如果我的炉石的打法当成一个产品来卖我觉得还是不要，我觉得我会破产。
We are done with our first match of Game 3 here. I think there's a reasonable chance that it ends up being longer than all 4 of the other matches put together here in APAC with the pace of play that our other matches have been going through. But I do think it will be one you do not want to miss. It is once again Surrender up against Chonsu. And just as a briefer, Chonsu is going with the lineup that was fairly popular over Masters Tour Montreal Online this past weekend when we took a break from Grandmasters, where you bring these 4 super slow, super control decks that run 2 Oozes and 2 Cobalt Sticky Fingers in every single deck, basically purely to target the Bomb Warrior. And the headline here, of course, is Surrender does not have Bomb Warrior, so Chonsu is trying to wrestle together any kind of a win condition. And although he was so close against the Demon Hunter from Surrender, which was the main thing I think he was trying to target, Surrender did end up taking a well-deserved win. And now it is looking very rough for Chonsu, as he is going to be lining up the Shaman as another one of these very silly control decks.
Man, silly is one way to put it. The Druid I at least managed to get some wins with when we were testing.
Yeah.
But this Shaman, man, even if it feels like I got off to the perfect opener, I hit the healing, at some point you just run short of card draw. And the Rogue can just abuse that for time and time again, because if they hit the secret passage, they can refill turn after turn. And if you miss one wave of AoE, you can die in the blink of an eye. So for Chonsu here, I think we're looking at early schemes and healing in a perfect balance for him to be able to take the win.
I mean, if Control Shaman is generally coined as Peanut Shaman by Viper, I'm going to call this Raisin Shaman, because it's like in a bag of nuts and raisins, and it's always like 90% raisins, and you hate it, and you just wish they had some more cashews or peanuts or anything. This deck is the raisins in that package. I'm just saying it.
Yeah, I hate this deck so much that I am actually going to support this terrible analogy.
I think it made perfect sense. I refuse to acquiesce on that one. But it's not looking... Sorry, go ahead.
After you guys left the practice group last night and I said I need to get a couple more games in with the Shaman, and then, you know, I was a punching bag and Sottle was just very easily beating me with every single deck, I just exclaimed, this is torture, because I couldn't do anything proactive with this deck whatsoever.
Yeah, I played Bomb Warrior against you playing Chonsu's lineup for like 4 hours yesterday. We can't talk about torture, alright?
Okay.
Although, to be fair, I had something like a 40% win rate against you because we only played like 5 games over that period.
Not bad. Okay. Decision to be made is, do you use Devolving Missiles to just take less damage on board? It is very reasonable, also denies in most cases the possibility of Greyheart Sage being active this turn.
Yeah, Greyheart's the big one here. It's why you're even holding on to the missiles, I think, at the start.
Opener for Surrender has been very bad, though. I can say that the way Shaman wins this matchup is if the Rogue is too trigger happy with their weapon charges and don't support it with any minions on board. Because if you just go Hook Scimitar face twice, Self-Sharpening Sword all to the face, that's a point when the healing can actually just offset the value that the Rogue can have.
So when you're talking about being too trigger happy here, does that mean you don't want to get down the Hook Scimitar on this turn?
I mean, the alternative is going Secret Passage and a Dream, which I feel is probably even worse because you want to save that for more value, like ideally playing 3, if not all 4 of the cards you got off of it in the late game. So he does kind of have to go for it, and he does have to swing because Chonsu has the quad weapon removal. But still, it's not very good in the face of this Crown Keeper.
Diligent Note Taker is one of the cards I was most excited for coming out of Scholarman's Academy, with players thinking like, you know, you go Diligent Note Taker, Lightning Bloom game and 1 billion mana on a turn. And while it hasn't come into fruition all too much, it looks fairly powerful here, right? You can just go Note Taker plus Witch's Brew that gets you some heal, some development, and another one back in hand.
Absolutely. This is one of the ways to cheat out an additional Witch's Brew, which can be any amount of healing towards the late game.
Okay, that's something to spend your mana on for the moment.
Does look like Surrender is going to start digging with the passage, though. Looking for Greyheart Sage, Cutting Class, Self-Sharpening Sword. I feel like even Triple S is not even that good here. He wants more card draw.
That's a big one, though. You're very, very happy to get the Greyheart Sage and the Dread Corsair as well. I mean, the point I was leading up to was that with this deck, I'm very sad to go with Secret Passage before turn 6 most of the time, because on that you obviously have Jandis and Krastanov as the big outcomes to get. But I guess with, like you said, there were specifically a few very good free cost cards, so it's probably just correct here to go for this for Surrender.
He just didn't have that good of a development otherwise. The only question, I think, here was whether he wanted to keep his Organ Stealth, because he will retain the other Greyheart Sage in hand for the next turn.
But he has
he does have in the original hand the Sneaky Delinquent.
Let's get that damage in while we can here for Surrender.
Obviously, Surrender's scared of Scheme, but it's always going to be good and even better the longer you wait to play around it. So I like that Surrender is committing onto the board, and sometimes the Shaman doesn't hit the Scheme.
Sometimes they don't. They have to make do with Torrent. Still obviously a very powerful card, but massively overkill here on the 3-3. Just buying himself time though here is Chonsu. He's got this sticky finger, which Surrender obviously has to be aware of. Because that for me really felt like the sweet spot that you're hitting with Rogue. You want to go for the self-sharpening sword when you have board, when they have to make the choice between removal or weapon destruction. And this board at the moment is, I think, big enough to make that decision. Like, just self-sharpening sword Eviscerate is reasonably powerful on this turn.
Yeah, that's where I ended up as well because of that argument you made about sword plus board is the way to go. So actually, you should be playing warrior and you just play sword
Indeed.
and board. Yeah, this is also crucial that you save your board going into turn 6 because it's one before Earthquake, which is another breakpoint you need to be aware of because at 5 it's Scheme, at 6 it's, you know, a mishmash combination from the Shaman, at 7 it's Earthquake, at 8 it's Tidal Wave. Absolutely no reason to deal with the healing totem, except maybe Tidal Wave. But it seems so far off that you want to invest 2 damage now to potentially deny 3 healing in the later turn.
Agreed. You can deal with that when you come to it. Yep, you didn't want to see that. But you do get the 4 damage to face. This is what I was talking about. The sword and board and the card draw won't stop coming for the moment, at least, with Delinquent Greyheart Sage. This is still very much winnable for Surrender.
A cruel fate awaits you in the ashes.
It's winnable, but this is one of the spots where Shaman has actually put together a threat on board and has the healing and AoE to support it.
And so in that case, do you just not go for Earthquake here? Are you far ahead enough on board that you don't have to?
So then it would be Witch's Brew to heal 12 here. I have to admit, I probably would have ripped the Earthquake here. That's maybe a reason why I've been losing with this deck so much, because obviously there are still bigger threats in Surrender's deck. The Steel Dancer, Jandis, and even Lillian to an extent.
Yeah, I like this from Chonsu. I think the more minions he has, obviously, the more he's healing for next turn with Tidal Wave. And like you said, if it is that big turn with Jandis or Steel Dancer or whatever, then he still has the Earthquake. He can just adapt on the following turn.
The more stuff gets left up on either side, the more Chonsu can benefit from this Tidal Wave. He's in a great spot here, and Surrender, having now lost Hook Scimitar and the 1 SSS, has Deadly Poison and Double Cutting Class and Steel Dancer, all significantly lessened in power level.
I mean, this is true, but this is where the weakness of the Shaman really comes obvious, right? It has a clear this turn. It has a clear next turn. It can sweep the board no matter what Surrender does. But, okay, that sucks. But it doesn't pressure. The Rogue has all the time in the world to draw through its deck with Cutting Class to just keep finding any kind of a threat. Chonsu has to completely fatigue the Rogue before this is over.
That's true. The only proactive thing the Shaman can do is with Fist of Radan and sometimes with Instructor Fireheart. Otherwise, the only minions are playing are Walking Fountains. Like as good a Tidal Wave as any. It's a bit awkward that he would have to sink in the last charge of SSS onto the Steel Dancer though.
So what do you heal for? 15 and then you swing? Or you swing first and heal 12? So slightly better to swing first if you were going to, right?
Yeah.
Or of course it's just Earthquake, which is something to consider as well.
If you do go Earthquake and they play Jandis, in most situations they end up with one of the 5 drops still left after you go for Tidal Wave. So the reason to hold Earthquake is for Jandis in particular, which is likely to deal with all of the
Yeah, I like it. Health is not really Chonsu's concern right now. He's got ways to outlast every single damage effect that Surrender goes for. It's just about making sure he has answers to boards.
Definitely like the ooze as well. It puts him ahead on board and gets rid of that little buffed up dagger.
Okay, dagger, toxin blade, 3 mana left over, and then cutting class, delinquent. Probably delinquent.
I was expecting delinquent as well.
Hmm.
But if Surrender was concerned about like the last ooze coming down this turn, it kind of makes sense. I mean, on the next turn, kind of makes sense that he wants to get in the card draw immediately. Because the sooner he hits Jandis, the better chance he has.
That's true. It's Jandis and it's Sword, right? Those are the 2 cards he cares about right now.
The fact that Surrender only runs one Steel Dancer is a big deal as well.
And this is it, right? It's for Chonsu here. He's got removal, but Surrender just keeps going. He's just not dying because there's no threat whatsoever. Chonsu needs to hit, I guess, Walking Fountain is the biggest threat?
Mm-hmm. He is purely playing off top deck right now. Because this next board is probably enough to warrant it this way.
Probably, yes. 9 damage is a lot.
Whoa! Everything's stealth! That's hilarious. It really is.
Okay, I mean, I guess that's probably going to be fairly good against Jandis at least.
Yes.
But that is hilarious.
Oh, that's a non-stealth minion. Is Surrender gonna fall for it?
Oh, does he make the read? I mean, you could put it in the middle, right? And then it only kills one of them.
Or you can just dagger and say, can't target either of these.
Could also do that. Oh, it's such a strong read, right? Because it would have to have come in the last couple of cards, or he wouldn't have.
True.
He would have just played it out. I mean, you could definitely make the argument that it's just better to play Dagger anyway, because you need to squeeze out all the damage, but I think you probably end up going Dread Corsair here, just because you want to get the damage in before they draw the removal.
There's also just killing totems to make the taunt totem as unlikely as possible.
Right.
That's the Jandis?
Oh, okay. Now
Big
this gets
deal.
interesting.
Teacher's pet.
Oh, pretty good. Pretty good.
On the War Mage, make the War Mage the imposter. The illusion. Oh my god. Yes.
I saw War Mage vent. I'm calling a meeting.
For real, is there any reason to put it on the teacher's pet? I think you want the Death Rattle as durable as possible to semi-play around AoE.
Right. I mean, you've seen one Earthquake, right? So you're not even really anticipating that as a likely outcome. Curious to know what's going through his head, because I agree. I do think you probably just end up going for the War Mage here.
And then...
I guess it's... it's also because if you have the War Mage is in the middle, right? So it acts as a blocker for Lurker. Could that be his thinking here? Like if...
Do you know how
Lurker...
like, a fake minion interacts with Lurker below?
I haven't seen it specifically, but every other time, like with missiles and stuff, it just dies instantly, even if it's in the middle of an interaction.
But if it does die due to Lurker, does the Lurker keep carrying over?
But I think he made the Teacher's Pet the stealth one, right? So the War Mage will always act as a buffer, is my thinking.
Well, we're gonna find out this turn, because Chonsu has to go for Lurker below here.
That was so
You're
sick.
Right.
That was so clever.
It wasn't the imposter. I'm the third imposter. I called it on the wrong. Yeah,
Oh,
that
man.
was insane.
Like, he nodded his head as well. You know that's what he was thinking there. That was so smart.
That's largely rewarded as well.
Massively.
Able to push lethal damage.
Surrender's so good at Hearthstone, man. Like, we're sitting there just like, oh, Teacher's Pet has to be the one that you keep as the big one, right? You don't want that to die. You want the Death Rattle to be as durable as possible. And he's there thinking in 5 dimensions all at once. What a guy. I think that was such a cool way for things to end.
Looking at it again, the fact that the Teacher's Pet had Taunt and the War Mage did not makes everything, able for Surrender to plot out what is the ideal positioning for the Lurker below. If they both have Taunt, doesn't matter because Chonsu has, initiative on where he wants to target. But if Surrender is able to put this stopper right in the middle of the board and make sure that no matter which direction the Lurker below comes from, he's able to maintain enough damage for lethal, even with the Infiltrator Lillian hitting the worst target there. That was so clean and so impressive. I thought at the beginning there, this might finally be a way for Shaman to get the win because Chonsu had put together enough damage, enough healing, and quite a few weapon removals in the early game, but still turn after turn without enough card draw. And with stellar play from Surrender, he now is just 1 game away from taking the series.
A single game away. And we were saying at the start that, like, Demon Hunter's got some weapons in there, and it does a lot of damage. Maybe Chonsu can out-heal that. That didn't work. Okay, the Weapon Rogue, again, it's aggressive, but it's still got the weapons. Still a very aggressive deck. Maybe this anti-aggro build can take the win. Surrender got the win against that. And now with just the Mage left here, this relies not on weapons, doesn't even really necessarily rely on damage to face all that much. It's more of a board-controlled deck in the mid-game. I think that Chonsu is in big, big trouble now, especially with the level that Surrender has been playing at.
I have to agree. When you asked me to rank at the beginning of the series which deck Chonsu should be most afraid of, I was saying probably the Mage because it can generate the most additional value and damage compared to the rest of the decks that, these slow control decks that have the healing probably can't estimate just how much healing they need to completely outlast the Mage. But Chonsu is going to start off with his Warrior deck, which has the most teeth out of everything else in the lineup because it does run quite a few weapons of its own and it has Rattlegore in there.
Yeah, has the most teeth and also has the most blades as hands in the deck with both Blade Fist and Rattlegore. Unable to use chopsticks, you'd imagine, with those, but still very, very good at attacking your opponent in the face. Which, like you said, has got to be the game plan here. I think that generally with these, every time I've faced up against a Fatigue or Control Warrior without a bomb package as Mage, I have felt very, very comfortable. It's really the bombs that get you against Warrior as Mage. Outside of that, as long as you're playing correctly and playing for enough value, on average, I think you can very much expect to get more than enough value to outlast the Control Warrior.
Sorry, I just noticed Chonsu's shirt. Just a fat smiley face on there. I love it. He had the hat the other week, and now he is emoting them in real life, if not in game itself.
He's got that drippy drip. He's looking pretty fly, gotta say.
And you mentioned as long as you're playing the Mage correctly, then the win condition is still intact. And correctly here, I have to assume, doesn't mean that you're trying to match the Warrior in Fatigue and, delay your card draw because Warrior still just wins off of Elysiana if you go that route. So I'd have to imagine it's trying to maintain the perfect balance of threats on board each turn and enough generated value to follow up.
Yeah, it's a constant dance with Tempo Mage because not playing your cards out doesn't necessarily mean that you are playing for value, because every card that sits in your hand is another card that Evocation doesn't give you. It's another card that Mana Cyclone doesn't give you, which is potentially losing value. So it really is about finding that middle ground between playing out your cards and holding them back. I think with this hand in particular, you're definitely looking to hold on to the Sorcerer's Apprentice because with this deck, you have... with the Warrior, Corsair Cache has been played. It's very likely that the Sorcerer's Apprentice would just die on the following turn.
Chonsu gonna play out the early games very much as a control warrior would. The card that I feel does not belong in this hand is, at first glance, Bloodsworn Mercenary, but it does have its utility later on in the game, whether you want to use it to copy Armorsmith like the old way with Risky Skipper, or if you even want to go on the offensive and try and copy Rattlegores, or be an unexpected way for Mage to use.
Be very powerful, but the main thing here is that Surrender's hand is really starting to shape up. I was talking about value, and this is it. Apprentice plus Cyclone. A lot of the time it's too slow. A lot of players have been cutting Cyclone or not using it with the Apprentice. But I think in this matchup in particular, I want any chance I can get to generate Power of Creation, Deep Freeze, Puzzle Box, Conjurer's Calling, all the big boys that get you extra value.
And it looks like this is as good a turn as any to start going in. As additional Solarian Prime discovered is huge. Frostbolt, that can protect the
Big deal.
Apprentice potentially this turn.
I also really like that Surrender did not play the lab partner first. That's not a misordering because he wanted a target for these Ray of Frosts.
Right.
It's just very, very clean play so far.
Absolutely perfect. And I don't think he'll be overdrawing with the amount of spells played. That is backbreaking for Chonsu. I was going to say the only downside of going for the pop-off this turn is that Chonsu has the live wire lines showing, so you're giving up your Apprentice, but with the Frostbolt generated, that's absolutely insane.
Evocation found as well. A whole bunch of the value 1 cost spells there. Mana Giant as well can be played on this turn.
That's Surrender. Calm down, man. This turn was perfect.
Yeah, I mean, you're arguably walking into overcommittal with that play because obviously Brawl can come down. But I think, to be perfectly honest, if your opponent brawls this board, like, what are they doing against the rest of your threats that you will have?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, before the Frostbolt and the Mana Giant came down, this was just, okay, you can live wire lines down my Apprentice, I can carry on and I'm happy. This is just saying, now you require a Brawl to get rid through this, and Surrender can still carry on with the game plan that he had before he got the extra stuff.
Half the time here, he's extremely happy as well, and this is the quarter of the time that he's very capital D.
Oof. I'd go so far as to say this is an equals capital D for Surrender. He's just that far ahead. Chonsu was talking big on Twitter about how this lineup was the nuts. I'm sure he was expecting to run into more Bomb Warriors than he actually did, but my gosh, what a beating.
Yep. Come his matchup against Tyler, it's obviously going to be a very different story for Chonsu when the Bomb Warrior is there for him to try and prey on. But for now, this is the goods that Surrender has. Just an absolute beatdown.
He can even play Spellbender to sort of play around Shield Slam, although at this point Shield Slam is less scary than potentially Blade Storm, because Chonsu doesn't have any armor to begin with.
Like, I don't even want Font of Power here. I want missiles. That can go face. That's just 4 damage on this turn with Astromancer.
I like the missiles, but I feel like the play is still gonna be Solarian Spellbender.
Whoa. Okay. Fair enough.
That's brutal.
Oh,
the Spellbender. I mean, he does get to put together enough armor.
Right.
But the Spellbender is just GG.
Oh, that's so sick. What a way to end this. Yep. Kargath, too expensive. Quartermaster, 8 armor. Perfect. What a beautiful clear on this turn.
If only.
Look at Surrender's face there. I'm telling you, he's cold-blooded.
He's like, you fell right into my trap. I forgot which card says that.
That's ambush. He's just straight up ambushing right here.
Okay, not dead, but very
Not
soon.
dead.
I mean, Surrender just has to think about what is the 0.0001% chance I lose here, and my instinct is that it involves a risky skip or armor smith turn. But yes, that attacking phase is always 100% happening.
Yeah, it's really just whether you like dig for Conjurer's Calling here specifically is the only thing I'm seeing outside of just develop your 5-drop.
Yeah. I like the develop 5-drop plan.
Time runs out on me.
Just play them out, make room for evocation.
Sure. I mean, you could say you want to hold the 2/1 cost plus the 3 cost spell for Shenvala the next turn.
Sure, yep.
But I feel like Power of Creation the next turn, or even Raz, they're all game winning.
Okay. Alright, so there's Taunt, there's Removal, leading up to a Kargath. This is not over. Not 100% quite yet.
True. So we're looking at taunting the Quartermaster, coerce the 8/8. Is there any good evolved target?
Yeah, I'm thinking you maybe just witchy the Quartermaster first to get a 4-drop.
True. And then taunt that instead.
Or you could just throw in a Fairy Dragon. That's also something to consider. Just leave out the witchy on this turn.
You get to fit in Hero Power maybe rather than Fairy Dragon.
Oh, yep, that's very possible as well. Right. Acceptable.
Okay, if the Kargath can connect, there is hope. But Surrender's curve is showing no signs of stopping. Hello, another Mana Giant?
I mean, that's dealt with. Kargath Prime next turn. That can just clean everything up.
But with Power of Creation, there's chances to put taunts in the way.
I wonder.
So it's very possibly just Power of Creation Giant. You also need to consider the line of Combustion, which clears up most of this board, and then Missiles that can probably do the rest. Like, you can just go, Allies, Giant, Combustion. That completes the Learn Draconic side quest as well.
Indeed.
Okay.
Unsure what he was going for with the evocation.
Probably just go Arcane Explosion plus Missiles. Or just ping, I suppose. Really doesn't matter here.
Yep.
Oh my god, even Kargath Prime might not be enough. It's so close.
But he has to stay alive on board.
Does have to.
Goes up to 12. Surrender showing 9, 10, 11 with Raz and Ping. Barely alive.
Evocation! There's so many outs. You have to just rip it here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Even if you whiff, you can go Power
9,
of Creation.
10, 11. Like, you literally only need a Primordial Studies, and then you've got Lethal with Raz Ping, assuming you hit a lab partner, that is.
Yep. Or just a pack class. Surrender taking it slow there towards the end, even though he was 99% favored to win ever since the Sorcerer's Apprentice Mana Giant turn. But that was such a beating. So brutal to beat Chonsu at any point in that series.
Yeah, just an absolute clinic there from Surrender. I mean, to be perfectly honest, only the first game was the one that he made even look difficult with the close scrape of the Demon Hunter up against the Druid and finding exactly the line of Sociologist Militia. But just so many cool spots. Obviously, the highlight being going for Jandis and then going for the Teacher's Pet, making it the Illusion one, which baited out the the Lurker below. It was such a clean play. And even in that last game, you just knew exactly that he knew what he was looking for at all points along the way. You just don't beat Surrender. It just doesn't happen.
Not with a lineup like this, with no Bomb Warrior. I mean, Surrender was favored from the get-go, and on that first game, I do agree Surrender had to get very lucky towards the end there with the Soul Fragments not being drawn before Militia. But, I mean, in the second game, I don't think Surrender had a back-breaking weapon rogue draw whatsoever, but he put together the exact board state that played around the Lurker below. That's an easy top 5 moment for you there, Derek Surrender, giving you all of your content. You must be a happy chappy, as you call it.
I am indeed. And as with the result of that series, it does mean the rich get richer. We see Surrender moving up to 3-0 in Division A, and sadly, Chonsu moving down to 0-3 in Division A, despite having a reasonable start to the Swiss and ending up in Division A overall. He is still looking like the player down at the bottom who is potentially going to be worried about relegation. But after that one, I definitely need a little bit of a break. So we're going to be gone for a little bit longer. Going to play you one of our fantastic new pieces of content that we are making here for Grandmasters for this season. And when we come back, we're going to be going for our 4th match of the day. 2 more yet to come in APAC before we send you to Europe and Americas. We'll be back after this.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another edition of Hot Takes. This is Season 2, Week 4, which means it's Episode 4. But we have a special episode this week because we do have a break from Grandmasters. And we're going to do an episode centered around the upcoming Masters Tour Online Montreal. But I'm still joined by, same old guest. Sottle, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. I thought the intro was never going to come then. I thought I was just going to have to sit in silence. But I'm doing great. Looking forward to Masters Tour. Always a good time of year when a Masters Tour comes around. Get to take a look at a big open field yet again. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, and we're starting to get down to a little bit of another crunch time, right? As a Masters Tour season wraps up, we have a couple Masters Tours coming almost back to back, with Spain coming up pretty shortly after Montreal. So. Pretty exciting stuff at the end of a year. Always exciting at the end of a Hearthstone year. But enough blabbing away from me. It's time to get into some hot takes, Sottle. Hot take number 1. The most likely non-GM to top 8 Masters Tour Montreal is blank.
Whoa. Open-ended hot takes, TJ? Are you prepared for this?
There's like an infinite number of possibilities.
Slight misunderstanding of the word infinite there, TJ, but we'll let you off. Same rules. I'm going first, I assume?
I guess. Sure. Go
All
first.
Right, let's do it. I will hang my hat on Gabby, TJ. The ladder god himself, the new French terror tearing up the ladder. He is rank 1 legend at will, and I think, if anything, it's quite easily demonstrated that players who can absolutely dominate the ladder standings time after time after time again eventually evolve into top-tier competitive players. I think Gabby is absolutely no different. I think he grinds an enormous amount of Hearthstone. I think the work ethic is there. I think the skill is there. He just needs to get a bit of a better handle on, lineup preparation, tournament metagames, all that kind of stuff. And I think this is the one where I think he's going to get it right and he's going to have a crushing performance.
I'm just going to go with Hunter Ace, I guess. He's my go-to best performer, and he's not a GM anymore. So I think that Hunter Ace, he finished 7-2 in the Asia Masters Tour, and I think he's good. So this one's tough for me because I can't just straight up argue with you. I'm going against the hot take if I say, well, it's not going to be Gabby. So my answer is Hunter Ace, but Sottle, you're dumb. All right, let's move on to hot take number 2. I hope this one I can have more of an opposites thing going on. The best performing archetype for Masters Tour Montreal will be blank. Oh, no, they're filling the blank. Can we get a connect the dots or something easier?
It's not how the game is played, TJ. How does it feel to have someone that outranks you just ruin your chances of winning hot takes, TJ? How does it taste?
Terrible. All right, go ahead.
I will take the obvious answer for this one, which is Tempo Mage, TJ. Of course, Master Tour Montreal will be played fresh after the new balance patch, in which many of the top decks are being touched, but Mage is not. Mage is already arguably the strongest deck in the format. I think if you don't want to dig too far into next levels of, which now mediocre decks get better just based on the nerf, I think if you just take it head on and say which deck benefits the most, probably just Tempo Mage. It's insane now, and it's going to be pretty much the same, if not better, going into Masters Tour Montreal. So I think it'll be the best performing archetype. Maybe it gets banned, but I think I can fit that into the definition if it's the deck that just gets banned the most.
You know what, Subtle? I'm gonna take one from left field here. I'm gonna say Shaman. Woo! Shaman getting a buff, maybe not a substantial one. But a 5/5, 5/5s are good, right? But the biggest reason why is because Shaman's probably not going to be represented that much. And so it's either going to perform really badly or really well, because it's only going to have a very small sample size. So if only a couple players bring Shaman, and their Shaman just happens to do really well, then it's the best performing archetype. There's no limitations on this hot take of sample size or anything other than just straight up best performer. So I'm going to say Shaman, and I think Mage is a really bad answer.
It's a risky strat, TJ, but I respect it. It does happen. You do often just see a deck not being brought, and then one player just hits top 8 out of like the 2 people that brought it, and suddenly it's the highest win rate in the tournament. Smart. I like the way you approached it. Not bad.
I would give an honorable mention, and maybe we can, go in together on this honorable mention.
Okay.
We can combine and say Hunter. Because, even though this patch is not the biggest balance patch, Hunter usually thrives after a balance patch because it thrives on decks that aren't optimal. So maybe, and Board Control looked great on Face Hunter in Europe Grandmasters this week.
He did.
So I think, you just jam some Face Hunter, best performing archetype. You want to go in on that hot take a little bit?
I do, actually. That was when it was revealed. That was my second instinct, and I decided to go with Mage. I think Hunter was the riskier pick, but I do actually agree with you. I think it'll perform very well. I think it's being a little bit underrepresented right now, and I think with some of the other fast decks getting hit, it might just have a little spot.
All right, teamwork. I like it. It's an episode with different format. It's about a Master Tour, not about Grandmasters. We're teaming up to find the best answer, the best solution. This is cool. All right, final hot take. Other than Europe, the region that will perform the best this weekend will be blank. Okay, so other than Europe. So if we're going by just how we divvy up Hearthstone regions.
Yes.
The ones left are Asia Pacific, China, and Americas.
And the correct answer, TJ, is China. They are growing in strength as a region. I think we're even past the point now where we can even go with the narrative of, it's a surprisingly strong result from the Chinese players. They usually don't do that well. I think, they've benefited from the Masters Tour now being online, just because there's so much more availability for them to play and we get greater numbers of them. I think they have a very, very grueling, ongoing but competitive circuit, which is keeping them sharp in ways that other regions are not quite doing so. And I think their play just continues to improve and improve day on day, week on week, month on month. I think they are a region full of incredibly good players right now.
Whew. All right. Well, the hot take is, other than Europe, the region that will perform the best this weekend will be blank. It's pretty vague, leaves me with a lot of room for interpretation. I will interpret this hot take as being the best, meaning most wins combined from a region.
Okay.
There are just less Chinese players playing in these Master Tour online events than there are Americas and Asia Pacific players. I don't have exact numbers in front of me, but I'm pretty sure there's more Americas players, since it is an Americas Masters Tour online. It is Montreal. So I'm going to go and say total combined number of wins across the 3 remaining regions is going to be Americas, and China isn't even going to be close.
I mean, that's probably true. Yes, if you want to completely
Thanks
rephrase
for
it.
conceding your point. I mean, that's how I interpret the hot take. I am the host of the show. Abar, who's our producer, his voice doesn't appear on the show, so he can't even tell us how he meant to for the tweet or for the hot take to be interpreted. So we'll just have to go with that.
Yeah, again, TJ, loophole after loophole. What are we going to do with you?
Well, that concludes hot takes. This was an interesting one. It actually took some critical thinking skills, which I sorely lacked, which was difficult. And even though I think that I got the better of you on some of these hot takes, so I think I'm just going to give you the win.
Okay. I mean, realistically, we can't score this until the Masters Tour happens, right? Like, a good host here would end this with some kind of hook that if the viewers want to find out who wins, they have to watch the Masters Tour and keep score for themselves, and then they'll be able to find out. Because we have no way of scoring, right? Is that not accurate?
I'm not a good host, though.
Ah, excellent point. Yeah, that was my mistake. You're right.
So I didn't say those things. I was just going to give you the win because different format. It's not about Grandmasters. I felt like you made compelling arguments. You worked with me as a team for the first time in history. I just felt good about our rapport, and I wanted to give you a win. But you know what, Saddle? You're right. We can't score this yet. We have no idea, and so we're gonna put this one on the line. And actually, you know what? Whoever wins this episode of Hot Takes, once we score it next week after the Masters Tour, gets a bonus point, a bonus week worth of Hot Takes wins. Does that sound like a deal?
Sure. I cannot wait to find out how this comes back to bite me in spectacular fashion, TJ. But yes, I agree. That sounds fair.
All right. Well, bonus point is on the line. And for everybody tuning in for Hot Takes, that means you have to watch the Masters Tour this weekend because Saddle's entire Hearthstone casting reputation is on the line. That's going to do it for episode 4 of Hot Takes. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you this weekend for some Masters Tour action.
There you go.
fourth match of the day here for APAC Grandmasters, taking a very different tone from what we just saw with Chonsu's lineup, honestly just kind of losing to itself versus Surrender there. He was a very well-played series altogether by Surrender, but the chances were on his side, given that Chonsu missed the mark. But now with Rivius versus Kin, we have, for the most part, pretty standard decks, but Rivius in particular here, I think, has got a couple of spicy techs in his lineup that we do definitely know Rivius for at this point.
Yes, there is Priest, Demon Hunter, Rogue, Warrior, which, these are classes that we're not surprised to see compared to like the Shaman from Chonsu a while ago, but there are some different techs here and there. From the Priest, I'm seeing Rustied Raider, I'm seeing Kartud Defenders with Grave Runes in there, and in the Warrior, there's a Rattlegore over in the top end. So Rivius, I think, maybe taking a little bit of a leaf out of Chonsu's lineup, but not going all in.
Yeah, it's a very different build we're seeing in general in terms of the Priest archetype. Kartuk Defender not generally making its way, and neither was Raider, as you were saying. But on the other side for Kin, very standard stuff. The Mage and the Rogue, both of which I'm big fans of. And then the Druid actually tanking the ban on the other side from Rivius, which I guess does make sense. It does feel like his particular build of Priest is not especially suited to dealing with Druid, so you wouldn't feel all too favored in that matchup.
Yes, and I think Rivius's lineup as a whole is a little bit greedier, whereas the Druid can take advantage of that because Kin is running Malagos and can try and hit the big combos off of that. The Rogue from Kin is the secret version. I think we're seeing a fair balance between secret and weapon representation this week. I think weapon largely making a resurgence after people saw Lambie series and a couple of other people pilot it at the Masters Tour recently.
Yeah, it's a couple of things, right? It's partly that, I mean, as we just saw in that series, a Weapon Rogue does not insta-lose to weapon destruction. You have a very strong game plan, even if that does come down. And also, there's actually a fair bit of just stealth, like kind of similar to the secret version. It's still running the questings, the Edwins, but it's got the stealth package instead of the secret package. So plenty of room to explore with Rogue. First of all, it's going to be Mage here. And again, as we've been saying time and again, against Demon Hunter, you need a pretty pop-in hand to be winning this matchup out the gate.
Indeed. Violet Spellwing is a turn 1 play for Kin here, and I've seen it kept very often, especially when you're off coin. But Kin is saying that's not good enough here, and you know what? I agree. I think he needs to hit the big Sorcerer's Apprentice combos or look for those Mana Giants, or ideally hit both.
Yeah, it's one of those annoying things where if you could, you'd say, right, I want Mana Giant. I wish I could just make that my 7th card in the deck. I don't want to have it in my starting hand, but I really want it come like turn 4 or 5 here.
So what you're saying is you play Sphere of Sapient. Okay, never mind.
Yes.
Oh, already going for Ray of Frost just to activate one Thief doesn't feel great, but Kin does have both copies in hand, so I can understand him trying to get some type of cycle online, and he hits it.
Yeah, many good draws now. You know, we're looking for Primordial Studies, any of the spell damage minions, Cyclone, Evocation, Draw. So many good cards to find at this point in the game, and he's got himself in that position, as you said, with the kind of sad-looking Wand Maker.
And already from Rivius, I love this. No respect for the 1-2 whatsoever. All this damage is getting sent to the face. The 1-2 doesn't even challenge his Spirit Jailer.
Yeah, 2 mana, draw 1. You're not happy about it, but you'll take it. And finding the Cyclone off of it, now we're cooking. It's not the dream against Demon Hunter, because generally generating these spells is a little bit too low tempo. But again, it gives you more chances of finding Frostbolt, Ice Barrier, or even just 1 mana spells that you can use on the same turn.
You don't pick the ones.
And they also just generate, well, at least the second halves of these Ray of Frost, and whatever you get off the Mana Cyclone helps towards discounting the eventual Mana Giants. Rivius there, having picked up the Wand Maker is a big deal, because I don't think you want to be coining Marrow Slicer into Marrow Slicer. That's a very slow curve, even if you want to maximize the charges.
I agree.
And here we go.
Just like you.
This is disgustingly powerful.
Lab
Partner. Lab Partner 2? Yeah,
and he
I like
does
Lab
have enough targets to get all the Rays of Frost down.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it says
Just go triple Ray of Frost, and then I guess, like, you just play one of them just to get out of your hand, I think, and then Arcane Missiles to just play that as well.
And suddenly, Kin is so well positioned to get mana giants. Anytime they come down in the near future, he has Conjurer's Calling.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Ooh. Premium outcomes there as well.
That's a Smuggler with the Netherwind Portal is a pretty cool proposition for the next turn.
Yep, I think that's absolutely the play.
Another Studies.
Whoa. Picked it over Barrier though. He's going aggressive here with this deck. He is not taking any prisoners.
I think it's warranted with the type of start he's had. This is not a game plan where you want to spend 3 mana, do nothing.
That's true. Violet Warden as well. Very, very nice to get a taunt and protect some of these minions.
And suddenly for Rivius, it's looking like he has to overcommit damage onto his apprentice.
Yeah. Just Twin Slice Soul Shear. Like, this has to be cleared up.
Oh wow, I was potentially even thinking Marrow Slicer into Apprentice there and call it a day. It feels awful, but it does allow him flexibility with the Glaive Bound on the next turn.
Oh my god, that is the dream. Kin has got the best possible start you can get here. Giant Conjurer's Calling, Gromash as well to boot.
You damage the Grom. You can just ping it next turn, right?
Just
take the 4 to face now. Yeah, I like this.
I mean, he's just got lethal next turn, unless there's some healing here for Rivius. So Rivius literally has to go coin Glaive Bound on the 2/2 here to survive on board. Right?
Yep. Thanks, I hate it, but it's true.
There's no draw, so you can't dig for outs. Weapon stealing does nothing.
Yeah, there's just not enough mana for him to be able to deal with Grom this turn.
Yeah.
That's GG.
Demons.
I mean, you do the play to stay alive, but it might as well be GG.
Twins or Hero Power Face, coin Glaive Bound. Yikes!
Might as well just play a Twin Slice at that point to assert dominance.
Time grows short.
Okay, Rivius giving it many looks to see if there's any way to survive. And he's just going to throw in the towel. I can respect it.
Yep. I mean, there was an out. I'm doing extremely large quotation marks here to survive the turn, but even then, there was pretty much no win condition left. It was just exactly what you're looking for Kin. And although the hand, for the most part, once it entered that point, played itself, you can already see in the mulligan his deep understanding of the matchup, throwing away Spellwing, a premium card in the early game, often the highest or right up at the top of the mulligan win rates in many matchups. He gets rid of it to look for specifically that kind of hand.
Yes, I also think Kin has changed location from where he usually plays. I would have recognized that soccer ball wallpaper if I'd seen it before. And it's definitely working out for him. I feel like Kin is one of the players that overall has been getting relatively unlucky when you've seen him on stream. I feel like his level of skill is higher than what his results would normally represent. Nowadays, maybe that bad luck has been passed over to Alutemu. I'm going to knock on wood because I hope Alutemu turns it around this week. But definitely a strong showing for Kin to start off with, and now he's got Warrior and Rogue left to win with.
Yeah, it's kind of good and bad always seems to come with Kin, because last season he obviously ended up in Division A, but was right at the bottom the entire time of Division A and was still looking relegation, although thankfully he did manage to avoid it. This time Division B, but he's looking to be potentially right up at the top. Only played one game last week, obviously, but this time maybe with 2 games this week, can get up to a 3-0 start and be right up at the top. Mage taken out of the way, which is a pretty big deal. It could have been one of the weak spots for him. But now for Kin, it's a case of that Warrior, which is getting pretty interesting because Rivius obviously has the super weapon destruction priest with Sticky Finger and 2 oozes, as well as obviously the Demon Hunter with ooze and Sticky Finger as well. So it feels like Rivius has gone for kind of similar to what we saw from Lambie series in Masters Tour Montreal, doing very, very well, getting all the way through to the top 4 there, where he's gone for the standard lineup, but heavily teched for Warrior, rather than going all the way to what Chonsu did of just super only teching the Warrior.
And that seems like a decent way of hedging your bets. I would definitely lean more towards that when you're hitting a larger field of players. I think Chonsu went for a calculated risk, knowing that you're only facing 2 particular opponents. If you have a strong read that they're both bringing Braum Warrior, then his strategy makes sense. For Kin here, this is the juice. These are the good cards, but he doesn't have a 1-drop to make it really pop.
He doesn't quite, yeah, and neither does Rivius, actually, which almost makes me want to say you go Secret Passage for a 1-drop here, just because Dagger does so little here. But he is going to hold back, which probably the more sensible play.
Yep. I can definitely get behind that. Oh, the stunner was so late, but if he had this in the opening hand, you are 100% sure that I would have played that turn 1 for Tempo.
Miscreant, though, is obviously a pretty big sacrifice to make when you have Questing and Edwin in your starting hand. I guess trying to take a slightly less all-in approach.
Yeah, I think that's very reasonable against particularly Weapon Rogue, which is running at least 1 copy of Sap in every list. And the way that you can just win if they've had this type of slow start without any stealth minions is by going wide on board. If you hit Faceless Lackey or even the Titanic to some extent, you can build up these shape of minions that the Weapon Rogue really doesn't want to sink damage into. But if they leave them up, you can just race them.
Really? 3-3 Dreadcourse ahead with sword in hand?
It feels terrible, but what this tells me is that he's lining up for self-sharpening plus deadly poison on the next turn. And so he'd rather have mana spent on a 3-3 this turn.
Oh man, this is just getting so juicy though for Kin. I'm not even sure like what's best on these turns. You can just go Neophyte Witchy, which is not terrible of course. It gets you a pretty decent play onto the board. Or just Lackey City. Imagine using Coin or Shadow Step with Edwin when it's in your starting hand.
It's definitely unconventional for a hand like this, but this is the type of board shape that Weapon Rogues definitely don't want to see. Ooh!
Whoa!
That's a good target as well.
That's insane! He just gets another 0 mana card to go with this hand. That's unbelievably good.
Yep. If the Vargoth had stepped itself, then Rivius was still in this, but this is not looking good.
Yep, he can clear off a little bit of this board. Vargoth gotta go. And then, I mean, Kin just goes absolutely ham.
I mean, Rivius is doing his best to fight back for board state because he realizes his hand is still board-based with the Jandis and the Dr. Krasanov. Also, he's not gotten enough damage in the early game to warrant everything being sent to the face, but after he gets hit with this not an Edwin?
Just another miscreant. I mean, I was looking at this again, like he's going super wide with the lackeys because Rivius just doesn't have a way to deal with this in his deck.
I mean, I liked it for the first couple turns, but I feel like this was a chance where he could develop wide plus call with the Edwin. Because this now looks like Krasanov into the 5-3, and then Rivius starts swinging face.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is, though, for Kin, is that Backstab didn't have a target apart from his own guys there, so he would have had to stab one of his own guys to get it above a 6-6.
Well, I was, like, on board with 6-6 Edwin.
Okay. That's fair. That's very fair.
I mean, Kin is still in a good position. Rivius decided to respect these minions, definitely trying to set up for a good Jandis, but gets hit with the most annoying lackeys. And surely this will be the 6-6 Edwin turn. Or even 8-8 if he wants to stab his own guy.
I like it. If your opponent wants to tank 6 here and not go face with the weapon, sign me up.
Alright.
Okay,
Efficient for Frost Nova.
Yep, that's where we're at.
Take a ray.
That's good. That's very good. Stealth can come down as well.
Rivius is not out of it. Kin has very limited board space to work with. He can trade off 2 minions, but that's 2 less that he's racing Rivius with. And because the rest of the hand is basically just minions, then the questing can't get that big either.
So you have to get damage down on this turn. That's the game plan, which to me screams questing adventurer here.
I think you can also think about stabbing your own guy to make a Jandis turn.
That's true. I mean, stab your own guy for Jandis or stab your own guy for questing. Again, like you could go questing, stab one of your own guys, Cult Neophyte, Witchy Lackey. It's a lot of tempo.
I think Jandis puts more damage on board on average.
Sure. Dagger as well, and you don't turn your nose up at that. Okay. Still lethal, even with their Edwin frozen on the following turn.
Ooh. Rivius is surprisingly close, but if he goes Ray of Frost into Passage, he needs to hit the other one Thief or Dread Corsairs to stay alive on board.
He hits the other of this, he's 1 damage off lethal.
And so
he needs
he's digging
this
for
deadly poison?
I suppose so. I think he's used both deadly.
I think he might have as well, yeah.
Okay,
Cutting
Glass is
Eviscerate!
free. Oh! He can backstab and sap to stay alive now.
Right.
And set up another stealth minion.
Oh my god. But then, if Kin gets a secret, he can step back his own Kobold Lackey for lethal.
I mean, I don't think Rivius can afford to think about that at this point.
Yeah.
You just stab the buzzer. And probably just send this. Oh, he's trading. Well,
trading.
Yeah, that makes sense. The self-sharpening is lethal on its own.
Oh my god. So, in the deck for Kin, he is running 2 Eviscerates. So that's an out.
I wonder.
Is there a way he can lower the need for it to 1 Eviscerate? Nope, he doesn't have a secret.
No.
Going Hanar first to just disrupt Rivius's lethal if he hits Noble Sack and like misdirection.
Prep! Oh, plagiarize! Okay, that's huge! That's huge! He can chain secrets!
There is disruption possible. Ice barrier,
Noble sacrifice!
Noble
Ice
Sack.
barrier! Oh!
Kin is in this. In fact, he's probably just 1.
Explosive trap! That's the nuts as well!
Eye for an
Eye for an eye!
He's just 1. Rivius has no choice but to hope that Kin was bluffing. So he's gonna swing face. And he's gonna get eye for an eye.
Swing face, explosive trap goes off first, I suppose, with the 3-1. And then you just lost.
Yeah, I mean, you hit first with the Spy Mistress into anything to play around Noble Sack, and then you just accept that you're losing to Ice Barrier, I think.
You'll make Totem Goliath the fake one in order to get Taunt Totem here. The one that Rivius didn't want to see, and that Ice Barrier is going to be the death knell for him in this particular game. It was such a good effort. Fighting back against that hand from Kin at his Weapon Rogue is very difficult, especially given how dismal of a starting hand it was. It was an admirable effort from Rivius, but it's not enough in the end. With Kin's choice to go for the Hanar first, it was such a gorgeous recognition of what his outs were, and he was massively rewarded for it.
That's right. Neither you nor I thought of the Hanar first before Secret Passage, but I think that is absolutely the highest odds to get him a way to survive just that one turn, because that was all he needed. He was representing lethal on the backswing, plus a lot of secrets allowed him to even find counter-lethal, whether it be through Eye for an Eye or etc. That was very impressive from Kin. Hurts to see for Rivius. I think Rivius has been visibly the most stressed out of everybody we've seen on stream so far, and now he has to take consecutive wins against Kin's Warrior.
Which was his game plan, I think, all along. Like I said, I believe there was actually a little interaction between Lambi Series and Rivius on Twitter, Rivius reaching out to Lambi Series, and although we couldn't see the full messages, I believe sending some kind of a message about how he liked his lineup, really appreciated how well Lambi Series did. Because again, this was Lambi Series' strategy. You bring the Weapon Rogue and you tech the rest of your decks to fight back against Warrior. Ooze and Sticky Finger in his Warrior list. Ooze and Sticky Finger in his Demon Hunter. 2 Oozes and a Sticky Finger in his Priest. This was the plan all along. You can lose a couple of matches. You don't want to, but it's still winnable. And then you target the Warrior. This is going to be an uphill climb still for Kin, even at 2-0. It's not a one game yet.
And because we've seen this kind of innovation of soft targeting Warrior, or just including it in your including weapon removals in your decks to make yourself better against that matchup, Warriors these days are running the double Horde Pillagers to give themselves the most chances of being able to swing with Wrench Caliber. And Kin's list is very much streamlined. I love to see it. 2 ofs of everything except the legendaries.
Indeed. Raised Dead, an interesting card to be looking for in the starting game for Rivius. It's more popular to keep with the 2-of version, but the main card he was clearly looking for there, I think as we can see, was Sticky Finger and Ooze with the Raised Dead. Bye-bye Wrench Calibers.
Rivius is so hyped. He just did a little happy dance after seeing his opening hand. But you know what? I can't blame him. It's been a rough series leading up to this. And Kin doesn't even have Wrench Caliber or Corsair Cash to begin with. Going to be seeing a whole lot of hero power pass.
Yeah, I mean, Rivius, it's kind of even better than he thinks at the moment because he has the weapon destruction, but he doesn't even have to play them yet because there are no weapons at all for Kin. And, I mean, this version of Born Warrior really relies almost purely around getting the Wrench Calibers. You have Kraston, cutting class, upgrades, everything needs to hit them.
I mean, is this better or worse? Because I think Rivius is going to be the first to have to play a card to not overdraw the way this has been going.
I'm going to say equally good. It really just doesn't matter that much, to be honest.
Yeah,
he has them
true.
for when they do come.
That's fair. This won't actually go to Fatigue. But the way it's played out so far, it definitely looks like a Fatigue matchup.
Oh, look at that. Perfect. Slam the Drake.
No need to overdraw. And for Kin, he's not even hit Cutting Class to help him cycle. Even at full cost, you would take that. Because the way the Warrior tries to win this matchup is to get Wrench Caliber online ASAP. Try to swing as much as possible before the Priest has enough chances to hit their weapon removal, and try to cheese out with a decent-sized Blastmaster Boom. If that's not available, then the next thing you want most is an early Galakron, but Kin has none of these things.
Yeah, it's the worst of both worlds here for Kin. I guess Bladestorm, you use it while you can, because it can be pretty awkward against Priest, with most of their minions being fairly cheap.
Yeah, I was about to say you usually use the phrase "use it while you can" on Shield Slam as an argument, but this Priest is not going to be attacking phase anytime soon. Kin will have armor for days.
True. Well, if nothing else, there is now Drake available again on this turn with just Raised Dead Drake. It's probably not what you want to do. You'd throw down the coin, I'd imagine, before you go for the Drake, but it's something to consider.
Imagine if Rivius was like, I really don't want to overdraw, and just plays out an Ooze, and Kin's like, that was all part of my plan, and finally plays the Wrench Caliber. You don't go that many levels deep. But Kin has to play something too, or he'll overdraw soon.
It really is just a lesson in how to analyze who's winning in a Hearthstone game. Because when I started out, it was all just about who has more health. Oh, I have more health than my opponent. I must be winning. And yet Kin here, sat at 50 health, is thinking, okay, what's my win condition now? How do I possibly piece together a win considering how far behind I am right now.
It's Galakron is what I think.
Yeah.
For Rivius, say the Cabal Acolyte is decently
Right,
dumpable
yeah.
here, but also the Renew potentially if you just hit a spell that you can play, like Mind Games or Dark Prophecy.
Okay, well, the other thing to consider is, do we just overdraw? How many of the cards in Rivius' deck does he really care about getting here?
That's fair.
Like, there's no Galakron. There's only one more weapon destruction.
True.
Raise Dead. Like, there's really not much that you care about. And
There's the double Kartuts that he's running that I feel
That's
are
fair.
like you would rather have that than a Renew against
Yeah.
Bomb Warrior. But you're right, it's not that many.
And the important thing is, he really wants to guarantee that a weapon destruction effect comes off the Raise Dead. That's what he's trying to set up with this game plan, which means any minion he plays is pretty rough in terms of not guaranteeing the weapon destruction.
I just don't know what I'm watching. Is this a Control Warrior mirror from 2015 and they both haven't hit Justicars? It's like,
Yeah.
is this a Tempo Murazon turn?
I mean, what are you looking to hit off Murazond exactly? Like, Wrench Caliber, I suppose, to start swinging back against your opponent? Or Galakron?
I just kind of want to get it online, so after it dies, you can Raise Dead it with the Twilight Drake. You get full value off of the Raise Dead,
But
and then you just have a play for the next turn.
This is what I'm saying. Like, Rivius has a win mapped out right now. Like, almost guaranteed. It's really just Galakron swinging for 1 billion damage that can stop him here, because outside of that, he's got Ooze, Sticky Finger. Like, that will just take care of every single outcome of every weapon.
Okay. Instead, he is sending the Cabal Acolyte to be fodder. And because he's used 2 cards this turn, I can only assume that he wants to Raise Dead it on the follow-up. I think that Rivius would also be sad to miss out on second Shadow Word Death if that were an overdrawn card.
I mean,
because there's a fair amount of targets from the Warrior aside from Deathwing. There's Blastmaster Boom and whatever gets buffed by the Galakron.
There are definitely cards he would be sad to overdraw. It's just, is he more sad than putting bad minions in the pool for the res?
It's so weird. I feel like Kin has hard committed to playing for Fatigue now because he didn't play Deathwing last turn, whereas it was, you know, a decent play onto the board.
Yeah.
But his deck just doesn't work with this type of game plan. Eventually, you're gonna hit cards like Cutting Class.
Oh!
You hate to see it.
Tempo Krastinov. Yikes. And there's no answer? Apart from Soul Mirror? Maybe that was just the nut.
This is so ridiculous.
Like,
I mean, he can Murazon and play the Krasnov back, right?
Mirror is so bad there, right? Like, that puts a Murazon and a Krasnov in your Death Rattle pool. I mean, maybe I'm overemphasizing how important the Raise Dead is here, but like, you really don't want to get Krasnov off of that.
You don't.
Just tank 4? I don't care about that.
It's so weird how the timing works out because, you know, the thinking should theoretically be you're so far ahead that you don't care about mucking up your res pool. But if Kin's draw was so bad that all the Wrench Calibers come exactly from this halfway point and then Rivius runs out of weapon destruction, then there's still a way that he loses. So that's why Rivius is going for just delaying on the Krasnov. This draw, though, for Kin. Finally.
That's the one. That's what you need in the matchup. Rivius, you have to imagine, probably doesn't want to copy this. Just because 3 damage to the opponent's face every turn is probably less valuable for him than the heal.
Absolutely. Especially since Kin will be swinging for what looks like 5 damage every turn from here on out, committing upgrade plus the Krasnov attack.
Clever.
Yeah.
Does it bait out a weapon destruction? Surely not.
Such a weird pan out.
It's super weird. Just start with Renew and see what you get.
Think this is your time?
He does want the Galakron. Okay.
Wow. Okay.
Let's go. Aggro.
Does this ever get there? Kin is at 61. I did not expect this whatsoever. Doesn't Kin just swing face every single turn from here on out, and then Rivius is in a bad spot even with the double renew?
That's what I'm looking at. I mean, he has plenty of healing for the moment. Make no mistake, but you know this is going to be a long game for sure. Maybe Rivius is just thinking he can become the aggressor. It's possible.
Don't see. I mean, if we're talking about aggression, Rivius has to get through so much more HP than Kin does. That if it just becomes a face race, then Kin almost always wins. But Rivius is obviously thinking about the other cards in his deck. He does run the double Kartoots with Grave Runes, and Kin doesn't run any natural ways to silence these minions.
Well, you know what? Let's see. Let's see if Rivius's plan works out here, or if he does just succumb to the damage. Because it's not like we're being especially results-oriented if it goes one way or the other. Both players are going to see pretty much every card in their deck before this is over, I imagine.
I agree. And this is a card that Rivius definitely does want in his death pool. Now that the game has definitely progressed beyond the point where Rivius's main priority is saving weapon removal for Wrenchers, he just wants to stay ahead on board now.
Right. Cabal Acolyte, Shadow Word Death. Keep doing your thing.
Oh, a double Kartoot.
Dance, puppet, dance.
That is backbreaking.
Let's even use the Shadow Word Death. Sure.
Doesn't need to. Kin just doesn't have a way to go over the top of the Kartoots.
Yep.
Other than bombs, which, you know, Wrench Caliber just does not exist, nor does Corsair Cash.
Two Corsair
all in the bottom
Cash?
10.
2 Wrench Caliber, bottom 10. Hello? Oh, that's so unlucky. Draconic? Is that better than Twilight Drake here?
I think Kin's so far behind that he does need to go for some crazy outer here. I'm in Brightwing territory. That's where I'm at.
Oh no, he's surely not that far behind, right? Like, he has Galakron. Once the bombs come down, he can start swinging for a lot of damage.
Okay. Skystalker, he's seen double Cabal Acolytes.
Yeah. There's no Cabal Shadow Priests in the deck as well. Probably safe with that at the moment. Oh no, wait. This connects 5 damage to face. Fair enough.
Good point. Why did I ever consider anything else? From Kin's perspective, Rivius could have whiffed on the Raised Dead.
Yes, from his perspective.
Imagine not having caster vision.
Oh wait, he gets warrior cards now! I didn't even think about that. That's pretty nuts.
Agreed. Shield block is great. Cycle, which Priest almost always desperately needs. Plus the armor.
Oh yeah. Man, I'm putting Warrior Galakron in my Priest. This is nuts.
I mean, my Priest runs Warrior Galakron, Rogue Galakron, and Warlock Galakron. What are you talking about?
True. Just not Priest Galakron, because that list sucks.
Just like Kin's hand, it sucks. What can he do? He can resurrect an upgrade weapon.
Oi, oi, oi. What's that card called? The Heavy
No
Hammer?
idea.
Something like that? Points if you know what the weapon off upgrade's called. Blade Storm and Sword and Board and Swing. You could fit in the Horde Pillager in addition to that if you wanted to. Oh my god, he's actually doing it.
This is depressing. I feel for Kin. But it's okay because he's too old. But is it really okay because this is what Rivius was trying to target?
Indeed. This is the hard deck. Kin left the worst till last.
And if you're Rivius, 3 weapon removals in hand. I think it's fine to toss out an Ooze. Because technically Kin has max 3 wrench calibers left.
True, but I mean, surely you just keep your 3 weapon destructions for those 3 wrench calibers, right?
Okay.
I think so anyway, because it's unlikely that the Horde Pillager even resurrects a wrench caliber, of course. But you've got to prepare for that contingency, I think. Half his deck now
I just feel like by
either
the
is a
time
wrench.
they get... I just felt like by the time Kin gets to the final weapon, you probably would have drawn your other removal.
Right. Oh god, no! Please spare us. Obviously, we no matter what, we have the capability to resume here. It does look like itself.
I mean, Kin has been pushing the button every single turn, which is the game plan we have been talking about. But the fact that Rivius runs Kartut Defenders, he runs Grave Runes, he got double Kartut off of his first Raise Dead. It just doesn't even matter that Rivius apparently doesn't value the healing hero power.
To be fair as well, Rivius has been damaging himself quite a lot over the course of the game, which I do like, because it means that there's going to be little overheal over the course of the game, and he gets to, like, there was a very clean Shadower death earlier on in the game, and he didn't use it. He sacrificed his health total instead. And it means that he's constantly gaining health along the way while saving his resources.
In here, I mean, at this point, do you even play the Wrench Caliber? I think you maybe save the one swing that you know you're gonna get off of it, or when Rivius has fewest cards in deck, so the bomb can go off. Or do you even want the bomb to go off? You want the 2 kaboom bots from the Blastmaster Boom? It just feels hopeless from every end.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where, like, if you're gonna win it, it's got to come in a big burst, right? Because Rivius did switch Galakron, so his health might start to trickle lower and lower to the point where you can get there, but I mean, even then, the Kartuts, the heal, he's just got so much.
I guess we can try to math it out from this point. Given that Rivius has not Grave Runes, there's 2 halves of this Kartut and the other Kartut in hand, so that's 12 healing. So the question is, can Kin deal, you know, another 31 from this point before dying and fatiguing out?
Carry on.
And I have no idea.
Yeah, that's where I would have ended up as well. I do not know.
Of course, that's not perfectly sound math, because Rivius can still top deck Grave Runes at any point, which messes everything up.
Yeah, there's that. There's obviously the potential to overheal as well. Some of that healing will be wasted. Mali does nothing. Apart from be a 412.
Not terrible.
A simple spell should
Rivius is shaking his head over something. I like that he did not go for Kartut this turn, because that's the last one he has in hand, and he definitely wants to have a target for the Grave Runes that he runs in his deck. Also doesn't want to overheal like you were talking about. How did it come to this, Dara? Where both players are just settling for their unidentified 1-3 weapon?
A matchup where playing a 1-3 upgrade weapon is kind of actively better than playing a Wrench Caliber, which your entire deck is built around.
Yep.
So, we obviously have swing with Wrench Caliber into swing with Wrench Caliber into pray that you get a double activation Blastmaster Boom.
That's where I'm at.
We have ignore this and swing face. We have play Krunks for an 8-8 and pray that that manages to connect somehow.
I like the wrench into wrench play. Because you already know that this first wrench is getting dealt with.
Alright, let's deal with this Wrench Caliber? Obviously, from Rivius's perspective, he needs to be thinking there's still one Wrench Caliber unaccounted for. It could be in the deck along with the Corsair caches, in which case he could steal an extra durability on the next one. Or he could be thinking, I want to steal this so there's no chance of resurrecting it on the Horde Pillager, which does probably make sense.
Yeah, I like that idea, especially since if they're drawing with Corsair cache, by that point, you're probably threatening them with the bombs in their deck.
True.
I don't think Kin wants to draw cards anymore by this point.
Hey, 2 mana do nothing. Let's go.
Cheapen your Shirvala. Oh man.
Uh-huh. Classic Dr. Boom, without a twist of lime.
That sounds like a terrible drink.
Still better than Dr. Pepper, though.
And just trying to take the board control in the small window that he has.
Yeah. Like, is there any ways you can get fancy with Pyromancer and Shield of Honor? Probably not, right?
I mean, I don't think Soul Mirror's getting better than this by this point.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Outside
looking at.
of Kronk's for 8/8.
Yes, that's the other one, right?
Didn't even go face with his Cobalt first. Oh, he wanted to.
He knew.
Okay, there's the way of getting fancy. There it is.
That was such a dumb play. I don't even care if that was right or wrong. It was just dumb.
But was it secretly genius? It was definitely a Raven play. That's what I'll call it.
It was
Whether it's dumb or
definitely
genius
Yeah.
is up to you to decide.
Okay, the Blade Storms have been used, so we're looking at Whirlwind Shield Slam, place it off, and then you can go Kronk's Hero Power.
Yeah.
That's a
spend your
thing, right?
mana.
1 mana, deal 1. 1 mana, deal 1.
That's all I got, Tara. Spend your mana. Wait, how does he ever gain armor from this point?
I have no idea whatsoever.
That's why he used Slam and not Whirlwind. Gotcha. Well, Rivius's hero power is getting there after Kin tanked 7.
I mean, I guess it kind of ended up being better than a Priest Hero Power just because he would have healed for so much over 30. Like, it would have sat around
Yeah.
doing nothing most of the game.
By virtue of running all the Kartuts and rezzing all of them.
I wonder if it's something that Rivius has run into before, if he just kind of napkin mastered it.
Try to keep yourselves alive. Job's done.
Okay.
Alright. Wrenchy Poos number 2s.
2 bombs in the deck of Rivius, 1 bomb in the deck of Kin. Kartut having to come down now. Oh, okay. Rusty Raider. That's why it's there. Because of Apotheosis.
That's so filthy. Oh my god. Heal for 7. Heal for what? 4 more? Or 3 more, sorry. On the next
This is
turn,
a
at least.
brawlable board, though, for the first time ever.
The nuttiest brawl I've ever seen. You just got the guaranteed clear, right? Double brawl.
XP. Hit the 50-50. Hit. Oh, no, missed the 50-50. GG. I mean, even if he hit it, like as soon as he saw the 5th part to it come down, that was just gonna be game.
That's what we call Giga GG.
GG.
Yes.
I am out of cards.
Late to the party, Horde Pillager. And it hits the 1/3 weapon. Ding, ding, ding. Can he miss this 50-50 as well? Oh my god,
Yes,
poor
he
kid.
does.
Oh my god. Well, I think even though that was a silly way to end things, we can agree it was pretty much always going Rivius' way at the end there. He just had all the weapon destruction, all the healing, all the damage. There was nothing that Kin could have done at the end there. His deck didn't deliver the goods, and Rivius' entire deck was teched particularly to deal with this matchup.
The priest in particular, I would say. The lineup as a whole, soft tech to deal with the matchup, so Kin is definitely not out of it just yet. But we do have to acknowledge that even in the Demon Hunter for Rivius, there is an Ooze in there, and there's a Sticky Finger, so there could be similar problems in Kin's future.
Indeed, this is, like I said, what we saw time and again from Lambie series with very, very similar lineups here. The Weapon Rogue, again, as we talk about, specifically against the build that Kin has gone for here without the Pirate package, Weapon Rogue is in a great spot in the matchup, in my opinion. You kind of supplement some of the removal with Whirlwind in order to clear off those 1-health minions, but very often it's not quite the same thing as going for Risky Skipper plus Armorsmith, getting that Anchor. So I think even with Kin probably being slightly favored here at 2-1 up, it's really not that terrible for Rivius. Very possible to get the reverse sweep.
I could definitely see that happening. And the Weapon Rogue has teeth beyond even their stealth minions. Let's say they get cleared up by the Whirlwind. It really starts to get threatening for the Warrior once either Self-Sharpening Sword gets additional charges on it or the Steel Dancers come down early. That's the shape of board where they generally don't end up with the same level of health on all the minions, so Bladestorm becomes inefficient, and it's just 2 or 3 minions on board, so the Brawl is not likely to remove that much damage either.
Indeed. So we're going to see what he goes for first or next. It is going to be the Rogue up against the Warrior, so Demon Hunter left for last. I wonder if, again, this is Rivius just kind of going for the best till the worst, just to try and, for both players here, extend us all the way to Game 5, no matter what. But I do really like it. Again, I like that we have a full spectrum of how hard you can counter here for our players. You can go for what we saw from Chonsu with all in, purely to counteract the Warrior, or a slightly softer version here from Rivius, which still looks like it could get the job done. Weapon Rogue now, what are we looking for specifically against the Warrior?
Self-Sharpening Sword. That's a full mill there from Rivius. And secondarily, of course, you're looking for Stealth Minion plus Greyheart Sage. It's always a great opener.
Yeah,
I like that
enough,
Rivius didn't settle for Hooked Scimitar, because that can be a bait of a keep, especially when you're on the coin.
Both players looking for sword and board, but only one of them found it. Don't even care that we've already made that joke today. That's true.
Just a Worgen into Sneaky.
I mean, that's not bad,
into
right?
very possibly turn 3 Sneaky plus 1 Thief.
Yeah, or just coin Lillian. Like, it's a powerful curve unless they have the Whirlwind.
Even if they do hit the Whirlwind, you still have the second half of the Delinquent to follow up with.
It's true. I like it. Just follow the curve.
Like previously, against the skipper boards, you would be extremely afraid of going just Sneaky Delinquent here, because if they have Risky into Armorsmith, not only have you lost their board, but they've developed their own board. In the case of a deck that's running Whirlwind, they spend their whole turn getting rid of the board and hero powering, and then when you redevelop, you're still ahead on initiative at least.
Like, Rivius is clearly here considering the dagger, you'd have to imagine, because it does have a small amount of merit. Like, it's less susceptible to the Blade Storm that could come down on this turn. It kind of activates the Steel Dancer, even if not for much, and it makes your Dread Corsair that little bit cheaper. But even with all of that factored in, I still just think minions on the board get hitting your opponent.
Oh, Rivius' first instinct is to go for the coin passage to hit the self-sharpening, I have to imagine. Oh, okay. Going coin Lillian here. Actually,
yeah,
this is very good as well, because it plays around Whirlwind, or at least it survives against Whirlwind, and it plays around Bladestorm.
Yeah, I really, really like this line. Honestly, I wouldn't even hate just following up with Steel Dancer on the following turn. You do have to start being afraid of Brawl, so you definitely reassess once the next turn rolls around. But you know, this is a powerful aggression right at the start. You follow up on this as much as possible.
Right, I was potentially thinking of going for Sneaky Delinquent 1 Thief on the next turn, but the way the board was shaped, Kin was likely going to take a value trade with his 2-3.
Yeah. Okay. Spectral plus dagger?
One thief?
Okay, I mean, I was kind of looking at dagger here because then it sets up for deadly poison plus blade dancer, I guess, next turn, or deadly poison dread corsair secret passage. They're both a little bit awkward, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, if you're daggering, I would definitely want to swing down the 2-1 so that Lillian is free to go
True
face.
as well, yeah.
And if you use one swing, then it feels bad to go deadly poison. I agree that it was overly optimistic of me to think of One Thief for exactly arcane missiles there, though.
Oh, imagine if we still lived in a shooting star world. Deck busted.
Is this as good a brawl as any that Kin's gonna get?
Oy,
Feels
oy,
terrible.
oy. Like, I'd sooner go barrel of shield slam my own barrel. Oh, I guess you don't actually have mana for that.
Yeah. Good order from here to make sure that he has the least odds of this hitting face. But Kin has been scraping together very awkward ways to deal with the board. Huge drop for Rivius.
Still no weapon. Still no weapon. But powerful plays. We're keeping up with the minion curve here. Jandis next turn. One thief this turn. Although I guess you do have to think about just going for hero power or deadly poison dread corsair.
Yeah, I think knowing that he doesn't have self-sharpening sword, essentially he's trading 2 damage on the deadly poison throughout the course of the rest of the game.
Yeah.
For an immediate Dread Corsair on board, which I think is a fair trade.
Pretty good, yeah. Instantly reaching for the Brawl, which makes sense when you have 2 of them in hand, but it's not an especially good one. Still 3 damage you're going to be tanking at least on the other side.
Yeah, Rivius has made every turn as awkward of a board shape as possible for Kin to deal with.
Okay, sure. About average.
Faceless Lurker definitely looking really sus here. That easiest second brawl of Kin's life.
No,
And this could finally be the passage turn for Rivius.
Yeah, does look that way. No Shadow Steps in the deck, sadly. Otherwise, this Jandis would be pretty premium, actually, to have survived. But Self-Sharpening Sword, that's the one. That's what you're after.
And after the attack, he has just enough mana to play Cutting Class as well.
Yeah, seems better for passage.
Whoa, Toxin Blade, Deadly Poison. This is... Oy, oy, oy. I don't know how King's coming back.
Looking good. Steel Dancer as well on the following turn. Both brawls have been used. The weapon, the clears on the board are getting harder and harder to come by. And the boards just get bigger and bigger.
Okay, there's the way that Kin can potentially come back. The Blastmaster Boom on the next turn for 4 Boombots, all the most likely. At a nice 7-drop here to go along with this Steel Dancer, and Kin has got to get pretty good outcome. Well, just Barov and Whirlwind, actually.
Yep, the clear is there this time, but it's still close. Rivius has plenty of damage still yet to come. It's just whether or not he'll be able to get it there in time, because Kin's hand here is actually just premium, right? He's got Blastmaster Boom for the counter lethal. He's got plenty of armor gain as well.
It was interesting. I was wondering if that turn even tried to fit in Dr. Krasinov for the upgrade effect while he had the mana available. Like, the Krasinov dies immediately, but now the next couple turns is like you have to wait between the Krasinov and the Boom one at a time.
Oh, it didn't necessarily... Oh, no, yeah, it did have to.
And now it's become a good old-fashioned face race. Only difference is Kin has additional damage in Rivius's deck that he can play with.
Kin just praying that he can somehow make his Barov die here, but too sticky for him, sadly, unless he hits exactly what Kobold Lackey here. Which you probably don't.
If you hit Titanic, you can taunt up the Barov, which makes things
That's
awkward
true.
for Rivius if he doesn't have Sap. But Kin's just gonna go for the guaranteed armor gain, plus another 3 damage to the face. I can respect that. And once the minions are unstealthed from Rivius, then Kin can unleash the Dr. Boom and Barov trade. It doesn't just die straight up.
That's pretty disgusting. I guess, do you sap it then, just so that it can't instantly die? Am I getting too caster vision here?
Yeah. No. I think it makes sense. It's also just like you don't want 3 damage going to your face.
Yep. And it does now mean that next turn for Rivius, he's got the lethal. But Kin has Blade Storm. The absolute dream draw there. This has to be lethal on this turn. It has to be.
Or Boombots and a Blade Storm. Yeah, each Boombot on average.
It's the full, right? He upgraded. Oh, it's only 4. Sorry, my mistake.
Yeah. Sorry, I was looking at my deck tracker waiting for it to update because it's a little bit delayed. But yeah, on average, these Boombots deal 2.5 apiece. And that's GG. Exact.
Heart's got to go out to Rivius there. It was a great try he gave there. Going down 0-2 at the start was scary, but somewhat expected. He was clearly going in with the main plan of countering the Bomb Warrior, and the Priest did a very clean job of doing that. It was just a so-so start with the Weapon Rogue that was met with a pretty premium hand overall from the Warrior. It was just too much. The removal was perfect on all counts from Kin there.
Honestly, I don't even think that was too bad of an opener for Rivius. He hit the curve, which wasn't immediately met with a whirlwind. I think what was the backbreaking part was the brawl into brawl, which Rivius definitely wasn't playing around, and I don't think you should play around it. But yeah, after hitting those consecutive removals, Kin, having the Wrench Caliber online, was able to pull it through. Very, very close matchup. I still feel like Weapon Rogue on average does have a leg up there, but yeah, it's kind of funny to watch how this panned out because Rivius with the soft target didn't end up getting there. And Chonsu with the hard target on Bomb Warrior didn't even face one and ended up getting 0-3 swept. Kind of bad beats for both the players.
Pretty rough there for sure, but it's nice for for Kin to get a win on the table. I think, as you and I have been saying, last season was not a true reflection of his skill as a player, and despite being down at the lower bracket, it does mean at least that he's 1-1 now and starting to get things off to a better start here in the round robin of Season 2 of Grandmasters. We can take a look at the schedule to see what we have for our last match of the day here for APAC before we send you over to Europe and Americas. And as I was saying earlier on at the start of the day, it's a match of top of the board versus the bottom. For Division A, it was Surrender versus Chonsu. Surrender did manage to get a win and go up 3-0. Whereas Alan versus Alu Temu on the other side, Alu Temu is right down at the bottom with, I believe, 0-1 after having only played one series, whereas Alan is 2-0 up.
And this is a matchup I'm super excited to see because as much of an Alan fan as I am, being the player who is willing to throw out the emotes, which you and I will choose to interpret as BM, even though he genuinely thought he made a mistake the last time he threw out an emote. Alutamu, I feel for the guy. He's just been having terrible luck when we've seen him on stream. I think he's an extremely strong player, and the lineups have looked solid from week to week. This could finally be his chance to catch a break.
It could be. We'll have to see. Taking a look at the lineups from both of these players as I get them up, thankfully alphabetically right next to each other. Very kind of them. We've got the Druid, Mage, Demon Hunter, and Priest on one side. Again, Warrior omitted from Alan's lineup. And then Ali Temu, Druid, Mage, Demon Hunter, and Rogue on the other side, with, again, Warrior omitted from the lineup.
For Alan, we were mentioning a while ago how Priest actually lost popularity, at least compared to previous weeks in APAC, only a handful of players bringing it. But Alan, I feel, is one of those who has been very loyal to bringing Priest every week, and he's still stuck with the Highlander version, which has definitely lost popularity after the two ofs versions, with or without Galakrond, have become more prominent, and mainly due to their consistency. I wonder what Alan, thinks is the real strength of this Highlander Priest outside, of course, Zephyrus and Raisted, and I would have to wager that he actually plays it better than most people, because this is a deck that can get into the strangest and most fringe situations with all of the cards it generates. But Alan's the type of player that can stay level-headed enough to still find the optimal lines.
I agree completely. I think that Alan has been playing at a very high level, kind of doing similar in Division B to what we've seen Surrender do in Division A for the last who knows how long in Grandmasters, where he just brings the standard decks, maybe tweaks them a little bit but for the most part, just relies on outplaying his opponent, which I do think we've seen from Alan. Very good matchup understanding, very good technical gameplay in particular, I think is what we can mainly praise Alan for in this in his game so far. And so for our first matchup here, it's going to be the Demon Hunter up against the Priest, which I'm really glad that we're going to get to see, because for me it highlights one of the main differences of Highlander Priest versus two of Galakrond Priest, where Alan here on the Highlander Priest I think has got himself a decidedly worse matchup against Demon Hunter than you do with the two of version.
I would have to agree, because the 2-of version tends to run more consistent ways of getting your Apotheosis and sticking targets for it, and also in some cases getting the weapon removal. Of course, the Highlander Priest has ways of getting all of those cards through Zephyrus and Raised Dead, but it's a lot less consistent just by the very nature of the deck. I will say that looking at Alan's lineup as a whole, this looks extremely outdated to me, outside of just Highlander Priest as an archetype. The build of the Demon Hunter still has Polkelt Magtheridon in there, which feels like that was one of the very first iterations of the deck. And even his Druid, it is the Kael'thas Survival of the Fittest version, with none of the newer tech in there, whereas even Surrender, I think, has finally cut Kael'thas from his Druid.
Well, you know what? Like my dad always tells me with his boomer music, they're classics for a reason, all right? And I'm going to go with the same line of thought here with Alan's decks. They're not old. They're just they're tried and tested. These are the classic versions of the decks. And I do agree. Some new theory, some new techs have made their way into there. But we saw this from Surrender, right? If we were to say that a couple of weeks ago, Surrender was also sticking with the Kael'thas Survival of the Fittest version. It's not strictly worse at all. It's just a different way to approach it. And even though most players have gone in the direction of Mount Zeller or Malagos, I do think Alan's lineup here has something to offer, even if it's, like you said, a little bit outdated.
Yeah, the only qualm I have with that is that things have changed between this week and the last week of GM that we had on stream, because we did see a couple nerfs come into play and buffs that did absolutely nothing. I'm not sure if that's enough to warrant changes in the archetype of a Druid, for example, which is not directly affected by the card changes. But if anything, it goes to show that Alan believes in the old guard of decks, and we'll see if that serves him pretty well. On the other hand, for Alutemu, I mean, looking at Lorinda's stats right here, it appears that he's won 37.5% of his games all season. That's
yikes.
So crazy to think about, given that Alutemu was a player who made it all the way to the finals in the last MT before Montreal.
Yeah, it's important to realize how abysmal of a win rate 37.5 is. Like, you just don't end up anywhere near that low unless, over a very large sample size, you're doing something wrong. I think with the amount of games that Alutemu has played, like, it's not that high. It's like you're only playing 7 Swiss games a week. You can still make the argument that for the most part he was getting unlucky. But we do have to start begging questions now. Something has changed, it feels like, with Alutemu. Be it the metagame isn't quite suiting him. Maybe he hasn't been able to commit as much time. Or maybe we'll see over this series that he has still got what it takes.
Wait, I'm sorry. Alan's opener, we've seen 2 of Priest miss their 1-drops, but Alan just has 1 into 2 anyway. Of course.
I mean, which 2 do you even want? Do you just go Zephyrus Wild Growth here? I'm not even sure what's best. Probably, right?
Yeah, I mean, with the Siamat, that's something to ramp towards.
Mm-hmm.
And the Zephyrus itself challenges the Spirit Jailer very cleanly. Alatamu can just shard shatter this board if he wants to, but that shuts off the coin marrow slicer possibility for the next turn. So we're just gonna take it slow. The one maker.
Yeah, I like it a lot. This board needs to be wrestled back a little bit slower than that.
Whoa. This curve from Alan is perfect.
Pretty nuts. I will definitely say that. Like, I'm looking already before the coin has been used at trying to find some opportunity for Ilusha. Like, it probably wasn't on that turn, I think, but it's approaching that point. Like, this turn, I think we can start looking at a little bit heavier. The best play you're giving your opponent is just play the Cabal Acolyte, which is not that powerful on its own. It needs some help.
So you're thinking renew first into Ilusha, and then use their coin?
I mean, at this point, maybe you just go Cabal Acolyte Renew. Like, it's a powerful turn here. I was just thinking for the possibility of just go Ilusha first, and then you have coin with 3 mana. I guess you're not coining into anything particularly impactful most of the time.
Right. I mean, my problem with that line is you give them Cabal with Renew, right?
I guess so.
If you don't renew first.
Dance, puppet, dance.
Yeah,
I think it's totally fine to hold on to Ilusha.
Agreed. Just exploring the possibility.
Okay. Shatter Shard looks pretty clean here. For Alutamu can also fit in the Spirit Jailer.
Yep.
And then he has Lapidary to follow up. Or just getting that Marrow Slicer online, because we have seen hands from Demon Hunter where their weapons kind of pile up, and they kind of wish they had started swinging the charges earlier so they can get all the damage through sooner.
Oh, he still doesn't want to go Ilusha here. I was looking at it so heavily on this turn. You give your opponent a load of absolute garbage. They still have the coin.
True.
Like, I don't want to let Cast Division get to me here, but it felt clean.
This turn, it definitely looked a lot more reasonable.
Again,
they don't have anything playable but Holy Ripple and the top deck for the next turn.
Right. The obvious thing to mention is that in this matchup, generally the time to go for Ilusha is just after Skull of Gul'dan has been played, so it's very possible that Alan is gearing up for specifically that.
And for Alutemu, he has tons of ways to start developing damage or pressure on board, but he does kind of want to preserve the 3-2 and also not leave an Apotheosis target. However, I just remember this is Highlander Priest, and so the likelihood of Apotheosis is a lot lower compared to the 2-ofs Priest, so everything going face I think is reasonable here.
Multiple very powerful 7-cost plays on this turn. Soul Mirror, generally you want to save for Militia, I think, in this matchup. Not necessarily hard bookmarked, or earmarked, I should say, not but still, you want to be saving that where possible. So I do like the look of CNL.
Agreed. Or Rush Divine Shield, and then the 2-2 goes into the 3-2. Priest definitely playing the defensive here, so I don't think there's much reason to like go rush Wind Fury. Alutamu is the Demon Hunter player that's running Altruist. I mentioned it a while ago without remembering who that was that had it.
Oh, right, yeah. And
but that also gets very spicy with Ilusha, assuming that he sets up for it with Skull of Gul'dan.
That is true. Just take your 8-8 and 5-5 here.
Oh. It's scary, but so is the 50-50 Galopon.
It's really tough. Like, Ilusha on that turn, again, I was looking at it. It lets your opponent just play out Soul Mirror, which is a bit scary, because then you don't have an answer to Ilusha, the Militia, necessarily. But it didn't give your opponent a proactive turn, at least.
Yeah, but what do you do with your turn if you just go Ilusha and you don't hit a good minion?
They still have the coin, right? This is the main thing I'm talking about. You're likely to be able to play something here.
But if it leaves up their 5-5 and 1-3, probably not worth it, right? And then you don't necessarily develop enough to challenge it.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, for Alutamu, 8/8 is definitely a problem here. He has Soul Shear and Trade if he really wants to get rid of it. But it feels so bad to sink the 5 into this.
Trade.
Everything.
Oh, man. This is 12 damage that isn't going face. Like, I agree with him probably because he's taking way too much damage and Apotheosis just ends the game if he doesn't. But, oh, does it not feel good?
Yeah, agreed. So if we look at Illucia again this turn, you still don't give your opponent anything that great. Like the Soul Mirror is it?
Yeah, that's true.
I must consider.
Finally letting rip. Like if
Definitely
he goes for
like
it now,
it better this turn than last.
he can coin into Militia. Now is the difference with this play, right?
Yeah. That is the mana breakpoint that he could have had. And for me, it's the difference of the board state, where he was only staring down a 1/3 right now compared to 5/5 last turn.
This
That I
definitely
was-
feels like... Oh, sorry.
No problem.
Definitely feels like he's gearing up for it now, though. You know, throwing out the Holy Ripple for very limited value, just for a little bit of heal for the most part. Like, we're setting up for very possibly 7 mana card and then Illucia just to give your opponent a bad turn. Or maybe you just rip the Illucia right at the start.
Impatient.
I think it very much depends on what Alutemu goes for here.
True.
You mentioned how post-Skull is definitely a juicy timing to play Alucia. And Alutemu is likely to play it this turn, I would say. Reasonably so.
It does feel that way. Unless he wants to spend his mana on, like, Consume Magic, Shard Shatter, and then, I don't know, Chaos Strike. It all feels very clunky outside of Skull.
He can still go for the Shard Shatter this turn. And he is gearing up for a huge Altruist, but this could be the most back-breaking Illucia in history.
God. And he can start to make reads. Like, you know, that Holy Ripple did very, very little on that turn. It's not a strong read at all, but it's a hint that they might be gearing up for that Illucia.
But after having played the Skull, the way to play around it is spending your Twin Slices on not
Right.
much, and then they just play Altruist for tempo and you lose your win condition anyway. So I like
Indeed.
that Alutemu is just praying it's not there, but I think Alan can have a strong read now.
Oh, it's so good! Oh my god. The Altruist as well.
Yep. Alutemu, I don't
Knew it.
think this was a huge surprise to him. He was taking the calculated risk. And you go Altruist stuff, and the Consume Magics actually sort of mess with the Altruist train.
Do you
somewhat,
see what must be done?
because of the drawn cards.
Okay, yeah. I mean, you don't really want to draw a card here, right? Is the problem,
Right.
of course.
Gonna give it back to Alutemu.
So it is probably, yeah, just Consume Magic first. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Not too quickly.
As a dump. And then
Yeah.
you go Blade Dance,
Blade
Twin
Dance.
Slice, Twin Slice.
Yep. Yep, yep, yep.
And the Chaos Strike, I would have to assume. Oh, sorry, not enough mana.
Yeah, just throwing out all the cards he can, doing a whole bunch of damage, and saying to Alutemu, you know what? Play your Soul Mirror and cry. Soul Mirror Broom? It doesn't even work, right? You can't attack again.
No. If only he could Soul Mirror and say, "Stop, Altruist, don't attack," and then
Objection!
I don't even know at this point. Looks like he's going for a Galakron play just for the armor, and if he misses Altruist, he can still deal with it with the Broom and Hero Power.
You could obviously play the Raised Dead to give Alan Demon Hunter minions, which are maybe worse, but that doesn't seem worth it at all.
Yeah, you don't want to take the 3.
Oh.
That is a big boy. I'm playing these for tempo. I mean, the Cabal Acolyte and the Water Bearer every day
I
of the
think
week.
so, yeah.
mean, it's fine if Alutamu silences the Cabal Acolyte. Alan just threatens lethal the next turn.
This is a 5-5. Straight up, you do not care about the effect. I mean, not massive.
Okay, Karj is actually even more damage on board. Sure. So outs for Alutamu. Militia?
Militia, but there aren't even that many soul fragments left in the deck, right? That's the card to stay alive. Has to play Warblades, but can draw first.
Yeah. There's 3 soul fragments in the deck. Not that he has mana to play Militia at this point. You think you go Warglaves consume?
Mm-hmm. I think you save the hero power for after because it's unlikely to change your play.
Mm-hmm.
All right. 4 damage. Limited ways to close this out in the Priest's pool, if any, to actually immediately get the kill. The Inner Fire gets a fair bit of the way there if you want to go super aggro. Oh.
Guy Stalker. So annoying for Alutamu to remove.
Oh, Militia.
Oh no, he drew
Another
fragment.
soul fragment. Yeah, that's.
There's only
not
2 left
one.
in the deck.
So you draw here, and then you go Twin Slice, and hope to heal for 1 billion.
Why does it say he has 0 mana? The game's already conceded for Alutamu.
Yeah, I think the Spectator on his hand there may be having a slight issue. But it is Twin Slice that he drew on that turn.
Mm-hmm. If you go Skull of Gul'dan, best thing he can hit is nothing, actually. Blade Dance, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess like Lapidary as well, maybe.
I think Blade Dance is the out,
Okay,
along with the
fair.
Twin Slices.
Unless, of course, there's a Priest minion that he could get for the out. Maybe, I'm not seeing one. Murazon doesn't get there.
You technically survive on board if you just go Militia Twin Slices and trades, but I think Alutamu needs to think bigger to actually win the game instead of just not lose this turn.
I mean, you survive on board with just Twin Slices, right? Because you go up to 12, and then there's only 11 in play.
Okay.
So he didn't have to go for this line to survive. It could have just been the Skull.
Even now, still trading.
Fighting hard for board. And Soul Mirror was saved this entire game, obviously for the Militia, and while it is underwhelming, here it is. This is what you've been saving it for. Throwing it down here feels pretty reasonable.
Yeah. Alan can just heal, continue chipping away at Alutamu. He's now seen both of the Eldrazi Warblades, so the healing is pretty much done for Alutamu.
Pretty over.
And Alutamu's got some pretty terrible top decks in there. He is running double Penflinger in this list, which
That's true.
You know, us casters enjoy very much during the testing.
Yeah.
It's not going to help in this situation.
I believe that was Kane that he will try and throw down alongside the Devout Pupil.
I do love a good.
Good eye, Dara. Human spectator.
And now
Alive
he
on
steals it
board.
for the win. Oh, he doesn't.
Man, Alutamu's still in this somehow.
Oh, no, come on, surely not.
He still has
Surely.
that skull, right? The skull's
Yeah?
still in hand. You didn't play it. I don't know. Alan's whiffing on these draws. The 4-5 lines up really well against anything Alan puts on board from here. It's just a question of whether he wants to commit the Cabal Acolyte this turn. I think
Right.
you probably hold on to it, even though
Probably right.
the wave is just a one of in the deck.
I must.
I don't think he needs to taunt yet. Holding onto Sticky Finger too because he's not seen the last Marrow Slicer.
Oh, there we go.
Oh.
Specs fixed as well. So
Okay.
we're starting with Skull, unless you're afraid of just drawing your entire deck. Like, it's possible
Yeah, it's
you just need to
reasonable.
not draw to fatigue.
Alutamu's last cards are actually not very impactful whatsoever. He has Blade Dance, Marrow Slicer, Panthera, Wandmaker, and a bunch of removal, and the Penflingers. So looks
you
like he's
just
just
don't
gonna
draw?
hold on to Skull altogether.
Wow. At
It's
least
not
not
a
until he
board
has
that
to.
requires a Blade Dance.
So there's the
Trade
steal?
gamer.
Oh my god, it's working. The trade plan is actually working.
By Jove, he's done it.
No Galacrond in his deck. It was stolen by Alutemu.
You're right.
Oh,
That's just a 6/6.
bad Boulder Fist Ogre. Me have terrible stats for the cost.
What on earth is going on?
Consider.
The Demon Hunter is outvaluing the Priest
Oh my
by using
God.
Galacron.
Surely not.
I mean, big deal he takes a 2-1. This
Yeah.
devout pupil has been carrying Alutamu's game plan.
Okay, that does nothing. That's a dead card now for the moment.
He can try to hit his Marrow Slicer,
Right. Yeah. That's the play for sure.
but there's soul fragments to mess with the possible discounts.
Oh, that's a miss.
And he only has 3 actual cards in the deck right now. There are 2 soul fragments.
So does
So I'm not
Alan
even sure
just
if you want
fatigue?
the Panthera draw.
Right.
I think he just wants the hero power every turn.
Inner Fire? Doesn't
Doesn't
really do
much.
anything? Yeah, +1 damage, I guess.
I think he just hits the button and probably soul shears and trades the 2/4, 4/5 in the 4/4. Just continue on with the game plan. Yeah, Panthera before hero power makes sense as well.
Button.
Time is running out.
This is so weird.
So weird. Whoa!
Hello?
He wants the draw?
He's seen
Okay.
Soul Mirror? He's
Oh my
seen
lord.
Zephyrus?
Soul
How does
Shield
Alan even
trade
deal with this?
Flesh Giant. He's insane here. Alutemu's winning.
Is this just a lethal setup next turn? With Marrow Slicer, certainly, right? Oh, but he has Life Seal, Penance, Hero Power. Okay. So this 3/5 goes in the 4/3. You
Mm-hmm.
Penance the Cane.
Or
You hit
probably the other way around,
Wand
but
Maker?
yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry. Other way around. And
then,
so you leave 13 on board, you go up to... I mean, he's not dead.
he's not dead, but is he winning?
Unlikely. Because Alutemu has Marrow Slicer Blade Dance, clean up the Kronks, and File Fiend.
Yep, keep that board control while you can.
Is it finally time for Penflinger to shine? The last 2 cards in the deck are Penflingers.
Penflinger Inner Fire? Illegal.
Wait. This means that the Marrow Slicer, Penflinger, Blade Dance means you don't have to trade a minion to get
Yeah.
rid of the Kronks.
Perfect, full
Right?
clear. You can even fit in the hero power afterwards, right?
Insane!
Absolutely insane. Let's get another Flesh Giant. How do we feel about that?
Let's get another Penflinger, if only it were a minion. I don't know what I'm watching, but I love it.
Right, that's a 2/2.
Alan felt like he was so far ahead at the beginning of this game. But who would have thought that giving Alutemu Galacron would be his undoing?
And you know what? fair play to Alutemu. That feels like the man that we have been missing. We didn't see him once in the first 3 weeks of Swiss because he was bottom half every single week. We only saw him once last week, and he lost pretty swiftly then. Now, though, that was much more like it. What a cool game, and a great win on the Demon Hunter. Like we can talk about the Priest a little bit more, whether the Lucia should have come sooner, later, however you want to go about it. But Alutemu handled the cards he was given really nicely that game.
It was insane. I thought it was over from the moment the Altruist game plan was stolen away from Alutemu, but being able to immediately identify that playing Galakron and fighting aggressively for board was actually his out, and that he was free to go down to as low of an HP as he needed to because Alan, as Priest, doesn't run any burst damage, and also he'd seen the Zephyrus. That was such an interesting alternate game plan, cleanly executed there. Hats off to Alutemu.
Hats off indeed. Chonsu, you're going to have to be taking off your whatever kind of a funky hat that was he was wearing last week. But before we can continue with the rest of our final APAC series of the day, we're going to go to a quick break. We're going to see a little bit more of what Alutemu is going for here, and when we come back, we're going to see if he can go all the way to get his first win of the round robin on the table. It is the last series of the day for APAC here, but fear not, plenty more Hearthstone to come with Europe and Americas shortly after. And if you do want to be notified whenever we go live, you can of course subscribe here on the HS Esports YouTube channel, hit the bell, all that good stuff, so that you always know when we are live every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for the next few weeks. And one match you are also not going to want to miss is Alan versus Alu Temu. Of course, in the first few weeks we were playing Swiss, in which Alu Temu did obviously get a couple of wins. But even then, he is rocking a 37% win rate so far, which is absolutely abysmal, and obviously not what we were expecting from a player who has gone this close to the World Championships a couple of times now.
But it already feels like with that first game, I hope I'm not jinxing it, that he's turning things around. That was stellar play towards the end game there. But still, I feel like I have to hold my tongue because the last time Alutamu was that far ahead, Shakti managed to turn that whole game around with one timely prime. So from Alutamu, I just want to see him keeping his focus, making sure that no matter how far ahead he gets in any game, that he still has the concentration needed to close it out with the highest percentages he can give himself. And he has Mage and Rogue remaining, two decks where it's very difficult to suss out what the highest percent lines are because there's so much deviation in the game plan.
He does, for sure. I do think, though, that this type of mage in particular should, based on past experience, be a pretty good deck for Alutemu. He was kind of the king of Cyclone Mage back in the day when it was Mountain Giants and Conjurer's Calling, as opposed to Mana Giants and Conjurer's Callings, as we see now. That was the key to his success in the Specialist format in our first ever season of Grandmasters. Now, however, obviously it's a slightly different deck, but I do still believe that the overall thought should carry through, even if it is up against a hard matchup like Demon Hunter.
It is just a lot less intuitive how you're supposed to turbo out the Mana Giants, because previously with Mountain Giant, yeah, you just stack cards in hand while maintaining your mana as the curve goes higher and higher. This one, it's a bit more difficult to ascertain when you're supposed to play Evocation, how you optimize all of those generated spells, and we were seeing already differences from how I believe it was Religo piloting it, so I'm curious to see how Alutamu approaches that game plan.
I will crush your delusions of grandeur.
We shall see. It's not a bad start at all. Obviously, he hasn't hit the cram session to go with these spell damage minions, but it's still just tempoing out. It's making sure that the the Demon Hunter cannot dominate the board, which we have already seen today. When that goes up against the mage, there's almost nothing you can do. So it's a good start from both players, which does, on average, equal out in Alan's favor. But Alutemu is just a couple of draws away from making something pretty miraculous happen.
Also worth noting that Alan's curve is not the type that Tempo Mage really struggles with. I feel like as Demon Hunter, you would much rather have the Marrow Slicer on curve as opposed to an early Bulk Out, which doesn't actually give him anything that useful in the near future.
Yeah, if he goes Polkelt this turn, he will of course draw Skull into Skull, so he will be able to go Skull on 6 on curve, which is pretty powerful. But of course he will know what he will get, which will be unplayables, obviously, on that turn.
In the end, though, just going for the Polkelt as the most stats on board with the upside of the guaranteed Outcast Skull on 6, because he does have a play of Kane's Second Slice or Hero Power next turn to fully spend his mana.
What to do? What to do?
Tamu really needs an apprentice.
He really
I don't mind starting with one trick and then you probably devolving missiles this and then decide whether you need to ping.
Sure. Just see what you get. Maybe your plan changes with an AI. Ice Barrier, we definitely take that.
I'd look more heavily at Mirror Image if the hand shape were a bit different, or like if he had good minions to hide behind it, but since he doesn't, I like the Ice Barrier.
Yeah, I mean, Mirror Image can obviously do a similar thing, but it's way more susceptible than Ice Barrier is, even if it's cheaper.
Ooh. Wait a second. It
that just
shuffles
ruins
into the
Polkelt.
deck, so it messes up the Polkelt, right?
Yes. That's kind of terrible for Alan, right? He just gets a random draw now.
Yeah.
Yikes.
The Skull game plan is just shut off now.
Well, we're going Kane instead, I guess.
Sure. For Alan, now I'm thinking that he needs to set up the biggest militia that he can on turn 7. So you can still go Kane Hero Power here and then go for the double Soul Fragment Shufflers on the next turn.
I like that a lot.
Oh. Chaos Strike this turn makes me feel like he really wants to be able to hit Skull in the near future.
Yeah, it definitely frees up more mana next turn.
Sure. I mean, he's just committing the militia charges right now, so that he has more flexibility the next turn. But I'm not sure if that's worth not having a 3/4 on board right now.
Right. It means he has an answer to Raz on the following turn with Kane's Second Slice Hero Power. So, like, you know, the expected plays there are still answers to on the following turn for sure.
I mean, he still could have had an answer if you save Soul Shear that turn, right? And then you have Second Slice Hero Power.
No, it's true. I do still prefer the other line. But it's not disastrous this way at all. This is tough. Like, Arcane Explosion with Lab Partner is really close to killing off a militia, which you do need to be afraid of. But maybe you just take Combustion then, which kind of does a similar thing. But maybe you take Frost Nova, because it's just too much pressure to even answer.
Yeah, I'm always leaning towards Nova, just because the card is extremely powerful to pair it with Mana Giants at some point. I don't think a 1/3 merits the Combustion. But
doesn't feel like
maybe there's a way to set up a board, you Frost Nova it, then you try to get rid of everything with the Prime. Tough. It's been such a weird pan out where Alutemu has not felt the need to be so defensive, but he plays Ice Barrier anyway because he didn't have a way of spending his mana otherwise. Because Alan did not hit the weapons.
Worth saying as well, this is a potential upside to Alan's line, is he played it when he played the Soul Share when he had something to target, whereas this turn he wouldn't have had. He'd had to shoot his own guy. A slight advantage. But the main thing is Solarian Prime is on board and it's doing Solarian Prime things. Okay. Reasonable.
Oh no, he drew a fragment as well.
Not what you want.
Still gonna get 5 out of 6. Very awkwardly shaped to deal with the Solarian Prime. There is a world where you just keep all of these and leave up the Prime.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's so scary, right? Like,
It is. It is super scary against Raz, against Freeze, etc., etc. I think this is much safer overall, but it was worth thinking about.
so there is Lab Partner, Ray of Frost, Combustion, clears the board.
What about Jandis Ray?
Also a consideration.
Oh, that's... You can also rush down the other 3/3, but it means... Well, you can still make the 3/5 the illusion here?
Yeah.
Okay,
Just sack it in.
I like that.
Very smart. Next turn, if Jandis survives...
sorry, that was... I thought he had double Ray left. That's my bad.
sorry. So did I. Right, okay. Then obviously my play does not work. Oh, yeah, of course, because it was from the Solarian Prime, which is why it used the first up.
Okay, Lapidary plus Aldraki is a way to get rid of the 2/7, but that's a lot of heal you're missing. So, could just be... Man, I'm not seeing a clean way of doing this. Like, you can expend a Twin Slice, but float mana.
I grow impatient.
Maybe just ignore it and start going upstairs.
There's a Conjurer's Calling naturally running the deck, right? Which is the scary, but I guess you don't necessarily have to play around that. But I think at this point, like, you can win on board quite easily.
Definitely feels like it.
Yeah, I think I like the trading route here. Like, just don't give him spell damage. That with Raz next turn is completely illegal.
Alan going for best mana expenditure here. Holding onto the Twin Slices rather than valuing the healing, I think fits in with his game plan, where he knows he's far ahead on board. Uh-oh.
Absolutely mammoth draw there from Alutemu. Evocation with the Apprentice, the Dream. And
that's a lot of zeros.
Pretty good. That's pretty good.
How do you even start with this? Brain devolving probably happens first.
Devolving and then explosion, or explosion and then devolving? Explosion, then brain freeze, then devolving? So many ways to go about it.
Okay, this looks perfectly fine. Gets to play out one secret. And while this was an insane turn, Alutemu is out of threats. His hand is Conj and Combustion.
Out of threats, but so's Alan. Really, for the moment, both players really just running dry.
It's true. So he can try to catch the generated minion if he has a read on Netherwind Portal by playing a spell first. Doesn't really feel worth it because you don't know what the secret is.
Well, it's not Counterspell. It's not Ice Barrier. He's about to find out.
Yeah. And he still doesn't know whether or not it's Flame Ward. Oh no!
Just Combustion Cyclone?
I guess. Because he's used Evocation, it's unlikely you get to play that many spells with the Cyclone.
Yeah, I mean, being able to play one extra is a big deal. I mean, you could obviously go Conjurer's Calling, then Combustion, and pray that you're able to kill both. That feels way too risky.
Yeah, I think you'd rather have a Conj in hand than a random Cyclone spell by that point.
Like, the only question was whether you just hold for a turn entirely, like just go ping and pass there. Because one extra spell could make a world of difference. Close.
It's true. Why have we reached top deck wars in this matchup where both the decks normally feel very aggressive?
It can happen, right? No Skull, no AI, no Cram Session.
This is all off the back of the Polkelt disruption with the Reliquary of Souls.
Okay, this is smart from Alan. Instead of killing the minion, he's setting up for a big swing turn with Blade Dance, yeah, to clear off instead.
I question if there's even a need to equip the Eldraki there, because now if Alan wants to push the 1 every turn, then he has to expend a charge as well. I mean, this is a hero power face pass turn.
Another dead draw means, I guess, you're just swinging in while you can. I mean, I think Alan doesn't have a strong read, obviously, on the Netherwind, but he's definitely playing around it here because there's just not really any point in playing the spells yet.
This is so depressing for Alutemu.
Torture. Absolute torture. Like, Giant, and he just wins the game on the spot, right, if that comes down. Or at least from his perspective. We can see, actually, he might not with the second slice, twin slice Blade Dance.
Both of them have extremely good potential top decks, but they haven't hit any of the goods yet. For Alan, even Magtheridon is a big draw because he has Blade Dance.
Yeah.
Skull of Gul'dan even runs one of Spectral Sight in this list.
I mean, for him,
no!
Reliquary Prime would be a fantastic draw for him as well at this point, with that having been shuffled in. It's just not weapons. Anything but these bloomin' weapons.
Bloomin'. Did I say it right?
Perfect.
This has been the weirdest Demon Hunter Mage game I've ever seen. One of them
Yeah.
needs to draw something playable soon. You probably just hit the Cyclone at this point? I don't know. I mean, if you deal 3 to face, each Marrow Slicer deals 4, and you hero power once every turn, that's technically a lethal setup over 5
Sure.
turns.
I guess.
This
and
probably
Alan's-
makes the clock slower because you have,
Yeah.
I mean, clock faster with the twin slices. Okay.
Draw? Card draw?
Yup.
He gets a do-over on this
Deciding
turn?
if he wants to apprentice first.
You just don't, right? Like, they have a hand of removal. It's all they can have at this point, I think. Oh! That's... You can make a 5/5 here. And you can Conjurer's Calling it as well, right? You go 3, 5, 9.
Shenvala, Mirror Image, Freeze an Image, and then Conjure 5/5? I'm down. Just do something, anything.
Yeah, he has to double ray, so I guess you ray each of the 0/2s. I don't even know if it's good. Like, your opponent, like, they have a handful of removal. This is what I was saying. They almost certainly mop this up.
I mean, but they're always gonna have that, right? At some point, the mage has to develop something, otherwise they just die to hero powers and weapon damage.
Yeah, it looks like he's holding on to the Conjurer's Calling. Like, I can respect this because it makes the top deck of Giant so much better if he has two.
Right.
So much better.
Could be all the difference. Okay. Alan really wants to hit these taunts with the Blade Dance so he can push face. If he doesn't, there's still Glaive Bound Adept to hit on 1.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no!
Wow!
The taunts
What?
And the Shenvala survived! What on earth?
So, it just survives this turn? There's nothing you can do?
Yeah. I don't think it's so much you care that the Shenvala survives. It's the fact that he can't push the 6 face.
Yeah,
It means
yeah.
that Alan's clock is, like, so much slower now. By this point, Alutamu is unlikely to have 3 spells to activate Shenvala again all in one turn. I mean, he has to swing.
You have
it's
to
a matter
swing
of
and play
where
the
he
Glaive
puts
Bound,
the
right.
Glaive Bound.
But the worst thing is, there's the Spectral Flyer in hand, so he knows it's dead if he plays it.
Ah! I mean, he just needs to free up the path to the face for the other Marrow Slicer.
Oh,
Feels
good
like-
draw. Very good draw. Prime? Yep, okay.
Are you conjuring that just to give yourself more good top decks?
No, I think you just accept that Shenvala doesn't generate this turn, right? And like,
I mean, he can go flyer and 1 conj with the Solarian.
oh, you just conjure the Solarian right away.
Just to put the prime in your deck, I have no idea.
That feels bad.
Everything feels awful.
Yeah.
I mean, it's unlikely that the Shenvala activation goes off next turn anyway. And you still have the other half of Punch for a Giant. I don't know. Kind of want to do it. Kind of want to throw in the Apprentice too.
I kind of do, I kind of don't. Like I said, Giant top deck just becomes insane if you keep the Conjurer's Calling. Like, you can still generate evocations to go with the Apprentice.
I mean, my thing
going
is you
for it.
still have the other half. I just wanted to set up any round together way to find lethal for Alutamu over the next couple of turns with what he has showing. Huge draw
play.
though.
Huge draw. Now he can stop Alutemu from pinging himself for only 1 mana. Ooh.
I grow impatient.
Is it just Twin Slice? You just don't equip the Marrow Slicer, right?
I'm No, I want to equip the Marrow Slicer and send it face.
Oh, go face? Okay,
I
sure.
Don't care about the Shenvala.
Yeah. I like it.
Alan's deck has what's in here. One more Soul Shard Lapidary, double skulls, the Reliquary Prime. He's out of Glaive Bounds though, that's a big deal.
Steward of Scrolls? That's gotta be the pick, right?
Right? It's a good conch target too.
Yep. It's an Ellie as well for half the quest. That's something.
Evo! Hello?
Whoa!
Oh my god, I can't even watch for Alan.
Oh, magic trick! Go! Something, whatever, doesn't matter. AI? Devolving, yep. Make a wisp.
Make a Wisp Foundation. Definitely one that Alan will not be donating to.
Okay, yep, AI. I'd probably rather go AI than Fireball.
And another Netherwind.
Yeah, I guess Netherwind.
Disgusting.
Get another activation trade.
Actually, maybe it was Fireball there just to set up the 2-turn.
Could he have still
he
got
doesn't
the
get
double
the other activation, right?
Right. It's close.
Whoa! Okay, Twin Slice first, plays around counter spell.
Yeah.
But what does this skull even get? One Blade Dance left.
Poor warlock.
Whiff.
Alas, poor warlock.
All whiffs?
Oh, it's 11
Okay, Chaos Strike
damage.
can still draw him the Blade Dance.
I mean, I'm just looking at lethal on this turn. Does he have outs? Does he have another second slice? Twin slice, sorry?
He
Played
does
them
not.
both, right? He doesn't have mana off of Wand Maker anymore?
Nope. I don't think he's even running the One Makers. Oh no! Okay, but there is 21 on board plus hero power, but Alan knows about the second conch, so he can conch the 2/2 Death Rattle and give himself lethal.
True! Or he can just icicle it, whatever.
Yeah, we're talking from Alan's perspective, but yeah, he just had to go for the draw to hit more soul fragments there to stay alive. But let me count again. 19, 22, 23, plus the 4 that comes off of this, that's lethal. Right?
15, 21. No, it's not. It's just slightly off, right? I count 1 damage off lethal.
Oh, yeah.
15, 21, ping,
One up.
22, plus 4. It's 1 damage off lethal.
But he has the Violet Spellwing with
Violet
Icicle now and
Oh my
Conch.
god! He can take the chance! Like, it's +1 spell damage, but then he's running into issues with board space because of Shenvala activating. Is that ever a problem?
Yeah.
Do you just jam Solarian?
I don't know. I think you look for the one from other things.
One
Okay,
thief,
he has
one
one thief. Yeah, but you go for the
Icicle?
attack first with yeah. Guarantee that you land the buff on attacking minions.
Runs out on me.
He's going for it. Spellwing, Conjurer's Calling. He draws the cards as well, though. We didn't even think about that. Go!
Oh my god. And if there isn't time, he has Ray of Frost on both of these things.
1 missile!
Did
One
he finish?
missile!
I think Alistamu's done it. It looked like he did a sigh of relief there, but it could have been a sigh of regret. I don't know. Okay, thumbs up. He got it.
If he played it, it's guaranteed. Oh.
Okay, it was the guaranteed after using the Rays of Frost. Oh.
That was such a sick turn there from Ali Temu. What has been happening off stream? Like, the games he's playing here are so clean. It's such cool gameplay from Ali Temu consistently.
Oh no. Maybe he's just been charging up all the energy, but I feel for Alan there. He had it in the bag at so many different points, but there were very specific things that had to go wrong for Alan to lose that game all the way back from the Polkelt Disruption. That was the only 1-drop that could have generated a card to shuffle in and mess with the Polkelt reordering. And then there was like his Blade Dance not hitting either of the mirror image taunts. If Alan had gotten an additional 4 damage at any point earlier, the game was over. I don't know. Luck seems to be in Alutamu's favor now.
It does
on top
this time.
Of very solid play.
I mean, I feel bad for Alan, but at the same time, like Alutemu just sitting there drinking out of what looks like a cocktail shaker, like he just does not give a damn. Like, I mean, how can you not root for this guy? He's just so goddamn cool. Okay, I won't hear anything to the otherwise, as he is now 2 games up here, having one with the Rogue up against the Demon Hunter. Definitely not what we expected, especially as you said with Alan having multiple unfortunate outcomes there that could have led to a win. And it's just the secret Rogue left now for Alutemu. Oh, no, sorry, I take that back. The weapon rogue here for Alutemu as his last remaining archetype. And it's a pretty aggressive build of the weapon rogue here. We're seeing no Steel Dancers, Ash Tongue Slayers slotted in there as well. So clearly going for a super aggro game plan.
This deck feels a lot more like a hybrid rogue. I don't know how to classify it. A few weeks ago in Mullet Over, I had my rogues delineated into 3 clean archetypes, but now Alutamu has gone halfway between Stealth Rogue and the Weapon Rogue. I thought that if you're playing Ashtongue Slayers, that lends itself to a deck that also plays Sinister Strikes, but he's found room for Self-Sharpening Sword. This could be the way forward for rogues, or it could be, an experiment. And I think Alutamu's been one of the players that has not been afraid to tweak with his decks a little bit from week to week. Could be a reason why he's not been doing well. Could be just part of his genius. We'll see how this particular match works out.
And we're already seeing the kind of awkwardness of this deck coming in pretty cleanly demonstrated. You have the stealth package, and you have the weapon package. It's obviously you're running stealth in pretty much all the self-sharpening sword rogues, but Ashtongue Slayer here looks pretty useless unless you hit obviously exactly one of the 1-cost stealth minions. So is it just a sword keep? Is it just a Greyheart Sage keep?
Definitely keeping the sword. I wouldn't hate the look of Ashtongue even with the sword, because you could just say this is a turn 2 play, because I don't want to dagger on turn 2 if I'm playing self-sharpening on turn 3. And that allows, certain 1-drop top decks to be insane.
Yeah, you could just choose to be an absolute lord like Alutemu and just hit your opponent for 5 on turn 2.
But that is a strong draw for Alan. Make no mistake.
VT?
Imagine.
No? Okay, fair enough. Yeah, 5 damage to face, turn 1. Insane. Ooh.
Okay.
Shaping together pretty nicely, though.
Trade from Alan optimizes the odds of removal, I think.
Yep, sure. Obviously a couple of different lines. We could have been looking at an early Shenvala activation, but instead tempo's out the Cyclone, couple of spells obviously not to be sniffed at, and you can also just tempo Shenvala here. It's not bad at all.
There were so many lines for Alan in the last turn. I was even thinking about Solarian coming down instead of the Mana Cyclone. The Cyclone does become quite useless after you use the coin, though. So in the end, I think Alan's line is the most consistent way of using his resources.
Secret Passage does make sense here. You obviously don't have in this build the Toxin Blade as one of the cards he's cut to make room for the rest of this. But really you just want any way to spend your mana at all, and Dread Corsair does that really nicely.
Yeah, even manages to fit in the Worgen Infiltrator. Worgen Spy, as it's called in Japanese. Pretty sure.
Ooh.
Apprentice doesn't accomplish all that much, but if you just put it down alongside Frost Nova, that suddenly makes 2 must remove. Well, I say must remove, but this weapon rogue really just wants to go face.
Yeah, I think that no matter what you do here, Alutemu is going to ignore everything and go face. So it's just about how do you make that how do you mitigate that as much as possible, which I think means removing on this turn is just the #1 priority.
Wow,
Oi,
unstoppable
oi, oi.
curve from Alutemu. A free cutting class after this attack connects to the face, I have to imagine.
He's thinking for like a second here, and it's already too much thinking. All of this is going face. How dare you even suggest otherwise?
I guess you can consider, yeah, Worgen into Shinvala as the only trade.
Fine.
And casters in our Discord calling me a boomer, you saying fine at me like I'm your mom. What happened in this 1 week of Montreal where I didn't cast?
We got hip, Gia.
I
We got cool.
wonder.
Because cool people say hip. Everyone knows that.
I was gonna say. Is this the apprentice turn?
Oh,
It
it's
doesn't
so
do all that
bad.
much.
It's so
It's
bad.
terrible.
I mean, the solace is that if your opponent has to sink this weapon into apprentice, you kind of take that as a win, honestly. Like, considering
Right.
how far behind Alan is at this point.
That was my thinking. But it's probably not good enough. I think Alan needs to hit an evocation into like ice barrier, etc. from this apprentice. He's just going for Nova to heal 8. Krastanov!
Pretty disgusting. I mean, already I think Alutemu is thinking, like, are there any ways that I can lower the percentage chance of Solarian being drawn? Like, he may even just trade into the 2-2 here with Krastanov, just so that Solarian Prime is less likely to be found.
I mean, Alan's going into turn 6. I think it's fine to kill the Solarian.
Okay, fair. I mean, it's like, it's an
Alutemu-
extra turn with it in the deck for turn 7, but yes, sure.
So many options.
The point was really just that he is extremely far in the lead and just needs to think
Correct.
about what are the outs from Alan here that can go wrong for Alutemu.
Definitely like Krastanov plus 1 thief. The merit to setting up Infiltrator Lillian is that that's a stealth minion that gives Alutemu a near guaranteed 2-turn setup.
It's true.
But for immediate board presence, it's a bit weaker than the Krastanov, I think.
Oh, he almost did it. He almost...
Alutemu, stop
Okay.
playing with us like this.
Makes the sensible play, the grown-up play here of just trading into the Solarian instead. It is kind of weaker
When I'm
to...
being called old, it's not hip, but when Alutemu is being called grown up, it's sensible.
I don't make the rules, Gia. I just follow them, okay? Don't hate the player, hate the game. It's cool people say that still as well, in case you're wondering.
I am wondering what Alan's outs are, but that is not it.
And there we see it, Gia. For the first time this season, 5 weeks in, we see Alutemu win a series of Hearthstone. And I gotta say, that feels like it counts for 2. That was extremely one-sided.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. Very well deserved from Alutemu. Similar to, I suppose, Surrender series, where the 2 players who ended up winning had a lot of fortunate outcomes, but when they were given tough decisions, they absolutely hit the nail on the head there. I have to say I feel for Alan because he is also an extremely strong player where I don't think he had that many opportunities to showcase that in this series, but Alutemu needed a welcome break. I was talking about that from the very beginning of the broadcast. He puts himself on the board at 1-1, and even for Alan, it's not too bad because he's still at a positive overall match score with 2-1.
That's right. Still very favorable looking here for Alan going into the rest of things. And I'm really glad that Alutemu isn't like right down at the bottom of Division B, because that's simply not where he deserves to be in the rankings of APAC, in my opinion. Things might be starting to take a change for the positive now, as we can take a look at the standings now that we've come to the end of our day in APAC. Of course, Surrender taking the win is the headline here for me. Him moving up to 3-0. Chonsu down to 0-3. Chonsu was my pick at the start of the season, and despite getting through to Division A looking pretty good at the start, it's been a pretty swift downturn for him heading into the round robin.
I mean, Chonsu just decided to sabotage you, right? You say that here is pick, and he brings Shaman, and no.
Yeah.
Obviously, Chonsu has a plan with his lineup. He didn't hit the target up against Surrender, but he will be playing another series later on this weekend up against Tyler. Both of them at the bottom of the table right now, so that series could be, you know, very necessary for one player to take much needed momentum going into the rest of weeks. Over in Division B, Alutemu moving all the way up with that 1 win is definitely the story for me.
Indeed. Possessi only played one game as well, though, as another of the Japanese players, and lost that one. Down at the bottom of Division B right now. He's got to try and pull this one back. But, you know, like we've been saying, Alutemu, Possessi, a whole bunch of these players down at the bottom doesn't feel like they deserve their based on their play so far. So I'm sure they'll be able to turn things around as we head into the next few weeks. We still have, after this week is finished, 2 more weeks of round robin before we head to the playoffs come the 8th week of this season of Grandmasters. So plenty of time for our players to turn things around. They're going to be playing 14 matches in total. So not to be too scared yet for our players. But overall, what a day of Hearthstone. I mean, like, most of top 5 for me is already done based on just that first day from APAC.
Absolutely. I think I'm going to have a bit of trouble, though, because most of our top moments happened in the late game there. I think the macro game plan is where we got to see a lot of the players shine, especially in Surrenders and Alutemu's cases. But we do have a lot more Hearthstone to be played out in the next 2 days. And I'm excited to see what the rest of the weekend brings coming off the back of an MT meta.
Indeed, things being shaken up. We're seeing the influence here big time. Obviously, Chonsu being the main one. Rivius as well, just kind of taking lineups from some of the players who have been performing well. A very decent strategy to go for, even if it didn't work out for Chonsu quite yet. As I was saying, that's us all done for the day, though, here in APAC. Europe and America's still yet to come with Raven and Sottle to take you through Europe first. So thank you so much for watching here. We will see you tomorrow. But for now, enjoy Europe with Raven and Sottle. We'll be watching alongside you. Goodbye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another week of Hearthstone Grandmasters, but not a consecutive week, as we did have our Masters Tour last week for a bit of a break from Grandmasters, and also so we got to see everyone dive in there on the big, huge tournament we had over the weekend. But I'm Raven, and joining me is Sottle. We're going to be bringing you back to the regular scheduling of back-to-back Grandmasters week. Sottle, how are you doing, and did you enjoy the slight week off from Grandmasters?
I did, yeah. It's an interesting change of pace. I always look forward to seeing it because we are limited in our scope of which players that we get to promote, we get to follow, we get to see how they're doing, and so on. So opening it back up to the Masters Tour field of 300 plus people is always very, very nice to see. In no small part, seeing all the other players from the existing regions, but also getting a good look at what some of the China region is doing as well. So I certainly enjoyed it, but I think I'm very much looking forward to getting back to what I hope is going to be some high-level European Hearthstone, Raven, because I do feel like I need a bit of that in my life now as well.
Yeah, I completely agree. And we do have, a lot on the line again. There's a lot on the line for the Masters Tour last week with players just striving to get into this system to become a Hearthstone Grandmaster. But the players who are currently in this Grandmaster season have a lot on the line, and we are running out of time for these players to bag these wins and bag these points. So we can check out the standings now and see where everyone is going to sit. Let's take a bit of a glance first, at least at Division B, and you can already see danger moments for Silvername already, Sottle, but other than that, it is just completely open.
Yes, certainly big alarm bells for Silvername got to be going off at this point. Obviously, there are some 0-2 players in Division A. They shouldn't be too concerned about that just yet because, A, there's a lot of playoff spots available in Division A, so you can still reverse a 0-2 record much more easily. But Division B does carry that threat of automatic relegation. And this is now a short format when you get into the Swiss stage because we wait half the season towards qualifying for these divisions. So, a lot of your work is already supposed to be done by the point you get to Division A or Division B based on your performance through Swiss. So you do not have that much time to recover a bad start now, as Silvername has had.
Yeah, that's one big reminder is there are 2 auto-relegation spots there in that Division B, which are 7th and 8th by the time round robin is over. So it really is, quite a big deal for these players that are sitting there, but mainly is just Silvername, as even Ball Control, currently in 7th, does just sit equal. But yeah, Division A we can get into a little bit more later on, but for now let's check out the schedule and see what we've actually got coming up for today. Because we do only have our short day today, Sottle, only 4 matches, so we get to start off slow but then pick it up later across the weekend. But kicking it off with the Boston and Ball Control, then Warmer and Swids, Bunny Hopper versus Splice, the ultimate matchup of the slow versus the fast, or the hare versus the tortoise, I guess. And then Silvername versus Felkane, which for me, Sottle, is the match of the day.
I would certainly agree with that as well. It's the one that has the most clear stakes. Because of Silvername's position in the 0-2 right now. Obviously, Silvername, the World Championship qualifier from Season 1 as well, does not want to be, as it's become known, Pullafino here and qualify for Worlds and be relegated within the same year of Grandmasters. So he has a huge game up against someone that I do think is struggling a little bit in Felkane, but I did get to talk to him, and based on the insane workload that Felkane puts himself under right now, it's a little bit understandable maybe that he is not having the strongest start.
It is, yeah, and that's the interesting point, right? I mean, a full respect for the amount of different hats he's trying to wear at the same time, but there is a point where if that is what then will relegate him because he's not had time to prepare properly, time to practice, then well, that's kind of on him, right? Like, I fully respect the jobs he's doing, but if it comes down to relegation, you've got to look at one person there. But let's move on as well and talk about the way the meta game has developed, or not, maybe at least in Europe. We had Masters Tour, which saw at least a decent level of success for decks like Demon Hunter, Face Hunter, and so on. But Sol, we're just chucking it back onto the Bomb Warrior here in Europe as a 100% bring rate for the Bomb Warrior. Is that surprising based on what we saw at the Masters Tour of Bomb Warrior not doing so well at all? Or is that to be expected because Bomb Warrior did still draw a ton of bans over the weekend?
Well, first off, all I see right now when I look at this image is the Wolverine meme, where it's just Chonsu lying in bed with this picture in his hands, just with a single tear running down his face, because you watched APAC, you saw that Chonsu has an extremely hard counter warrior lineup, which we saw a little bit of in the Masters Tour. And actually, I would relate that to the situation and the question that you're asking, because I think the European players all kind of trusted each other that they weren't going to do anything that silly, right? Like, that didn't feel like a European Grandmaster thing to do, to go for that super all-in 16 weapon destruction cards in your lineup kind of thing going on that we see from Chonsu. So because they felt that European Grandmasters weren't going to do that, they all felt that they could bring Bomb Warrior. So it becomes this like circular, self-fulfilling prophecy. But certainly if one of the players had done what Chonsu has done, if Chonsu was in European Grandmasters even, he would potentially be farming, because that 100% Bomb Warrior bring is going to make life a little bit different.
Yeah, and for any of the European Grandmasters to be that are listening, or anyone in the running, bring some silliness to Grandmasters in Europe. I think it would be really funny. But yeah, the big deal there for me is just the spread of the other list. This is the second highest bring, which is this Tempo Mage. We do see the ball controls list here, and we've seen Jambreak a little mess about with some different versions of the list with no Mana Cyclone, for example. But I think we are slowly moving towards the point, Sottle, where I think you could deem this as the standard list for me.
It's getting there, yeah. There's Kobold Spellkins in here, at the Arcane Breaths as well, I think is the one point that maybe is not 100% standard, because some players choose to run the Spellkins but no Breaths. Some people don't run that package at all and just rely on Arcane Intellect, like 1 or 2 copies of AI, just to keep their resource count high in hand if they need to. But it's a deck that certainly seems one of the most solved in the metagame right now. There's not that much disagreement over the build, and yeah, it continues to be an extremely powerful deck.
Yeah, and there are still some ways you can alter it, and I think that's what I enjoy about the deck is they're not even tech cards, but the different few slots that are kind of up for debate do make impacts in certain matchups. You've only got to look at as far as devolving missiles for that one. Insane in some matchups, less impactful in others, and I think that's what's going to keep the deck fresh, even if the list as a core pretty much stays the same. So pretty exciting deck for me still to watch going forward. I know there's a lot of people who enjoy watching that mage list, but looks like we are getting ready to go into our first match. Just a reminder, only 4 matches today, so make sure you stick around and stay tuned, because it's not tons of Hearthstone, not as much as normal, but it's still going to be a good chunk. And then we do have America's coming up after the show here in Europe is done. But we're going to go to a quick break while we set up our first match. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I would rather be the funniest person in the room at this very moment. Long term, it would be better to be the smartest, but it's just about the moment.
Funniest person in the room. Funniest.
I would rather be the most funniest person in the room.
I'd probably rather be the most intelligent person. Actually, if you're the most intelligent person in the room, you're in the wrong room. That's what they say.
If you're the most intelligent person in the room, then you're probably also going to be very sad. But if you're the funniest person in the room, then you're going to make everybody laugh and everybody's going to have a great time. So I'd rather have that.
Yeah, I'd still rather be the most intelligent and the most funny person in the room.
I think other people are more funny than me, and I would rather be just the smartest guy there, and if we play a game, I would rather just outplay them.
Intelligence is very nice, but happiness is more important, and I think also actually with happiness or with a lot of intelligence comes together as well.
I think I'm both, so... That's a nice answer.
Welcome back, everyone. We are ready to go into our first match. It is going to be Boston versus Ball Control to kick this week off. And just one final reminder, it's one of the few weeks we have left. So now, although of course every match wins, they're going to become progressively more important, or at least deciding as a factor to see who gets in those relegation spots or not. Boston here having his Priest banned away, Sol, and the Warrior banned away from Ball Control. So what do you make of this pretty interesting ban, considering both players have similar-ish lineups? At least in terms of class.
I actually spoke to Ball Control about this earlier, and he was talking to me about the difference between Risky Skipper Warrior and the more control-based list, if you want to look at it like that, with extra removal spells and Evil Quartermaster and so on. And you see here in Boston's Bomb Warrior, he has the Risky Skipper package in there. And Boar specifically said to me that he will leave up Skipper Warrior, but he would ban the other variation with his lineup because he thinks that's how the matchup spread affects things, which potentially get into a little bit more detail on later on if we get into any of those relevant matchups. But I do think it's something that does need addressing because there's still almost a 50-50 split, it feels like, on Skipper versus no Skipper in Bomb Warrior. And we kind of saw that it seemed like a lot of the top 8 and top 16 had Skippers in the Masters Tour, but overall the Skipper package had a lower win rate, so you can kind of draw mixed conclusions from that as well. So It really does feel like one of the unsolved dilemmas right now, so it'll be interesting to see how it develops.
Yeah, and something that's I've been looking at least over the past day or so is just still the approaches to Druid are just still varied. Whether it's Malygos, whether it's Mount Sellers, whether it's just going for those, for example, the King Feoris style, which is a little bit of a newer one that really popped up, I would say, over Masters Tour. And one thing to me that I don't think we have it in Europe unless I'm blind and missed it on the deck list, but there's even the new Malygos with no blooms as well that we've seen people starting to pick up that little bit more to test out. So there's still some options going on there for the Druid, and we see Boston does have Malygos Druid, whereas Ball Control is on that Survival of the Fittest Mount Cell list.
Yeah, you say people plural picking up that list. I'm not sure if that's quite accurate. I don't know if it's quite propagated beyond that one person just yet, but we shall see. It's an interesting development to keep an eye on nonetheless, but we are going to get into it. Go on, go ahead.
I played it, so...
Could anyone count less than you, Raven, honestly?
Great way to start the day, as always. Just how I like to start the first match. Boston is on the top on that Druid, and it is the Malygos one going up against Ball Control's 2 of Priest, with it is including the Galakron in there. But this matchup, to me, Saul, does seem a little bit tough for Ball Control, especially because Boston is running that Geppetto.
Indeed, Geppetto has come back in with a vengeance. We did see a lot of people running what I'll refer to as the orange list, which is a little bit more anti-aggro focused for quite some time, where Geppetto was one of the cuts. But looking through the list for this week, it does seem like Geppetto is coming back full force this time around.
And I think that's key, though, right? Because when we originally saw Malygos Druid, it cut crystal powers, which is madness to me. But here the cuts appeared to be on the animals, right? For that guardian animals, there's 2 Twilight Runners, 1 Teacher's Pet, 1 Lake Thresher in this list. So that does make a little bit of room, or at least even one of those cuts will make room for that Geppetto. So I think I actually like it overall, because a lot of the time if you get 1 guardian animals off, that's normally enough in this Malygos list.
Time waits for no one.
Here though, Boston does have his overgrowth in his hand, so he is ready to start ramping away. Whereas Ball Control still not getting off to a bad start himself, having the early minions to play just to pile on a little bit of minion pressure. It's about the best that Priest can do, right, in this matchup, at least in the early game.
Yeah, it's generally what it comes down to, particularly against Mali Druid. They kind of have this inevitable conclusion against you, often through burst damage and through board a lot of the time. So honestly, one of your best bets in the matchup as Priest is just to try and get down as much early damage as you can, stick Apotheosis, put pressure on the opponent, try and force Moonfires, swipes, whatever it is out of your opponent's hand. At that point, you can check 1 win condition off their list, which is like the full 30 burst combo over most scenarios, and then at least try and continue to pressure. But even if you don't, at least then you can sort of sit back and try and just remove all of their Sarah portals, whatever it is, and you don't have to necessarily worry so much about getting burst over the top.
I do wonder now with these choices of the studies, I wonder if Evasive Worm, although may not be the best sort of isolated minion, is just a good response to an expected Guardian Animals next turn, right?
Yeah, it certainly looks that way.
I think Big Ol' Whelp was just good there. Card draw, Priest, Dragon, ticks all the boxes. But I do think the Worm is just the respect to the Guardian Animals on curve, isn't it?
Right. Is this 3/7 and the positioning here? Big minion in the middle. Although Boston is running 1 Lake Thresher in his deck.
1 Lake
so
Thresher,
that does make sense.
Yeah.
In the hand currently though, but Boar of course does not know that. So having a 7 health minion that requires 2 attacks and putting it in the middle here does create maximum potential disruption for the Guardian Animals turn.
And I will say, you know, me and Pocket Train, pretty knowledgeable about this archetype of a Mali Druid. One thing I missed when I was testing the list, and I think I would miss it on any Malygos build, it's brooms. I think brooms are just so good. Obviously, one will be great now for Boston, but the more different versions I play of Druid, whenever I play a list that doesn't include broom, I wish I played it. There are so many instances where it'd be very powerful, whether it's with the Ysera dragons, whether it's with, you know, the guardian animals beasts without the guardian animals. I don't know. It feels like such a good card, but in Mali, I don't even think there's the space for it.
No.
One of those 32 card decks you want, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean 36 card deck maybe, right? Because there's a lot of there's a lot of good Hearthstone cards that don't get in Mali Druid. It's kind of crazy when you have to fit in all the extra combo pieces and swipe and whatever else. But actually, as Boar makes an enormous tempo play here with the Wave of Apathy on curve, but I actually think it's one of the most compelling reasons why Lake Thresher quite often isn't played in Mali Druid. Because obviously people will look at these lists that quite often double Teacher's Pet, double Twilight Runner as the beasts for Mali. And they're like, well, you know, Lake Thresher's insane when it comes off Guardian Animals. Like, why wouldn't you want to run it? Well, without a broom, you'd much rather have Teacher's Pet drawn than a Lake Thresher, right? Because at least a Taunt minion impacts the board immediately. It has Taunt. Just a Lake Thresher as a 4/6 when you have to play it without a broom is so incredibly slow that I think it's one of the biggest reasons why a lot of Mali Druid lists choose not to include it.
Yeah, and we see a bit of a double whiff there from the Geppetto for Boston. He could have hit, even though he has Mali and Ysera in hand, he could have hit the Alexstrasza or the Omu as still decent payoffs. But instead got the 2 Twilight Runners. They were the, I think with Gidra, they were like the 3 bad ones, right? Left in the whole list right now. It's pretty unlucky.
He has had his odds cut down a little bit already, obviously having the Ysera and the Mali already currently in hand. But he has also now entirely busted his Guardian Animals on top of everything else as well. one Lake Thresher played, 1 Teacher's Pet in hand, and now the double Twilight Runner pulled off. That's his entire beast package at this point.
Yep. And here, I like the Soul Mirror choice there from Ball Control. Just getting that in hand ready to go, I think is just super important. It's the one card that if everything just suddenly goes terribly, and that would say the Malygos to clear the board, it's the one card that might keep him in the game a little bit longer as well. So, you know, what we can see, of course, that the double Twilight Runner is not going to bust the game open here for Boston. And honestly, I'm not even sure what you can really expect to do right now.
Yeah, I can tell you it's not currently in this hand, though, so I certainly think it starts with the Breath of Dreams.
If only he had a broom, Sol. Could help.
He could rush these 1/1s and something.
And draw better cards.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Here, though, this just, although Boston had access to his ramp, Ball Control had the tempo, and that one Acolyte turn, I think, has just paid off in spades, right? The Acolyte on-curve steal of that just solo-played Thresher has just never let Boston actually kill any of these early-game minions.
Yeah, that's the payoff, right? This is kind of regarded as a pretty bad matchup by most people, as Boston seems currently slightly upset with the situation. Because generally, you'll see that kind of tempo play early on from the Priest. Most people will go for that in the matchup. But then it stops, and it generally stops around the point where, you know, Boar had the sickest tempo play of the game so far, which was the Cabal Acolyte Wave of Apathy on curve. If you can back up an early push with that insane tempo play, that's when you're in business in the Priest matchup. So, you know, Boar's had a very, very nice curve to support the way he's played, but he's played it out perfectly so far.
Coin Tyrant doesn't really get him anywhere, I don't think. I think, if anything, he has to consider trading first and maybe using the Tyrant as the way to kill off the minion if it's some kind of realistic threat.
I mean, he has 1 million damage on board, and that's a Taunt minion in the way.
That is true. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, actually, yeah, it can all just go face, right? Yeah, maybe that's just good. It's just so annoying with it being 1 damage off, right? It's just like, he still has to trade an additional minion in.
Right. Or considering various outs from Cleric of Scales and Renew, but I think this is his best odds in the position. Even if another Taunt minion does come out here and he doesn't end up having lethal, he played a 4/10 this turn on top of everything else, right? So, like, it just seems fine.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's one of those weird moments where Ball had the option, of course, going for lethal is great. Had the option of, because he was winning so much, he like could have taken it slower, which sounds really weird, but he had the power to do so. But you are completely right there with the choices there. Just going through the options that would have either silenced or cleared off, you've just got to say, if it's not a big awkward taunt, it's just the game, and Boar takes that. So a pretty crazy game, actually, and Boar's going to be feeling fantastic about that game one, just getting a win with Priest versus Druid.
Yeah, certainly in the position that he queues into there, gets the arguably bad matchup straight off the bat, but picks up the win in the unfavorable, which can be a very, very big deal in Conquest. And it looked incredibly straightforward. And I think Mali Druid does have that possibility, especially when you start putting some of the greed back in with Geppetto and so on, to just have these very dead hands that don't really get the job done if you draw all of the expensive stuff. You know, we even saw Boston had the Overgrowth that game, which normally Overgrowth fixes everything in most matchups. It doesn't matter how greedy your hand is at that point if you found the Overgrowth. But you saw Boston's hand was just tipped too far against him there, where he just wasn't able to get the value out of all the expensive 9 and 8 drops that he picked up in the early game.
Yeah, really good start there for Ball Control, taking game number 1, but it's not over yet. We're going to go to a quick break while we sort out our game number 2. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. We are back with Boston versus Ball Control. Ball Control taking out game number 1 there, Priest versus Druid. We've got game number 2 coming up very, very shortly. And I do believe, Sottle, it is going to be the Mage from Ball Control going up against Boston's Warrior. And this is what we talked about earlier, right? Like, Ball Control has chosen to leave Boston's Warrior up when it is generally, outside of this very certain lineup builds, generally Bomb Warrior has been the ban across the board. And do you think it's actually going to pay off for him? I know you were speaking to Ball Control, but do you think it's actually valid and that it's going to pay off in this series?
Yeah, I mean, I'll talk from Ball's POV here as to what his thinking was with the ban, because he was calling out that he felt the differences in the matchups were that Skipper is the worst against Priest. That's the worst matchup for Skipper, the Skipper build of Bomb Warrior, but also that it's worse than the other build versus Mage, Druid, and Warrior. And, well, take a look at his lineup. He has Druid, Priest, Mage, and Warrior. So he clearly feels like, for him, the Skipper Warrior is not a ban. He says the matchups where the Skipper Warrior excels is against the straight-up burn-focused deck, right? Like Face Hunter, Weapon Rogue, Stealth Rogue, Demon Hunter. Those are the ones where the Skipper build really comes into its own. But it's interesting to me. This is the one where, you know, I would potentially be a little bit surprised to hearing his take on it. I would totally agree with everything he said up until exactly this point in this matchup, because I've always felt that Risky Skipper is a very useful card in this matchup, just to be able to very cleanly deal with a lot of the early game board situations with lab partners, sorcerer's apprentices, mana cyclones, solarians, all of those kind of 2 to 3 health minions that appear in the early game. So you don't really have to be, you know, throwing shield slams or anything into them. But I guess, you know, Sword and Board serves that purpose a lot in the other build as well. So maybe that just serves as an adequate replacement. But very, very interested now, based on that information, to see if Boar can now back that up with a win.
Yeah, it's always cool to see matches played out when one player specifically has a very maybe not very different ideas about it, but different enough for it to be a bit of a surprise, at least to me. And we'll see how it pays off there. Pretty solid opening. Primordial Studies, Cram Session there, and that Mana Giant already in hand. Ball Control, I could see, or I have seen games like this get a little bit locked up with, you know, maybe a very underwhelming Cyclone if you can get hold of some spells, or the Mana Giant stays in the hand a little bit too long. But the Astromancer Solarian has helped out quite a lot here.
Boston with a quick shake of the head here, already not happy with the situation I was in. He's in, I'm sorry. I can understand his feelings coming from the last game, where he did certainly have a pretty unfortunate game of Mali Druid, and now a very, very smooth curve is appearing on the other side in the Tempo Mage matchup.
See, now, Ball Control, I think, would have loved a lab partner. Is this worth a coin, Sol, just to get that Cram Session in now?
100%, yeah. Coin to draw 3. Beautiful.
That's it, right? I think there's always just something, at least in my brain, that tells me you've just used coin and not played Mana Cyclone. What's wrong with you? You wasted a spell. But the draw 3 is just so powerful here. And going into these turns now, it is getting more and more likely that these minions can be cleared up by the Warrior.
Yeah. Think about it this way, Raven. Boar doesn't have a Sorcerer's Apprentice in his hand right now. So if he coins, draws 3 cards, and one of them is Sorcerer's Apprentice, he could then have 7 or 8 coins in his hand quite easily with that Sorcerer's Apprentice.
It's a reasonable way to think about it. Good job. I will think about it like that in the future. Thank you.
Okay, good. I'm here to educate as well as entertain. Yeah.
I think Ball Control would have loved one of the one-cost spells that did a little bit more than this. Mirror Image isn't bad, but I think, you know, you look at Magic Trick, Ray of Frost, just multi-spells, basically, to help get this Mana Giant down.
Dude, just an Arcane Missiles on this board stage.
Sure,
just rip it. Yeah. 1 mana Mind Blast.
Yeah, going into turn 5 isn't normally where you want Mirror Image, is it?
Alright. It's a semi-useful card in the matchup. But normally when your start has been a little bit slower than this, it's one of the pitfalls of Tempo Mage, and it's one of the reasons why some people don't like it and feel like they have a lack of agency, is that sometimes your game plan plays out in a certain way, and then you need your randomly generated cards to support that after the fact. It's sometimes a little bit harder to do it the other way around, where you like randomly generate some stuff and then figure out a game plan with them. Because obviously Ball's already being very, very aggressive here. So he wants the cards that he generates to support that aggressive game plan.
Right.
But Mirror Image is kind of a go-long card against Bomb Warrior. It can help you survive Wrench Caliber swings and tank a few bombs and actually, you know, generate some value in the late game. But that, you can see, like, just Tempo Raz, right? That's just not where Ball's head is at right now. He is just trying to push damage as aggressively as possible.
And also of note as well, Mirror Image definitely worse versus the Risky Skipper build, in my opinion. I think it's a lot better versus the other build of Warrior, which is funny enough would have been banned. So kind of a weird one. Definitely more something you see on ladder, and it is just the 1/1 that survives. I think Boar would have wanted almost any other minion apart from that exact one to live, but you don't always get what you want, Tom.
You try sometimes. You might find. Get what you need.
Does Ball Control just need a Mana Giant down this turn? Seems, even though it is 6 mana, which sounds like a million for those mage players who think like, oh, Mana Giant, it's not 0 mana, I'm not playing it. But this looks like a good follow-up.
It's certainly appealing. Opponent at 17, couple of arcane missiles worth of damage banked up. Potential for Evocation to find burn, potential for Arcane Breath to find burn if he can pick up a Spellkin here as well.
No pre-built armor either.
Right, which makes the Shield Slam removal a little bit more difficult. And even, from 0 armor, your 8/8, this is kind of a classic Warrior dynamic, is that an 8/8 is very hard to kill from a standing start because Shield Block, Armor, Shield Slam is kind of the go-to combo a lot of the time. So liking this from Boar. He does extend a little bit more into the second brawl here, potentially, by playing the mirror images, but I think having the added layer of protection does make some sense here, and of course the mirror image functionally free in this scenario since it does discount.
Yep, and if you are adding Risky Skipper to the things that mirror image is weaker to, well, the Giant isn't really weak to a Risky Skipper turn this turn, right? So even if those minions are cleaned up by anything but Brawl, it means that the Giant almost certainly lives, if not certainly. So yeah, I don't mind the mirror image there.
Yeah,
it's pretty solid.
So not only does it just naturally protect from melee damage going to the Giant, which isn't the biggest deal, also with just a solitary 1/1 on the board, there's still Blade Storm outs for the opponent in some scenarios to be able to clear out the 8/8 Giant. So I think Boar has decided here, probably quite rightly, that the mirror image plays around more things than it plays into with just the second copy of Brawl.
Here comes the Skipper and the Armor Smiths, though. That's definitely a slight issue to help out with some armor gain, at least with these shield slams. Is it going to have to be 2, though? It is, right? Oh,
no, just the one. Just one. He gets exactly 8. Yep.
Yeah, I cannot add up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, 2 from the first, 6 from the second. 3 minions, 2 Armor Smiths.
Yeah, the second Armor Smith really being clutch there for Boston, and pretty much what he had to do to actually survive in this game.
Right. Finally now, though, Boar has some minions to throw some of these spells at, which honestly might have been another motivation behind the play on the previous turn, right? Is to try and encourage Skipper as much as possible so he can actually throw a bunch of these spells at a few minions, clear them up, end the turn with Cyclone.
Yeah, and that's it, right? Like, look at this. If it was the other way round, it's just worse, right? If you did some kind of empty half Cyclone turn with no minions on your opponent's side, just doesn't really work. So the way in which Ball Control did this now opened up some hand space if he needed to play the Evocation, but also just made sense. And now Boston back to the drawing board, but is this ever just a good time to land this Galakron down? Relatively weak board pressure from board control here. Ball control here.
Relatively weak ball control from board control here.
I like it, honestly. This is with the Galakrons in general, unless you have a very specific job for them, which the Warrior one especially doesn't normally have.
Yeah,
I do like the get it down when you take the least damage that turn, and then it's done.
Ooh.
Oh, Risky Skipper's never gonna die.
Big Skipper. Yikes. Discovers and Generations not being particularly kind to ball control right now. I was kind of talking about this earlier, right? Like, he really wanted more spells to support this by being aggressive here, and he just didn't get any of them. No damage, no board generation, no deep freeze, no power of creation. Discovers again here and kind of gets more of the same. Netherwind Portal is about the most aggressive thing that he's actually managed to generate in this position.
Yeah, and you even see, like, the desperation, I would say, from ball control there, because he picked a Netherwind portal when he already had one in hand, and he could have played 2 secrets that turn. So he even just respects the fact that, literally nothing else is better. I'm just going to Netherwind portal into Netherwind portal the turn after, probably, just to get some value, because the choices were that bad.
Finally! Oh!
Look at his face. Oh my. I was like,
That's
pretty good minion, pretty good minion.
If Boston now wants to shield slam this or remove it in any other way, that means he doesn't get to commit to the Wrench Caliber this turn?
Does he need to commit to the Wrench Caliber this turn? I don't think so.
There's a lot of swings in his hand to get through.
What if?
Maybe, what if he just plays it with the plan to actually kill it with Krastinov next turn? How do you like that?
So play the Wrench swing or play the Wrench no swing?
Yeah, play the Wrench swing, and then, or at least maybe not even use Krastinov to kill it, but have Krastinov to play to clean up the rest of the board at worst next turn. Because with Risky Skipper Krastinov, he could clean it up if it wasn't healed or transformed in some way.
That's true.
Right?
Yeah. It's possible.
And then at least he starts swinging.
I think you can flip the argument on its head, though, and say, like, because Boston has all of these charges to get through, he basically drew every weapon synergy card in his deck, but no weapon up until this point. They're just playing max removal that turn, gives him the most time now to get through all of these weapon charges, right? And just have bombs explode in Boar's face from this point.
I'm going to say it's solved because it looks pretty good to me. Is this a potion turn?
I'm looking at it.
Gets to play Cyclone as well, potentially.
That's the kicker, right? I'm just frantically trying to work out hand space here, because obviously he has to clear space for the minions to begin with, and then he needs to actually have space for the spells from the Cyclone at the end of the turn. So maybe you just do half of that, and then you play a Cyclone without the Apprentice next turn instead. Obviously it's going to be worse than what you could potentially do this turn, but I just don't think you have the hand space this turn to actually make it effective.
Yeah, you just give yourself another Cyclone turn, right? He still has an Apprentice in hand because he bounces that as well. I think this was actually really good. This gives Ball the most options the turn after.
Yeah, I like it too. Still has a fully twin spell Ray of Frost on the left-hand side, so he should be able to get plenty of Cyclone value still off the second Apprentice. He's going to get an Arcane Missiles here a lot of the time. Makes sense to me.
Even with Icicle drawing a card, right? That's still more value. That might open up some options going forward. Krastinov gonna come down first.
Yeah, sequencing. Minion comes down first. He's checking out secrets and whatever else. Obviously, Krastinov can be played first as long as it doesn't attack first. He's gonna, having checked Mirror Entity, then checks Counterspell. It's bad news that it is Counterspell.
And yeah, I was gonna say, I like this going face. Yeah, just let's start ending the game. I think should be the plan here for Boston.
Completely agree. Hello.
Okay. Is this just go again? I don't use all in because that suggests that Ball Control just throws everything on board and hopes. Well, that's kind of true, but the Mana Cyclone will then refill his hand pretty much. So
exactly, yeah.
By all in, I mean, is this just Ball Control's pop off turn to the max now?
Certainly looks that way. Violet Spellwind gets to go face here because Board doesn't currently have enough targets for all of the spells he wants to spend here.
He could. Yeah, he could end up Ray of Frosting his own Spellwing, right? That's
right.
Let's use Icicle first, which makes sense. Draw a bomb. It's actually not that bad, looking at it. We can see, of course, Boom is in hand for Boston. Oh, jeez.
It's just too much! It's simply too much, Raven. Ray across the 1-1. Or needs some time here. He's going to have a lot of castable spells still this turn, potentially. Yep, still decisions to be made, and they need to be made quickly. Still decisions to be made. Second Cyclone's going to overdraw. Still decisions to be made. On a power left uncast at the end of that turn as well. Disaster ending for Boar. It was an incredibly complex turn. It branched and rebranched at like 4 different points during that turn, but obviously you can see that is by no means optimal towards the end, and Boar shaking his head, quite rightly so. He knows. We don't need to tell him. He knows.
Yeah, I think for me, honestly, everything looked fine. I liked the Conjurer's Calling pickup choice from him. For me, my only real question would be, did that final Cyclone need to be played that turn? I don't know the answer to that question. It's just my only point where I was like, oh, that looked weird.
I mean, I think it's fine to play it there, right? It just board didn't have enough time. So, like, you can modify that question as, like, should he have just realized he was roping and held the Cyclone?
Well, yeah, I guess that's my point. Yeah, that's
But I think playing that turn optimally with the way it panned out probably does involve playing the second Cyclone, because he still has so much unspent mana. 2 mana remaining with 2 Sorcerer's Apprentices on the board. Like, you know how much stuff you can still do with 2 mana when you have 2 Apprentices in play?
Do you know how many cards you can fit into this turn? Just a little bit of a small Dr. Boom, and again, that's kind of why I was mentioning why Ball Control drawing that bomb off the top last turn wasn't so bad, mainly just because we could see the Dr. Boom.
So board does have to play some kind of clearing turn here, it looks like. He doesn't really have the freezes to rely on. So Rolling Fireball will get the job done here, along with Minion and a source of 1 damage. Is there a better way to go about it that gains more tempo this turn, though? We could know if we'd have already played this Tome of Intellect and Font of Power at this point. That might give us useful information.
I wonder if he's ever considering, like, double Rolling Fireball or Rolling Fireball with a Polymorph first. You know, I think that's why he's waiting, because I think he might potentially want 9 mana this turn.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think that's why.
No. When I was saying he could have cast those 2 cards at the end of last turn and already had them cashed out.
I thought you meant like, oh, they cost 1, they generate something.
No.
Post-Polymorph world, this is a scary minion for Ball Control to see as Boston. Let's take control of this game.
Yeah, I wonder a little bit about the Rolling Fireball usage there to protect... the Polymorph usage to protect a 2-1 when Rolling Fireball kind of did the job on its own. Because there are still a couple of big threats that do need dealing with, but this is pretty much the only one, I guess. Spellkin now, but the Arcane Breaths are long gone.
I mean, this is where Mirror Image can get the work done, right? But well, the problem is, it's not only the Mirror Image for Ball Control to survive, is how is he going to deal 19 this game? He's not really that close to the end of his deck, so it's not like he can rely on drawing a Prime anytime soon. And that's pretty much it. I guess he's got Mana Giant number 2 plus Conjurers. He's got Mana Giant in the deck somewhere, the second one.
Yeah.
Again, that's it's just not in hand, so it doesn't matter.
Time runs out on me.
Should you ever like missiles first to see if you can then like roll in Fireball Mirror Image to kill off the Deathwing? Devolving ain't gonna. Well, okay. Probably not going to cut it. I'm not going to say never.
Yeah, Mirror Image has to be played. So, the Rolling Fireball line to clear through whatever other methods, with Arcane Missiles and Ping and whatever else, and then end with Mirror Image. It's fine. It's certainly a play to keep you alive that turn, but, does it win the game? Because I think you have to rewind to what you said just before that, right? Is, you still have to end the game yourself and actually deal this 18 damage. So you need to get some minions in play somehow. So I kind of like where Boar's head was at, where he went digging for better solutions from a few of his random generations before he committed to the Mirror Image.
Oh my. Well, that's just going to be game number 2. Yeah, one thing I was surprised at, though, I didn't know if Ball Control was potentially in such a desperate spot that he had to survive that turn and draw exactly, Prime or or that level of response versus just playing a Cobalt. But Boston does fight back, gets the win there with the Warrior. And, we talked a lot about the Warrior being left up. It has got its win now. I don't think, or I guess it is important to point out that Ball Control's strategy wasn't to just dumpster on Warrior with his lineup. I don't think. It's not like a hard target. It's just an interesting point of why he chose to leave it up. But it's going to get a win, which means Boston is on his way to actually taking this series, as he's now evened up versus ball control, but definitely a tricky game there, honestly, from both players.
It was, and it was a pretty slow start from Boston as well when he drew so much weapon synergy without the weapon. But he did just have those couple of key removals at the right time when he needed them. And the Brawl, obviously, then worst outcome for Boar in that position where it was the Spellwing surviving, and then the really clutch removal on the Mana Giant the turn after, which I did like the play from Boar just to try and press the issue with the 8/8 on the following turn, even though it cost way more than you usually want to pay for it in that deck. And it did need a pretty big committal from Boston to be able to clear it, which is, again, I think is something Boar might have had in mind as well, to get some minions into play to then activate his Mana Cyclone for the following turn. But from there, like, Boar was kind of just playing Mana Cyclone every turn for the rest of the game, it seemed like, and, partly through some of the spells he got generated and partly through him running out of time and making a bit of a mess over one of those turns in particular. Just wasn't there in the end.
It was not, and as I said, this is all even now. And it looks like Boston now is going to be the one playing the mage, whereas ball control has swapped over to his druid. And we've seen Boston's Malygos druid so far in this series, but ball control is playing the exotic Mount Seller with survival of the fittest in his list with the animated broomstick. So I think this matchup is, I think, at least sort of a pretty tough one for the mage, especially because the broomsticks have just added that extra bit of security in that even if you don't get exact guardian animals, there are still options to be able to clean up these mage boards.
It's true. I do think brooms have helped the matchup. I think brooms have helped a lot of matchups, to be perfectly honest.
Brooms just sick, isn't it? Let's be honest.
But the mage certainly still has game here. They still have those kind of early game draws where you get a spell damage minion curve, you play the cram session, that gives you resources, you curve out through your mid game, and by the time Druid has already tried to stabilize with their Mount Seller or Guardian Animals or whatever else, so you've got them down to like 10 or 12, and you can really try and press the issue and end the game. And then there's the late game way you can win, which is just a board swing with Solarium Prime. Like, quite often, Solarium Prime can just fix any board state and resolve it into a position where Druid just don't really play cards in their deck to deal with it, right? Like, if Solarium Prime just clears your board and casts Power of Creation, how does Druid come back from that? The one and only answer, really, is Broom, and something spectacular to come alongside it.
And this turn I really want to ask you about, because it's one I find myself in a lot, is you have Bog Beam on 3 mana. There's no ramp to play, so you're not skipping ramp to Bog Beam a minion. But that minion's only a wand maker. I find it very tough to turn down an on-curve, just go away kind of play for a minion, so I think I probably Bog Beam a minion like this too often. But do you like the way Ball Control's done this with the hero power set up over 2 turns?
I do, because of his hand specifically. He doesn't have a turn 4 right now, right? Like, I think a lot of the time you would Bog Beam this 2/2 if you had Overgrowth in your hand, potentially, right?
Okay.
Well, Bog Beam might be a bit of a different argument, because obviously if you have Overgrowth in your hand, that Bog Beam's going to be free very soon. So maybe that's not the best explanation, but because Ball has nothing to do next turn anyway, he feels like, well, I can hero power it this turn. There's a good chance I can then commit to hero powering it next turn as well. There are draws that can change that. Overgrowth on top, of course. Lightning Bloom would be something to think about if he draws that as well in this situation, but I think he feels relatively comfortable just stretching out his resources a bit more and just holding on to these tools for his Mount Sellers, because that's the other part of the context of his hand, right? Is he has 2 Mount Sellers to try and get value out of right now. Not just 1, 2 entire exotic Mount Sellers.
Look at that. The nature studies into Bloom can help him get there as well, or just help him have more options in the exotic Mount Seller turn. The lack of ramp is going to hurt him a little bit. He just tanked 4 damage from 1/1 maker. There's already 3 power on board here for Boston, and the damage is just going to keep rolling. And this is one of the, I guess, I'll say one of the drawbacks of, again, not this situation, but in general, of if you choose to tank the damage, that is like 4 extra damage you have taken this game at this point.
It's
We're going to see if the hold is going to pay off for him in the near future. Though it's looking a bit dire right now.
That's a lot of mana available, though. So you can get exotic Mount Seller +3, but that's only really a Bog Beam right now, because Bog Beam will go back to full cost as soon as he ramps.
I was even looking at the potential of like Ysera and Ironbark, but that's not enough because the Ironbark becomes too expensive. So yeah, it's kind of rough. Now, choice between Ironbark and Bog Beam, and the problem is the Bog Beam might not kill one of the big guys, depends on which well we won't kill one of them if he aims at the wrong one. And there's not I wouldn't say there's a complete obvious choice, and it could go very wrong if he messes this up.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a scary moment, honestly.
I think we saw one of the potential best pieces of Jandis mechanics. Okay, so we saw Surrender get paid off, but actually, like, genuinely objective, good understanding of mechanics in this situation. It was a good read, it was a good position, everything about it. This is one of the first times that I've seen in GM where someone just got mind game. Like, just unlucky.
I love it so much. I love it so much.
Boston living rent-free in Ball Control's head right now.
And also, just look at this board state. It cannot be emphasized enough what a huge difference that has made. Like, 4 whole extra damage when Ball Control is massively overloaded next turn.
Yeah.
He's only on 23. Insane.
The 4-1 just trades with the Mansell. The ultimate revenge.
I'm very interested here to see how Boston chooses to go for this. He's pushed a lot of damage, and he has I'll say a free turn next turn, because Ball Control only has access to 2 mana, and he just saw him use the blooms, even an Innovate was used. So he's got to expect he has 2 turns to set up here. Do you like the I'm going to remove your board plan, or would you have thought there was potential options with Evocation in hand to be a little bit more aggressive?
Yeah, I was potentially looking at being slightly more aggressive than this. There are points to Boston's plan here, right? Like, for example, that 5-4 wasn't a 5-4 anymore, and everyone knew that, right? So Boston was able to get maximum value out of it on his terms by trading it into a 4-4, when in reality it was a 5-1, right? Because it was the confirmed illusion at that point. But you have to ask the question of what's more value for that 5-1? Is it trading into a 4-4, or is it dealing 5 to Boar's 18 health total in this position?
And still needing to be traded into.
Yes, exactly.
Right? It still exists. Like, the minion doesn't just die, right? It still needs that 1 damage.
But the problem is, like, Boston was also looking to piece together a clear with Arcane Missiles that turn, because it's possible that you could, like, isolate, say, the 4-4 Death Rattle on the board afterwards and just leave it there, and then go face with your, quote, 5-1, right? And then, as you were saying, Boar still has to respect it and trade back into it. But because there was an Arcane Missiles clear involved with what Boston was doing, I guess he felt like he had to pick apart the bigger minions so the smaller ones could get cleared, but I'm not sure. I think there was a window to be a bit more aggressive there from Boston's position.
Yeah, I will say, with Boston's, again, I'll call it the free turn, it didn't look like it actually managed to achieve too much.
No.
He has an ice barrier up and a pretty poor board, honestly. I do think for this to pay off, really, this Evocation has to be pretty fantastic.
Yeah, I agree.
Board Control. Looks like he's in pain over this thought here, but I would have imagined that having this Ironbark for Mount Cell next turn looks like it could be way more important.
Well, I think he's stressing over his unknown knowledge of the secret, right? Because he doesn't know what the situation is going into the following turn.
Sure.
Because it looks great, but if it's Spellbender, then potentially you get yourself into some trouble, right?
That is true. I really like the Azure Explorer pickup here from Boston. Onyx Mage Scribe, I'll try and say words properly, is, I guess, just the most value. Not playable this turn, though.
No. You do also have Evocation in your hand, right? Like, how much do you need additional value outside of that?
I was literally about to ask, does 2 extra spells outweigh an Evocation, right? Like, are you going to play those both in the same turn? Probably.
I like this. Curve out, push what damage you can this turn, which ends up being very little because of the world's greatest Silverback Patriarch.
Wait
Let's
a
get
minute.
to rip missiles for 6 here, though. There we go. Lab Partner does get to preserve that 1 health. But now, yeah, it looks like the curve could potentially just be drop a 7/7 here, if free to do so from Boston, and then fish for lethal with Evocation the turn afterwards, which I like. Yeah, all sorts of things I think could have gone wrong from Boar's perspective on this turn with the Mount Cellar and the Ironbark. He gets the knowledge that none of them did, though.
One thing went a little bit wrong. It's a
Sure.
pretty rubbish beast, but it's
That's
a minor
fair.
thing. Things could have been a lot worse, but things could have been also a lot better.
Yeah, No mirror entity, no spellbender, no counterspell. You have to call that a win from board side, I think.
What to do?
Yeah, he knew the mirror, that right? He knew it was an entity. Already.
Yeah.
Yep. Again, honestly, not the easiest turn from Boston here. That's 6-11. That is just a lot of health to get through. And does he really want to just play a 7-7 and pass this turn?
Yeah, I like
so.
this. I like this line. Plus
Yeah, me
3
too, me
spell
too.
damage, ton of spells to be able to chew through this. Rolling Fireball, he's hit the potion again. He's also hit Polymorph, though.
Time runs out on me.
2 Primordial Studies on top of that as well.
Wow. Yeah, even just Polymorph trade seems really good here.
Studies, Poly. Yeah. Seems good.
It's weird though, isn't it? Because although this is obviously good, he got a Polymorph, this is great. He does need to just have that final push over the line and like Flame Strike, Evasive Draconid. Like none of those are actually like ways to end game. But looking at this now with no rush available for ball control, he didn't get all of the broom. This means he's going to be limited.
Everything's so shiny, Raven. Look at this team.
My dream is your nightmare.
Ball control's just going to have to hope.
Yep.
There's what, 7?
7 showing,
damage,
8 with the ping.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh well.
This is the most lethal arcane missiles I've ever seen in my life, Raven.
Especially with Kobold Geomancer in hand as well.
Yeah, Kobold, come on down. Welcome to the team. Get in here, buddy.
Join the Sparkle Boys.
Yeah.
What to
The new band in Hearthstone.
Sounds like Twilight fanfiction to me.
Yeah. Imagine if that's what it was called. It's not called Twilight. It's called Sparkle Boys. Do you think it would have been as popular?
A simple
I have no concept of why it was popular in the first place, Raven, so I can't answer that question.
Well, those don't look like lethal to me. I suppose. I do wonder, does the mirror image protect his board enough to just go face anyway?
I mean, there's no way we're killing this 412, right? Like, Boston has paid incredible attention to the board state here, but yeah, I mean, it's an enormous amount of spell damage, but...
Yeah, I was more meaning just using the double images make you like hyper safe as opposed to one, but yeah,
I see.
It's fine regardless, yeah. Welp.
I concede.
Look like it cuts it to me, Sol. And neither does it to ball control. Boston now striding forward in this series, 2-1, taking the win on that mage. And ball control, it was a tough game to manage there. And Boston made that tough for ball control, but just nothing quite added together, right? Like, couldn't quite get the good Mount Seller. He had to go very heavy a little bit too early with those blooms, which then just like neutered the following turn just a little bit. It was a rough game for ball control, but honestly, Boston was putting him in that position. So I think a really good execution there from Boston. I was worried for a second for him there that was that turn where he had the free turn a little bit too slow and not aggressive enough, but he made it work.
It wasn't just that turn either, though. Like, he full traded down for like 2 turns after that as well when he had the opportunity to be pushing face, but I guess that's just what he thought was going on. Like, he had board, he was sticking board, he wasn't really worried about losing board, so if he just kept control of the situation from board side, you know, he was going to be in control, because even not the turn we really talked about, like after that when he polymorphed the Mount Seller, he full traded into both the 1/1s after that as well, instead of pushing damage to face, which kind of surprised me in that spot as well, but hard to argue with results, I guess, and he's able to get over the line, or really not finding the answers he needed. Didn't find that overgrowth in the early game. Pretty underwhelming Mount Seller turns in the end, considering how much they ended up overloading him. And now here we are with Boston's failed Druid from the first game, now having another shot at clutching out the series for him.
Yep, it's going to be the Malygos Druid for Boston, and just a quick check. I do believe Bo is going to be queuing his Druid once again. So Mount Seller versus Malygos. And I will say, I do think there was a nod from Boston of saying, well, what cards can he be sitting on for so long if he has the survival of the fittest? What if I just have the board clear? There's just nothing they can do about it without a broom, which again wouldn't really work on an empty board anyway. So I do kind of like it to a certain extent, but would the game have just been over by then? I don't know. It's tough.
That's the thing, though, right, is that Boar didn't ramp that game, and he was overloaded for a lot of it. So actually, the Survival of the Fittest was a dead card for most of the game because it was uncastable. There were several turns where Boston was trading very aggressively, where
I guess
that wasn't even really a threat.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
With both blooms gone, yeah, you're right. We are going to show you ball control's hand in a minute, don't you worry. But Boston, at least to begin with, looks like it's just an overgrowth keep to me, Sottle. Or do you like are you a lightning bloom keep, at least with that hand, with your Sarah, Twilight Runner, and overgrowth?
See, now you're asking the real big, hard-hitting questions. We'll make you a reputable journalist yet, Raven. I hate keeping Lightning Bloom if you don't already have Overgrowth in hand. It's matchup dependent whether I would keep it with Overgrowth without actually having a payoff for it as well. So in this matchup, I think potentially just being able to spike something huge very, very early, just turn 4 Ysera, like we've seen from Casey in the past, for example, is probably enough to justify holding onto both of them.
Okay, well, I'm interested to see. We didn't get to see what Boston kept, but we'll find out shortly. Very interested to see, though, because it's a tough one. I think that there is so much discussion about just Bloom, not only as a card, but in the mulligan of when, how, why, and where you keep it. I do think it's one of those cards that is very tough to make a judgment on, because I also see players kind of go use Bloom hyper early when I don't think they maybe have to, and then I see the opposite where it's held on for too long. I don't know. Very tricky card to get the best usage out of. It's probably always going to be good, but how to make it the best is the big deal here.
What did I say? Something turn 4 Ysera?
Yeah, I was confused why you just said something turn 4 Ysera as your deep analysis, but I can't argue with the turn 4 Ysera bit, so I'll let you off with just something.
I've been doing this a long time, Raven. At this point, I'm just phoning it in, if I'm honest.
Oh, yeah, Ysera, then someone wins. Yeah, right, next game, let's go.
Yada yada, Ysera, dragons, kill him. Hearthstone.
And Wince from Ball Control, as he is going to face down that hyper early Ysera. But Ball Control has kept up, at least. He does have the Guardian Animals or Mount Seller, depending on what he's after. So he does have things to do here.
So here's the question. Does Boar need a setup turn here? I guess even if he doesn't want a Mount Seller, he can just Guardian Animals straight up. I was considering maybe one turn away from Mount Seller, and then you say limited dragons from my opponent next turn, ideally 0 or 1, and then you have the biggest Mount Seller turn you've ever seen. Or alternatively, if you fear dragons too much on the other side of that, you could also just hold back the Mount Seller as a clear turn with the Broom, because obviously you generate a huge amount of power and beasts that you can then rush out and clear some dragons. But Boar is just immediately going in here with the Mount Seller, which is a very Boar play. He's an extremely tempo-based and tempo-focused player. He generally likes to end each turn as ahead on board as he possibly can with his current hand.
Yeah, I think I like the decision overall, because out of the two choices, I guess, I think Guardian Animals feels like the support play. To back this up if the Mount Seller lives. I think that's very powerful. Whereas this just seems so wide, it's going to be at least relatively hard to punish, I think, from Boston. So I do like this ordering from Ball Control of the way he's going about this, but there is just a Starfall in Boston's hand as well.
He just played.
It's not going to make much of a difference.
He just played a 1/1 that turn.
That's a whole extra minion song.
It is. I mean, I don't disagree. I just think it's funny. He just played a 1-mana 1/1 that turn.
Look, I think Broom's good enough that it could be played on curve, right? It's not just a 1-mana 1/1. Well, I played Broom. It's a good card, right? What's its win rate?
What's its win rate?
What's its win rate when played? Really high? Okay, turn 1 Broom. Let's go. I'm working with the stats.
Yeah, Raven giving a quick lesson here in how to misread statistics. Don't be like Raven.
Boston just trying to see if there's any other way he can make maybe even a Ghidra work, but it just doesn't really get there, does it? 1 mana off being fantastic with the Starfall.
Or does stick the Mount Seller here, which is a huge deal for him because now he has the potential for a huge swing. Because not only is he casting the spell here, but it also pulls Twilight Runner a lot of the time, which now draws 2 more cards with the potential of more procs for this Mount Seller. Ball is exploding onto this board right now.
Yeah, and actually summoning Sol's favorite beast ever.
I freaking hate
With
this
the
card,
Alec?
dude.
Are you telling me you don't want more bug beams in your deck? I like winding up Sol when I have the opportunity. It's relatively rare, but I get that. Do you like the bug beam being cast now, or do you think ball control does need to go for the card draw? A little bit unfortunate that the Panther was summoned with
Yeah,
Star.
that's the awkward part, right? Ball wanted to bog beam the thing that came out of the teacher's pet for the full clear. Now he doesn't have that opportunity, so he's just going to rip it here anyway. And now this kind of limits his powerful draws here. Innovate is certainly one of them. Second Iron Bark, I believe, was the best pull in that position. But...
And here's the play I was talking about the last turn that Boston could not make. He now has the ability to go for Ghidra Starfall.
Yes.
It could actually go. Could actually just go Breath first, right, and then coin.
What to do?
I think drawing the card is relatively important here, and just taking a view on whether the turn changes.
Right.
Even though it doesn't look worth it because you don't really ramp into anything, I think the card draw is more than good enough to use the coin.
Yeah, sure. And having tested some Quest Druid with Derek and Gia for the Chonsu lineup in APAC, I was momentarily expecting that to deal 7 damage to one target and 2 to everything else, but it's not that's not how that card works.
Yeah, so Adris just comes out of nowhere and Boston gets 2 cards from that Starfall.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
What?
And that's the disaster turn for Boar. He basically pushed all in there, just hoping he could win the game off the back of that one Mount Seller board that couldn't get cleared. You saw his reaction when the Starfall from the Nature Studies came down. He knew he was in trouble at that point, because now his hand is incredibly low on value, and now Boston can just immediately counter-offensive here with the Alexstrasza.
Yeah, Ball Control does have card draw, though, which is super important, because it's the one thing that we can see Boston does not. So although there's Alexstrasza, there's Swipe, Crystal Power to maybe back up the Alexstrasza, there's not really anything else.
I hate
so
Alex so much!
Wait, what? Starfall kills Alexstrasza Sol? This is good, right? But at least he did have that Bog Beam in the trade to kill off this Alex. So Ball Control, although did have his big push wiped out, just because he had the Twilight Runner and it was unanswered, and Boston does not have card draw, he is still more than in it, especially with the survival of the face pick.
Yeah, but there's been a missing ingredient from this game up until this point, Raven, and you're starting to see them now. These portals have been in the deck for quite some time, and now they are all going to come at once.
Never mind. Boston has card draw. What was I talking about, Sottle? If it's just going to be Guardian Animals into double Twilight Runner off the top, then yeah. Insane. Alexstrasza just come back with a vengeance.
Hello, it's the Dream Team. We're just reassembling. Okay, fine.
The reunion tour.
Yeah. It's just never as good second time round, is it?
No, but they do have the Sparkle Boys supporting them. So. Could be good. Could be worth.
I concede.
And that is, wow, just nothing to dig for Ball Control. Boston not only takes the game, but takes the series, and you've got to be happy with that. Boston, one of the players who only played 1 match last week. Most weeks all the players play 2, but there are a few that only get to play 1 because of the way the schedule works. And now going 2-0 in his group with that win over Ball Control. Ball Control goes down to 1-2. That is not how you want to start week number 2, is it?
It absolutely isn't, no. Off to a negative start now for Boar, who has the opportunity to just go 2-2. And Division B is, much more dangerous in that regards. Like if you're a Division A gamer and you go 1-1 every week, which is, what Boar is potentially on track to be doing right now, you're chilling. Like job done. You did your work in the early rounds. You got yourself into Division A, and then you hung at 50% with the best players in your region, right? Who also ended up in Division A with you, and that's going to reward you with a playoff spot almost all of the time. So if you're in Division B, on the other hand, that could still be staring you at relegation potentially, at least in the relegation bracket as you get towards the end of the season. So you do really want to be going positive if you do find yourself in the unfortunate position of being in Division B for this round robin portion.
Yeah, but like I said, congratulations to Boston. Just going 2-0 means he's feeling a little bit cushy, a little bit confident. Of course, there's still more matches to be played, and that could change very quickly. But for now, he's going to be feeling great with that one. Whereas we are going to move on to our match number 2, which is Warmer versus Swids. Yeah, a French face-off, which is what we're going to be seeing a lot in this division, honestly, because there are just a lot of French players in it, so it's bound to happen. But honestly, I'm excited to see more from Warmer Sol. I think we both talk a lot about Swids last season and his growth as a player, at least from where we're sat. But for me, I've not seen anywhere near as much from Warmer that I want to see. We didn't see much in the Swiss portion of this season at all. It's his first season in this Grandmasters. So I'm excited to see what else he can do, honestly.
Yeah, we did at least see that he was a Turtle Mage gamer at one point last week as he played against Felkane in a pretty epic series, honestly, where Felkane potentially threw the series away with some of his play against the Turtle Mage specifically. But again, when I was talking to Felkane recently, he mentioned that he found that to be a very, very easy read, and that's why he even had Flick in his deck, for example, is that he'd seen Varma on people's streams jamming Turtle Mage on ladder, for example, that he'd queued into Boar playing Turtle Mage, I think, so kind of had that read going.
Right.
This time around, though, it is a mage beginning with T, but it's the classic. He has reverted to the Tempo Mage here. You can see that he is an Arcane Intellect Conjurer's Calling gamer, Raven.
Yeah, definitely a more, I was even going to say standard, but I guess
you called the last
school
list
approach.
Standard. What are you doing?
No, which is why I said I was going to, but now I just changed to an older school approach to the list.
Okay.
There are upsides of a lot of the time we see players choose Conjurer's Calling from Discover effects for their giants. So one was just going, well, why pick it if you could just put it in your deck and you have the targets anyway? So again, it's just some of those cards that are flexible and can be used for different just different slight variations on the build and different matchups as well. But just looking at both these players as well, the Demon Hunters, I'm just going to triple check this before I look very silly. Yeah, both have switched over to the Altruist builds as well. So something we've started to see just be the next card people are trying out in this Demon Hunter list.
Yeah, had a spectacular performance, at least in one individual game on stream during the Masters Tour, and people are gravitating towards it a little bit more. This list that plays a single copy of Consume Magic alongside Altruist, which those two cards kind of go together very nicely, right? Like an additional cheap outcast card that draws a card when you're playing Altruist in your deck. It does seem like a match made in heaven. But still, Soul Demon Hunter's still a deck that I remain to be sold on. It still has questions to be answered for me, and I think we got the statistics from Lorinda just before we started, and it is at or below 50% in all three regions, if I remember correctly. So, certainly not overperforming as far as Grandmasters goes.
Yeah, one thing that does interest me, though, as we do get to see the double warrior bands out there, is it's one of the decks I genuinely think that the Asia Pacific region are making the most headway with, because we see we normally see other regions build on deck lists, right, and try out new things and discover what works. I feel like Asia Pacific have been trying these cards first, and the rest of the world is following them. And honestly, whether this sounds bad or not, that is quite a rarity for that region. That doesn't happen often. It's pretty much just Rivius as the sole tester for that whole region, I feel, of trying out crazy things in lists. But I do think Demon Hunter is an archetype that the Asia Pacific region specifically have latched onto, as players have been bringing that pretty steadily for a few weeks now. So I am interested as we see more of this. Altruist, we did see, was it Alutimu this week, who was playing Penflingers that we were testing out in the Demon Hunter list. And you know what? It was actually better than I thought it would be. I'm being honest. I didn't see it. Then we tried it. I was like, wow, these stack up a lot of damage. This might just be good. And again, we just see more and more of that out of the Asia Pacific region.
I have no idea if that build's good or not, but man, Penflinger makes me happy. That card is just so fun to play with. But quite to the opposite, I'm quite interested. We did see Swid's Warrior get banned here, which is disappointing because it's something that I did want to look at a little bit. Because his Warrior build is wacky to say the least. It's a Bomb Warrior, but he has, the usual Galakron in there. He has one Evil Quartermaster, so you start thinking, okay, what's he found room for? He's found room for a Zephyrus and an Alexstrasza in his deck, which is somewhat unusual, to say the least. Not entirely sure.
Not Dragon Queen.
No.
Alexstrasza either.
Regular
That's the weird bit.
Alexstrasza.
You say Zephyrus and
Yes.
Alexstrasza, and you assume you would be wrong.
Vintage,
and also,
classic Alexstrasza.
And also just weird combos, right? Of like the Risky Skipper version with like the Risky Skipper's Armor Smiths there, the Pirates and the Ankar. But there's also just two Coerce in there as well. So this is really just a unique, I guess, like merging or polymorphing effect of these two builds gone together. And Swids is a player who likes his warrior builds and sticks to them. Basically, we saw that all even a year ago when he was just playing the Wrench Caliber forever in his list, even when most players weren't going for that. It's pretty crazy. But yeah, unfortunately, it is banned out. So maybe we get to see that either through the rest of this weekend or next week if he chooses to stick with it. But yeah, pretty interesting on both sides the table here, honestly.
Yeah, you'd even think in that list, like, you'd be just draw heavy as possible, right? If you were playing Zephyrus, so you'd be playing like double Battle Rage, double Cutting class, but that's where the Evil Quartermaster and things are coming. There's no Cutting class in the deck, so it doesn't even draw cards that quickly. I really wanted to see this deck, Raven, to see what it was made of, but unfortunately we've been deprived.
Yeah, well, I really want to see this match as well, but we are going to have to just go to a quick break. We're just making sure the players are fully ready before we kick it off. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back to kick off game number 1. Welcome back to the Hearthstone European Grandmasters. Just a short break there just to make sure the players are good to go, and they are, or at least that's what they told us. Warmer versus Swids we have coming up for our match number 2 of the day. Just another reminder, we do only have 4 matches planned for today, and then Americas will roll up after us, of course. But back to it here. The Warriors are banned out, both players bringing Demon Hunter, but then we have Rogue Druid on one side and Mage Priest on another. So although I mentioned at the start of the show, Saul, that Europe, I don't want to use the word boring, but feels like they've just submitted just the same again week in, week out, we are still seeing differences of lineups here. Yep. Well, I didn't hear you, Sol, because you're muted, and even me with that joke won't actually make sense because you wouldn't have heard what Sol said. But anyway, doesn't matter what Sol said. It was unimportant because he was giving me grief. Swids versus Wama in game number 1, and it is going to be Demon Hunter Mirror. Sottle, are you back with me?
Yeah. Essentially, something. Raven sucks. That's basically what it was.
Yep.
You can all figure it out.
Sol says something a lot, doesn't he? It's like 2 for 2 matches now.
That
But
was the
most important-
point. Oh, come on.
Oh, was it?
Come on.
It should have been funnier than that. I would have got it. Back into this match now. The pretty good curve here for Swids, or at least a good opening. I'm not one to really like keeping hold of those 5 drops when there's a lot more to dig for in this list, but does look like a great opening, and sometimes that can be enough in this matchup.
Yeah, it's a pretty tricky matchup, honestly, because sometimes you can stick early board and actually get so much damage through early by just, playing on curve 1, 2, 3 and then start forcing minion damage. However, that entire strategy gets completely blown up by one Shard Shatter Mystic on the other side of the board, right? If they're able to get a Soul Fragment into their deck early. So you never quite know, in my experience, like whether to mulligan for a very aggressive curve or mulligan for the hand that beats the aggressive curve and then starts dealing damage with weapons after, right? Like how badly do you want that early curve with 1-3 into Panthera, into One Maker and whatever else?
Personally, I like it a lot because it would generally forces them to have exactly Spirit Jailer to be able to I guess Soul Shear as well in this build. Both players are in the same list.
Yeah.
But, it requires them to have, like, one of a couple of cards in time to be able to then also on-curve Shard Shatter you. So I think this is generally pretty good and pretty acceptable.
Swids, of course, fresh off a very strong performance at the weekend in Masters Tour Montreal, showing up big time when it gets to the larger field outside of Grandmasters. And I will continue to say that I think he is a much improved player, or rather, it would be more appropriate to say he's starting to show more of the player he is, because I think I had a lot of questions about his play in 2019 GM, and I also feel like he looked a bit nervous and uncomfortable, but really does seem to be coming into his own now as a Grandmaster, representing France as so many others are.
Yeah, and even this mana burn now actually from Swids, it's going to put a bit of a lock on what Armor wanted to do. I think especially with 2 Blade Dance in hand, he wanted to get this Marrow Slicer cooking and also have a setup for the Glaive-bound Adept, which just simply isn't there anymore. So maybe Swids doesn't actually even realize how good that mana burn was for him that turn, honestly. Not even disrupting 1 turn, but 2. Look at the aggression, Sol. I love it.
Yeah, huge amount of damage going through already.
I do think the trade could be good because of a potential Blade Dance. It does make the Blade Dance a little bit more difficult to manage. Although I guess it's...
I grow impatient.
It plays around quite a lot of things, right? It plays around Soul Shear, it plays around Activator into Shard Shatter. There's quite a lot of things that punish you for leaving this 2-2 up.
With no Marrow Slicer that Swids just, forced Warmer out of last turn, this 5/5 is actually quite hard to kill, so I think you should keep it hard to kill, right? Which is what Swids is doing with this trade. I actually like this a lot. And this is it, right? I was talking, like, again, not only the the turn of the Marrow Slicer, but these 2 Shard Shatters are just doing nothing either, at least for now. Might end up being some use very shortly, now that he has gone for the Marrow Slicer, but still. Just a much delayed game now because of that mana burn from Swids. Pretty big deal.
Well, I'm already deep consideration. 2 Blade Dances in hand. Already thinking about where this damage goes now.
Demons.
It has to be face, right? It has to be. On turn 5, you can't expect the board to get much wider than 1 to 2 minions. So Blade Dance is always insane next turn, or it's the same, except you got to push 5 more damage. Yeah, you took more damage, but that shouldn't really matter. I do like the decision for Wama. He has so much removal available to him next turn that it should be fine.
Yes, I agree. I think Wama spent that entire time basically going through every combination of multiple minions that he could think of that turn, whether there were punishes available, couldn't find one that he was particularly concerned about, and then just swung his damage face, which is absolutely the right response there, I think. Swids, from his perspective, unactivated right now, no soul fragments left remaining in deck. One was drawn, one was consumed. So now he's just playing a 3-mana Bloodthorn Raptor from the left to unlock that Skull of Gul'dan, so he can now rip that on curve on the next turn. He knows he's getting Blade Danced here. He knows this was happening. He's okay with it.
That's it, and that's the thing, right? It's just not only did it open up the Skull, but you just don't want to play a 5/5 that does nothing's going to die for free next turn, right? So it just forces out the Shard Chatter there, but it does mean now that Wama is starting to pile on this pressure a little bit.
Certainly is. Again, decisions with the weapon swings. I think this is one of the biggest things with Soul Demon Hunter. I think 2 things really separate like average players with this deck from real top players. One of them is the weapon management, knowing exactly when and where to swing, and the other is soul fragment management, right? Because in some situations, it's correct not to put fragments in your deck so that you don't draw them, and you can guarantee that they're in there later when you really need them for Sociologist or whatever else. So I really do like that Wama is taking his time here with what look like fairly straightforward decisions, because I do think the weapon management is one of the biggest things that you have to get right.
Yeah, you can either gain or lose a ton of damage in the game if you mess that up. If you overcommit or undercommit, either way. Here, though, is a very tricky turn. Outra's been picked up along with that Soul Shade, does just kill the Adept very easily, but that's kind of all it does, whereas he could hold off and maybe set up some kind of Twin Slice in the near future instead.
Yeah, it does involve getting rid of a Blade Dance from his hand first as well, though, right? Which doesn't seem super likely to happen over the coming turns right now.
It's tough, like what?
He can just Hero Power to activate Gladebound and just call that a Hearthstone turn, which it certainly is. But Altruist does work here, and it does present a must-kill threat on the board that Swids might be encouraged to throw damage into, which I think is very much to Wama's interests right now.
And honestly, with shuffling the extra soul fragments into the deck, isn't too bad when you're on 10 health. I think I want those soul fragments to be drawn very soon.
Agreed.
And it's enough that they're probably not going to all be back-to-back drawn, so this Shard Chatter doesn't work next turn. So yeah, I actually think I like this overall.
Because now Swids has to answer this Altruist. If he doesn't, he dies. And I don't mean answer, like, Consume Magic will not be good enough here. He cannot take the 4 damage from it. So that could potentially force Swids off Skull here again. He does currently have a guaranteed answer to it, but Skull is Skull. Like, how long can you possibly delay it here?
I think you found out in testing Subtle that I'm a huge fan of just press the button if you have it. Outcast in not only this matchup, but just with this deck in general. Oh, it can open up so many good turns. He needs like a Blade Dance and a damage card for like a weapon card, and he's just cleaned this away, no problem.
Yeah. Or Aldraki Warblades and some damage to stack on top of that as well, so he can start racing more effectively, potentially leave the Altruist.
There's multiple combinations of good cards you can get. There's Aldraki. And did he get Blade Dance? He didn't get Blade Dance, but still not too bad.
Okay. So he's going to consume it and go face.
Oh, okay.
I like this. This game very likely only has one turn in it, right? So there's no real reason to waste this damage into the minion.
Either way, that is going to be the game, though, because Twin Slice is one heck of a card. Going to make up for a ton of damage. Has the Gladebound, has the Lapidary. It doesn't really matter which one he chooses. That's going to be the game. But I do think Swids was correct in going for that Skull for the best potential outcome there. Wama, though, takes game number 1.
Yeah, very, very clean. And we talked about how much pressure Wama was finding himself under in the early game. When the original Lapidary came down, it looked like he was the player under pressure, but just took a couple of slow and considered turns, reacted to the situation appropriately, and importantly, did not accept that he was the player on the back foot at any point. He stopped, he thought about it, he said there's a 5-5 on the board. I don't care. My opponent has a face, I have damage. Those two things are going together, and then I'll blade dance this away on the next turn, because either way you take 5 more damage from it, whether you swing into it or not. So Wama recognizing there to go face in that position is the only real thing that enabled him to be able to come back from a slightly slower start where Swids was off to the races early.
Yeah, especially in that matchup. The game can just flip in one turn. You have one slightly slower turn than your opponent, even if you were ahead on damage or anything, and it all just fades away very, very quickly. So a close one to start off that match. We are going to go to a quick break while we get them ready for game number 2, though. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I would rather be the funniest person in the room at this very moment. Long term, it would be better to be the smartest, but it's just about the moment.
Funniest person in the room.
Funniest? I would rather be the most funniest person in the room.
I'd probably rather be the most intelligent person. Actually, if you're the most intelligent person in the room, you're in the wrong room. That's what they say.
If you're the most intelligent person in the room, then you're probably also going to be very sad. But if you're the funniest person in the room, then you're going to make everybody laugh and everybody's going to have a great time. So I'd rather have that.
Yeah, I'd still rather be the most intelligent and the most funny person in the room.
I think other people are more funny than me, and I would rather be just the smartest guy there, and if we play a game, I would try to just outplay them.
Intelligence is very nice, but happiness is more important, and I think also actually with happiness or with a lot of intelligence comes together as well.
I think I am both, so... That's a nice answer.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Hearthstone Grandmasters European region. We are going to continue our matchup between Wama and Swids. But before we do, just have a quick announcement. We will not be doing match number 3 today, which is Bunny Hopper versus Blythe, because unfortunately Bunny Hopper's not feeling very well today and he won't be able to play. We'll update you with some more information when we have it, but just letting you know right now that match 3 will not be played out. So after this match, we will just be moving on to our match number 4 of the day. So for once, we'll know what it feels like to be cast in APAC this season, in terms of time at least. So we'll be moving on with this game. Wama versus Swids in game number 2, Sol.
Yeah, we wish Bunny all the best, of course. Hope he is feels better soon, and we can get him back on stream, entertaining the masses as always. But we have a very entertaining game 1 between Wama and Swids here with that Demon Hunter mirror. And Wama picking up the win in the mirror match is a very big deal for him because they are very dynamic lineups, very, very different from each other. We did talk a little bit about the deck not involved for Swids, but his builds of the decks in typical Swids fashion are kind of universally pretty interesting. with his rogue, for example, having that faceless corruptor tech, which is not the first time we've seen that from him either. Not a card that we're really seeing anyone else go to, but he is playing what it can, I guess, be best described as a greedy version of the list, because there's a lot of versions now that top out at 3. There's some versions that top out at 4, with the 4 being Vendetta. But Swids not only has Faceless Corruptor in there, but Flick as well on top of everything else. So it does have the potential to draw some slower curves with that. But before we get to any of it, he is back on the bus now with this Demon Hunter up against the Priest.
Yeah, and however much I complain and moan about Priest just in general, but I do think, at least for casting, is one of the more interesting matchups this for Demon Hunter and for Priest, because I still think it's undecided, at least on the Priest side, on how to go about winning this game or winning this matchup. And we do see some players take different routes, and I know you're a big fan of just the Outlast approach of saying just kill any minions they make, just stay healthy, keep the removal high for Priest, and then you just burn them out of all their damage. But I know some players do think it is a bit more of a tempo-focused game that you should try and win as early as you can by sticking a big board.
Yeah, I think it is list dependent. I am a fan of the Outlast approach, as you said. Swids here a fan of the Outcast approach, as he holds onto the Skull of Gul'dan in his opening hand. But I do think it's list dependent as well, because, for example, Wama's deck has double Wild Pyromancer in it. So it's a very anti-aggro build, has the opportunity for big swings of health with Wild Pyromancer Apotheosis, for example, is able to clear some of these early minion boards if they do come down very, very efficiently. So I think this particular build has a very, very good chance of playing that strategy. But as with always in Hearthstone, like, you can make general rules and bullet points for yourself, but that can all go out the window, and you might just have to play a matchup completely differently, right? Like, look at the example that we just saw from APAC, where the Demon Hunter got hold of Priest Galakron and then outvalued and outboarded the Priest as Demon Hunter to essentially just win a battle of value. Like, these situations come up, and you have to adapt to them, and you can have a general rule on how you think the matchup is going to pan out, but you have to take each game as it comes.
We do see already Swids going off like lightning on turn 3, just having that Aldrachi Warblade equipped and just straight away aiming that to face, not thinking about holding it, not thinking about trading it with the minion just in case there's potentially just I just forgot the name of the card now, a Raised Dead available or anything like that. So yeah, just gonna chuck 2 damage to face, even though 2 damage to face doesn't feel very permanent in this matchup. I do think it is important that Swids, with that Skull Keep, have a more plan to like 1-2 punch Wama, as opposed to chip damage throughout the whole game to eventually win.
Yeah, I think already with this hand and this opening and this curve from Wama, he's probably thinking he can certainly have a good go at the tempo plan right now, right? He has a very aggressive curve. He's played a 5/5 on turn 3. He's dealing damage, and he's just drawn Murazond, which is very multifunctional in this matchup. It can be used to steal healing from the opponent if they mess up with their Aldrachi Warblades and hand you a bunch of healing. But it can also just be used to steal damage, right? If they're playing Twin Slices or Marrow Slicer or anything like that in the late game, you can use that to just force that damage straight back at them with the Murazond. So it's very possible here that Wama might just go digging for an Apotheosis exactly and slam it right now for a giant minion that's just connecting face for 1,000,000 damage. Love this.
Yeah, and this is very much one of the reasons I do like Murazond played a little bit more aggressively, actually, in this matchup, is because what you've got to remember is it's all the stuff your opponent did and an 8/8. And we saw the ease in which Blade Dance just dealt with the board for Swid's last game, and how easy Wama cleaned that up. It's a bit harder to do if your minions have 8 health. That's way more of an ask. So yeah, I do like that overall, but it was cleaned up there from Swids pretty nicely, honestly. But Swid's now down on 14 health. Not really any access to healing. If Wama wins this board one more time, this is going to look a little bit rough.
It is, but now it's starting to look slightly more difficult to win the board. That Consume Magic pickup with the Skull now outcasted on the far left, second Shard Shatter, so many ways to go about taking control of this board state.
Yeah, just like Consume Magic, swing, and then just have the Glaive Bound looks insane here. Clean the board up, put more damage to the face. Looks very powerful. Still draw cards.
It's worth thinking about Wama's Apotheosis usage on the previous turn because, while I said he can just jam it right now, I wasn't specific on which minion it went on. I think it's pretty instinctual and pretty reasonable in this matchup to just make the one biggest minion that you can, but you can see the punish for it, right? It was just a single Shard Shatter Mystic coming down just messed up his entire board state at that point. Something to think about.
It's tough, right? Because if you do it the other way, then Blade Dance just demolishes you as well. So I think it is you pick one you feel is right at the time and just hope they don't have the right shaped removal to deal with it.
Oh, so much weapon damage going into minions here, though, and that's the thing, is this early tempo start is serving multiple purposes here for Wama. Is not only has he pushed a bunch of damage and been aggressive in the early game, he's also healing every time that Swids has to send damage into a minion to try and get the board state back.
Yeah, and that was...
All right, now we'll know. This is the decision point. This is the decision point, Raven. Skeletal Dragon, enormous taunt for defense. Plague Proto Drake or Alex Straza, both much, much more aggressive options. Guess Alex Straza could be picked up with half an eye on defense as well in this position. Guess it shouldn't be quite so hard to categorize it, yeah.
Yeah, because Swids can heal, which makes Alex Straza potentially also like double aggressive approach. Gets an 8/8 that could then drop him back down. But also he can use it to heal himself if he gets pushed low. So yeah, I think Alex is probably just the flexible choice. Here though, I think Swids does need to look at this skull, get it cast now. At worst, he just trades the 3/2 into the worm and sort of gives the turn over to Wama. But then the turn after, Swids should have a ton of options with the post skull cards.
Yeah, no Elucia in Wama's list, which is always something to consider in this matchup. Sometimes when you're playing against an Elucia deck, you will play Skull later so that you have 2 or 3 mana left over at the end to be able to play any of the discounted cards that you draw. If you draw some of the more expensive ones, you have to spend 2 on them, you can still end up playing them. Because the worst thing you can do in an Elucia matchup is just pass turn back to your opponent with a bunch of heavily discounted cards in your hands. But nothing here to worry about for Swids. Card is not in the deck for Wama.
Okay. Interesting. There were multiple... Well, I mean, the question was whether he even played the score in the first place. But with that trade, I actually wondered whether he was going to swing pre-weapon, kill the 5/3, then equip the Marrow Slicer, and then just go face with the 3/2 and stick the minion again.
Let me change your mind.
Oh. No further questions about where Wama's head is at in this matchup. Cabal, Shadow Priest, 6 mana Yeti. That's how much he wants to stick board here. And he even has Wave of Apathy in hand to pair alongside that as well for a more defensive option, more tempo swingy option later on. He's just dropping it. He wants it in play.
Guess what I'm going to suggest this turn, Saul?
Is it Skull of Gul'dan?
It is! Especially with the Eldrazi Warblades now, there's actually a benefit to drawing more cards because there's still 2 Twin Slice in the list that can be huge, not only for pushing damage, but for also stabilizing his own health. Nothing really cleans this board up nicely apart from like Shard Shatter, Soul Shear, or Hero Power Trade, which both look pretty weak as far as I'm concerned.
The disdain in your voice as you got to the end of that sentence. Hero Power and Trade?
I know, yeah. I've seen him trade, I think, once this game, and it already hurt me, so I can't deal with twice.
Oh, he traded a bunch. I was saying, like, he put so much damage into minions at the start of the game because the start was so aggressive from Wama. He was kind of forced to, though. Like, absolutely no judgment on that.
That's it, right? Those, I don't mind if it's literally, well, if I don't trade, I'm just going to die.
Yeah.
But when it's like these optional trades... Mana burn, actually, though, from the One Maker is huge, and you can see Wama unhappy now that he can't play his Murazond.
Yeah, so we didn't really get to it, but that was going to be my counterpoint when you finished your Skull of Gul'dan spiel, is do you really want to do that into your opponent's Murazond turn? Because you're going to Skull, you're going to play a bunch of cheap cards, and then potentially that just all comes flying back at you on the other side from the Murazond. So that is what that reaction was about from Wama, but he specifically wanted to counterpunch this with Murazond this turn, and now doesn't have the opportunity to.
Yeah, I do think there was an option for Swids there, though, that I think you can Skull and not play a ton of cards that turn, even if you draw them. Like I said, it does depend on the cards, of course, but if it's twin slices and stuff, you could save those for the Warblades anyway. So there was an opportunity to play around it, but of course the mana burn just ticks all those boxes immediately.
Even then, I'd still happily take 8 mana 8/8 draw 3 as the priest player in this position.
Sure. So now Swids is going to start counting, or at least carry on counting, should I say. Does require 2 turns unless you see something I don't, Subtle.
No, I'm not piecing it together myself, so it does look like it needs to go over 2 turns. The danger again is that Warblades. You have to be very careful with that card here once you've hit the late game. That's probably part of his second turn where he's planning to actually kill the opponent as opposed to the first one where it can be Mirazonded and blow up the 2-turn lethal setup. Well, he's going to go for it now. So I would hope that the added damage to this just comes from Soul Shard Lapidary, which cannot be copied from the opponent. Yep, seems fine.
Nice heal boost as well, making them a lot safer versus these 2 Cabal Shadow Priests.
Oh.
Yeah, hold on. There is just Apotheosis, Shadow of Death. Those are pretty good cards.
They are.
There we go.
It's a really huge 2-turn payoff, though, right? If you were to Alexstrasza yourself here and then live, and then get to Apotheosis the Alexstrasza on the following turn, like that's incredibly greedy, but it's such a huge payoff. He just ends up at 15 here anyway. It's now 2, 4, 6, 7, 10. One maker can add 4 with another twin slice. Still be a little bit off.
I grow.
Well, 12 with the hero power and the one maker attacking, right?
Yeah. Oh, that's true, yeah. So twin slice from the one maker would actually be enough here, right?
Is there enough?
2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I think so.
I mean, even with this hand, I wouldn't see why you wouldn't start with a one maker anyway, right? Even if you got silence.
Well, you're kind of just betting the game on that straight up at that point, right? Whereas Swids here is looking for a clear play where he can get multiple turns.
Are you betting the game if you just play a wand maker? What is that going to stop him doing this?
I guess that's true. Yeah. I mean,
if you just play a one maker, if you don't get it,
you raise a good point.
Turn,
yeah.
Like,
it's coming down here anyway.
Magic? Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I think I would have started with, even if he loses the 2/2, okay, it's not like optimal, but it could have literally won the game at that point.
Right.
Or at least helped out a lot. Like I said, Consume Magic would have been sick. Twin Slice, of course, fantastic. Even another Mana Burn might have been very good that turn.
Right.
Your mind is not your own.
Now this is the scary moment, though, where the game might start to slip away, and although there is the Sociologist in hand for Swids, there's Soul Mirror for Warmer, so that pretty much just solves that. Most of the time, at least.
Dance.
Would love a face attack here from Warmer. That's where he wants to aim this. I think on 21 he should feel more than safe.
It's weird how mentalities can differ, right? Because I would potentially argue that if you're at 21 and you feel safe, then there's a reason you feel safe that you can outlast all the damage at that point, right? So just why not trade and make things long and excruciating for your opponent?
Because I'm not an evil person, Sol. Honestly, one of the few things I was thinking of there, if you wanted to be maybe have a little bit more of that mindset, is like, is Wave of Apathy just fine this turn? Is it going to get much better this game if you just Wave of Apathy the 3/2?
Right.
And just be like, well, now you've got a one attack minion that does nothing anyway, you know. Relatively weak militia as well.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this was the other argument for Swid's play on the previous turn, or at least a reason why he was very tunneled on making the play that he made, apparently, is that He really wanted to get these soul shards loaded up, which is what he did with the double soul shear to make sure he was able to drop militia. And this is kind of his final push at this point, right? Like, this is his last go to say, okay, maybe I stick a board here, and that's actually good enough to get the job done. You can certainly see that it will not be, though. 8-8, 5-5, Wave of Apathy, the board. Is that what's happening?
Looks reasonable. And that's what makes Wave just insane, isn't it? It's so close to just a Frost Nova. It's absurd. Like, how was this board not soul mirrored? You know, in like normal world, right? It's like a great soul mirror, it clears everything up. Wama would still be winning on board. Nah, it's all right. Wave of Apathy, it'll be fine. Don't worry. It's so powerful.
Yeah, I like this trade. I think this is probably fairly responsible, all things considered. All he needs is the 8-8 to stick in most worlds.
Whoa.
Oh, hello.
Woo.
Hello.
I was just gonna say he has half a good turn here with his Blade Dance. He just needs the other half, which is the second Twin Slice.
We're out here playing video games again, Raven. It's happening.
Yeah. The only prob... Oh, okay, it's a little bit close, isn't it? Huh. Double jump as well. I do believe he has another skull, right?
He does, yeah.
And he has Consume. He still has Consume Magic too. Now the slight issue is, one, that's a ton of damage, but two, these are going to pop back up to like a threat again because of that wave.
Yeah, and now
suddenly
Wama's in a position where he cannot both Raise Dead and where he cannot both Soul Mirror and Alexstrasza. So he has to leave himself a little bit vulnerable here to potential damage.
I like the Soul Mirror after seeing double Twin Slice and no weapon equipped though. I do like that being the choice and not like the Alexstrasza Hope kind of thing, which looks way, way, way worse.
Right. Swid still had Altruist in his deck, he still had Glavebound in his deck, he still had Soul Shard Lapidary with one Soul Fragment exactly in his deck as well.
You can just do this into Skull half the time, right? He gets it.
Alas, poor Warlock.
Hello?
Okay. I mean, would you just Hero Power into Mana Feeder this turn just for one more card draw?
Yes.
Or is that
3 natural cards remaining? One of them is Lapidary, one of them is Glavebound Adept. You kind of want as many of those as possible in your hand for next turn, right? Just to try and end the game.
And the thing is, you're going to draw them anyway, so it's like the whole playing through Altruist doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Because he could even go the other way with his hand, right? And go actually like Altruist Kane and go that way if he needed to. So I think this draw, this draw's just good no matter which way you look at it.
Renew.
He's dead.
That Renew is huge. Raise Dead first because it's free with the recovery from Alexstrasza, but then the Renew to throw on top of it as well. So insane.
Is this just penance? Plague. Okay, so
Plague.
Wama will know there's a selection of minions left, mainly as the damage, right?
Yep.
So is Plague just the final get gone?
Yeah,
I actually this is just good recognition of what's actually going on in this game or what can happen in this game.
I hope Swids has been counting. We had to talk about Wama's turn, but Swids should have been counting his outs. He had 2 cards remaining, Lapidary and Adept. He appears to be counting now. I'm disappointed.
It's not enough, right? Unless I'm not counting right.
Soul Shard through here. He can get the Blade Dance through.
Which he needs to actually kill the minion with Hero Power as well.
Yeah.
Oh, he doesn't need to use Hero Power, but
he doesn't need to use Hero Power. Yeah, alright, this is clean.
Job's done.
Oh, this game's actually so close. What?
So now the final cards are 4 Soul Fragments, 1 Glavebound Adept. So the Glavebound Adept gets drawn, and Hero Power, Kane, and Glavebound are all possible in the same turn here. So if Varma plays Plague of Death here, I'm pretty sure he knows his fate, or at least can work it out if he really wants to dig into it. So is there a different solution instead? Like some kind of Spellkin and Wandmaker combination where you hit a wave of Apathy and Radiance and keep yourself alive?
I don't think... Well, okay, yeah. In Strange Worlds, maybe. But yeah, that was just a tough one. I think if it was guaranteed as well, that was kind of rough there for Warmer. And a game that was so close. But that's the big deal, right? And that's why I just love seeing the Skull Keep in that matchup. If you just draw enough cards, you have so much extra damage to actually kill the Priest. It's super important, and you see there, if Swids didn't even have access to the, if the double jump wasn't into the Skull, then that's a big deal, right? And if you didn't get hold of that early enough, that could have slowed the game down enough for Warmer to go back up to 30. But you see there, like, Warmer healed for a ton that game, and it still just was not enough if the Demon Hunter can draw. So really close game there. And again, I just love that matchup. I love casting it. I don't mind playing it, although I normally lose. But I really enjoy casting that matchup. It's super fun. It's super intricate as well.
Yeah, I do think one of the things that ended up being really crucial there in the mid game was that mana burn, though, because that could suddenly have been a completely different story. There was a huge board generated with 3 cards being drawn at a position where Warmer was very, very comfortable in the state of the game. Suddenly, that means that, you know, Warmer might have seen his Galakron for 5 more armor. He could have seen something that generated him another big Taunt Dragon. He could have hit his other Renew or a Penance or whatever else that could have just made that tiny bit of difference that he needed. He was just a little bit short towards the end.
Yeah, and I also do just wonder, although I liked it, if that turn instead was a Soul Mirror into the Militia, and then suddenly, you know, you play that the other way around, that might have been good enough to get rid, because it did end up pushing a ton of damage there. So anyway, close game overall, but we are going to be moving on to our next game, and Swids is going to be on this Rogue Sottle, and again, just a fairly unique build of it. Swids putting his own spin on this one.
Yeah, he does march to the beat of his own drum a little bit here and there, and it's not wildly different from what we expect to see from most people. He has also moved to Eviscerate over to Vendetta, which most people are doing now these days, but it's the top end of his deck, which is a little bit unique, with the Faceless Corruptor, the Jandis, and the Flick all in there at the same time. So that is, you know, I said the word greedy earlier. It's still obviously an incredibly low-curve deck, but in comparison to some of the slimmest versions, has just got all of that extra top end piled in on top.
Yeah, I think Faceless Corruptor is a really funny card right now because it didn't get really worse. You know, like, the card's still good. It was played a lot of places as well, but, you know, before the expansion. So, but it's just like people have just gone different routes, and then also, you know, Highlander Hunter isn't played as often, so you don't see that as much, and so on. So it's just weird that the card is still really good. It's just not finding slots anymore, which is so odd.
That's the thing, right? Like, I don't think we saw that much Faceless Corruptor in that many decks. We just saw a lot of Highlander Hunter, and they played Desert Spear, right? Which suddenly made Faceless Corruptor pretty insane.
The other one are off to a lightning start once again, sticking this Sethic. Pretty solid. Now having another one, wow.
There's the ambush.
That is the, I believe, yeah, the one of ambush. 1 ambush, 2 plagiarize, and 2 dirty tricks.
And then immediately, first spell generated with Shadow Word Pain, and oh my god, it's over. It's over. Alert the authorities.
Insane. Stubble in a fire as well.
We can't.
Grave Ruin, yeah, let's get more Sethics, why not?
We just combo Priest now. This is a really nice clear, though, with the Faceless Corruptor. We talked about it a lot already, and the unique tech card from Swids coming in monstrously clutch. Very few cards, in fact, probably 0 cards in the base build of Rogue that most people are playing right now would have been able to answer or recover from that situation.
If that wasn't the play that turn for whatever, you know, he hadn't drawn it, whatever reason, we would have literally seen Swids coin out Flick next turn to deal with the Sethic. Yep, right. Like, oh. And even though Warmer got, you know, shut down, I'll say, he is still in a commanding position right now, at least as far as I see. Got the board back again. Got still a good selection of cards. That Grave Ruin could come in pretty handy as well to continue to stick board here.
plagiarize Miscreant over the Jandis here. Turning down Jandis on curve? Rarely seen?
Well, it's tough, right? Because it all depends on what Jandis summons, but to me, it just looks like a 5 drop on 5 because 2 of the minions die. It does, of course, like cause Warmer to trade off, but having 2 of them just auto dead most of the time feels pretty bad.
How much mana would a 1/4 cost, Raven?
Let me change your mind.
How much mana would a 1/4 cost?
Yeah.
Is this some kind of weird question?
No, you said he'd essentially be playing a 5 drop on 5, but instead he played a 1/4.
Oh, sure, but I think getting the play dries up is pretty important too.
Okay.
I think the play dries could have been pretty good.
Okay. I remain unconvinced.
See, look at this! He swapped minions with his opponent, and arguably he got the better one.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely got the better one.
Yeah. Now that it's been played, of course, I mean.
Yeah.
Before someone's like, well, actually, I think you can question whether 2 lackeys is better than a Sethic on average.
Dance, puppet.
No, it's my Sethic!
No.
What? How has Warmer got this board, Sol? Why is this like a 6 minion board suddenly against Rogue? What's happened?
So what happened, Raven, is he curved Sethic into Apotheosis, into second Sethic, into Power Word Shield, into Raise Dead his 2 Sethics. Does that elucidate the situation for you?
Thanks for the update.
Okay.
I was paying attention though. I'm just waiting for Swids to actually flick these Sethics and just be like, be gone!
Like, there's a freaking 5/1 in play though.
Yeah,
like
but
that's the
right?
problem.
Warmer just has endless cards otherwise. That's the big problem.
Yeah.
Priest doesn't need card draw if it's going to just create them all in hand.
Embalming Ritual,
Yeah.
Grave Rune.
Ooh. Okay, I was actually looking at Galakrond.
I can go Galakrond, sure. Yeah, fine. Happy with
I
this.
think the odds on you being able to land Grave Ruin next turn is incredibly high anyway.
Fine.
Look at the damage, what is going on?
Needs help.
I think,
Needs big help. None of those really seem to fit the bill. Goes for contract, lands on lucrative. 2 coins in most worlds with Edwin in hand right now might seem pretty appealing, but it's just way too slow a removal spell at this point.
I think Priest did get some like Tempo Priest cards recently, but I don't think this is what the team had in mind. It's just the Sethic curve.
Yeah, I mean, Sethic is an insane Hearthstone card. You can see the decks right now aren't really built to support it. Like, we're seeing Sethic get run in decks that sometimes like don't even have penance in them, right? Like, it's Sethic and Apotheosis, and that's it, right? Pretty much. Otherwise, you're just Shadow of Deathing your opponent's minions, or you're playing something that you picked up off a Renew, or whatever else. Like, it's not the optimal build for a Sethic Veilweaver, but still Sethic Veilweaver is in basically every priest deck. It's just a good card.
Just look at the amount of times Renew is done to just make more cards.
Yeah.
It's not even healing anything, right? It's just Sethic, Renew, whatever. It's just used as a target card, like that sometimes has benefit. Crazy. Rolling Fireball does some level of work, still manages to push an additional 4. Lethal with Holy Nova and Inner Fire. The old Holy Nova Inner Fire combo is going to give Warmer a victory number 2 here. Over Swids for now, making him 1 game away from taking the series. And what an odd game of Hearthstone, Sottle, honestly. Like, you don't see Priest do that often.
Evil Miscreant looking you dead in the eye now, Raven, asking who's the better minion now, huh? You know, talk him down earlier.
You didn't even want to play it, Sottle.
I didn't. I didn't. And so I wouldn't have ended up getting it stolen and having it inner fired back at him in the face. Strictly better.
Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. Honestly, a very weird game there, but you do get that because Priest does have the ability, and it's one of the issues with this build of Rogue from Swids and many other players. This is not aimed specifically at Swids in any means, but the build is a little bit harder to deal with these wide boards early on. Doesn't happen often from Priest, but with a lack of weapons, for example, with a lack of actually like early sticky minions outside of just a crazy questing turn or Van Cleef, obviously. You just don't really have the ability to fight for a board that's like just there. So you can get run down a little bit. I think the key there was Warmer kept it up. Normally Priest falls off in the mid game, right, and doesn't quite hold on to the board for long enough. But with the steals available from both the Cabal minions, it just kept on going and ended the game. So pretty strong one from Warmer.
Yeah, and I do want to revisit that point quickly, because that was my concern with the Galakron turn, is that it was very, very low tempo in comparison to what he could have done otherwise with the Grave Rune or whatever else. Because say he didn't just have lethal that turn, right? Like say Swids had 1 more health or 2 more health or however much he needed. His push was kind of done at that point. The rest of his hand was really not pushing very hard. So that game could have then reset to a particularly like grindy point. And Galakron to me did feel a little bit slow in that scenario, but he was able still to get over the line with that inner fire in the end. So puts himself now in a good position in the series.
Yeah, it's really tough, isn't it? Because I was so close to nearly just saying, oh, well, if he hadn't have Galakron he didn't even need the Nova, right? Because he could heal his own minion. But if he hadn't have Galakron then the 4/4 would have taken a trade, and then it might not have been lethal anyway, right?
Well, not if you Grave Runed the 5/1 and then traded into it.
Oh, sure,
yeah.
okay. If you wanted to Grave Rune instead, then yes, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do agree there was a point where it could have slipped away there, but it did not. Warmer, and that does mean he only has his mage to take a win with here. And again, this is more of the, I'm gonna say, slightly older build of mage, but it's honestly, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, at least from where I'm sat, Saul, because you know this, but I'm still a fan of just the Conjurer's Calling in the list. I understand why people don't run it, but as honestly like one of the cards that still makes some of the biggest impacts in the games it is not run, then I think it's an absolutely fine inclusion in the list.
Yeah, still a lot of debate over the last 3, 4, 5 cards in Tempo Mage, and I really don't even think we're going to come to an agreement by the very end of this expansion cycle. Like, I think people will still be hotly debating whether Shemvala should be in the deck, whether Jandis should be in the deck, whether Arcane Intellect or Spellkins and Arcane Breath should be in the deck. I think all of these points are going to be up for discussion. Data from the Masters Tour last weekend shows that the Kobold Spellkin Arcane Breath build was the most successful, but it did have a smaller sample size of players, so you can choose not to trust that sample if you want to. But Warmer here on, as Raven called it, the slightly old school build of Natural Conjurer's Calling and Arcane Intellect in the deck instead.
Yep, the data from my run with the Spellkin build shows that it was not that great. For my own personal stats, so think of that what you will. Most importantly, though, post mulligan here for Warmer, and this is a pretty solid opening hand. Not particularly because Mana Giant's always good in the opening hand, but with these 3 cards supporting it, looks pretty solid from where I'm looking here, Sottle. But what do you make of Swids' pre-mulligan hand here? That.
Yeah, I mean, Wild Growth, Guardian Animals, obviously is a very, very smooth curve. If you put Wild Growth in your deck, obviously you have to keep it. I'm still somewhat unconvinced that Wild Growth is a good enough card to justify a spot in the deck when, Overgrowth exists alongside it. But certainly when you are building your deck in this way and then your mulligan shows you Wild Growth, Guardian Animals, I think you're feeling pretty happy.
Was there ever a reason for Swids to keep the Anubisath there? Because it does combo with his Guardian Animals to make it that much stronger, or is that just adventurous at this point?
Yeah, it would seem adventurous. Like, Anubisath is never a card that you want in your hand for long periods of time. You'd much rather play Guardian Animals or play Overflow and then draw it off your Twilight Runner or draw it from the Overflow, right? And then dump it immediately. Yep.
That's a good point, though. Swids' build, we've not talked a lot about it, but it has 1 Mount Seller, 1 Survival of the Fittest, but then it also has these 2 Anubisath Defenders and the Living Dragon Breath, which could come into some great usage in this game specifically. And of course, he's a Broom Gamer, so there's a double Broomstick in here as well.
And then after the mulligan, consecutive Lightning Blooms end up getting drawn here, which means Swids just decides to immediately rip the Guardian Animals and tank his dead turn right now.
You still trade with the runner, right? Oh, okay. Swids chooses not to. Honestly, I always make that trade with the runner personally because I just want more cards. I don't even care about any kind of value, and there's a chance that this runner gets removed before it can get the thing. But do you have any strong opinions on that turn? Or that specific play?
I think I would have gone for it. I think I would have taken the attack, personally. Although, I'm seeing some disagreement here on whether there's a devolving missiles in Wama's deck or not, because it wasn't in the list we showed on screen, but it is on the list I'm seeing on the website right now. I'm a little bit confused.
Yeah, it does appear to be on the list I'm looking at. So, yeah, I'm going to assume that the list I'm looking at is correct, because it's the one I'm looking at. So. Really, deep understanding there. But yeah, it does look like there's the one devolving missiles in there for me, but we'll have to see.
But that's the big issue, right? It's the only real card, because Firebrand isn't really played most of the time anymore, so it's not really something you have to worry about, and even then you've got so much health on board with the additional Thresher as well, that's probably not an issue. The scarier thing is certainly a devolving missiles there, so I imagine that's a big factor. And the fact that Swids chose not to attack, I'm inclined to believe that there actually isn't one in the deck, just based on that as a read.
I see one, Sol. What are you on about?
Oh, well, fair enough.
No, it's from Cyclone.
I know.
Yeah, I honestly, I think whether there was or wasn't, I'm always maybe overly terrified of one being generated anyway. Or something going wrong. So I would have liked to see the draw there, but regardless, Swids did get away with it. Got the card draw, and he now has mana to actually play with, unlike his previous turn. Has to be Wild Growth this turn, though, right? He's put it off on his turn 3 to get that Guardian Animals out. He needs to start getting this ramp going.
Yeah, completely agree.
I mean, he did have the option to just go Twilight Runner there, but I just don't think it's needed. I think with the cards he has in hand, he's got more than enough like game-ending potential, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's why I was curious going all the way back when he did just rip the double bloom immediately as to whether that was the best way to play the curve, because it delayed the wild growth for so long with the dead turn that he then ended up having, and it was just so much like overkill in terms of the rush effect that he actually had on the board. Obviously, he plays 2 giant minions immediately, and that's insane. But it felt like he was never going to fall behind there if he took maybe 1 or 2 turns more, split up the lightning blooms, potentially just played out his wild growth naturally.
So now with facing down a Mana Giant, I was going to just weigh up whether it's just overgrowth anyway to really go big on the ramp. But with this Innovate, it does mean he can generate a selection of beasts and rush them with the broom. So there is a good chance he kills this. My only question sort of is like, does he always have to kill this? I think there might be some worlds in which he leaves it up.
I think because he has access to the broom here, it's just so clean to be able to kill it. Obviously, depending on the breakpoints of the particular beast he got, which ended up being terrible. But he does end up fully respecting it here as well. And remember, this is the natural Conjurer's Calling build of the deck. We did talk about that extensively at the start, which is the biggest reason, I would say, to end up trading with the Mana Giant there.
Well, not the best I've ever seen, but still, just a good chunk of minions. I think if this was, if Swids had ramped a little bit earlier in the game and was sitting near 10 mana or going into 10 mana, there was a strong argument for not trading, saying, well, I'm just going to survive on the fittest anyway next turn and win.
Right.
But yeah, a little bit off there because he delayed that wild growth so much. Another Devolving Frost Nova or Brain Freeze. Tough one to choose, considering he couldn't actually use any of them this turn anyway. He'd end up going for the Devolving Missiles, though.
Into the 2-1. Play your Overflow. Go again.
Again! Oh, you like the broom this turn?
Again, will involve what beasts are going to end up coming out. Now that we see an Emperor Cobra already, yes, I love the Broom Raven.
Would you actually trade the Emperor Cobra here? What if he doesn't? What if he just plays Nature Studies? Yeah, Nature Studies and plays Survival of the Fittest.
Survival of the Fittest next turn.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of that, actually. Yeah. Leave everything on board, it's fine.
Yeah, seems very reasonable.
Oh, even got a Death Rattle. That's huge. I embark. Nice.
Okay.
Yep. Nice setup there for Swids, and Wama has to do a lot of work.
Well,
to defend against this.
He drew the right card from his deck in order to get a lot of work done this turn.
Wait a minute. There's a prime.
This evocation is going to have to be money.
Well, that's Ray of Frost. That can help.
Cram Session to draw. Ice Barrier. It's just one of those evocations where it's just too many secrets to actually do anything immediately impactful, though. That's the problem.
Oh. And then must... This is another tough decision, right? Does Wama use these Ray of Frost to kill minions or to stall them? Because if there's Living Dragon Breath just drawn off the top, plus, I don't know, so obviously it means he can't play it with Survival of the Fittest, but just in general, these freezes could have done close to nothing if the draw is Living Dragon Breath.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a tough decision.
Well, I think you know in Wama's position what's up, right? Like, when your opponent plays a turn, plays a Mount Seller turn that's play a bunch of spells and then play Nature Studies dead last going into 9 mana next turn, I'm pretty sure you know what's up in that position, right? You know that Survival of the Fittest is coming. So for that reason, I love the fact that he's played a secret this turn. It's also a secret that Swids can't check with his 1 minion that's he's allowed to attack with. So he's gone for the Mirror Entity here over the Ice Barrier that he could have played. Because now all Swids can do this turn in terms of his most powerful play is just to play the Survival of the Fittest, which obviously he can't do if he's super fearful of the counterspell.
Okay, hear me out. What if he plays it anyway?
I mean, sure.
Well, if it's counterspell, he can at worst Ironbark the 1/2 and trade it into the Apprentice.
Yep.
I think that's a fine backup plan with insane payoff if it isn't counterspell.
I agree with you.
So the Swids by looks of things. Gets it off, that's huge. And now the evocation turn has gone. Right, Wama used it last turn unless he generates an additional one.
Someday I'll be just like you. Oh, it says explode.
Uh-huh.
Just to dig for Nova.
Frost Nova is playable, yep.
Ooh. Does Explosion do much here? Not really.
Not enough, no.
Can trade and go for missiles as well, though, so it's going to do a chunk of stuff. Maybe there.
But there's still this Death Rattle on top of all of that as well. Like, there's still so much to plow through. Never mind the fact that Swids is getting a Prime in his deck at some point here. Okay, 7-1 goes down, so it's 18 left remaining on board. 1 from the hero power is 19. Ironbark is 20, still showing lethal on the other side.
Yeah, he doesn't know it's not Flame Ward, though, right?
He does, he attacked
Which is a problem.
base last turn with the 1-2, didn't he?
No, he traded the Apprentice, didn't he?
Wasn't that the first thing he did to check for Ice Barrier? I'm pretty sure.
No, because I was talking about he could Ironbark, right? And he still could have done it when he played it.
Oh,
so
yeah,
it was,
you're right. Yeah.
So I don't think he traded. Sorry, I don't think he went face to test it.
Okay. In which case, I think Swid's line here is reasonable if he did not have that information because he's so far ahead otherwise, right? Just don't throw the game to the Flame Ward.
Exactly, yeah, and I think this is nice. Just clear off the must-kill minions. Even if this turn was your Sarah pass, it would be fine. He has enough, right? With the broom, it just doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Let's keep the spell burst intact. Seems reasonable.
Someday I'll be just like you.
Wama's just got to go again.
The problem is Wama is so on the defensive here. Even if he holds this off, how does he actually win? Like, Oh, and he doesn't. There's the concede. I was going to say, it would have to be like exactly prime into raw silliness to actually even deal 30 that game in some ways. So, pretty rough one for Wama on the back foot. Swids, I think, took a different approach with that very early Guardian Animals. Maybe wanted to just say, if this is good enough and he doesn't have the answer, then the game's just over. But I do like the way he, was set up for the nature studies, and I love that he did just go for it there with the with the survival of the fittest. I think it was a tough choice to make, but definitely the right one.
Yeah, no, I absolutely love that decision. Coming down there, just no fear. It was a randomly generated secret. Obviously, if there were multiple secrets in that one evocation, it was the best one for the opponent in that situation. There's normally a couple of secrets in there. I think Wama's particular pack was 2 ice barriers and a mirror entity, and he chose to go with the mirror entity. But I think rewinding before that, he just needed the evocation to do more. If you get 3 secrets in there, it's probably not going to be able to react to the board state immediately as he really needed it to do in that scenario. And it was just too aggressive a start with the giant Guardian Animals curve into the wild growth and then just the Mount Seller coming out for the board clear. Just way too much to keep up with from the Tempo Mage.
Yeah, and now it's going to be the mage once again here from Wama going up against Swids' Rogue. So, again, maybe a bit of a different matchup now that Swids does have that flick. He does have the Faceless Corruptor as well. So he has at least more mid-game ways to deal with awkward boards, especially if that flick can land on a Mana Giant. Because if that Mana Giant is just played out from Wama, it is susceptible to being removed. And then suddenly, that Conjurer's Calling looks significantly worse.
Swids here holding on to the Questing Adventurer backstab combo on coin, which does have high potential. A lot of great backstab targets in the early game that you could create a very nice swing turn with. Armor looks like he is considering very hard here, though. I imagine you want to mulligan this for a much quicker opening than what you're seeing here. Yeah, that looks
in that
much
position,
more like it.
Yeah, that's what I would have done, but honestly, some of the mage mulligans I've seen continue to confuse me, because there are some cards I feel like I would never keep that some players do in certain situations, and it is tough to get a handle on because your game plan can be so varied based on just even the first couple of turns.
Right.
That, some cards do look better in some mulligans than others, and that is just based on what your opponent does as much as what you do, so kind of hard to keep track of sometimes. I don't think there's a set rule all of the time. But that was definitely a good one.
Wama holds back on the lab partner on turn 1 in order to combo the One Thief, but again, these are some pretty ugly options. Would have loved another additional 1-mana spell here to go along with this hand, just to be able to turbo out this Cyclone as quick as possible with the Apprentice. But not only are these more expensive than that, they're also extremely mediocre.
I do like Polymorph. You are against this rogue list that is looking at Questing Adventurers and Van Cleef. So I think I'd just like a card in my hand that can just say hard no to one of those minions. Wama disagrees, though, and does go for that Mirror Entity instead. My only worry is, Mirror Entity, just there's so much rubbish that Rogue plays.
Agreed.
Is that actually going to get you anything? 1-2 or 1-4? Is that... I don't know. For me, Polymorph as a backup plan looked way, way better there.
Swid's already very much hit decision time here. Every play he would make here has pretty serious implications over at least the next 3 or 4 turns. He can just play Raw Secret, which is probably the lowest tempo initially, and can end up conceding quite a lot of board. Then there was various middle grounds between that and what he ended up doing. Because even if he just coins Miscreant, he's devaluing the Questing Adventurer that he kept in his opening hand, right, alongside that backstab. But going all the way through to the Miscreant and the backstab here, that leaves his Questing Adventurer perhaps a little bit stranded just for a turn or 2. Obviously, he does get a lot of that value back from the lackeys later on. Another strange decision on Wama's side to just jam Mirror Entity into the turn where you know your opponent has 2 lackeys in hand.
Yeah, I don't know what the entity was ever expected to achieve, because it's not like it's even against Rogue, super high-level mind games, right? It's not like, you're against Druid where they have to think, oh, is this Overgrowth going to be counterspelled and stuff like that, right? It's like, Rogue's like, well, okay, I can just dump out this bad minion, test for this, attack face because there was a miscreant already up, and test so many of the secrets so quickly. It seemed like it was always going to be pretty miserable.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Swid's played exactly the same turn as he would have done if he wasn't dealing with the secret on, on the previous turn.
Yeah. Now, though, a few options, and these are the tough ones. There's an immediate turn that's very mediocre with the Apprentice Mana Cyclone with double Ray of Frost. There's also the chance of like holding one more turn to see if there's Apprentice Shambhala plus Expel. But then there's the question of, well, what if you just try and do both and actually just use the Mana Cyclone to get more spells for the Shambhala, or at least as many.
There's the threat of the secret here as well, right? Because you don't want to go like Apprentice Ray Cyclone and then boom, it was plagiarized the whole time, and they just get to bust that straight back at you. And even just the thought of playing a spell to begin with kind of plays into dirty tricks, and it's very hard to test for any secrets from Wama's side here without hard committing to a play. Right? Like if he plays Shambhala, he's kind of hard committed into ambush, and then boom, it ends up being ambush, and he has to blow up one of these Ray of Frost anyway to protect his Shambhala. Really, really tough turn.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna say best, but that doesn't mean most fun or like whatever play. But I think was there actually just like Apprentice first, see what happens, and then maybe even just ping pass and just sack off one of the Apprentices? Is that just ludicrous?
Oh,
you have to.
Can't be saying these things. Sorcerer's Apprentice is a Bloodfen Raptor. Oh, sacrilege.
Hey, look, both those Apprentice reduced that Ray of Frost by the same amount.
That's fair. It's very fair.
And there's only one Ray of Frost there.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah, obviously in this scenario, if he'd have played Apprentice first, he could have just happily marched through with the double Ray of Frost Mana Cyclone, having seen the ambush get procced. But yeah, the nightmare scenario is you play Apprentice and then nothing happens, right? Because you've already potentially given your opponent a Sorcerer's Apprentice at that point if it's plagiarized, which even if you don't keep going, is already bad for you.
Is it that bad?
I mean, there's lackeys in hand. There's lackeys to be generated. The deck plays Eviscerates, not just Vendetta.
Yeah, but the deck also plays like double Shadow Step, double Prep, double Backstab. The ambush is gone. Sorry. One of the secrets was already played. You don't know if it's ambush at that point.
Have you ever played, Raven, a Hanar Sorcerer's Apprentice turn? Because I have.
Well, if it's that, some things are just meant to happen, aren't they? So I think that's the approach you've got. Finally, are we going to get to see this quest adventurer? Yes, we are. Also, just when you have a Titanic Lackey, you always have to look to see if there's a quest in turn, because it makes it so much better.
Yeah.
We even see the clap from Swids. He's happy.
Yep, Swid's vibing. French clap coming out.
Okay, now there's a chance at the double Apprentice, trick into everything. But once more, there is a secret, and it could be plagiarized. And then you lose, because you probably get 27th by a quest adventure that turn.
And even worse, this one actually is plagiarized.
For those of you following along at home...
True mastery takes dedication.
Genius way to play around Flick. Not even a slight... Huh.
Nothing. Got what it deserved.
Okay, well, there we go. Oh, that was funny. It's plagiarized number 2. It's just gonna get back. Wait, he's just setting up for the double Raz lethal on turn 10.
It's cold.
They're going to replay the Raz. Aha, got you.
Surely you just slam this Cold Blood, right? Probably just considering target. I imagine it is Ambusher. Break up the threats a little bit.
I guess, but what are you afraid of? I think I was going to say there was only one good target, because the Ambusher, you don't actually want them to have even more reason to kill it off. I don't know.
Well, your opponent has half a Ray of Frost in hand. So what's the point in putting all of your damage on one minion this turn? That doesn't make any sense, does it?
Right, but I just think that the ambusher is so killable anyway, right? Like, I think there are a lot of potential cards that just take down the ambusher easily because of its 2 health. I think that's fine to put on the list.
But there's certainly a card that you know solves the problem you created. You know it's there because it's Twin Spell.
But it only solves it for 1 turn, right? And there's Plagiarize, so if there's a big turn from Warmer, Switz has the same turn back.
If this questing is isn't dead in 2 turns, it doesn't matter whether you've put Cold Blood on it or not.
Sure. Oh. Okay, that's a big turn.
This is a much better looking evocation here. Mirror images, arcane missiles, tome of intellect, even playable this turn. Tome coming down.
Cards for Switz to hold.
Could do with a little bit of extra help. It's a cram session, okay.
Nice Aldrin actually doing cram session last, because Switz won't get that right.
I think he was already counting it, and that's potentially why the mirror image was played here as well. Yeah, because he was already counting when he was in like mirror image and Tome of Intellect world. He was already counting how many his opponent were going to get.
Warmer's like, yep, seen all these cards before.
Yep. That one.
Why not, right? Was he going to eviscerate in a 0-2? Switz? Okay. Can I just point out that's a 0-2?
Explosion. Interesting. Alright, not as destructive on the backswing certainly as it could have been there for the Sorcerer's Cyclone coming back the other way, especially with this Dark Glare in play.
Yeah,
Switz does have a very natural ability to be able to take damage on his own turn as Rogue, but the mirror images did kind of put pay to that.
Yeah, the only problem is Warmer, very similar to last game, he's got to continue being very defensive, and which he has those tools. But again, outside of exactly just this mana giant that he's managed to get hold of now, like, Switz is still on 26 with a hand full of cards. Like, that is going to be very, very tough to deal with only 8 health to play around with. He does have to hold off not only for this turn, but for the foreseeable future right now. If you just go for a flat mana giant here, he is susceptible to that flick as well, which is a pretty huge deal.
Ooh.
Time runs out on me.
I do actually like the fireball pick.
Yeah, he's trying the counter-offensive, which I'm definitely on board with. It's not really a hand that suits the potion, in my mind. Like, potion would be ambitious there with the idea of, like, sticking a large amount of this board. Yeah. And if you're sticking a large amount of this board, you can just fireball your opponent in the face, right? And just, like, try and win the game that way. So, kind of like the logic.
One of the few things I was thinking about potion normally is like, okay, well, if you play giant, you can potion it because it's still good with conjurers. Right, but if you play it and potion it, it's just as dead to flick, if not more so. So it's a little bit scary. Rama, once again, just going to help clear off this board. Switz knows that there was a Raz in hand, so has to have at least half expected this to happen this turn.
This is an ugly collection of mage spells.
It is, but Switz's turns don't have to be that good right now, right? What reads does he have on the secret? He knows it's not entity, is that it? So he could just do a bit of a tester with a polymorph number 1.
You want to burn 4 mana into a potential counter spell here?
Many options.
Ooh.
Did go for it, probably looking at that rolling fireball, but most importantly, he gets to rolling fireball anyway. Doesn't clear as much, but still he gets clear of this Raz.
Yeah. He also wins the race to get this Learn Draconic down, despite technically being half a turn behind on actually getting it in play. I do think he has to start winning board pretty soon again, because he has used one generated Eviscerate, right? He does still have both of his natural Eviscerates remaining, which I guess you can say he can afford to stall out and wait until he gets those Eviscers, but it's not something this deck really does naturally, is burst damage, right? Like, they have to win board and connect with minions if they're going to deal with this last 8 damage a lot of the time.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. I just look at Swids' hand and think he can last almost forever right now.
Sure.
Outside of a Prime. Because he still has the cards up. The Raz is still a threat that needs to be answered by Warmer, because it will push some level of damage. Obviously not tons of damage. But even now, there could be even Raz Polymorph on this 6/6 is decent and sets up that the missiles finally clear off this... Oh no, he can actually swing in with the weapon. I forgot he had the charge, yeah. He can just clear off a good chunk of this board. Raz is going to sit there. I like this a lot. Even at this point, with the taunt gone, he can actually just start daggering him in the face, right? This is how close he is to lethal at this point. Oh, well, okay, hold on.
And I was going to make this point, is I do think this idea of I can last here is a potential recipe for disaster against Tempo Mage in particular, because it doesn't matter how comfortable you think you are against this deck. You are one Apprentice Evocation turn, one Prime turn away from absolute disaster at all times.
So it'll be like, I just got rid of those! And now they're back! I wonder if this is actually going to be Intellect number 2 as well this turn? Any huge reason not to here? It's going to go away anyway. There are some real cards.
Yeah, there was kind of, I don't know, real big brain plays where you deliberately kill your own Astromancer and then draw the cards after that to maximize your opportunity of getting a Prime in your hand that could end the game straight up over the next couple of turns. Because that's the problem, right? I just played my Astromancer. I want to save card draw until after the fact so I can draw my Prime. But you have to play the Arcane Intellect that turn. So you're kind of in this weird catch-22. And I think overall, killing your own Astromancer there is probably nonsense. But it's certainly a problem that he doesn't really have another push to come down after this. I guess Jandis is one more. He probably has just about enough gas to keep him going from this point, I'd say.
Could even just start off with, the Pharaoh Cat and Evil Miscreant first and still have options for the rest of the turn. Because a couple of lackeys could change the way this game's looking right now quite dramatically for Swids.
Yeah, one lackey in particular. Oh!
Alrighty then, well suddenly, Arcane Explosion is
insane! Those are big, Raven.
Nah, the 4/6 isn't now. If it gets enraged, then it's dead.
Is this the single greatest Arcane Explosion you've ever seen in your life?
I have done one with Malygos, so no, but it's pretty
one was
good.
better.
Yep. Okay. And suddenly, this is once again looking quite tough here for Warmer to defend. It's going to give us a push or clear off a good chunk of damage, yeah.
It's a full clear, yeah, because whichever way it was positioned, right, with the illusion always dies and the other 6 health minion has 1 left, so he always knows it's a full clear there. Now questing number 2.
Just as dangerous for Swids once again, yeah.
Give me a quest.
Rush in. Okay.
Yeah.
I was interested to see how he could have gone with that, because he could have actually just popped way more health on that questing. If he just used the lackeys and the Pharaoh Cat instead, there were definitely options there.
Sure.
And it's not like you're expecting rush minions to kill off this questing. So I wouldn't say you'd overly need that taunt. This does save the Kobold Lackey to go face though. So there is an additional benefit of holding on to at least that one. Funnily enough, would you have ever prepped? That's something that was worthwhile considering.
Possibly, yeah, certainly worth looking at. Obviously, the breakpoints are just really hard to calculate against Mage in particular because they can basically find a way to deal any breakpoint of damage that you can come up with, right?
I think for me, it was very much the what are you actually going to prep out this game, even in a perfect world? And I don't see a long list of cards on that list. I think he still has, what, 2 backstabs, 2 shadow steps? And so I guess, like, Imperial Lacking spells is the go-to. Oh, okay, that's a good one. Reborn is such a nightmare for Wama.
I mean,
I guess he's got the damage to ping it off, but that just means the game goes even longer, and this dagger's going to start just killing him. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's the
trade and ping and trade and ping, then he's never going to win.
Swids has essentially no value here, and he is just playing the role of the last attempt at the aggro of just trying to rush that opponent down finally. There's still the Prime remaining, remember, in Wama's deck as well, with 8 cards remaining that could completely blow this game state out, but that is not it. That's the lowest value draw possible, and you see it on Wama's face. Second Violet Spellwing now. Jandis Miracle, is it even possible?
No, it's possible. And honestly, is there a great reason not to do it? I think you just go for it. What would be good here? What about the 2/6 Demon? That would be good, right? That deals 1 damage.
Yeah, that'd be pretty solid.
That'd be one of the best ones.
Convincing Infiltrator, Earth Elemental.
Earth
all
Elemental's
the usual
always
targets.
in the list.
Yeah.
Even, I guess a Rush Minion would be good, right, as well?
Yeah, he's going to need like Rush plus Taunt if he's going to have any realistic chance, but no, that is not it.
Absolutely nothing. He's going to go for the potential greatest arcane missiles to ever see the game of Hearthstone, right? I don't know what this arcane missiles can do. It's going to have to be big.
Yeah, it can technically leave him at 1 if all the missiles here are perfect.
I thought they were all going to go face. That is going to be the game, and Wama disappointed with the outcome of that one. That was the final. The Eviscerate finally rocks up to the show just to end the game. Not that Swids needed it, but Swids takes the match 3-2. And honestly, Sol, it is an outcome I did not expect. And I think, for me, at least from how I remember it, it felt like the games Wama won were very decisive and were very strong wins. And then all the other games felt like a bit of a struggle from both players. The games Swids won did not look too... I'm not saying they weren't clean on Swids' side, but just closer games overall. But Wama just lost control of it there, and Swids just doing enough in that game to keep going. And there were some hard turns, especially towards the end there.
Yeah, and I'm starting to sort of wind this back in my mind. I was doing it for the last few turns there of for Wama. And sort of looking back at that turn where he actually ended up with the Fireball, which proved largely useless at the time, which I did say I kind of liked at the time. But thinking about the board state there, you were talking about how the Mana Giant and the Potion didn't really work that well together because of Flick, which is absolutely right. But he did have 2 Mana Cyclones left on that board as well. And I think it might have been reasonable to assume that he played Giant that turn, and then Swids' turn is hard tunneled on dealing with that Giant, right? So maybe Flick comes down and deals with the Giant, as was the eventuality. And then maybe you can just Cyclone another couple of, Potion another couple of cheap Cyclones to be able to get yourself more options going forward. I don't know whether that would have changed anything significantly, but it's a point I can look at of divergence. I also think Wama played a little bit lower on tempo than he needed to do in some of the late game turns there towards the end, but honestly, that was a long series with a lot of pretty interesting decisions on both sides.
Yeah.
So I think there's a lot of points where results could have tipped backwards and forwards in basically all 5 of those games up until this point.
Yeah, regardless of who won in the end, that was a very, very close series overall. I definitely agree. But because it was a long and pretty close series, we are going to take a break before we get ready for what will be our last match of the day. I only managing to do 3 because, as a reminder, unfortunately, Bunny Hopper's ill, so I hope he gets better soon, but he's not able to play today. So we are going to have with Silvername versus Felkane coming up as our last match. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I'm Bunny Hopper.
I'm Language Hacker.
And we're here to do some trivia.
I think it's no doubt we're gonna take this down, no matter who our opponent is. I think we'll get them all right.
I think that's
easily.
10 out of 10.
It's our time to shine. This is a day of relegation, boys. 256, right?
I have no idea how many bones there are in the human body.
Like above 200.
Is there a way to like estimate this like properly?
Sure. 206 for sure. I'm positive it's 206.
Let's go with 256 then.
Okay.
I trust you.
I have no idea, but I think that's...
206. Final answer.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure on that one as well, actually.
You're positive?
Positive. 206.
256 final answer.
It's 200.
Ah.
That's actually difficult.
Definitely not ostrich.
The falcon has to be fast, like it's a bird.
It's up to you. I would say cheetah.
I know cheetah's the fastest land animal in the world.
Do we know if it's a windy day out or no?
A bird has to be faster than like a ground animal, right?
Let's go with the falcon. Yeah.
Easy. Let's go with the falcon. Nice.
I would pick the falcon.
Okay.
We say B. Final answer. Yeah.
That's correct.
See, we get this.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be a week, right? It should be something else.
I don't know what Fortnite is other than the game.
Let's just take a guess.
14.
That's
Final
14.
answer. It's 14. It's 14.
Okay. Let's just go with him.
14, right? It sounds like Fortnite. 14.
Yeah, go with 14.
Definitely 14.
Okay, let's go 14.
14? Yeah.
Yeah.
14. This is correct.
Yeah. See?
Has to be blue, right?
Yeah, it had blue. What does red hair
I think
exactly
it's
mean?
I think it's brown.
I would say it's brown because I know a lot with like green eyes.
Lighter colored eyes.
Yeah.
Those genes might be mixed.
And do you see many redheads with blue eyes?
No.
I believe it's blue.
Brown.
Yeah.
Brown.
So we take A? So that's
Yeah, blue.
Yeah, I think it's blue as well.
Let's go with blue.
Yeah, let's take brown. Yeah. It's blue.
Yeah.
Blue is like the rarest in general. Unless you're Swedish.
I have absolutely no idea.
I have some idea.
When was the first BC?
Well, why don't you think it's 1994?
I'm pretty positive it's 1996.
That was the year I was born.
That was the year you were born? 1997 for me.
Let's Google.
Let's Google it.
Yeah, we were using like telecom or AOL web search.
It would
instead.
have to have been later on, so I'm leaning towards 98, but that might be.
This one might be vital, you know. For
Well,
us
of
to
course,
take
every
the
single one is
victory.
vital. Yeah. This is a 1 and 2, dude. We've got the rag flip right now.
We go with 94. B, I think 94 was right.
94.
Yeah, let's go with 94.
94, yeah.
What? Really?
96.
96.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, damn. Okay.
You can try 98. Let's try 98.
98.
I feel like England is like very old school in most ways. So I'm not so sure. Or was it? It was not New Zealand, right?
I have no idea.
What if you just take New Zealand?
Why?
I have no idea.
I wouldn't think it would be the US.
Yeah, I doubt that.
It honestly might be United States.
Well, now we have to actually like kind of go in the mind of the person who made this because he was the one that made this this question. So
let's just take A.
Which is what?
I have no idea.
I would say New Zealand, but
I would lean towards England, but I don't know.
I would lean towards New Zealand.
What if we just take New Zealand because it's new?
We can go New Zealand, I don't know.
USA.
See? Damn.
So it's New Zealand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Finally.
I would lean towards England, but New Zealand also sounds. They sound progressive.
We'll flip a coin.
Let's flip a coin.
Do you have a coin?
I'll have a coin.
Yeah, we go New Zealand. Final answer.
Yeah.
That's correct.
All right, New Zealand it is.
New Zealand. Final answer.
Final answer.
Easy.
Easy.
Just needed to flip a coin.
I thought it's about Hearthstone. Then it could be funny.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Hearthstone European Grandmasters. We've got one more match for you today, and it's going to be the big one as far as I'm concerned, of at least what's on schedule for today. It's going to be Silvername versus Felkane, and Silvername started his first week of round robin off at 0-2, so he's got everything to work for as he is in that Division B, Sol.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's made some significant changes to his lineup, I would say, based on that as well, because he has been a Highlander Mage gamer up until this point, but he has now switched, and this is now the third Mage archetype that he has brought to Grandmasters overall, and none of them have been Turtle Mage so far, even.
I see how it is, Sol. This is your response to my hilarious one the other week, so I do like the Highlander Priest option there. Sorry, of going Zephyrus, raise dead Zephyrus. I like it.
That's just the curve. I don't know what you mean. That's the key cards. That's how you play the deck. Oh.
You win this round. But yeah, there is a big deal to say Silvername going off his favoured Highlander Mage deck, going for that tempo, and I'm interested to see how he plays it as well. It's going to be pretty hype because I've just not really seen him pilot that deck, and it's a deck that has a lot of different routes to victory, whereas Felkane, Survival Druid there, the Mage, and the Demon Hunter for him. But first off, Sol, we are just going to kick it off to a Tempo Mage mirror, and also both players just yawned at the start of their game one. Frankly, that's just a worry.
That is indeed a bad sign. A couple of key cards in Felkane's lineup there that I wanted to highlight. The Firebrand in his Tempo Mage, which is a card that is largely out of favor now. And also the Immolation Aura in his Demon Hunter, which is a card we saw flirted with by a couple of the APAC players a couple of weeks ago. But not something that is particularly standard, but something that Felkane is choosing to include this time around.
I do wonder if that is a effect of playing in Masters Tour last weekend, because we did see a lot of aggro lineups, didn't we? You know, just a lot of generally more aggressive lists and lineups overall, which Immolation Aura, if you're against your rogues, mages, and so on, can just be even more powerful. Even hunters can be really powerful in those matchups. It's just that Felkane has not really ran into it with Silvername's lineup. So some interesting choices overall from him, and even right now, there are a few options here, because that Primordial Studies does not necessarily need to be played this turn. He could wait off for something a little bit bigger on turn 3.
What to do? Time runs out on me.
Yeah, no Cram Session in hand right now. No real sign that he's going to be wanting to be Rare Frosting any minions. No Arcane Missiles in hand. There's no real benefit to the spell damage right now, so I do like his decision just to hold on to it a little bit more. He does have multiple payoffs for Sorcerer's Apprentice, making his spells cheap with both Mana Cyclone and Shambhala in hand right now, so probably more benefit to him just as a 1-mana spell in his hand. Oof! Well.
And this is just the rabbit hole of Mage right now, isn't it? Because suddenly you see the second one go, okay, what do I do on turn 5? You know, and then like, so oh wait, well, what if I hold off and wait till turn 6? Like, how big can this turn be? And I do think a part of that is actually a trap, because I do think if you wait for like the ultimate pop-off value turn, then it's just going to be too late a lot of the time, unless it's absolutely perfect card generation.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I would be looking at this hand, and am looking at this hand, and trying to figure out how to break it up into 2 Apprentice turns most effectively, and perhaps one for the Shambhala and one for the Cyclone. But that still runs into problems, right? Because you can have a Apprentice Coin Cyclone turn next turn, and then generate a bunch of new spells. But there's no guarantee that those spells are going to play nice with your Shambhala for the eventual turn then with the Shambhala and the second Sorcerer's Apprentice. You know, you could just end up with a bunch of 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cost spells in your hand that don't really give you the turn that you need.
Yeah, it's really tough to make that call. I don't even know what Felkane's going to do here, whereas Silvername, on his side, again, does have Mana Cyclone and some one-cost spells, but it's tough in this matchup. Do you care enough to play Mirror Image against, well, no weapon, the ping gets to his Solarian anyway, there are no minions currently on board. Is this just Silvername using his mana, Subtle?
I think it is, and I think it's him recognizing where he is in the matchup right now. Is like, he's drawn the minions on curve kind of plan. So I like him just spending his mana and just building up the board state. Like, yes, there's no minions on the other side to block yet. There might be next turn. And then at least that way he's spent that 1 mana this turn on getting it done. He doesn't have to fit it into his next turn, or even worse, potentially into his turn 5, where he'll want to just be jamming Raz most of the time. So I do like him just playing out his curve there.
Also, it does give him some targets for these 2 Ray of Frost, right? Could just Ray of Frost and go for the Mana Cyclone, honestly. It's definitely not the best play I've suggested, but Silvername's hand does look pretty weak right now.
But again, it does still at the moment feel to me largely like a minions on curve kind of hand, which, he can play the Kobold Geomancer here to set up the spell damage on the Raz on the following turn, and then hope that the Cyclone gets better potentially after that.
Oh, minions on curve, Geomancer and Cyclone this turn then, right?
We've seen that play made, and there's situations where it's hard to argue with, right? If that's the hand that you have. I would say that this particular game, he's fallen just a little bit short of being aggressive enough to justify that here.
And here we go. We've found the answer to question number 1, at least for Felkane. He is going to go Shambhala first. And then hope, I guess, that he can get hold of something to follow up with the Cyclone, which I've heard, Subtle. Evocation's a pretty good card for that.
Yeah, it's nuts. Any 1 mana spell here was nuts because it's the second proc. He has Ray, and then just the Evocation for a third proc. But for a second proc. But this could be a third, and it is. It is a third proc. Raven, pack it up, take it out back. This game is done.
Job done. Well, there's one simple play here, Subtle. I see a 2-drop on Felkane's side of the board, and I see a Conjurer's Coin on Silvername's. So, I mean, do you have a better suggestion right now?
I'm working on it. Give me a second.
Okay, you get all the time in the world, mate. You've got as long as you need.
What to do? What to do?
Yeah, I'm out of ideas.
Okay. The problem is, it's very easy to go, whoa, well, Ray of Frost, 2 5/5s. Okay. and then, yes, the suggestions suddenly stop. I just don't think that's ever good enough.
Right.
Unless, like, Mana Cyclone gets you exactly a 3rd Ray of Frost. Is that, like... I guess? Oh my. Falcon, he doesn't even know what to do. He's got too many good cards right now.
Yeah. He sure does. How many of these Cyclones didn't start in his deck? Is 1 natural and 1 created? Or is this one created too?
I have no clue. Okay. I'm just trying to see if it's like Potion Mana Giant this turn.
I will crush your delusions of grandeur.
What a deck. Hey.
Nova?
Oh, Insta Nova.
Gets it. But now you've only got 1 chance at a Doomsayer. Well, not true. I guess you could kill 1 Astromancer in country. The problem is, like, what does the Nova even do here? It makes the game a turn longer. That's my worry right now.
Yeah.
I guess. Wait, Silvername does have a Prime in his deck, right? Is this what he's building up? Oh, the Ulti Prime.
I mean, I guess so. It's an out.
Yeah.
You can top deck it next turn.
Yeah.
I mean, you picked the potion, Falcane.
I'm surprised he didn't actually go for it last turn, honestly.
I mean, really?
Well, his turn would have looked the same apart from one less Astromancer. He'd have a space on board and he wouldn't have to spend 4 mana this turn. I guess he wins either way.
Yeah, I mean, my feelings on Potion are fairly clear. Like, I'm very rarely going to turn down any kind of tempo option just to play Potion of Illusion in a lot of positions, so I think this was right? Like, how much of this value are you going to lose if you just play it all first, right? Seems fine.
He's going for it!
Yeah.
Breath is held.
You win.
Close.
And I think he's timed it very well, right? He found the way to scramble through the 2 turns he needed. He scrambled through turn 5, he scrambled through turn 6. He then gave himself the opportunity to top deck the Prime on 7. Didn't do that. That was his last outgone, so that was the opportunity he took to pull the trigger on that Conjurer's Calling, and it ended up being, obviously, whiffing on the Doomsayer, but I think he timed that out pretty much to perfection. Obviously, that's just a brutal game. There's very little way that you're going to deal with that evocation being generated. You know, Felkane was greeding. His payoff was going to be 2 5/5s most of the time. But the fact that it was evocation specifically that came off there and made it 3 5/5s, that's probably just way too much for anyone to be coming back from, let alone the giant top deck after that as well.
Right, and that's it, isn't it? Like that was a game Silvername was always, or I guess almost always, going to lose no matter what. So in those games, you say, yes, this is probably a loss, but what's that 1% chance, right? Okay, I'll do this, maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't. If it does happen, that's insane. If it doesn't happen, yeah, you lose those games anyway, but those games do not happen that often at all, not to that extent. So it does mean that although Silvername, did his best, I do agree with what you're saying about his plays, he is going to be 0-1 down so far, and he's going to move over to this Malygos Druid to go up against, I believe, Felkane's Druid, which is the one Mount Seller, the Survival of the Fittest version. I think similar, if not exact, to the one we saw from Switz in the previous series.
Yeah, very similar. That French practice group does largely seem to have brought this build. The French players are split up into a couple of practice groups. Blaise has joined the group that Felkane was practicing with in the previous season, with Swids and Gallon back then, of course, who is now departed from Grandmasters. But Blaise has actually joined that group, whereas I believe Wama and A-Rock are split off and doing their own thing, which is why we've seen a discrepancy between some of the French players and some of these lists. But this seems to be a very similar list here from Felkane as his good friend Swids did.
Here we go, kicking it off. Both players having access to the old Overgrowth. Silvername even having that Breath of Dreams. And correct me if I'm wrong, Sottle, but if you're playing Breath of Dreams, you're keeping it in the mulligan, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, Silvername does just that.
There's about millions worth of mana in both players' mulligans right now.
Yeah, tell me about it. Wow. They both hit the overflow as well. They don't have direct payoff just yet, but they have the tools to draw towards it on both sides. That's an insane draw from Felkane, though. That's an insane draw from Felkane, though.
Look. Oh, I don't know the name of it, but he actually did just look like one of the Muppets. Then I couldn't remember which one, but he just pulled such a surprising but happy face. It was just very funny.
He rips the veit off the top as well! He's destined!
So does Silvername, to be fair. Just quickly working out what he's going to get. He does play one Teacher's Pet, so now this is guaranteed Twilight. Either the mixture of Twilight Runners and Lake Threshers, whichever ways you want to look at it. I would also argue that's probably just... I'm not saying the Teacher's Pet was good, but if you wanted to draw one of them, I would say that's probably one of the better ones to draw, because against in this Malygos matchup, I think this is definitely the lowest power one, right?
Right. Felkane here, though, I think deliberately putting himself in the position to go second, which generally you want to be doing in the Guardian Animals battle. Silvername's Beast package is kind of what I was talking about when we watched Mali Druid the first time. He's choosing not to play the Lake Threshers, for the reasons I described. It's just a very, very bad card to draw when you're not running any blooms, any Survival of the Fittest, any of that stuff. Like, it's just a very bad minion to have at that point. So he is just playing the 2 Teacher's Pet, 2 Twilight Runner, which means if Guardian Animals were the play there for Silvername, Felkane would be able to respond very effectively with his own.
Yes, it's very interesting, isn't it? Because also, because there's no Thresher, a part of me thinks that Felkane should have played his Guardian
Just gone
Animals
first.
at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's no Thresher, right? Like, and then he can back up with Overflow the turn after post-trade. Like, that seems pretty solid to me, but regardless, Silvername has just gone for the accelerated Alex Straza offensively right now.
I swear, Raven, every time.
Quick, just play any spells you want just to annoy Sal. Go.
I hate this card so much.
Just double Moonfire the face. I'm joking, there's Malygos in hand. And that is a good point. Right, Silvername has nearly self-lethal at this point, just with that Alex Straza and having Malygos double Moonfire. He's very close.
Yeah, Felkane does have a big board, a Crystal Power and an Overflow in his hand, though. So he does still have the tools to keep himself in this game. Honestly, I think, based on Silvername's next few draws or what comes off this Overflow, you could even say that Felkane's in a pretty comfortable position because it's something that we do need to address, right? The Silvername baited his Alex Straza with basically nothing to do in his hand at that point apart from Overflow, which you kind of have to raise questions about, right?
Right, I mean, was he ever hoping that the Alex Straza would stick? Because he did have the Malygos double Moonfire at that point, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously he would love for it to stick. That is a potential upside. And it is an 8-8 against Druids. So if they don't have Guardian Animals, it sticks a lot of the time. There's also the other thing is, he needs to make room in his hand to Overflow anyway. So the only cards in his hand that he could really expend were the Vase and the Alex Straza, right? To get them out of his hand in the first place.
Right. Like, you're not chucking out a Malygos at that point, are you?
Yeah,
So, limited options.
But now, between Silvername's healing effects and now Felkane's healing effects as well, Felkane's going to climb all the way back up to 30 at some point over the course of this game.
Or he's just going to lethal Silvername, which is
I mean,
going
that
for the Guardian Animals this turn. That is just a ton of power. And outside of the big Malygos swipe, there's not really an answer, right? And he's also, just going to triple check, he's seen no Geppetto yet, so he knows that's not going to happen. There's no Geppetto shenanigans, unless it was exactly like Geppetto Omu into Mali Innovate, so on, which is a long stretch. So I like this a lot from Felkane. End the game now. This Alec holding about 20 spells right now. Feels like
it is 6 times educated right now. 7 times educated.
What does one education look like? So
I know, yeah. What is one
Describe
individual
one
unit of
education?
education? It's fine. I'm sure you wouldn't recognize it up north anyway.
No, I mean, you said 6, and I thought that was ridiculous. Never mind. Anything more.
Never seen anyone around here, mate, with more than 3. What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah. 3 whole educations?
Yeah. Three, 6, 10, 19 showing right now for Felkane. 20 with the hero power, exactly.
Is there anything that Felkane can particularly draw into with this runner that would open this up? I don't believe so.
Well, it's survival, right? He has Innovate in his hand. So.
Oh, he has Bloom as well anyway, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I do like that attack first, just attack and then reassess. And honestly, at this point, is Ysera just completely fine? Just chuck it in there. Keep the pressure high. That minion's very difficult to clear off.
Yeah. I wonder how much you fear that this dead hand, which clearly is a dead hand from Silvername, is just containing a bunch of Mali combo cards, right? So yeah,
Right.
with that in mind, I do like this Innovate Crystal Power as well, just to play around as many potential breakpoints as you can.
And he knows at this rate he's going to win on fatigue as well if it comes to it. He has to overflow, right?
We have these 2 draws from the
he needs to
crystal.
draw into... Oh, jeez. It's just... The cards just aren't there, right? Is this actually going to have to be like... Bloom, Ysera, Ironbark? Does that even work? As in keep him alive on board?
15. Yeah, he would be alive on board then.
What to do?
He really wants to resist committing any of these burn spells, though, because that does feel like his win condition at this point. But it's not even like he's one card away. He's still multiples away from having the full combo, because he doesn't have Germination, and he doesn't have Omu, and he doesn't have Geppetto that, you know, could potentially just make something happen in one magical turn.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? Like, the second you play a Geppetto, at this point, all bets are off, right? You could just lose, or Felkane could just lose.
Right.
But it's just not even there. There were just no good options here for Silvername. Pretty abysmal game so far, honestly. It's only going to get worse for these Dragon Balls. Okay, slow down.
Ooh, okay. That third dragon was actually an issue, because now that removes the spot for the broom to be able to rush the other two. But I think if he just trades first and then brooms through the last 1 health
fine,
here,
right?
he's still absolutely chilling. Taunt doesn't matter here either, because he still has rush on the other 3 dragons he summoned this turn. And that is a very, very clean 2-0 from Felkane. Educated Elec, Raven. Good card if it never dies.
It's just a spider tank. It's great. Honestly, an incredibly tough series for Silvername so far. Those 2 games are 2 of the most unfun games of Hearthstone to be Silvername I think I've ever seen. And this, as I mentioned right at the start of the day, for me, almost a must-win series for him. He's 0-2 down. There's only a couple more weeks left, and he's in Division B. He has booked his spot into the, into Worlds, but you still don't want to be knocked out of Grandmasters in that next following season. Whereas on the flip side, Felkane not getting off to the best start nor the worst at 1-1 score, taking what looks to be a potential breeze of a series. Must be a great start to the weekend for him. He just has this Demon Hunter left to do it with.
And it's a very interesting build of the Demon Hunter with that Immolation Aura in there, as I mentioned. This isn't the Altruist build that we've been talking about. We've seen that over in APAC, and we've now seen it bleeding into Europe a little bit as well. Sorry, in the Masters Tour at the weekend previous. This is a little bit more old school, as Raven has been calling decks today. And the classic build, same early curve as minions as always. It's just kind of those options for flexible removal tools that are a little bit different, right?
Yeah, and funnily enough, with Swids and Warmer, I believe, both playing the Altruist build, it actually surprised me a little bit that Felkane wasn't. I don't know. I'm not saying I expect all of the French players to submit the same, 4 decks every week, but with such a difference in styles, with like so new versus significantly older builds of one list, it just surprised me a little bit. But Felkane could also have certain reads on his opponents as well. Remember, these players aren't submitting lists for a potential 200 opponents in a Masters Tour. They're submitting lists for Silvername and Felkane's other player.
And that's very important. I've talked about that with multiple players who've said, I've asked them, well, you practice with this person, and yet, you brought deck A and they brought deck B. Like, what's going on there? Like, well, firstly, people don't necessarily always have to agree, right? Like, a practice session is still beneficial, even if people don't reach an agreement at the end of it, right? Like, you've all potentially learned things. But yeah, the big salient point is that people are then preparing for different opponents, so that can influence the way things go significantly. And even within individual practice groups, you can look at the KC RDU group right now, for example. RDU has brought Survival Druid to this week, whereas KC has brought Malagos Druid. Like, these things do happen. Just because people practice together and come up with lineups together doesn't mean that they always end up playing the same things.
Yeah, and generally, Druid one of the tougher matchups for Demon Hunter. Mainly because of their access to not only heal, but also big threats that are tough to deal with. A little bit different with Malagos Druid. I think this could actually be a bit of an easier matchup, because the mid-game threats just aren't the same as like a Mount Seller, or even just the value of a Guardian Animals, because a lot of the time, as we can see from Silvername again, he isn't running any Threshers, so if you do stick aboard, the Threshers aren't just going to clean you up.
No. Sorry, Silvername has bust his Guardian Animals already. I was going to say, it looked for a second like he saw he had the nature studies into overgrowth curve and then got up and ran around his room going whoop, 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 for ages and then came back to play the overgrowth.
Zoidberg.
Yeah, exactly. But it's very quickly gone downhill from there as he then draws 3 consecutive beasts, which means he has a couple of pretty dead-looking draws in his deck right now.
Yeah, although I guess a certain level of positive stuff here for Silvername. His Twilight Runner does get to attack. So that is pretty good, because that is not necessarily always the case. Twilight Runner could have died that turn without being able to get an attack. He does draw into the Guardian Animals, get this Teacher's Pet down, so at least he's keeping his draw going, even though those opening few turns weren't fantastic.
Right. This turn, continuing to be slightly awkward for Felkane. He would love to just be able to jam Marrow Slicer here. In fact, he would love that so much, he's just going to go ahead and do it. Slam through this 4-5, and as long as he doesn't hit the taunt here, he's going to be in business. 2 possible taunt minions. Wah wah.
Oh, it's so much worse. It is so much worse. Just give Silvername 2 more cards in his hand, however he wants them. Pushes 5 more damage as well. Wait, his Guardian Animals just summons 1 runner, right?
That's correct.
Doesn't mean that playing Guardian Animals this turn is necessarily wrong, because what it does is remove those minions from the Geppetto pool, which is good, if he can get there. I guess this does also just draw him 4 cards this turn, which is actually insane.
It also just pushes maximum damage face, right? The fact that you have a rush minion that can trade here as opposed to feeling obligated to do that with anything else.
Yeah, it's the strongest bad Guardian Animals I've seen for a while. And look at the healing as well. Crystal Power, double overflow.
Yep. Does have to dump some cards here so he can continue drawing with the second one. Just going to drop an Innovate at the end of his turn to avoid the overdraw. And that's really the only problem Silvername has right now.
Yeah.
Felkane hasn't had enough of an aggressive opening to punish him for his unfortunate beast draws. So Silvername's just really been able to play out those beasts on curve and just be totally fine with it, really. And now, if anything, the only problem Silvername has is he just has too many cards. There just has no way to get some of these cards out of his hand and be able to cycle through the rest of the Crystal Runners, the 2 overflows that he now has in hand as well.
Yeah, there is just straight up lethal setup from Silvername, right? So it does mean that he does have the option of just winning this game next turn if there isn't removal or anything like that, with the help of an Innovate. But I imagine we're going to see something here, and I think it would have to almost always be Shard Shatter. Oh. Okay, this surprises me a lot right now from Felkane.
I like this. I like this a lot.
Okay.
Playing against Druid, right? Like, this is your big win condition against them. It's this and Magtheridon. If you're playing the Magtheridon build, you have to just make the big board that they're not really able to answer. So I think doing that as early as possible here makes a lot of sense to me, right? Like, just in very, very simple one-dimensional turns, he's played a 5-5 and 3-3-3s as opposed to a Shard Shatter Mystic and saying go, you know?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It's definitely tougher to deal with, and now the Germination pickup from Silvername does not change too much for this turn. Unless he just wants to, like... What? Can he Germinate? Oh, he can. He's not got the second Innovate, right?
Yeah, he's 1 off. But look at the problems it's caused, right? Like, all of a sudden we were like, yeah, Silvername's in a pretty comfortable position. And then, boom, just one big swing onto the board from Felkane. And now suddenly it looks like Silvername's just going to be forced to take a ton of damage here.
Yeah, I didn't honestly think about the implications of actually using the weapon to trade. I thought he was going to trade an additional minion, which then made it look significantly worse. But yeah, I think I was a little bit too much staring at these double swipes and feeling afraid for Felkane's life.
Right.
But yeah, the trade of the weapon actually sitting on 14. Yes, you sometimes die to big Mally combo, but I think you just sometimes die to big Mally combo, right? Like,
yeah.
I think that's going to happen whether you're on, 18, 17, 14. Like, you're probably going to be dead.
21 this turn alone. Start with the Chaos Strike. Yeah, I like this. That's a dead draw. He doesn't want to be drawing these kind of anti-aggro tools in his deck right now. Just be drawing the juice, the damage.
I did wonder actually whether it was ever just Lapidary and then Blade Dance to make up the damage. Does he actually want to leave this Ysera up?
That's a good question. He does.
And that's 5. He only requires 2 trades. He puts another 5/5 on the board.
Oof. Oh my god, they're all stacked on top. They're all stacked on top, Raven.
It doesn't actually matter though, because that's just lethal from Silvername, right?
8, 12, 13. Where's the
Hero
one
power?
coming from?
Moonfire Hero Power, right?
Oh yeah, I'm blind. I can't see the Moonfire.
Okay,
Yeah,
I was confused for a second then. Yeah, that is just going to be the game there. Wow, Silvername, I don't want to say he got away with that one like it was some kind of luck, but his hand did not play nice in the early game. He did just manage it with some early aggression there for just getting those minions out. I really liked the Guardian Animals for one Twilight Runner. I think that was actually, felt weird, but was actually good. So Silvername does avoid getting just, quite honestly, steamrolled in this series.
Yeah, and I think both parties played that pretty well, and I don't think Felkane will be upset to take a loss there to Druid. That's not the deck you're trying to beat when you put Soul Demon Hunter in your lineup. But I think just the way the matchup lined up was kind of unusual because Felkane didn't really have that much early aggression. He kind of had this very mid-game bursty heavy hand, and that allowed Silvername to just play out beasts on curve despite drawing a pretty underwhelming hand himself. But even then, once all that burst damage started to come into play, Felkane correctly spotted the opportunity to swing the board state with the Sociologist. And suddenly, if just 1 or 2 of those cards were like Twin Slices instead of Chaos Strikes, right? Like suddenly that was really, really close to an almost OTK there with sticking a large amount of the Sociologist minions.
Or even if we're just living in the world of that specific instance of the game, then Twin Slice would have actually made the Blade Dance on the Ysera even better.
Right.
Because it would have been effectively a cheaper, more efficient way to burst like some extra damage and push face. So yeah, I think you are right. A Twin Slice would have made a world of difference. But we are going to be moving swiftly on into our game number 4 of this series. Felkane on this Demon Hunter again, of course, but Silvername moving over to this Tempo Mage once more. And for me, Sottle, I love this matchup as Demon Hunter. I don't know if you feel much different, as I know you play a lot more Tempo Mage.
I don't love any matchup as Demon Hunter because I don't like this deck. But I do think Demon Hunter is favored, yes.
Okay. I was picking at my words, my word choice. Well, I love it, because I like this deck. This is a really good opening as well for Felkane. This is what you want, the early minions to make Mage have to like deal with them and not have a free tempo early game, but also at least some level of immediate response with this Twin Slice, so that if something does come out early, unless like you've took a random Frostbolt or there's a mirror image in the way,
Right.
Felkane can kill an emergency kill minion if he needs to.
Right. Silvername just considering all implications right now. This might seem obvious just to jam your 3-2 to contest the 1-3. But he currently has Azure Explorer Cram Session combination in hand, which he's just made a turn slower here by playing the Solarian. But I think there's a decent chance that your opponent just plays a Wand Maker and even just leaves the Solarian up. Although I do think one of the underrated keys in this matchup from the Demon Hunter side is denying card draw from the Mage. I think a lot of people just focus on outright damage all the time. But I think in this situation, making your opponent Cram Session for 1 as opposed to 2 can actually make a really big difference in the matchup.
Yeah, I do agree. And I do think you can... I know we memed about it a little bit of like, oh, control Demon Hunter when it's a face deck. I do think you can play this matchup in a little bit more of a control style. Just don't let Mage get the board, and then you should be okay. You do still need to play fairly aggressive, but focus on board removal is pretty strong. And we do see as well the one of the worst cards from the One Maker there with the Fel. What was it? What's it called again? Philosophy? Is that it? Yeah. It's like it's one of the cards you just never want to see, and as a Demon Hunter, you kind of wish wasn't added to this set. Because it does make One Maker and all these other options of generating 1 costs a lot worse.
Mm-hmm.
Marrow Slicer looks really good here just to get it going. And just use it even to kill off this Azure Explorer and still push plenty of damage this turn.
It's such a disappointing swing, though, isn't it?
It is, but I don't like. You save so much health on board. Like, that's at 8 health on board right now. It makes Ray of Frost significantly worse. I like it. Like, this pushes still a ton of damage. With Felkane's hand, even just what he's got in hand right now, he has more than enough damage to end this game. So I think he can afford that swing.
I definitely agree you do it. I'm just saying I'm not fulfilled by making that attack, you know?
You just don't love it, right?
Exactly. Yeah, I'm just not vibing with it. Maybe me and that attack should just be friends.
One maker again, but there are other options here.
I feel we may have reached the point of no return when it comes to killing minions. Yep, Felkane appears to very much agree. 9 go face, 5 go face, opponent at 6, twin slice, or sorry, second slice Chaos Strike in hand already, just in terms of direct damage.
Yeah, I was at a stretch. I was trying to think if there's any 5-drops you're terrified of from Conjurer's Calling.
Okay.
I don't think there are, but there was an option to do the cheap, Shadow Word Death style Blade Dance there, and then still have some burst damage for the following turn with the Lapidary.
Okay.
But yeah, I think it's fine to push this much damage, but it's just I do still think it's one of those options where Felkane could have cleared it with Blade Dance and still just been extremely comfortable for damage.
I don't like clearing it with Blade Dance here because he still has that option, right? With Second Slice, Chaos Strike, and Hero Power on the following turn, he'd then have 2 remaining for the Blade Dance if he really, really needed to. So I think it's pretty reasonable just to ship it all face there.
It's definitely why I was more focused on, is there anything from Conjurers that like absolutely ruins you if it happens, right? But I don't think that card exists. But what also doesn't exist is this game right now. That's going to be Felkane. Oof, taking the series 3-1.
Beating for Silvername. We built it up at the start of the day that this was really the first series that could truly, truly, truly be defined as must-win for a player in GM at this point. He's in Division B. He's got a World Championship reputation to protect, and he's kicked off with a 0-2 week. So falling down to 0-3 now is catastrophic for Silvername and his chances of surviving relegation this season.
It is. It's a huge deal, and I'm sure it's going to be a bit of a very disappointing start to round robin for all of Silvername's fans as well. He has got that spot booked at Worlds, of course. He won last season here in the European Grandmasters, but that does not mean you get a freebie in Season 2, right? You can still be relegated, as we've seen happen before. So a bit of a rough one for Silvername losing that series. He still has a chance based on how everyone else does, but I think at 0-3 it is looking very, very dire. But with our unfortunately cancelled match, at least for now, with Bunny Hopper not being able to play, that is us done for the day. So I don't really know what to do myself. But any grand thoughts on our 3-match day?
No, I'll just give a final shout out to Felkane there at the end. Obviously, don't want to just focus on the loser of the series. Yeah. Congratulations to Felkane as well, because he's now reversed his record into a positive position after a sketchy looking start, I'd say, from Felkane. He's 1-1 in record, which is fine, but I don't think his play has been particularly smooth. So, getting nice, easy series under your belt at that point is probably a very, very reassuring thing for Felkane to have had. But yeah, I mean, I'm kind of with you. It's gone by in a heartbeat in terms of a normal European Grandmasters Hearthstone day. So I don't know. I'm just going to be hanging around. If anyone needs some Hearthstone to be cast, I'm available apparently, because I don't know what else I'm supposed to do at the weekend. But it's been a great day.
You're like, oh, what's that? TJ's just text me saying, is Sol available? Yeah, okay. But no, we are going to be done for the day over here in the European region. But that does mean the usual, and that's America's is following up with TJ and Frodan. So thanks a lot for watching once again, and we will see you tomorrow for a lot more Hearthstone.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back for another week of Hearthstone Grandmasters. My name's Brody. I'm joined by TJ, who is rejoining Grandmasters crew. TJ, how's the past couple weeks been? It's been a little bit since we've casted GM here.
Yeah, it's been a bit, and I didn't cast the last week in the Masters Tour event, so I feel refreshed, Dan. I feel ready to watch and cast some Hearthstone, and I enjoyed the nice little break that I got, not you got. You had to do some casting for the Masters Tour. But how you doing, Dan?
I'm doing all right. It's been quite a chaotic couple weeks. Just going back to last week's Masters Tour Montreal, and all I'm gonna say is that I missed GM, TJ. I think that Masters Tour Montreal, while it was really exciting to see some up and comers, I kind of missed some of the storylines that we had in GM. As we have a lot of stuff to talk about here. Going to week number 5, we have a few players who are undefeated, but that's going to change potentially here, as almost all of them will be playing today, except for, I believe, ETC. And then we're going to see who can turn their luck around, perhaps, for some people who are winless currently in the round robin stage.
Yeah, only 3 weeks remain in the regular season, which means it's kind of crunch time for players that are at the bottom of the standings. Especially when you look over at Division B, there's only a limited amount of time left before these players are going to be facing potential relegation. So pressure's on. I feel like week 2 is pretty important because that kind of sets the tone. Week 1, if you start 0-2, you can kind of throw that away and say, all right, still an opportunity for me. But if you have 2 bad weeks in a row, or alternatively 2 good weeks in a row, that puts you in great position going to the final 2 weeks of round robin.
Yes, that's right. So we're going to start things off with Eddie versus Muzzy, No Hands Gamer, Bloody Face, and then for the rest of there, we're going to finish out Division A matches with Monsanto and San. And then we'll see if whether or not Division B players, who are sometimes the players to truly keep an eye on because they have the greatest chance of just not returning as a Grandmaster, with Briarthorn, Episado, Frozen, and Rami. So we're going to have 5 matches. It is a little bit of a normal day for us, as Europe had a match that had to get cut. So apologies there. But the good news is that I believe the players should be ready to go, as we are actually on time, theoretically speaking.
Yeah.
From our perspective, as we are on a delay. So for people who are watching, you'll be like, well, the schedule says 11 and it's 11:30, but we are actually starting 100% on time here. But week to week, there's been a lot of fun changes in the metagame, TJ, and we've been seeing some classes rise and fall in the Hearthstone stonks market. Let's talk a little bit about the most popular class this week. As much as things change, perhaps things have remained a little bit the same from season to season. We have a week where Demon Hunter is the #1 class, TJ.
Druid is the #1 class. It's just split across into 3 different archetypes.
Sorry, I meant the #1 archetype.
#1 archetype, yeah, the
Good
Soul Demon Hunter. It's kind of sneaking up, and I never expected it to be above 50% representation or far above 50% representation because it is such a linear deck, right? It doesn't have like these crazy randomly generated power turns that can happen, like Temple Mage or even Survival Druid to an extent. It just kind of hits you, and has very limited but calculated removal. And those kind of one-dimensional linear decks don't often have a ton of success, but the power level is just there, and the deck just works. And so I was surprised when I first initially saw it, but then after playing the deck and watching and with like the prevalence of some of the decks that it counters, like Temple Mage, it's pretty cool to see it rise up the ranks. But Druid also has been going through some pretty hefty changes to the list, whereas players have been cycling through Malagos Druid, through just regular Spell Druid with only Mount Sellers, and then Survival Druid, where we're seeing players go all the way back playing Kael'thas and double Survival of the Fittest, like they were before the first balance changes. So pretty cool to see the evolution of decks with relatively minor changes as far as balance goes.
Yeah, that's right. So, small tweaks in the metagame has led to some changes in lineups, and we'll tell you all about it. But that does bring us to, one deck that we do want to feature for today, as, we have a lot of different candidates heading into our T-Mobile deck spotlight. And there's been such an interesting amount of variation within the rogue class. We felt like today we want to feature one of the other aggressive archetypes that we'll be seeing with No Hands Gamers, Weapon Rogue. It features self-sharpening sword, and of course, Secret Passage is a really powerful reload. But this is an archetype that became really popular on the first few hours of the expansion for Skull and Man's Academy, and then eventually fall out of favor because people felt like they wanted to play Secret Passage with a bunch of cheap cards. Why is this Weapon Rogue making a comeback, DJ?
I think it's just that it's not all in on weapons. I feel like some of the earlier iterations of Weapon Rogue or some of these aggressive rogues were all in on one of the kind of archetypes, right? Weapons or stealth. But this kind of finds a balance, and it also has some bigger threats in the deck. One of the cards that I've loved has been Steel Dancer, because you not only have to deal with this self-sharpening sword that's increasing the power turn after turn, or like a Volpira Toxin Blade on the board, which is providing that consistent level of pressure. But that Steel Dancer comes down, and even if you're bringing it down for a 3 or a 4 drop, that's still a lot of pressure that racks up, and it has the finishing power with Secret Passage, which did get changed. It went from 5 cards down to 4 cards, but when you're emptying your hand, being aggressive, and then refilling with Secret Passage, 4 cards is still fantastic for 1 mana, and sometimes can find that last like Deadly Poison or whatnot to finish the game. So I like this. This seems like the most refined version that we've seen of kind of these weapon/aggressive rogues, and I like that it's not all in on one style, and it does feel like it has like multifaceted threats, which it's been fun to play with.
Yep, it's been really aggressive. I have some thoughts about it, but we'll talk about it after the jump, because we're going to get straight into our first series of the day momentarily. So that leads us to our first intermission for the Americas broadcast. So when we come back, we're going to get things started off with Eddie versus Muzzy, as week number 5 of Hearthstone Grandmasters is about to begin.
Masters Tour Montreal Online is brought to you by T-Mobile. Switch today and rank up to America's largest 5G network, T-Mobile.
How functional are the fingers/toes?
I'd love to have 7 fingers on each hand because I play guitar, and then I would be a better guitar player.
I don't need that many fingers to play Hearthstone, but I like being on the front foot, and I feel like 7 toes would help with that.
All right, if I can get 2 thumbs on each hand, I'm gonna have to go with the hands. I think with 2 thumbs, you could really grip a lot of things and do a lot of things. Imagine playing video games, the amount of keys you can hit on the keyboard just seems more practical. I can't imagine what I would do with the 7th toe that would be useful at all.
I would rather have 7 toes. I think it's just not that aesthetically pleasing to have 7 fingers, so.
I would be less weirded out by having more fingers. I don't think, I don't know, feet are kind of weird to me and I don't want more toes, and that probably would affect my balance, so I would definitely rather have more fingers. Plus it would be way cooler to show people at like parties and stuff.
I don't care about looking weird, the functionality though, of 2 thumbs, limitless, 4 thumbs in total, limitless potential.
Welcome back, everyone, to Hearthstone Grandmasters for week number 5, day number 1. Today is September 18th, 2020. And on this day in history, we lost one of the greatest musicians to ever live, and Jimi Hendrix at the young age of 27, as Jimi Hendrix had revolutionized lots of music, being, of course, rock guitarist that put together all kinds of fun genres together, like jazz and rock and soul. Of course, he barely holds a candle to one of the greatest guitarists to ever live in the Hearthstone Esports ecosystem, Monsanto, who will be competing later today, and maybe in celebration can shred some. He didn't tell me he would, but maybe he will. In the meantime, while we get ready for the main act, TJ, we have some undercard matches that will equally live up to the billing. Eddie versus Muzzy. In fact, this is probably one of the best matches we might see today, as they have some unique lineups going head-to-head.
Yes, they definitely do. Eddie playing, I guess I would call it a different style from what we've seen, just because he has Face Hunter in his lineup. We're used to seeing Eddie play like these, slower combo-oriented decks, but going with Face Hunter. So excited to see that. Muzzy also has a very unique version of Survival Druid. At least compared to some of the other lineups. He's running double Survival of the Fittest with Kael'thas, and also a Forest Warden Omu in the deck, which allows for some pretty crazy turns. So a deck that's, with the double Survival and Kael'thas focused on, having these massive burst turns instead of more of those consistent, turn 7 or whatever turns like you see with the Spell Druid and double Exotic Bouncer with lots of cheap spells. So should be an interesting series. And one other fun fact to note, Dan, Muzzy and Eddie are the 2 highest win rate players in Season 2 of Hearthstone Grandmasters.
That's right. Eddie, for obvious reasons, he had the most points. He got to top 4 every single week, won 2 of them. It was pretty absurd, the amount of consistency he had to be able to deliver. For Muzzy, I think we're just not really surprised to hear that fact. We're still very much impressed by his consistency and accomplishments. But at the same time, isn't it kind of expected that Muzzy ends up being one of the top performers in terms of win rates?
Yeah, I mean, I would say so. A lot of players focus on, we saw such a huge rivalry between Bloodyface and Eddie. And I think, if I had to guess without knowing, I would say, it's probably Bloodyface and Eddie with the 2 highest win rates. But, Muzzy kind of snuck up there, had good performances, a lot of Swiss. So, they're pretty close. They're within a 1.5% of each other. I don't think this match will change it because it's one match, but we shall see.
We shall see indeed. So let's go into the first game. We have the aggressive Face Hunter versus the weapon-based Stealth Rogue. There's a little bit of everything going on in Muzzy's Rogue deck. I gave it a spin on ladder. It felt like I wasn't necessarily sure which side to play towards, because as you can see, there's Spy Mistress, which means that there is Greatheart Sage and Sneaky Delinquent. You kind of play this early curve. But there's also, as you can also see in Muzzy's hand right now, the Self-Sharpening Sword with Dread Corsair and Dr. Krasinov. So there's definitely a lot of interesting kind of a hybrid aggressive strategy coming out here from Muzzy. And it definitely felt like there was more to this deck than I gave it credit for. So playing, 4 to 5 games on it didn't feel like I really learned enough about it. So I am curious to see how Muzzy chooses to approach aggressive matchups like this, because part of the problem that I felt like was going on was, this is like this is a deck that's trying to target Druids. But I wasn't really matching up against Druids when I was playing this. I was playing against aggressive lineups or aggressive ladder decks. And so this is a little bit more of an interesting matchup for me, TJ, because I wasn't winning them at all, because I just felt like I couldn't get online quick enough to match the pace of decks like Hunter, for example.
Yeah, so it's funny because I mentioned in the T-Mobile Deck Spotlight for No Hands Gamer that I liked, branching out into different styles within the same Rogue deck instead of focusing on all weapons or all stealth. Feels like Muzzy's going in too many different directions, because he's got value with Wand Thieves and Evil Miscreants, he's got Stealth Package, and he's got Weapon Synergy. And I kind of had similar experiences where it felt like none of those things were lining up well enough. within the deck, and you need time to assemble. Almost everything feels like a combo. The stealth partial feels like a combo. Weapon with weapon bust with cutting class feels like a combo. Value with evil miscreant plus like combo cards feels like. I mean, that's literally a combo by definition. Yeah, I struggled with it, and because of that setup time, I feel like it becomes kind of a race because Muzzy will take control of the board, and then it's about who can piece together the damage quick enough to do that. And Base Hunter is just usually the most consistent deck at doing that. Eddie already, this is it. Time to give up the board and say, all right, let's start pushing damage and, be as efficient with his damage as possible. Probably, even though he set up this tour guide with the 0 mana hero power to use as a combo with maybe a Face Stalker or the Dwarven Sharpshooter you put on board, maybe you just Eagle Hornbow hero power. Next turn, you pressure plate, hero power swing, and then the next turn, you equip Eagle Hornbow and hero power again. How much damage is that? 5/6. Then next turn would be another 5. That's 11. The following turn would be another 5. 16. So he still needs more damage to piece together, but it honestly just seems like the only real course of action.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. And Eddie right now just kind of taking his time to set up that weapon because, I mean, he needs to get damage going. He knows what Rogue is capable of, and Rogue is always at its weakest point when it has only a few hit points to protect. It has to set up in a situation where they have to decide whether or not they give Hunter a little bit more breathing room and remove all their stuff, or they want to pressure and race, which is one of the more exciting parts about playing Rogue, but also one of the scariest because you always feel like the wrong. It almost feels like a guess at sometimes where it's like if they have the damage, they have it. If not, then I'm good. And we'll see whether or not Eddie's able to mount a meaningful counteroffensive. This Voracious Reader is a huge pickup to get 2 extra cards and potentially get close to that game-ending damage.
Yeah, a good pickup. Eddie is playing it pretty slow though, but you can't really blame him. He's got a 0 mana hero power loaded up. Hasn't been really any reason to use it unless he's planning on using his full cost hero power the next turn. The weapon swing though, with the second Eagle Horn bow in hand, I'm worried that because of how fast Muzzy has the potential to go, that he might not have the mana. But I mean, if he's assuming a spell is going to be played, sure. But really, not too many spells in the deck outside of like a Secret Passage play or Eviscerate, which is usually being used to kill. I guess he knew that there was a spell in hand from the Wand Thief, but we'll see if that the little bit of a slower play instead of aggressively spending mana dealing damage is going to pay off. Oh, there's a Phase Stalker, so it's going to pay off now. We'll get the free secret from that 0 mana hero power he's had loaded up since turn 2.
Mm-hmm. And gets to swing with the weapon again. The secrets should give him yet another swing. Ooh, okay. Choosing to protect his board a little bit instead of going all out aggressive to Muzzy's life total here. And I think that's because he does have another charge of Eagle Horn bow, so he's not really concerned about having the damage. And he wants to be able to protect his board right now since he does have board dominance.
Yeah, one of the things that Muzzy doesn't have access to is Sap, which, even just like one of is a popular inclusion. So there's really not many ways for Muzzy to consistently deal with a 4/5 on the board outside of using an Eviscerate, which, Eddie is fine with. Oh man, the Vile Fiend, Lifesteal. The bane of Face Hunter's existence.
Yeah, I don't think it's the end of the world, but definitely hurts a lot. And from here, I think that Muzzy seems to be okay, because now he actually can start being counter-aggressive, and like Eddie has to either sink damage into this lifesteal minion, or he has to sink damage into it. You just can't let your opponent gain more than 2 health here.
Yeah.
Did we get confirmation on what secret it was?
It is Pack Tactics.
Okay, pack tactics. Hey, Eddie, you can see he's a little bit frustrated by the current state of things.
Yeah.
I
so-
don't know if it was worth playing the second Face Stalker because I think he has just Pack Tactics and Freezing Trap. Oh, and Pressure Play, which you already played. Okay, so yeah.
It is Pack Tactics and Freezing now. All right, sure.
Okay.
Put it on the board. Start hitting him.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Because the most amount of damage that he can do right now is just push and hope that Muzzy can't really answer. And Muzzy... 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10... Cutting Class can maybe draw him some extra damage. I think he has 9 damage, actually, because I'm counting that the self-sharpening sword can attack and then gain an attack. And he also has to keep in mind that Freezing Trap is a thing, so maybe he can capitalize on a Battle Cry minion. Ooh, Shadow Step? Okay.
Wand Thief, but let's see. There's just not enough damage on board for that to find anything, but he can find like Ice Barrier. Frost Nova,
No.
yeah.
Frost Nova's not enough, though.
Yeah, well, it's not enough from our perspective, but it could be enough from his perspective. It could give him time. Actually, it would be enough because he's gaining lifesteal. Pack Tactics!
Pack Tactics!
He's got to go, though.
Tries to gain some life, trying to reduce the amount of damage on board. Maybe Face's Lackey can give him a taunt. Taunt? Oh,
Nope.
no.
Spinning Camel.
That's just going to do it. Just too much damage going the other direction, and Eddie gets a Game 1 victory. Last weekend in the Masters Tour Montreal, Face Hunter able to get a lot of clutch victories in tight situations, and you can see the deck seems to be outfitted to barely be able to get there, but it's pretty consistent at doing that, as a lot of those Face Hunter matchups are always on a knife's edge. If you miss a little bit of damage or you don't protect your board enough, you end up becoming a little bit off of killing your opponent. And so that deck requires even fewer errors than I feel like ever before. But in the past, it just definitely felt like Face Hunter sometimes had overkill in some situations. But these days, based off the way things are progressing, either your opponent drew really badly or you just had like the nuts in order for you to feel like you ran away with the game.
Yeah, and I felt like that was clean from Eddie. You know, you mentioned protecting your board. The turn that he protected his 4/5 Face Stalker, that thing got him some damage, pulled out another secret, saved him some mana. So very nicely done. And, you know, kind of just like you said, one turn to spare is a successful Face Hunter game. Because I think that Muzzy was probably a turn away from stabilizing or finding lethal himself. So now, with the Face Hunter out of the way, Eddie is left with his Highlander Priest as well as a Survival Druid of his own. Muzzy is going to play his Survival Druid, which is the one we talked about at the beginning, quite unique in the fact that it runs Forest Warden, Omu, Kael'thas, and double Survival Fittest. You know, cuts a couple of the cheaper spells, it cuts one Broomstick. But other than that, I like the deck, and I feel like it has way more potential for those explosive turns early on in the game, which can just like win you games outright. Whereas Eddie's is a little bit more consistent. You know, it runs the exotic mount sellers instead. You're very likely going to find some type of threat by 7-8 mana. Whereas Muzzy's is more like, well, maybe I miss a threat, but when I do hit the board, I'm going to hit the board very hard. So two very similar decks, but kind of completely different styles.
It is two different styles of this Druid deck, and I think specifically Muzzy really wants to beat Druid 3 times this week if I kind of evaluate his deck list from head to toe. I think it's designed specifically to 3-0 the kind of druid that Eddie brought. You know, I don't think Eddie necessarily does anything too crazy with his druid deck. The more interesting side of his lineup is everything but his druid. And I think that this is going to be a matchup that Muzzy hopefully feels like he can run away with. 2 survivals of the fittest, right? Just going way over the top and playing Kael'thas in a matchup where you can capitalize off your ramp and get that time, because unless your opponent opens up with the absolute most fire ramp draw, you're most likely going to at least be able to play some of your combo cards if you're playing Forestborn Omu and Kael'thas Sunstrider. And just like you said, some of the most explosive turns that we'll see out of Druid. And, you know, I kind of thought originally, like, oh, is he playing it kind of as a option to play, like, you know, instead of Malygos Omu combos, you play Omu and Kael'thas combos. And the reality of what I felt like actually happened was that Omu just gives Druid alternative turns to really go off. So if you, you know, say have Omu, you can just play Omu and then tempo out the Guardian Animals instead of waiting for Kael'thas, and then you just have a really big board and you run away with the game that way. And just kind of like similar to Malygos Druid, you don't have to win through your traditional win condition that you think of at the top end. Just sometimes controlling the board state, getting that tempo, pushing your lead is enough to get that victory.
Yeah. And we see it happen all the time. All the time.
Totally. Oh, wow. This is such a good start. The Wild Growth. The one of Wild Growth in Muzzy's deck. Which I have to say, with Muzzy cutting things like Bog Beam, and just having a bunch of one-ofs, like 1 Wild Growth, 1 Broomstick, 1 Crystal Power, like you were talking about, it did feel like this is a lot better outfit for a tournament environment than the ladder environment, because I do feel like against more aggressive decks early on, I do sometimes wish that I had less, you know, survivals of the fittest that's just sitting dead in my hand compared to others. So, of course, if you do want to copy these deck lists, they are available on the playhearthstone.com/esports website. But, you know, I just want to say proceed with caution, because this deck got run over a couple times when we were playing it today.
Yeah, it's kind of the same with Malygos Druid, where it can sometimes be susceptible to you know, very heavy draws, and except it doesn't have the upside of just being able to 30 people with any given hand. You do need to put a little bit more work in, but you know, against matchups where it's a lot about the board, that's where it shines, and you have a little bit of extra time. But both players kind of, I mean, I wouldn't say drawn dead because they both found ramp, but the follow-up to the ramp, whether it be more hard ramp or lightning blooms into Guardian Animals or things like that, are sorely lacking. It's, you know, kind of rare, but also refreshing to see neither Druid player be able to make that super powerful turn that early on in the game, and they're both just playing beasts with 5 mana, which is kind of cool. It's a refreshing sight. Honestly, playing their beasts from their hands.
Yeah, it's really interesting to think about how much they're fighting for tempo and then playing the ramp after, right? Usually in many matchups in Druid's history, you would want to play Wild Growth before you play things like Lake Thresher, but Eddie just really wants to have that board presence with that Lake Thresher early just to see if he can get a little bit ahead of Muzzy on board. And now Muzzy can go ahead and dominate anyways, but he is coming up on the turn for Guardian Animal, so he has to be ready for it, which I think he should be, because with his own Guardian Animals right back, that could actually even end up being a problem for Eddie if Muzzy pulls his Lake Thresher, which he has 2 of, in response to Eddie's board.
So many contradictions.
Sands
of time run low.
I was curious what he was thinking about here. I guess Teacher's Pet. Eddie only has 1 Lake Thresher. But I guess the Lake Thresher doesn't line up super well into this board in particular because it doesn't kill the Teacher's Pet with 1 hit. And since the Twilight Runner has taunt, you can't use the small piece that comes out of the Teacher's Pet to cleave. But Eddie just pulls double Twilight Runner anyway. So unfortunately that does give Eddie multiple targets to attack into. There is a potential that he holds on to this attack because he does have Ysera Unleashed in hand, going into 9 mana. So he will most likely be willing to take the 4 damage in exchange for getting to draw 2 cards immediately after he plays Ysera to try and fish for some portals. Nope. Just gonna draw cards. That's cool too.
Yeah, I think that makes sense given his explosive hand, as we're talking about, and it can go in a couple of different directions too. He's not under enough threat where he feels like he has to play Mount Seller. He could also justify playing Seraph beforehand. Now it kind of does feel like you have to at least deal with the board a little bit when there's 13 power, threatening to kill you in 2 turns, basically. You can use the animated broomstick for that big sweep once he summons all these beasts. Oh my.
Was he just sinking deeper?
My. I wonder about this, actually. If Survival of the Fittest actually is the pick versus a cheaper option like Wrath, which still lets him summon another beast and play that broomstick this turn. And it looks like Eddie agrees. I can get behind it. I do feel like you want to be a little bit cautious with how much you're extending, or rather how much you're allowing to stay on the board. And I think Eddie's just prioritizing as much as he can to remove all. Yeah.
Whoa. Which makes sense. Ooh, gets a Mukla. This is going to be a... well, whatever. Diving Griffin. But other than that, very clean clear onto this board. A little awkward because he has some of these 1 health minions. He tries to trade the Diving Griffin in just to kind of protect the additional power on the board. And those hits go Eddie's way for sure, not killing off a single minion, keeping things alive. And Muzzy is... he looks pretty dead to me.
Yeah, it seems like his deck, which is filled chock full of a bunch of top-end power, does not seem to have any of that right now. And that's what Druid feels like sometimes, where you can ramp all you want, but if you don't have the resources to really back it up, you're just stuck basically floundering about. And he's not going to even really be able to do anything except clear the Mount Seller this turn. Well, I guess he could clear off the Mukula as well if he uses Crystal Power. Not that, like, holding on to Crystal Power would be meaningful anyways, because if you pick up Kale Foss, third spell costing 1 is irrelevant. And this gives Eddie full development. Just having minions. You can see the tempo just fully being on Eddie's side. This looks like a commanding lead. This looks like a 2-0 for Eddie. Unless 1 card off the top can change that. It is Overflow. Here's the issue, though. Part of the comeback in this deck is centered around Animated Broomstick. And Muzzy only has 1 of them, so he's already used it. That means that if Eddie finds any way to cement his lead meaningfully, which he does with Ysera, it is hard. Muzzy is sinking fast, and now this actually is so much power that he legitimately just might not be able to survive next turn.
Yeah, I think he's pretty dead. Ysera's nice and all, but unfortunately, there's no way for him to capitalize on it. You mentioned the broomstick. There's no beast left in his deck for guardian animals to even pull.
So, yeah, like, the broomstick is so key, because what you usually do in this situation is that you play Twilight Runner, then you Innervate or Lightning Bloom. I think it's probably Innervate. Then you play Force One Omu. Then you activate its Spell Burst, get a bunch of mana, play like Speaker Gidra, and then Guardian Animals, and then like usually Broomstick if you have that opportunity. But like, it's just not enough. Like that, despite all of this, it does feel like Muzzy is just trying to barely survive. But this is a powerful turn still. And that's going to do it. 2-0 for Eddie. You see what the deck wants to do from Muzzy's side. I think he was just a turn. I think it was 2 turns a little bit too slow. which maybe points to the fact that maybe Muzzy's deck is showing some of the downsides, right? Because with all these small little innovations, hybridizing Rogue's aggressive plan by including weapon and stealth packages in halves there, by including Kael'thas Sunstrider and greeting with things like Forest Ward and Omu, it does make you a little bit more draw dependent than usual, and that's part of what makes this lineup really interesting. Also, what makes this lineup a little bit risky, and it feels like a solid, straight-up lineup here from Eddie is already problematic for Muzzy, as he was anticipating being able to beat that Druid at least one time, right? Like, expecting a sweep is always optimistic, but surely you felt like you can at least beat Druid one time. This is now down to a situation where he has to sweep Priest, and that feels unlikely, TJ.
Yeah, especially the Highlander Priest. I mean, it feels like at least at one point in the game, it's going to hit something good. Deck is very versatile, has a lot of different combos and ways for it to combat anything in Muzzy's lineup. And this is Muzzy's most, I guess, straight-up deck. It's just a pretty standard tempo mage. From what we've come to expect from the modern tempo mages, and I like this matchup against Priest. Sometimes Highlander Priest can just get you, but you have so much time to set up value. The problem is you're reliant a lot on which spells you get from Mana Cyclone, from Evocation. You really do want to go for bursts of power, and sometimes that's difficult if all you're getting is reactive tools with some of your generation. But the fact that you do have time, you can do things like keep Arcane Intellect in your opening hand, make it so that you can find those combos a lot easier and put the Priest on the back foot. We'll see. Eddie only needs to win one of the next 3. Seems very doable. And I like his start already. A couple good tools. Madame Azul is a nice one. Mind Flayer, maybe not so much in this matchup, but it can net you an Astromancer Solarian in a lot of situations.
I agree. I definitely feel like you want to play it as soon as you can, just to make sure that there's fewer opportunities for your opponent to deal with it and steal it. We shall see. In the meantime, Eddie actually does have a couple of justifications to potentially even keep 2, maybe even the entire hand. I think the Apotheosis gets a lot better if you do have early game minions, but I am intrigued by holding on to Madame Lazul early so that you have you have ways to 1, extend to the board with tempo, but 2, also pick up a bunch of utility stuff that sometimes is good even against Mage, right? If you find Ray of Frost, it's actually pretty good against some of the stuff that Mage can play themselves. So I am intrigued by it. Ends up going with just a Mind Flayer card, which I think is the right choice.
Yeah, I mean, I probably would have kept Lazul, but gets rewarded with Breath of the Infinite, which can sometimes be really important to be able to hit a Sorcerer's Apprentice turn if you don't have any other answer for it. But yeah, there's Mind Flayer cards coming down for Astromancer Solarian as expected. And does Muzzy run? He does not run Natural Copy of Evolving Missiles. So
yeah, it's
actually no possibility for a direct answer here.
Yeah, that's actually quite interesting because I do feel like Devolving Missiles ends up being a pretty solid card against Druids sometimes. Not all the time. It was much more important at the very beginning of the expansion, but as Druid, transitioned a little bit away from all in on some of their few minions that they included and started branching out a little bit more, it became less of the issue. But it would be very nice to stop the Mind Flayer card here, that's for sure. Wow, this hand's looking quite nice for Muzzy.
It's coming together.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah. The problem is, how do we sequence it? Because there's no ultimate payoff for these Sorcerer's Apprentices. There's Evocation, which has Mana Giant, but there's no Sorcerer's Apprentice Evocation Mana Giant Conjurer's Calling. There's no Sorcerer's Apprentice cheap spells Mana Cyclone. So he does need to find that kind of payoff turn where you play the Sorcerer's Apprentice, you build towards something, and then you get to reap the benefits of the next turn. Because right now he would just get a bunch of cheap spells, cool. Maybe you push a little bit of damage, but that's about it. So I'm curious what he goes for here.
Maybe he wants to free up his hand just a little bit more because cards like Evocation get a lot worse when you have cards like Wrath stuck in your hand for it. So, utilizing Coin and Wrath here gets tempo. The only thing that's really bad is that if you go into a Cabal Acolyte turn, they steal it, you're really sad. So it feels like if Muzzy does want to start optimizing for his future turns, he is opening himself up to risk from the Priest side. You can also just kind of play Violet Spellwing and pass. You can also do nothing and rope and disconnect. Oh, geez, this is... Muzzy's face is exactly my face in reaction to what just happened. That's truly unfortunate, and this is not like something that can be kind of easily ignored if you're Muzzy's perspective. That's a really important turn that he needs to kind of lay an important building block. Either you take the risk, play Ras on the board, and you tempo, or you just continue to gather more resources. You play like Violet Spellwing, so it's dead already, so it can be a spell in the hand that you can dump. Maybe like play Cram Session, just draw one, but at the same time, it feels kind of moot to do that because you have the double Sorcerer's Apprentice in hand. Either way, that stinks. And so whenever you miss these really important, sometimes missing turn 2 as mage is not a big deal, but like missing turn 4 really hurts there.
Yeah, and unfortunate that the game recognized that he disconnected right after his turn ended. Because sometimes we get it where the game recognizes it, you get the reconnect screen before your turn actually ends. It happens quickly, so just a multi-layer of unlucky for Muzzy there. But we'll see if we can get him back. And yeah,
I'm asking that right now. Are we, do we need to figure out what's going on? Are we just going to jump straight into game? So, obviously this is a live environment, and we're trying to really ensure that we're getting Muzzy back online. Hopefully everything's okay with his internet, but this is a live environment, so apologies. Definitely stick with us. If we were kind of looking at the actual pan out, though, it definitely looked like this was one of those hands that can really just destroy the Priest, because Priest has only a limited amount of AoE in the Highlander variants, and they need to have very specific removal. So it's not just the AoE, but if it's a Chinvala board, you need to have the proper removal through like Soul Mirror or whatnot, or like ways to deal with it. If it's like a Mana Giant, you also need to have the Mana or Soul Mirror. If not, you have to use Shadow Word Ruin. And these all kinds of like different removal pieces. So it just really felt promising from Muzzy's perspective, which would be quite a tragedy if he ends up having to take the loss just simply because his internet's not cooperating. It happens from time to time, but it's always quite a tragedy.
Yeah. Did have a potential for one of those explosive mage turns with double Sorcerer's Apprentice Evocation already in hand and Mana Giant. Yeah. So hopefully we get something.
All right. Well, in the meantime, we're going to take a few minutes just to get things sorted, and hopefully we can find Muzz. In the meantime, when we come back, we're going to get ready. If not, we'll probably move on to the next series. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
自分のハーストーンのプレイに、スローガンをつけるとしたら
아무래도 팔기 위해서라면은 장점을 더 부각을 해야 되니까 장점을 말씀드리면은
ハースストーンのスローガンとしては自分が楽しく勝つことを
をスローガンとしていきたいと思います。ちょっと歌はわからないです。
楽しさ第一かな。
잘합니다.
ハーストーンのスローガンを考えるなら、運が良ければ上手い人にも勝てる。
My slogan will be Town 60229 is the best. Okay?
제 하스스톤 슬로건 방식은 쉽고 빠르게 라고 하고 싶어요.
如果我的炉石的打法当成一个产品来卖我觉得还是不要，我觉得我会破产。
All right, welcome back, everybody. We are in the middle of the game. Sorry that we missed one turn just because we wanted to give the players the go-ahead. And as you know, we are here just as a vehicle, but sometimes if the card just starts, you have to just follow it and proceed forward. So, as you can see, Muzzy chose to extend with just one Sorcerer's Apprentice and that by Spellwing. And then looks like an evocation was played to make the Mana Giant super cheap. But now we enter the turns where Eddie can have access to cards like Soul Mirror and have an opportunity to clear the board no matter how big it gets, as long as it doesn't get too out of control with the disparity between health and attack. So Eddie does seem like he's in firm control despite that crazy powerful hand that Muzzy had.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking back at what seemed to have happened. Evocation was decent. Did get like the Evolving Missiles, Draconic Studies, a lot of cheap 1-mana stuff. Obviously, the turn after we came back to the game, his Mana Giant was full mana, and now it's at 0. So he was able to get a good amount of value off of this. But now it's double Sorcerer's Apprentice gone. That's the natural evocation in the deck gone. So he's going to start to run out of gas here. But finds Walking Fountain and a Pig Croc, which isn't necessarily the best.
True. Do want to give a shout out to this Replicatatron that keeps the reborn. So if Muzzy doesn't remove that, or doesn't at least kill off the first copy, it's going to summon yet another copy of it. Which is really interesting because it does feel like out of all the classes that can really make Replicatatron shine, Priest might actually be one of them, because let's say he plays Apotheosis on it with the embalming ritual and like Psyche split. I mean, that just starts to become a little bit ridiculous at that point. So I am intrigued by it, but obviously it seems more like a Mei at this moment.
Ah, yes.
Is it ever Murazond when you see these many cards being played? Probably not, because the Conjurer's Calling would target a random minion, and you don't want to target, say, your opponent's Pit Croc.
Yeah, a little risky. Breath of the Infinite, and then Sethic Veilweaver, Shadow or Death Broomstick? Seems like a lot of resources, but the Broomstick would turn into a Replicatatron. guess. I don't know. It's really the only way you can spend his mana with the Breath of the Infinite play, which it seems like he wants to. He knows there's a Conjure's Calling hand. He knows there's still another Mana Giant in the deck, which it feels like that's kind of why it seems like he wants to be greedy with the Soul Mirror, and I can't fault him for that.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, and I mean, he is, in the end, still just dealing with the board, which I think was ultimately the key. And part of the problem is that he knows that there's another Conjure's Calling half, and I think this is probably the only way he could have guaranteed the full clear. So I'm on board with it. Oh, Muzzy finds another Mana Giant anyways. Let's see what ends up coming out of these Conjure's Calling half. Grom Hellscream!
Ho 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 ho!
Okay, question time, TJ. Do we use our hero power to push the 10 damage?
Oh,
or do we simply create a big board?
I kind of want to push the 10.
Well, let's think about it for a sec, because... Oh, wow, combustion. Because if he simply leaves up Grom, he's actually very resilient to a Soul Mirror.
Oh, well, yeah, combustion, he just clears the board, and then you're right, he's very, very resilient to Soul Mirror. And he still pushes 4. Like right now he has the Katrina Muerte on board and Grom. I guess the Grom from the Soul Mirror would still be able to clear off something.
I like it. Not to mention that there's a handful of minions that might be high impact. That Katrina Muerte revives, well, maybe, if it was able to survive. So what do you kill? Oh, wait. For some reason, I thought he had enough mana to play a taunt, but right now he does not, so it is very much susceptible to just dying if Katrina Muerte doesn't revive, I believe, a taunt minion, which I don't think is going to happen here, so that is going to be death. And the no ping on the Grom Hellscream ended up being the key, TJ.
Yes.
I wasn't really expecting to see that as the finish for the mage, and also really nice to see that Muzzy disconnected, but at the same time was able to kind of recover and win anyways through some really good plays and interaction knowledge. That's what you want to see, because it would feel really bad if because his hand looked like if you were to pick a winner at that point of the game, I would be like, well, Muzzy should win here.
Yeah,
and you don't want it necessarily to be felt like he got robbed because he missed a really crucial turn and he got disconnected.
Yeah, and I do like the hold on the Soul Mirror from Eddie, because he knew that there was a possibility of one more wave of threats. It just so happened that specific Mana Giant Conjure's Calling was incredibly resilient to the Soul Mirror, which doesn't always happen. But I do like Eddie's decision there at the end, how he spaced out the removal. Just Muzzy got the better of him. That's it.
Sometimes it happens. But you know what? That was one of his better decks against the Priest, in my opinion. Although I guess Weapon Rogue could end up doing a lot. I just feel like it's less reliable when your opponent has opportunities to destroy that weapon. It does seem like this week Eddie is a little bit light on it, though. No Acidic Swamp Ooze, for example, in any of his deck lists, which is totally appropriate because I'm not sure that weapon removal against, say, Demon Hunter is the most important thing. As we've seen in other past weeks, you can totally destroy weapons from this old Demon Hunter, and yet they still crush you anyways. Yeah. So I agree. But still, they have access to things like Zephyrus, and Raise Dead, which could single-handedly solo Rogue. So it does feel like this specific archetype of Priest is a little bit better versus it than the normal control Priest that I'm pretty sure that Muzzy was anticipating.
Eddie's not full targeting, weapon classes. At least this week, he has been in past weeks, including Acidic Swamp Ooze and Cobalt Sticky Finger, mostly for Bomb Warriors, but can splash against Rogue and Demon Hunter. But like you mentioned, Demon Hunter, even Rogue, can still crush you, even if they destroy one of your weapons, whereas Bomb Warriors just doesn't seem like it functions if you consistently destroy their weapons. But gonna get to see Muzzy's Rogue again, like we mentioned earlier. It's kind of like a hybrid variation. It has value with Wand Thief and Evil Miscreant. It has the stealth package with Spy Mistress, Sneaky Delinquent, and Greyheart Sage. It has weapon synergy with the Self-Sharpening Sword, Dread Corsair, Dr. Cross on the Cutting Class. Just kind of got a little bit of everything. That's cool because you're not all in on one style. You're not all in on stealth. It's all in on weapons to where you're easier to corner and target. But you do get these awkward hands where it does take you a little bit longer to ramp up maybe the aggression. Or you don't have nearly enough value to win a matchup where you need the value. So I think we've yet to see whether or not the flexibility of Muzzy's version of the Rogue is an upside or a downside.
I agree. But against Priest, maybe this hybridization approach ends up being pretty nice. Largely because it still gives Muzzy the opportunity to play both a tempo style and a combo damage style. Combo damage, of course, being like putting the Shelf Sharpening Sword along with Dr. Krasnov and Deadly Poison and things like that. And you don't have to necessarily bank on the fact that Steel Dancer is going to summon you a really big minion for tempo later in the game.
Yeah.
So we'll see, right? Like if this deck ends up getting there, I'm pretty curious myself as we go into game number 4. A pretty big opportunity again for Muzzy to make this comeback and win 3-0. There are magic numbers in Hearthstone Grandmasters. I believe it is 4 for Division A. If you get 4, then I don't think it's possible for you to finish in the relegation bracket. And that's the key for what Muzzy really wants to focus on. As I think a lot of GMs right now are pretty worried about it, given the fact that we're going to be expecting 4 relegation spots.
Yep. Comes quick. Well, maybe 3. It all depends. Referring to ETC bowing out, but Muzzy, good start here. As Worgen Infiltrator, then just a 2-drop, which I don't think that would have changed Eddie's play, the spell or not. And then Greyheart Sage, cool. That's about as good of a start as you could hope for. Not the greatest of follow-ups. He could attack with his Cold Neophyte, Shadow Step it, and hold on to it next turn to be able to activate Evil Miscreant. Because right now, if Eddie were to maybe remove some of the board, he wouldn't have a guaranteed activation for it, even though it's very likely. So I like just holding it back, and then he's actually going to play it. So what is this in response to? Going into turn 3?
Breath of the Infinite? It shuts off Breath of the Infinite or Coin Holy Nova. Actually, there is no Holy Nova. I apologize.
There's no Holy Nova. No, because there's no minion on board. Oh, sure.
It stops. Okay, so it stops Breath of the Infinite. It stops like Wretched Tutor plus Raise Dead, because you would have to use the coin in order to get there.
Yeah.
It does have like other potential benefits of just like stopping a Draconic Studies or anything like, or making it really awkward. But I too am intrigued because I think it was purely Breath of the Infinite, and I think we might be overthinking everything else there.
I actually think honestly, it was probably the coin. Because you saw Draconic Studies played.
All right, he did play already, Draconic Studies.
So Cobalt Spellkin or Big Ol' Whelp, just going like all out for tempo, stopping him from, playing something big early on, because he realized he didn't have a guaranteed way to deal with it.
Sure. I think for all of those reasons, right? Like he had AoE that he was keeping in mind of. He understands that there are possibilities on the coin for Muzzy to have to deal with, right? Like we mentioned Wretched Tutor, you mentioned a cheaper dragon. It could also have been Cabal Acolyte with the Raised Dead and then steal like his stealth minions. So I think like all that kind of stuff, he just wanted to slow the priest. It wasn't really just like one specific thing. It was everything that he wanted to stop.
Yeah.
Certainly an interesting use of it, and I feel like that's the reason why we're tunneling in, because that might be one of the more important cards, or moments rather, of this game. Yeah. If Muzzy ends up being able to get the exact damage to kill, for example.
Well, Cunning Class picked up. He does have Deadly Poison, so he can reduce that a little bit further.
Right.
And then, but what's the follow-up from that point? I guess you can always find it. I kind of want to have like a guaranteed board by going for like Evil Miscreant, because outside of like Zephyrs into weapon removal, which most likely won't happen on a Deadly Poison Dagger, you're still going to be able to Cutting Class next turn. So I kind of want to build the board, see what's in there, and then follow up with Cutting Class when I'm trying to reload with resources, since I'm still going to have that dagger available long turn.
Yeah, I agree. I think that we have established our hand as a potential game-ending hand. We have Eviscerate and Secret Passage and Cutting Class, and they all kind of help draw cards or that deal damage or just deal damage itself. So if I'm Muzzy, I'm pretty much thinking about Apotheosis and a little bit of AoE, but after we clear this board, I think we're pretty much going to transition to a phase of the game where Muzzy can maybe be a little bit more aggressive and try to end it. Because we know what Highlander Priest is capable of. At the very top end, it will end up overpowering this rogue if it can get to that point.
Let me change your mind.
Cabal Shadow Priest is to take the Temple Berserker off of the board. It's a minor thing, but it's a relevant thing. Having sticky minions is partially what makes some of the rogue decks pretty scary at the moment.
Yeah.
Look at Muzz.
Oh yeah.
On the dagger here.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Whoa. That's the goods right there. How far does he want to go here? Go like Draconic Lackey, Spy Mistress, and Edwin Van Cleave. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, Muzzy getting the back-to-back Cutting Class. And, I mean, that's a big Van Cleef, and your opponent has to have removal. And Eddie does not at the moment. And it's a turn before Soul Mirror. Really well mapped out here by Muzz. Kind of questioning whether or not he wants to go face or clear off any part of this board. I think it's too much damage to sink if you want to fully remove everything. But at the same time, he does have an Edwin Van Cleef, so it doesn't exactly need him to go all face in order to present a two-turn lethal. Eddie finds Apotheosis, and that is one of the things that Muzzy was playing around. He needs a little bit more. Can the Raised Dead potentially do anything here? He doesn't have enough mana for the Wretched Tutor or the Apotheosis 2, because that would have also been a big ticket out of here.
Yeah. That's quite unfortunate that he's one mana off from being able to do something quite powerful. I mean, he still wouldn't kill this Edwin Van Cleef, but he'd at least clear off much of the board and heal up a good chunk. But smart of Muzzy to remove the Cabal Shadow Priest, because something like Shadow Word Death and Apotheosis came down, it'd be a really heavy punish. Obviously, a Highlander deck, so playing around 2 cards seems yikes, but I think this one is, yep, that's over. Muzzy brings it to game 5.
There you go. Muzzy evens up the series. A really important moment again if you can go up to 3-0, and also send top seed Eddie heading into the phase 2 of this competition to a 1-2 record, which is starting to be a little bit of a worrisome territory. I think when you start going into week number 6 and you realize that you're below the 50% threshold of being an uneven match score, you start to the panic really starts to sink in as we go into week 7, where you have your last final games, maybe sometimes even one game, right? So this last match here, the Priest versus the Druid, maybe secretly all along, Muzzy had been both targeting Druid and Priest, or maybe like focused on Druid with also a soft target on Priest. And perhaps I was overlooking the fact that Highlander Priest sometimes does draw a little bit awkwardly, right? We're starting to see the other side of the coin, which is that now it's Eddie that's also the one that's drawing the wrong half of his deck, and that's what Highlander decks sometimes struggle with.
Yeah, the one downside to this deck is, a lot of times Priest removal doesn't necessarily care about how big your stuff is. It just cares about how much you have of it and how many waves of it you have. So Muzzy's deck does have less waves of threats because he does not run. He runs, double guardian animals, but not the full beast package. He does not run exotic mount sellers and runs double survival of the fittest. So we saw that kind of, play to his detriment in the game that he played against Eddie's Druid, where Eddie, kept finding consistent pressure and consistent boards, and Muzzy ran out of gas. I can see that being the same case against Priest, where Muzzy has a couple waves of all in, and then boom, Soul Mirror, boom, Zephyrus, and you're done. You're out of stuff. Whereas like the more standard variation with double mount sellers might have done better in that type of situation. But we shall see. Like I said, the deck has a lot of explosive potential. If you can get all that stuff done before the Priest finds removal, then you're golden, because you can finish games a lot faster. Double survival.
Very much so. I mean, could it just be the quality over quantity, right? Because a lot of times Druid does ramp, and just hit you with quantity with the Mount Seller. And then if you have double survival of the fittest, I mean, you start making real threats out of every single minion that gets played. But I mean, look at this opening hand from Muzz. He has the Coin Overgrowth into the Innervate Guardian Animals. Or you can even take it a little bit slower and say play Lake Thresher instead, so you can save cards like Innervate for the Kael'thas. Oh yeah, I mean, this is looking pretty hard to pass up. And Eddie looks like he's in trouble here.
Yeah, double Twilight Runner.
And the Anubis
second
off the
Guardian.
top. Wow.
Oh man. So as long as he doesn't draw a beast off the top, that would be like perfect utilization of the guardian animals, because he has a one.
Oh, just needed to not draw it, but
just that turn.
Yeah, it was pretty much just that or the teacher's pet.
Yep.
How
I mean, can you really complain about that kind of start, though? Oh no, my second guardian animals that I'm playing on turn 5 only summons one beast.
Yeah, you totally can complain.
You can, but is it
some
justified?
Some might even make a living off of complaining, TJ, in front of audience of thousands.
This is true.
Some
Very
might
true.
even feel so validated because people would donate their wages to those people who are complaining about that, because they are mildly amused by the amount of frustration expressed over getting a very lucky start into an unlucky scenario. But, of course, it's all hypothetical, so...
Yeah,
I know.
that doesn't.
Spell should do.
Hey, you can't get through to the Twilight Runner, which is
pretty problematic, because one of the
worrisome.
big things about ramp Druid decks is that it does experience a point of weakness, which is having resources to back up that amount of card draw. Or, sorry, the amount of ramp through the form of card draw.
Can draw some cards himself, though, which as consolation prize. I have some really good stuff here. I see him on a great practice tool because he has a dead turn. Shadowwood Ruin, like I said, priest removal, a lot of it doesn't necessarily care about how big your stuff is. Shadowwood Ruin, I mean, feels better the bigger your stuff gets. So now Eddie has Plague of Death, Soul Mirror, and Shadowwood Ruin. And that there's almost no way that Muzzy can have that many waves of threat, because the only things he has left are Gidra, Ysera, and then portals. Unless his portals are like perfectly spaced out into his deck, and he draws like 2 at a time, and it's all 12/12s all the way down, sure. Fantastic. That doesn't happen very often. I guess the problem for Eddie is navigating until he gets to the point where his removal's online, because of Muzzy's fast start, Eddie's already down to 17.
That is true. Being able to put on that aggression just means that every single minion is a threat, and that would end up putting Eddie in a tough spot where he has to react very aggressively. You can see the Tiamat going in for the trade. This is a pretty good spot for Muzzy. You can choose to develop in several different ways. If he just wants to play a single minion and take it slow, if he wants to load up another beast.
Curious.
He does need to dump his hand to get that overflow eventually going, and also the survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest also has some interesting timing, because he can also theoretically wait for him to draw a couple of dream portals and then just use it actually just for lethal if Eddie doesn't deal with that board.
Nature speaks through us.
Sure. Dreamway Guardians? Question mark?
The time run low.
Actually, that is kind of funny because of the dynamic that exists with
survival.
With survival of the fittest. So
I don't know. Lightning Bloom.
Yeah.
Yes, it'll give him some. It'll give him some like more immediate power, right? And the fact that he has 2 extra mana, but it's hard for me to think of ways that he can utilize 2 extra mana crystals in a way that would be better than just like throwing a couple 1/2s on board that could be 5/6s. That one's tough. That one's tough because you often overlook Dreamway Guardians because you're looking for something a little more flashy. But a couple of modest
I think it's
1/2s
because
with lifesteal.
Yeah, that's true. I do feel like what's important would be understanding what Muzzy might be drawing later. So if he draws things like Kale Thos, this Lightning Bloom is better. Like if he draws it immediately, right? So that's one opportunity. The second, I think, would be the fact that he still needs to find ways to dump his hand meaningfully for overflow. And Dreamway Guardians cost mana. Lightning Bloom gives you mana. So those are the only 2 possibilities that I can really think of.
Yeah, I mean, there's also just board space, right? You don't want to fill up your board with 1/2s, I suppose, if you got Dream Portals in your deck, which are always better than 1/2s.
So your opponent just played his Galakron, which means a single target remove is a lot weaker, which means that I feel tempted to play just as a Nubasoth defender this turn. With the survival of the fittest. It's already a really big threat. Presented as a 7/9.
Yeah.
And I think this is the spot where Eddie is comfortable enough to drop the Alex Straza, but not the most comfortable. Finds Varanus, which is huge, because now Regitutor and Varanus is a guaranteed board clear.
Yep.
As long as they don't have Death
Varanus
Rattle.
and Renew. Yep. Which, unless Muzzy picks up, like, Soul of the Forest. I mean, Eddie's just got checks for everything, right? He's got Varanus to deal with a bunch of, like, 4/12s. And Plague of Death to deal with a bunch of awkward minions that would have Death Rattle. And then he's got Soul Mirror and Shadowwood Ruin to deal with those, massive boards of 12/12s. Or, even bigger than that if you consider Survival of the Fittest, so. And Zephyrus, I mean, pick your poison.
Sure. I do worry about his overall life total, but I guess that's where the Amber Watcher comes into play, being able to restore 8 health.
Yeah.
But based off what you described, it does look like it is leaning towards Eddie just being able to exhaust the Druida resources here.
Yeah, I mean, he's got removal, like guaranteed removal, as long as he spaces them out correctly for the next 4 boards, no matter how big.
What if?
You don't even need to be worry about his life total if he just kills every single minion remaining from Muzzy. So, but like I said, that's where, what if the portals come out in the perfect way for Muzzy? If he gets two perfectly sized portals every time. 2 portals each turn. One is a 4-12, one is a 12-12. That's the outcome that he kind of needs for him to win the game.
It does seem like that's going to be the
pushing
case.
Damage.
Oh, okay. What if he misses?
It's not a guaranteed. Okay.
Yeah. All right. I think he realized he also could have gotten something similar done if he hero powered and then gotten a free minion and swiped. Yeah, that would have been more guaranteed.
Yeah.
Because there was a very unlikely scenario where he actually didn't kill anything and then died.
Yeah, I know. That felt a little unnecessary, I suppose, but you know, it worked out in the end.
Curious.
Wow. Can you imagine that though? Like, you end up picking the Avenging Wrath, you don't kill the minions, it survives on board, and then you just die from the counter lethal swing. That would have been. That would have been an appropriate follow-up to some of the stuff that we saw last weekend in Master Montreal, where there were some really great plays, some really epic moments, and also some really low lights as well.
Yeah. I got to tune in for just a little bit on Sunday and watch for a couple hours, and I was like, it's enough Hearthstone for me.
Interestingly enough, with the Zeraku, Eddie's Shadow Word Ruin does not end up killing everything on the board.
Yeah,
but
see?
Plague of Death
This is
does.
the situation. Perfect portals. You just get 1 big minion and 1 4-12. So you're constantly torn between, Soul Mirror and Shadow of Ruin don't clear this board, so I have to Plague of Death. And you keep doing that over and over again, and eventually either you run out of portals and so you're dead, or you kill them. And Muzzy still has 5 portals in his deck. His portals are coming out in the perfect manner. And that's why Muzzy doesn't want to pull the trigger on this overflow, because he likes the way that these portals are spaced out, because it's forcing Eddie to have to deal with each one individually. And he doesn't want to do that. He wants to deal with them in one fell swoop, but he can't.
Well, not in an ideal way. What he could end up doing is actually playing Wave of Apathy as well, just to stall, and then let Muzzy extend deeper onto the board, and then try to go for that Plague of Death.
But
I mean, this was only possible because Muzzy had played both Survival the Fittest. Had he waited, not that he should have, but had he had an opportunity to have another copy of it, this would have been lethal. So Eddie does have the possibility of it. Eddie is very mad, very upset.
So many
In fact, this actually could be the most upset at Eddie I've seen at himself in quite some time. I don't know immediately if there was a optimization point that he missed just now.
So
nothing leaps out. It might be a really small micro interaction that Eddie might have missed that couldn't optimize, and we know that he really cares about that stuff where, if he makes a technical mistake, he is unhappy, to say the least. Muzzy overdraws his portals. Finds a mildly threatening Forest War Nomu.
Yeah, there's 1 portal left in the deck. Last 2 cards are Portal and Iron Bark.
And it knows that there's a strong possibility that removal's coming out with Shadow Word Ruin. Throws out the Soul of the Forest, but we know that there's a lot more than that. There's Lethal on the other side. Mind Control gets it done. Eddie relieved, to say the least. I am very curious to hear about his thoughts specifically on social media, because he usually talks about his own misplays. But there was definitely a point of frustration. One of the more dissatisfied victories that we've seen in Grandmasters coming out from our #1 seed. But an important victory as he now improves to 2-1. Muzzy falls to 2-1. Muzzy certainly put up quite a fight. It looked like it might have been a quick 3-0.
Yeah, it's interesting because, there was obviously some, like you mentioned, points for optimization, but I don't think anything he should beat himself up over that heavily. But, at this point, I'm sure he expects just a little bit higher of himself across the board. But, still seemed like a pretty clean series overall, especially those first couple games. He looked like he was playing some lights out Hearthstone. So moves up to 2-1. Muzzy also 2-1 now, so getting a little bit of competition up the top of Division A, and might even see more of that as we still have a couple more series from Division A left on the day.
Yep, you love to see it. So that brings us to our second match of the day, which is No Hands Gamer versus Bloody Face. So No Hands Gamer does have our T-Mobile deck spotlight for today, and it will be interesting to see if he can get his full-on Weapon Rogue online versus Bloody Face, who's playing pretty straightforward lineup. Nothing too crazy here. Does end up also putting in Kale Thoughts into his Druid deck list, but No Hands Gamer ends up banning it. It's actually been quite a little bit of time since we've seen Druid be banned, actually, in these kinds of lineups. Do you think it actually does warrant a ban right now, TJ?
So No Hands is he's not playing Bomb Warrior, he's playing the Pain Warrior, Temple Warrior, however you want to call it, which is, one of his best decks. He called it No Hands Warrior for a long time. That was one of the variations with eggs, which is much weaker than Bomb Warrior because you have no hard removal in the deck essentially outside of Lord Barov against Druid. So it looks like he's just targeting different things. And one of those different things, I don't know. I was thinking it might even be Mage, but then he has a Malagos Druid thrown over the top, which can be sometimes good against Mage, but not I wouldn't call it a Mage counter. It's an interesting lineup, but one that I'm curious to see how it performs because Pain Warrior, I think, is one of the more underrated decks, but it does have some much poorer matchups than it did in the past, like say Season 1 of Grandmasters in 2020, where it felt like it had no bad matchups and was banned every single series.
Yeah, a lot of times the only matchups that Warrior was struggling would be matchups where Warrior was maybe 45% to win. Wasn't really true counters across the board. Another class that also saw a ton of play that we didn't get to see last series and we will be seeing lots this weekend is Assault Demon Hunter. And my favorite thing about Assault Demon Hunter is exactly what we're about to see, which it looks like a Demon Hunter mirror is about to start here. Part of the reason why I feel like Demon Hunter is solid is because I think it's a really good opening deck in Conquest lineups too, because it doesn't really have too many unwinnable matchups. It's very competitive. It's also somewhat resilient against tech that can be good against the class, like weapon removal. You can remove, a Marrow Slicer charge. You can remove one of the Ardraki Warblades charge, but it's not usually enough to break the back of the deck because they have so much more ways to combo damage. They can play fast through tempo by just putting minions and pushing out damage every single turn. They can play slow and combo those slower decks that are really being defensive, and you can take your time to get set up. So I personally think that Demon Hunter is in a really interesting spot. I think it's also just design-wise, it's probably in the best spot it's been since the Ashes of Outland, because I think that this variant is particularly interesting. I've been very happy seeing Demon Hunter take a different identity with the Skullman's Academy, because it felt like there was two modes of Demon Hunter: aggro and kill your opponent by turn 6, or meme territory where you play a bunch of really silly decks to try to embarrass your opponent.
Highlander.
Yeah, I mean, Highlander was kind of borderline. Maybe I'm being unfair about it because it did seem to have some chops on ladder. But when there weren't too many other competitive deck lists. I saw people really look what I got to legend by playing like a token Demon Hunter deck that played a bunch of Illidari and trade them in, draw a bunch of cards, and play Chef Nomi or something. I don't know. People were doing really stupid stuff on. I actually almost lost at that deck too. That was like the crazy thing. But then Skullman's Academy and gave Demon Hunter some real teeth that they can explore in different direction. That wasn't just straight up tempo that would overwhelm their opponents.
Yeah. No, I like it. I'm not a huge fan of the deck as a whole, but it is. I can recognize its power level. I like decks that have like flexible game plans and multiple win conditions, that kind of thing. Whereas the Demon Hunter deck, and this is kind of part of the reason why you're kind of mentioning it as a good Conquest starter deck, is because it doesn't have those terrible matchups. It doesn't have those great matchups, but that's partly because it does the same thing every game. There's nothing crazy. Your games often feel very similar because you're just doing this one linear win condition. But because of that, it's like this fair and balanced deck, which we're oftentimes fits perfectly into a Conquest lineup. Maybe not so much into a like last year's standing lineup where you want these decks that hard counter something popular in the metagame, but something consistent that's going to find you wins, that does have some good matchups and not too many terrible matchups. Perfect. So, and it looked like we were going to see a Soul Demon Hunter mirror for game number 1, and I looked through their deck lists. There's only a single difference among No Hands Gamer and Bloody Face's Demon Hunters, and that is a copy of Consume Magic in No Hands list, whereas Bloody Face is running Mag Therodon. That's the only difference. It's quite a big difference considering what each of those individual cards do, but all things considered, the decks are doing the same thing.
Well, it looks like there's an opportunity here for some players separate themselves, from the pack. But for some players, they're playing catch up. Bloody Face, as you can see, 0-1. Needs to get a win. Going down 0-2. Not a great start for our reigning champion. Unless we forget, winner of Season 1 for Hearthstone Grandmasters in 2019 ended up being a player that gets relegated later on. We had Fino in Europe, for example, being a player that does that. You can't rest on your laurels simply because you've qualified for the global finals.
Yeah. I mean, Silvername's on a dangerous path right now as well. Won Season 1 in 2020 in Europe, and now is 0-3 in Division B. So, got some work to do. So we'll see.
There must always be a Lich King, TJ, is the trend that seems to be the case, where you win, go to the global finals, and that ends up being your last appearance in Grandmasters for a while.
Yeah.
Which would be quite the tragedy.
I'm not too worried about Bloody Face though, because he's also one of the top earners in Masters Tours. So, he's got some relegation padding. He's also in Division A, which is in itself relegation padding. So we'll see. But for a player that holds himself to pretty high standards, Bloody Face is probably distraught with an 0-1 start. Unacceptable. Oh, getting into the opening of this game. Standard openings for Soul Demon Hunter. Soul Demon Hunter, unless you're playing like the tempo variant that runs like Battle Fiends and much more early game minions, you're not really doing too much in the early game. You're just kind of setting stuff up. Obviously, you can get ahead in tempo if you sort of like Spirit Jailer into Man Beater Panthera. But usually you're just trying to set up, control the board, try and find those mid-game power spikes in Marrow Slicer and Soul Shard Lapidary, follow it up with Skull to find some game-ending damage.
I think that this early game phase is deceptively complicated with how you want to map things out, but not when you don't have anything to play. So Bloody Face going to go up with the pass here. It's a lot more complicated on No Hands' side because he has 2 weapons. He has ways to establish tempo. He has ways to keep his resource count up. He has flexibility in the coin. So I would say No Hands Gamer is definitely the really interesting hand here because you could justify a couple of different things. Generally, I do want to get Soul Fragments into my deck earlier than later, so that way I can really have more options as the mid game gets explored more. But he doesn't even have any like things that he has to be accounting for, right? He doesn't have like Skull Gul'dan and how to rearrange those things. He doesn't have Soul Shard Lapidary to figure out like how he can power spike. So he ends up just going for a pretty down the middle play of Chaos Strike. And I agree. I don't think investing into this damage with the Soul Jailer is really important. Especially since Bloodyface has shown that he's not doing anything on 2.
Nope. And if he showed that he's not respecting your Spirit Jailer, and you're the one who's dealing more damage, just don't respect their Spirit Jailer. There's no reason to. It's going to get swept up with Blade Dances and Shard Shatter Mystics eventually in this game. And if it's going to come down to a race, and you're the one who thinks that you have more proactive game plans and more damage, then by all means, don't kill it. But in these situations when neither player is trading and both players are going face, both players are assuming that they're going to win the race, one of the players is going to be wrong. And so we'll see in due time. There always has to be, as you mentioned, Dan, there always has to be a Lich King. But in a game of Hearthstone, there always has to be an aggressor. There always has to be an defender. Whether they know they are or not, whether they're playing like they are or not.
TJ, have you forgotten the days of Control Warrior Mirrors and Specialist?
There was always an aggressor, and there was always a defender.
No. Even
a control player, so to speak.
If you have 200 armor, we have seen players say, you know what? I'm still gonna defend.
I guess there were
never play
rare
minions on the board
when both players were just playing control and especially when we had Bomb Warrior Mirrors, where both players would just not play cards and keep their hands full. And that was awkward and painful for us. Those were dark times.
Indeed.
But now it's about damage efficiency. Because both players are saying, I'm not going to respect your board. So I'm just going to try and push as much damage as possible. Bloodyface does have Blade Dance, so obviously, he's not incentivized to trade whatsoever because he has a 2-mana, alright, kill most things that you're going to play button in his hand. Again, not too much worried about the damage that he's going to be taking, and more worried about advancing his own game plan. And face again. Whoo!
I mean, this is very one-sided because Bloodyface hasn't been able to progress his plan meaningfully outside of the Marrow Slicer, and right now it does seem like if he were to turn the tides of the race, he has to bank on No Hands Gamer having a lack of follow-through, which is interesting because No Hands Gamer's hand has a lot of utility. It doesn't actually have too much bite to it outside of that Twin Slice. I mean, Chaos Strike and Eldrazi Warblades are nice, but they're not really what you want in the race scenario because per mana crystal spent on that damage, you kind of want a little bit more than just that. I guess actually more like per card drawn that you play, because you want to be able to just play the Lapidary on 5 instead of play Chaos Strike, and then whatever 3-drop you have. But he does have that Twin Slice like we talked about, so he could be threatening soon. In the meantime, for Bloodyface's side, does he have the opportunity to just be aggressive here? He has Horde Pillager, Marrow Slicer, he has Skull Gul'dan in case things get really muddy. And just like that, in 2 turns, Bloodyface is threatening No Hands to potentially kill him next turn.
Yeah. This seems like how the matchup goes, but, No Hands does have the Eldrazi Warblades, which is, the one card in the mirror matchup that if one player has and the other player doesn't, significantly changes the landscape of the game, right? Because it kind of negates the race for one player, and they have to, dig a little deeper to find the necessary damage. The timing of it is crucial, though, because you do have to consider how much damage can my opponent do. If I, don't equip it this turn and my opponent puts me down to a low life total, do I have time to spend the mana to play the Eldrazi Warblades and then beef it up enough to heal to outpace the damage that my opponent can deal? So obviously being at 11 health, going into 6 mana, seems pretty safe. So he can just use that, equip the Eldrazi Warblades next turn. He has Twin Slice, Second Slice, Chaos Strike, and Bloodyface at 10. So I just doesn't feel like there's a great way for him to clear the board and set up a multiple 2-turn lethal through the possibility of healing. So this is that's it.
I mean, that's
just lethal.
That's wow. The second twin slice. So I think he had 4, 6, 8, 9 damage, but that second twin slice guarantees it. So Bloodyface sees all those slices come through, and that's going to be game number 1 over to No Hands Gamer. A very tight race that ends in turn 6 on both sides. You can see why this deck is to be feared. There's a lot of explosion on both ends here, but No Hands Gamer take that first mirror match. See, he's very pensive as he's already focused on game number 2. Just the Druid and the Warrior remaining here. In hindsight, you can just kind of see the difference between faltering for like half a second there, where I think that Bloodyface not having a turn 2 play and forced to try and race No Hands Gamer immediately, which put him in a situation where he wasn't really prepared to actually finish that race. He had weapon swings for days, but he only can swing his weapon once per turn. And then his hand was like other utility and Skull Gul'dan. So even then, like, Bloodyface wasn't guaranteed. Like, let's say No Hands Gamer didn't have that game-ending damage, he would be able to lifesteal, and then Bloodyface would still be in a situation where he would die the next turn. So a tough spot to be in when you're going second and you missed your draw like that, which means No Hands Gamer is currently up 1-0, which leads us to our next intermission. We take a few minutes and get set, and when we come back, we're going to continue No Hands Gamer versus Bloodyface here in Week 5 of Hearthstone Grandmasters.
Masters Tour Montreal Online is brought to you by T-Mobile. Switch today and rank up to America's largest 5G network. T-Mobile.
I would rather be the funniest person in the room at this very moment. Long term, it would be better to be the smartest, but it's just about the moment.
Funniest person in the room. Funniest.
I would rather be the most funniest person in the room.
I'd probably rather be the most intelligent person. Actually, if you're the most intelligent person in the room, you're in the wrong room. That's what they say.
If you're the most intelligent person in the room, then you're probably also going to be very sad. But if you're the funniest person in the room, then you're going to make everybody laugh and everybody's going to have a great time. So I'd rather have that.
Yeah, I'd still rather be the most intelligent and the most funny person in the room.
I think other people are more funny than me, and I would rather be just the smartest guy there, and if we play a game, I would try to just outplay them.
Intelligence is very nice, but happiness is more important, and I think also actually with happiness or with a lot of intelligence comes together as well.
I think I'm both, so... That's a nice answer.
to thee, O Scholomance, the magic school of your legacy of glory shines. May they stand forevermore. Take your place where magic bends to your will, but you'll have to study hard. So many clubs and colds. Excuse me, I misspoke. Take your pick out in the yard. Test your brains or put their spells for a double major honor roll. Just be sure to stay upstairs in the hall. Else Calpazon will steal your soul.
They're kidding, of course.
Dear Magic School, we vow to stay right and true. Oh, Scholomance, we love you. Hey, hey, USA!
Welcome back, everyone, to Scholomance Academy expansion Hearthstone Grandmasters season. It is week 5 of Hearthstone Grandmasters here as No Hands Gamer and Bloodyface. Currently in the middle of a series, No Hands Gamer up 1-0. The bans definitely intrigued us, but at the end of game number 1, it kind of looks like it makes a little bit of sense here as No Hands Gamer is currently up 1-0. And from Bloodyface's side, I mean, that Weapon Rogue was our T-Mobile deck spotlight for today, but that was before we found out that the deck got banned. So a little bit of a slight disappointment for us, but at the same time, maybe that's why it should be worthy of that consideration, TJ. Given that it's so good, it's so powerful, like America's largest 5G network, that it warranted a ban in this series, otherwise it'd be too overpowered, if you will, TJ, against Bloodyface's lineup.
Yep, that's right. The other 5G carriers wish they could ban T-Mobile, but they can't. Let's get into game number 2 here. No Hands Gamer on the Malagos Druid. And Bloodyface is going to be playing the Bomb Warrior. So Bomb Warrior has gone through, I'd say, some changes since the earliest iterations of it. Bloodyface not playing Risky Skipper package, going with a little bit of some additional hard removal in the form of double Blade Storm, double Coerce. Also playing a double War Maul Challenger, which has been an inclusion that's been increasing in popularity recently. It was mostly only seen in the Pain Warrior, Temple Warrior, No Hands Warrior, whatever you want to call it, but it's such a good card, especially at helping you pick apart early board states and not have to use your crucial removal tools like Blade Storm, Brawl, earlier than you need to. It kind of helps ensure that weakness of the Bomb Warrior deck. So I've started to like the inclusion. Sometimes it feels like the deck just needs a little bit more minions. And War Maul Challenger, kind of fits everything. It's a minion, can just be played on a board, but its primary purpose is to deal with the smaller boards earlier on in the game. So we'll see if it's going to pay off for him. No Hands going with Malagos Druid. Pretty straightforward Malagos Druid deck from him. Not really anything crazy. He is playing Geppetto, which has become standard in pretty much every non-specialist Malagos Druid. But yeah, looking to 30 him.
I mean, that's the goal. Can he actually get there? Will he end up just dying in the process? We have seen many Malagos Druids try and fail. But, depending on how quickly Bloodyface can get online, might get a little bit of time. Also, might just get his face bashed in with his Wrench Caliber repeatedly. Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
It's like that, huh? Foregoing ramp all together for next turn. Saying, I want my tempo, and I want it now.
I mean, you're never keeping War Maul Challenger against a Malagos Druid, so and this could help. This does help chip away at some of the early armor that normally we would be able to gain, which makes your combos a lot easier. Because Bomb Warrior's game plan is pretty straightforward in the early game. You're looking for weapons, you're armoring up and playing Corsair Cache if you have it. So by just playing 2 pesky 1/2s onto the board, that chip damage could be very relevant as this game progresses.
Well, he shovels one bomb in, and thus the process begins, but No Hands Gamer is ready with that overgrowth. I do wonder how much Galakron does play a factor into this matchup, because, you know, we've seen Galakron be put into a ton of Bomb Warrior decks just to give him that extra damage. I do wonder if that ends up being, like, the breakpoint that Bloodyface needs, because it does seem like the Bomb Warrior is good at what it does. But sometimes it needs a little bit extra juice, and I do feel like Galakron helps. I also feel like sometimes it just sits dead in the hand in a couple of games that I've played with it, so I'm still a little bit on the fence about this card in general. But it does seem great whenever it works out.
Yeah, it can give you a little bit of protection against weapon removal, because you can, you know, still get across the finish line and push a little extra damage. You know, also forces you not to have to rely on your opponent drawing bombs. So we'll see. We'll see if it's going to pay off. Guardian Animal is able to be played, but nothing to attack in with immediately. And this deck is chock full of removal from Bloodyface's side. So wouldn't be surprised if No Hands took it a little bit slower and just played a Teacher's Pet and a Hero Power. Just because, especially without either of the Twilight Runners drawn, he's going to get some card draw from this Guardian Animals, as long as he can make use of them immediately instead of leaving them too susceptible to Warrior's removal.
I wait for no one.
Yeah, from here it doesn't seem like there's too much more for No Hands Gamer to really do, I guess, at this point. If you're not going to Guardian Animals, it has to be the Teacher's Pet. You can't just pass. And I think that time really is on his side with the Geppetto Joy Buzz. If he can land onto all those really delicious targets. Now we go back to Bloodyface, who once again seems to have a problem with just way too many weapon swings, similar to what he had last game, TJ.
Yeah. Well, back to the last turn, there might be merit still to play the Guardian Animals, just because Geppetto is the seems like is the more consistent next turn from No Hands, and you kind of want to pull those beasts out before you're Geppettoing, because you want to get that Malagos, or sorry, that Alexstrasza to go for the combo. Yeah, and so he's going to have to Guardian Animals here anyway. Maybe just trying to bait out some removal, see what his next draw is, see if Bloodyface is going to play a minion. And if not, then play Guardian Animals, because he really doesn't want to pull these beasts out with Geppetto. And the way his hand is going, with no overflow, with nothing significant, no Ysera, he really wants to be able to get maximum value out of Geppetto, and that involves drawing Alexstrasza, Ysera Unleashed, Force Warden Omu, instead of some of the beasts that he could just pull with Guardian. So
yeah, I think you gotta remove this stuff. I'm feeling really worried here for Bloodyface. Oh no! Oh no! Well, I mean, there's a lot of things to unpack from that brawl. The fact that Twilight Runner survived, which is, you know, the best thing for No Hands Gamer. I guess Teacher's Pet surviving would have been okay too, because it would have stopped the weapon swing from going face. But the Silverback Patriot that comes out also means that less damage goes to No Hands Gamer's face, which seems to be increasingly the only way for Bloodyface to actually win, is if he starts drawing these bombs like that.
What?
Like that.
They're just on the top of his deck.
So imagine if the weapon swing was able to go face, TJ. Would have been a big deal.
Know. It would have been an 8.
Yeah, and I think for No Hands Gamer, you might even consider using Crystal Power here just to heal.
Yeah.
These are some tempting minions to play, though, for 1 mana. Probably more on the Ysera and Leash side than it is for the Twilight Runner. Yep.
immediately draw some cards and get some portals, start putting the pressure on Bloodyface, because No Hands is actually, because of his play more towards just minions and tempo in the early game, Bloodyface is down to 14. It's not insignificant because even without Malagos, the deck still has, some of that burst damage. Just swipes and moonfires in general, in combination with some of these medium-sized minions that you're playing. Give me enough to just get there.
Yeah, I like it. These 1/1s also very annoying for any kind of removal tools that Bloodyface wants to use, which he finds another brawl here. Because, Bloodyface might just die to a swipe, let alone spell-powered swipe.
Yeah. And just the brawl, though, just kind of feels like delaying the inevitable because of, portals just shuffled in, 2 minions on the board, they survive, will draw cards. It's very likely that, going into your next turn, you're dealing with a board that's as big, if not bigger, than what you're staring at now. But the question is, does he have a choice? Is there even a way for him to survive or potentially set up a lethal in time? There's 1 bomb in the deck, so he could theoretically play Horde Pillager or Wrench Caliber and swing with it and just hope for a 2-bomb outer. But that's very unlikely.
Right. I feel like in these kinds of scenarios, it's exactly what you described, but the difference will be that next turn he has access to 1 more mana, which actually could end up being a difference maker.
All right.
And Bloodyface says, you got it. He is going up to 17 life, and he does not have 17 damage. Bomb gets drawn. Green portal. And it's a Nazari of all things. No Hands Gamer has 12, 13, 14, 15 damage right now. Am I counting that right?
Yeah, he can go Crystal Power, or just 1 Crystal Power and draw, because now there's only a single bomb in his deck. So Crystal Power, one of them will be enough to make sure it doesn't die when he starts drawing cards, which he wants to with these Crystal Runners. And then all he needs to pick up is a swipe, or double Moonfire is also lethal, or Malagos from a Dream Portal.
Doesn't even need double Moonfire, just needs 1 because he still can just play Malagos.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, not anymore.
Board space.
Wait, can still trade it in and do it. Oh!
Oh, there it is.
Jeez.
Can find it with Nature Studies. Oh my goodness, if he doesn't find lethal here.
Oh, okay. Is that enough?
Power of the Wild.
Power of the Wild.
Power of the Wild, and then Iron Bark. Yeah. And then that's enough. Power of the Wild, Iron Bark, Hero Power, that's 11.
Jeez. Woo! TJ. The weapon swing.
I know, the Silverback Patriarch.
Nah, he would have been fine because of the 2nd Crystal Power, but yeah, definitely one of those things to consider about how that matchup feels somewhat reflective of the Demon Hunter mirror, where it's like at one point, both players stop acknowledging each other's board unless they're going to die to it, and then just start to try to deal as much damage as possible.
Yeah.
Which is great, just basically cutting to the chase and getting to the good stuff, which is the exciting part of like whether or not you can combo. It does make it quite volatile though, like in the sense that sometimes players feel like they're not ready for that flip, and then when a really big power spike like Garden Animals comes out, or if your opponent's like playing Dr. Krasinov and just shuffling in your 6-bomb to your deck, it starts to get a little bit overwhelming. But after 2 games, we do see No Hands Gamer up 2-0, and now it's just up to him and his warrior left in order to get that win.
Yep, and it is the different variation of the warrior. It is the Pain Warrior, which I kind of mentioned it. Above all things, is just one of No Hands' probably best deck. He was the one that kind of really created made super popular and refined the original version of this deck that has changed over time, and there's expansions been released since then. But with the Risky Skipper Battle Rage, package, and So he's very practiced on decks like this and understands them. It's just, where does this deck fit into the metagame? I think that it's not the greatest because it doesn't have super hard removal, but when you're talking about tempo matchups, that's where this deck can really shine, where it's not necessarily about who can have these huge power turns of massive minions, but about who can consistently keep control of the board. No deck really does it as well as Pain Warrior does. So, and banning away the Druid, you can kind of see a lot of those decks in the metagame right now. Yeah, it does well against Mage. I think it does well against many variations of Rogue. It can have huge bursts of armor, which can put it out of range out of a lot of things that Demon Hunter's doing.
Yep. And as been predicted by some people, Shield of Honor is a really powerful card. It just doesn't seem very common in the metagame, and I think that's largely because Warriors' game plans at the moment featuring around like a hybridization of control and like mid-range combo stuff through bombs does seem to be a little bit more consistent, but that's not because Shield of Honor is a bad card. If anything, it's a fantastic card that has a lot of promise. I know Sato has been beating the drum of Shield of Honor for quite some time, leading up to the expansion, and even post he was kind of talking about how he thought it'd be really powerful. I kind of want to back him up a little bit. I do think it's very strong, especially if you get a Bloodsworn Mercenary on it. And you do start to see some of these variants on ladder, particularly because people are starting to catch on more to aggressive strategies. Face Hunter seems to be fairly common now, which means that you do really want to have Risky Skipper and One-Mile Challenger and like a bunch of these like early game combos as opposed to playing a more mid-range style. And even though a lot of these decks still want to use Risky Skipper that play Bomb Warrior, I do find that this is a lot more effective at dealing with early aggression.
You don't pick the ones.
At least consistently, yeah, for sure.
Right. It's that, or people just are tired of playing Priest maybe on ladder a little bit, or perhaps getting destroyed as Priest if there's a lot of combo decks or aggressive decks on ladder. And so there's less need for Warrior to be on ladder playing bomb variants, and more need to be reactive and getting onto the board quickly. Which
makes sense. It's a normal evolution of a metagame.
Yeah, and I mean, we've kind of been seeing many people discussing the Skullman's Academy expansion as kind of being one of the most successful launch metas we've ever seen in Hearthstone, rivaling that of Journey to Ungoro. Some people, very fondly remember Whispers of the Old Gods, Relieve the Explorers. Those are largely considered to be eras where the meta was considered to be one of the best. And yeah, there could be better Shaman decks out there, but I really still hold on to that sentiment. I don't think there could be too much more in terms of the variety. Some people say that they would prefer, Mage to be a little bit less chaotic, for example, or Priest to be a little bit less frustrating. But I mean, you can't make everybody happy, and the fact that those kinds of playstyles exist have a little bit for everybody. So it's pretty cool to see a deck that also got a little bit forgotten, right? The Enrage tempo mid-range warrior. See a little bit more play right now, piloted by a guy that helped push it to the forefront in the previous expansion.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, not going super well for him. One of the things that you can fall into the trap of is, taking too much early chip damage and not having enough time to stabilize. Right. But No Hands Gamer is a Risky Skipper away from fully stabilizing.
Yeah, greatness.
Especially if he can buy himself some time until that point with double Armor Smith and Battle Rage in hand. He's looking pretty good, but it's about not taking too much damage in the interim, because Bloodyface hasn't really played anything super meaningful. He's just kind of drawing cards and playing his early game setup minions, not even his big payoff minions. And No Hands Gamer is already down to 17 without any semblance of control of the board. So that's the case. Once Bloodyface does start playing his payoff minions, his health total is going to deplete very quickly. So he's got to find something to be able to do to try and wrestle control back. Bottom Wrangler can be difficult to deal with, but it seems like everything in his hand kind of relies on that Risky Skipper to really get going, and he just hasn't found it. On the Livewire lands from the Corsair cache instead, and Well, that is providing him some value. Will he be able to find enough and in enough time to stabilize from this pressure that Bloodyface is about to put on?
Yeah, very much so. The way I kind of view this warrior deck is a very interesting variation of mage, except a lot less, chaos and a little bit more focused control damage, where they can hold back and all of a sudden explode onto the board seeming out of nowhere, draw infinite cards, and start playing 0 mana stuff to win backboard, and then push for lethal. It's a little bit less on the generation, so it can keep up the resource battle and go to fatigue, and a little bit more on combo damage to end the game with Core Chron Elite. So that's the kind of trade-off. And Grommash Hellscream. So that's the trade-off that they have. But obviously, Mage seems to be way more consistent at pulling off its game plan, and this Warrior does seem a little bit dependent on cards like Anchor and Battle Rage in order to really make the deck go. Versus, Mage does seem to be a little bit better in terms of the broader stroke. It can make use of all kinds of hands pretty well.
Whoa.
All right, so Magtheridon plus a Silence to stop the bomb generation. Bloodyface almost treating it as if he's on the defensive back foot. I kind of anticipated him to charge forward a little bit more, but now with so many minions on the board, imagine having Risky Skipper and the Armor Smith here, TJ. It would have just been, beautiful.
Also, just Magtheridon, is a little risky when your opponent has a Livewire Lance equipped. It's just like a not super small chance that you almost lose the game on the spot if they get Witchy Lackey.
Right.
You spent your entire turn doing something. All right, he doesn't hit Witchy Lackey. But imagine he hits Witchy Lackey, he evolves one of those 1/3s. Bloodyface has a useless Dorman minion on board. Spent his entire turn doing it. I don't know, maybe not game losing, but pretty catastrophic. But obviously, I'm sure he weighed those risks and said this is probably the best play anyway. Just because the Bomb Wrangler board can be pretty disruptive. But one thing I mentioned earlier is one of the reasons why No Hands Gamer probably banned the Druid is this Pain Warrior deck really doesn't deal with big stuff. It doesn't have hard removal, no Coerce, no Blade Storm, no Brawl, no Execute. Lord Barov is the only thing that you can say, all right, well, this huge thing is now not a huge thing anymore. And if you don't have that, you're going to die to big minions. And the Bloodyface, probably recognizing that, says, I'm taking this risk because a 12/12 in play is worth more than almost anything else I could do in this situation, because it might just win the game alone.
Totally.
I think that's solid.
Magtheridon also might be one of the most important minions if your primary game plan doesn't go right with the Demon Hunter against Warrior, because Warrior is so good at armor gain, and Magtheridon helps close that gap significantly. There was this game that I casted with Sato where I think Magtheridon connected 3 times to the Warrior, and Warrior still didn't die, and the Demon Hunter needed every bit of that damage to win. And Sato was like, I don't even think I've seen Magtheridon connect this many times ever, let alone in this kind of matchup.
Yeah. I mean,
usually people die by then.
It's pretty rare to see it hit more than once.
I mean, No Hands has a couple of ways that he can get rid of Magtheridon from this position. Can use Goblin Lackey with the Sky Raider, can use the Cobalt Lackey straight up. Could also use Warmaul Challenger, but obviously that would give it hard and bad tempo. Right. I guess I'm thinking just because it's a little bit damage inefficient, but not a huge deal. So let's start counting damage. Bloodyface has 10 through the 2 Lapidaries, has 4 for this Twin Slice, so that's 14, but it requires 2 turns. So we get 2 turns, we get 2 hero powers, which means 16 damage, plus the Warblade swing, so that is 18 damage. And that's not enough because No Hands Gamer should be able to. Well, first of all, he can't even kill him with the life total, but No Hands Gamer also gains life. So Bloodyface is going to have to find alternatives. And I think that's why he's setting up this Skull of Gul'dan. So that next turn he gets the Outcast effect, gets the discount. But he's gonna need a little bit more, right? This is scary for No Hands Gamer. But we know that there's still not enough from Bloodyface's side unless his Lapidary can connect, which we know it will not.
Yeah. Well, he was waiting for a Rissy Skipper, but Lord Barov might be able to help out a little bit if No Hands does want a burst of armor here. He can go double Armor Smith, trade with the Kobold Lackey, trade with Lord Barov, and then Battle Rage to refill his hand after playing these cards. Actually, it would be 4 cards, so he would be at a full hand, but I think he's perfectly fine with that. This will be a significant amount of armor.
Yeah, he has the coin as well, so if he needs to expend it, but this is looking exactly what No Hands Gamer wanted. Big armor gain, 10 life. I would be very hard-pressed to find a better time to play Battle Rage. Find Shield of Honor, which is huge, because now he can even copy it in the form of Bloodsworn Mercenary. Not to mention he also has Bloodsworn Mercenary, Inner Rage, and Kor'kron Elite. We're starting to remember all of those pieces of what made that warrior so dominant. Does Bloodyface have a way to deal with these armor smiths? Usually 1 is a big enough headache. 2 is just a nightmare.
He was looking for Shard Shatter Mystic and some combination of, or either Spirit Jailer or the Soul Shatter. Or Soul Shear, because with Hero Power they would have been discounted fully, so he would have been able to sweep it up. It still would have been a good amount of armor gain, but at least it would have been dealt with. And Bloodyface does have the benefit of being at 30 life. No Hands does take some time to develop a board, so he's not under super significant pressure right now. But because the deck has a finite amount of damage, it needs time. Just really tough for him to find meaningful ways to limit the armor gain with double Armor Smith on board. But one thing he can say is, all right, well now there's no more Armor Smiths left until.
Yeah, until
Rampage,
the fact that No
Mercenary.
Hands Gamer has Bloodsworn Mercenary with Rampage here, and I think that has to be something he's considering at the moment. While it is great to use this combo damage to end the game, you can also set yourself up so you can't lose the game, and inevitably will get to that victory point anyways. So I'm definitely on your side here, TJ. I love the Rampage Bloodsworn Mercenary play. We do have 3 extra mana, which even gives us some interesting flexibility to, say, play Warmaw Challenger and gain 6 life in the process of doing this. And this just looks like complete and full utter domination of the Demon Hunter, which was one of the decks that stopped Demon Hunter in the previous expansion. Going back to what we were saying, as much as things change, things remain the same. Warrior was a class. This kind of archetype countered any kind of aggressive gameplay from Demon Hunter. And we're back in the same exact spot where No Hands Gamer, down to single digits of life points, might almost go back up to full life by the time this game's over.
Yeah.
Needs a
Bloodyface
Mystic.
needs like double Shard Shatter now, something like that. Something pretty significant.
Oh, actually, this is
Twin
pretty
Slice and
interesting.
Trade and Blade Dance? Okay, well this can clean up a lot of it. It's just
this cleans up
a lot of
everything
healing
almost.
still.
Yeah, almost everything is the key. It doesn't clear off.
You can Soul Shear first.
Yeah, it doesn't clear off the Warmaw Challenger, I think. is
Yes,
the only
that's
thing.
true. One health too much. But...
the difference between a deck like this. I'm lot more okay killing off an armor smith and giving him a little bit less armor. Alright. So there's a couple of ways that Bloodyface could have gone about this. He could have swung, say, at the armor smith first, gave him less armor, and then done it, and then he would have taken a little bit more damage.
3 more
but
damage.
Maybe Bloodyface might be saying that he thinks that his life total might matter because of how many cards Warrior's drawn, and he might be worried about combo damage.
Yes, but at the same time, you know, he ended up giving No Hands Gamer more health than he saved. And I know it doesn't line up 1-to-1, but I feel that that's concerning because that's like his only win condition, like fatigue and and attrition. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Is that even good? Like,
it's probably better for Marrow Slicer because at this point I don't think he's concerned with healing because he's at 37. Who cares? Bloodyface is going to take a million turns to be able to deal that much damage. It's more about, you know, killing him faster. So he's not even swinging with his live bar lance, though. Or no, he did. Yeah, he did.
He did. He doesn't have. Yeah. I think that's the reason why, like, Cobalt Sticky Finger takes 2 damage off the board, which is not an issue, and also gains him a little bit of life, which is not an issue, and he gives up 2 swings of his own live wire lance, almost as if he's weapon destroying himself.
Yeah,
which I don't think he wants to do right now.
Yeah.
So I buy it. I think Bloodyface probably racking his brain to think about what's the way he can win from here. And I think that it has to be something extremely dramatic. Like, we're talking about the 1% outers off of Wandmaker now, which there aren't many.
Yeah.
Time grows short.
Such a beautiful shape.
I'm looking at it.
Raw damage is probably the best, but even then it's like 4 damage from Twin Slice is not going to really do much considering your opponent is 39.
Well, that's what I was about to say. Like, he played both the Skulls of Gul'dan, right? So, like, like, there's not really much thing that he can get. Is it like Demon Companion and gets like a Misha taunt in the way that he can't deal with? I'm not really sure.
That's a stretch.
Going to be good. Yeah, Mana Burn's not going to be particularly good. Consume Magic is like cool. Twin Slice is just 4 damage. Like, it's not awful, but it's definitely not getting him significantly closer to the finish line here. The needle's not really moved.
Drink your blood, eat your flesh.
And No Hands can pretty much take the slow defensive route here, can just kind of play Titanic Lackey. He doesn't actually have to play another minion if he doesn't want to. Just hero power and move on. Right now, we're basically at this point where there's almost 100% assured victory. No Hands Gamer side.
So, Bloodyface has Blade Dance, Shard Shatter Mystic, 2 Marrow Slicers, Kane, and Sociologist left in his deck. And 3 Soul Fragments. Maybe Sociologist Militia, if you can line up like Marrow Slicers and stick a massive Sociologist board. But he has no card draw, so he's drawing these things one at a time.
I grow
no matter
impatient.
what. Which is the problem. And, you know, he also needs to worry about the board building up from the side of No Hands and, you know, worry about game-ending damage. But I guess I can see some semblance of a win condition if No Hands can't deal with a big Sociologist and all of the damage sticks onto the board and can push. I don't know. But yes, we are approaching that point where he's just running out of time, and that's assuming he draws Marl Slicer and then Sociologist without drawing any of the soul fragments in his deck in between. And then also survives. None of those things seem highly likely to happen.
Yeah, I'm thinking about any possible line here, and I think this is very close to the victory line here. No Hands Gamer drawing further, no real worry about fatigue, can totally take this out just with whatever resources he has. I think I get the complete caution here. I do also feel like No Hands can kind of play any variation of cards from his hand, and he'll still be gonna be totally okay here.
I mean, it's just like, yep. Oh well.
Cobalt Sticky Finger is just really impactful in a lot of matchups. I don't think it was super impactful in this matchup, and I think we actually talked about that earlier today, and this is why.
Yeah.
Like, it didn't really matter because the game either had been decided in favor or against Demon Hunter way before Sticky Finger came into play. And looking at the hand here, Bloody has a reasonable amount of damage, right? He could put out 3, 5, 9 damage this turn. Not bad at all. While establishing a 6-4 and a 3-4. It's just too little. Too late.
Yep.
And he now has to kind of acknowledge the state of the board here because there's 14 that he's staring at right now, and we know that Warrior can also add even more damage onto it.
Demons.
Notice that the possibility of 15 damage from hand with Grommander Rage Rampage is very likely with only 4 cards remaining in deck after the next draw from No Hands. At this point, I don't know. Do you even play around anything? Do you just hope that those cards are in the bottom of the deck? That win condition that I mentioned earlier of Sociologist, this turn kind of had to have in the Marl Slicer to put more soul fragments in the deck. You kind of had to have not drawn a soul fragment at the beginning of the turn to make sure that the Sociologist was as loaded as possible. But no dice.
Yeah, holding on for any hope whatsoever. Yeah, if I'm No Hands, I think I'm pretty committed to just clearing off this board. I don't know if there's any need to set up 2-turn lethal here, given that you know that second slice is in the hand. I mean, you're also at 24, so you're pretty safe. This cleave also makes the Blood Boil Brute even cheaper. And then you could play the Blood Boil Brute. Okay.
He just wants to. Yeah, he's setting up 2-turn.
It's great. It's actually, he found a way to do both, right? I was talking about like clearing the board. Don't have to set up 2-turn lethal, but he definitely found a way to do both. And No Hands playing very clean today, and I've grown to really appreciate No Hands' playstyle since he seems to particularly favor these really methodical, technical lines. With the caveat of sometimes he's not even quick enough to play it himself. Which is so sad to see, given how excellent he's been able to navigate these first few weeks of GM, taking down Bloody Face, the Season 1 winner. No Hands Gamer